How do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen? Shemai, Incha Shochet Imamosecha becomes. Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, you are going to die, but you won't come back. Incredible. So we want to go back to Tanya. Amra Yoyaz Rabbi Yossi, the governs that Ziyach Sifri. Rabbi Yossi says like this, in this matter, the books of the heretics have really been, they have forgeries. They have forgeries. How so? Shehayu Omen. Remember again, because the books of heresy said there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. Right, when I said to them, Siyaftem Torastam, the law had some Yadfam Torah. So we're going to forge the Torah. We forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's the Torah here? Sha'atam Elim, in case of this in the Torah, from this name, there is no Tfes on Nisim. And then it says, Are you Omer? Karis, and Hashanim, Abonaba. So let's say there is a double washing of Karis. Why the double washing? Because it says, I'm sorry. Karis and Hashanim, Abonaba. Karis Ba'olazas, Abonaba Le'ima. So let's say, Karis means that the sin will be cut off from this world. Abonaba is sin will remain. Le'ima, what is that? Does not refer to where you see again Raya for reinforced this. So Gemara says the Karis and why can't you learn both that from the Karis in all the Masa, see Karis no longer Haba, which the Gemara says unrelayed Hebrew Torah Shalom. But it said that as a meaning would have said no, that's just a colloquial expression. Okay, give me another. So what is what they're saying? Karis to Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva understands the double washing. Karis, he cut off in this world. Karis no one to come. Then Rabbi Kiva, Rabbi Yishmael. Hello, Karnana, as Hashem who megadei himself. The pasuk says, "The blaspheming Hashem will be cut off." The Vishlosha Olamayish are the three worlds, or then that means that there's three expressions of being cut off. So what's going on over here? So the verse is the Nifra Brother, Elo, Nifra Olamazak, will be cut off in this world. He carries the Olamabal, right? He carries the cut he wants to come. And he carries the Karis, Dibra Torah Kalasham B'Nei. This refers to the Torah speaks. Okay? Bein Rabbi Yishmael ben Rabbi Akiva, Avona ba my Akivim. They're both going to be Akiva and Rabbi Yishmael. What do you do with the phrase of Avona ba? Look at this angle, this is beautiful. Yachol, after you ask the Tshuva, you might have thought that this would be cut off even if he did Tshuva. So the Gemara says, Talmud Lomar Avona ba. When is the sinner cut off? Only when it's Avona ba. When sin remains within him. The Gemara says, Lo Amarti, Ella Bisman Shavona ba. The only time the sinner is cut off is when the sin remains with him. But if the sinner does Shuvah, then ultimately again he is not cut off. So really fascinating. So again, with the point that you begin to see is that we mentioned yesterday, there's no one concept that says there's Tchias HaMesim. Rather, what we have is a series of biblical, I should say Tanakh allusions. Is that right? Biblical allusions. Torah, Rabbi, Tzuvim, different allusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back. Let's finish it. Shalos. Shalom, Cleopatra Malchusida. Wow. Queen Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi. Amra was the brother of just Yishmael. So close this out. Cleopatra is the queen's, what Paro is. So this is not like a, this is starting with Cleopatra is the person. This is more of an industrial. Right, trust us to see shots. It's not an industrial title than anything else. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi, Amra, you're gonna be shifted. So listen, that the dead will come back to life. Sorry, I know that the living die. It's it. I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, it's interesting, right? So Cleopatra, I believe in Tchias HaMesim. Incredible. I know that the dead will come back to life. Both the pasuk we have two years, because again the pasuk says that literally they are sprout forth from the city, which reference to Yishalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. Once again, it's interesting. This pasuk is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but we have actually quoted this pasuk. Discussions come together. I know that the pen will come back to life. What's the Shaila? Ella, Kishain Omdim Agunim, Obimabu Shaker. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed, or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. Amrada. So we made actually Kavakomer Mika, Mika Kavakomer from a grain of wheat. How so? Gemara says, so the Kita, right? The grain is very unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, you plant the seed, just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet it's become a lavush. Then it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? So it means that again, the kernel itself it has many layers. That is a husk that different things on top of it. So you see from here again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately again it comes out with many layers. So you must Sadiqim Shem Baran with Shem and Sadiqim ultimately again were with their clothing. Sadiq ultimately again is carrying not that clothing, but at least in the trails. So the Sadiq who carries clothing, all the more will come out clothed as well. So it's such a fancy. First of all, you just say stand, which is like a fascination question. But then again, I believe in resurrection of the dead. How exactly does this work? What is it? And clothes. Also, what's interesting also is incredible because clothing is for also is metaphors for consciousness. Like the garden, like the holy secret that got on the body, which was as Rothschild. At all times that your clothing be right, that your clothing be right. So clothing represents consciousness. So do that all people will have to ask you of the following. When is cancellation? How do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like tabla rasa, like naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, mamish, like a new baby being born to country, like that? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, you should come back, and again, I have my legs in clothing. I have my legs. So again, it's a fascinating question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a true resurrection? In your response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. I will say it's so fascinating because what does is it really urges us to maximize here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me on what we call Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in the world follows me in the multitudes of relations of my life. Such a profound love. I'm going to give you some of the Caesar of the I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So it's supposed to be Cleopatra who believes in spiritualism, but just has some detailed questions about it. So you see already that Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't. So Caesar says, well, I don't understand. You guys say, you guys say the Shakti Karen, then will come back to life. I don't understand how that works. The dead again become dust, right? And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So we can write top of 91a. Abu will do Barke, Shafke Ba'an Mahadra. So what's this? Again, these kids are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Romeo, I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, second line, time for days, 91A, second line. There are two people, two fashioners, creators of stuff, like how do people? Yeshi Irenu, like Rashi says that the Shnei Yotzim Irenu, Achas Yotzim Tzilim B'Namayim. They create utensils. So people create utensils. After Yotzim B'Namayim, after Yotzim B'Namayim, one creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So Isa Meher B'Shiva, who's better? So we can see those ones with points on the right, the Shep B'Namayim. Of course, again, it's a much greater feat to create utensils from water than with shape from clay. I'm going to mind. So I said, sorry, isn't it Shabbat? I'm going to say, I'm a Rothschild. I'm going to say, we have 9 sides. You have to go. So Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean? So that is possession, which creates things. What creates human life from living mind of the water? And Allah has come. In other words, right? It's a greater feat to create utensils from the earth, right? Then everybody is creating this from clay. But as part of things ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, so we go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. So here in the short time, Kavachomer makes this beautiful. You create Kavachomer from the creation of glass. Creation of glass, it's gas and acid. Maklis Rufus Sha'amalon Ruach Basel. Lastly, the blood glass is made through the breath of life. And even with glass blades, no contamination can be sanctioned. Man who is made with the breath of Hashem. Right? Hashem blew life into us. Allah one on the one side, when it breaks, so to speak, and dies, can be put back to such a profound humor. So also just that, yeah, there's so much to say in each of these words because each of these statements are tremendously metaphors for different aspects of our life. But again, I underline it, so we'll come back to it at some point. So there was a particular unbeliever, Nin, who said to Fabiani, on Nisu, you say the Shakti Kai, you guys say that the dead come back to life. So the Lord says, and the dead turn to dust. And how can dust come back to life? I'm sure they'll call Mashal Ma'ad. Let me give you a Mashal. The Melech Basar Adam, Shamal Abbas, I'll give you a Mashal. There was once a human king, and the human king said to his servants, God built me a palace, there's only one problem. There's no water, there's no dirt, no place where I need you to go to palace, I need you to figure it out. The Baruch Hashem, the subjects will figure out the good thing of the palace. The young and nothing. Sometime later, the palace fell down. So the king says to his subjects, I want you to rebuild the palace, but this time I want you to build in a place where there is water and there is dirt. On the low, aim on the Yuchol. The subject said, we can't do it, we're unable to do it. So Kala Salaam, the king got very angry at them. The Makom Shemaim Ba'afar Ben Nisan, Aksha Shishmaim Ba'afar Alachas Kamal Kamal. So the king said, I understand. We were able to build a palace when there was no water and dirt. We were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like, what's the Rothschild? God who creates man from nothing. Yeshua, God created the world from nothing. So if Hashem was created from nothing, then even when man turns back into dirt is still something. So if you can create from nothing, you certainly can create from something. That was the answer back to the SLS. And if you don't believe without this idea of something turning into something else, say the book, go out into the body. See this particular type of rodent. So let's say this is not an discussion exactly about what we're talking about. Because I was talking about this rodent. But apparently it's half flesh and half earth. The machar hishmitz, the naasek kulabasar. The next day, ultimately, again, it becomes completely flesh. So you see the ability of things to transform from earth into flesh. Shema Tomar is not here, but maybe you'll say it takes a lot of time for this rodent to have this transformation. Allah Lahar, go from something, first white line, Re'ei Shayun in both Chilazon. It seems a particular mountain that on this there's only one Chilazon. What's going to get Chilazon is that feature from which the Tchilas is created. So you go up on the mountain, there's one Chilazon. The next day the rain, and the smell like Chilzonos. Ultimately, and the mountain will be filled with Chilazons. So again, the idea over here is number one is that earth can turn to flesh, right? Something can turn to nothing, and from the earth again things could sprout as evidenced by the Chilazons. It's incredible. I will say I think it really is a tremendous profundity in the Moshe is about to do. Remember the Moshe on the king said to himself, "Build me a palace." He said, "Build a palace where there is nothing. There's no dirt. There's no water. There's no earth, there's no water, and it's subject to it. Found sometime later, and then the king says again, build me a palace. Build me a palace and place with water. And the subject says we can't do it impossible. The king said, what are you talking about? He built the palace with nothing, and I'm trying to build the palace with dirt and water. I think the metaphor is as follows. They say, all of us have a life where we are put to accomplish things that we did not think we could accomplish. Our back was up against the wall, we were in circumstances, and again, we pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. I did it. Really difficult circumstances, even potentially impossible circumstances, and I did it. And yet, then, there are times, day to day, when my circumstances are not impossible, and I don't pull through it. And I tell myself, I can't do it. You can't do it. Do you remember that time which you can throw in impossible circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where again it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not, and you did, and you came through? If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build the personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has come of a day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. And I will say, we all have situations like this. Were really difficult situations. This is a piece of and I got through it. Not only did I get through it, but I succeeded and I grew. And if I could do that in so many circumstances in life, then I'm starting to perform in day-to-day life. If I could make things happen where there was no dirt, there was no water. The more so I can build a personalistic palace where there is dirt and there is no water. Incredibly useful for life. You want to go back there. Normally, I wouldn't know if you're good at this. This is a great series of stories. There was a particular name. He said to the Via Bentisisa, that's his name. The Via Bentisisa, Rashi points out over here. Kach Shmo, Bahaisamo Akis Begabo. Interestingly enough, so this Via Bentisisa himself was a Shtickle problem. He was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story for a little bit. Rashi points out over here. He was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a min who came over to him. And this min said, "Find the phone, Chayve, and we saw Messi Chayim. The Chayim we see, the Messi Chayim." So they want this happy card from the beginning of the procedure. He says, "What's the matter with you guys?" Speaking about the Jews, right? He called you Jews Rishon. You're Rishon. Why are you Rishon? Because you espouse false ideology. You say that the dead come back to life. It's not possible. It's not possible. That which is alive dies. Can you possibly say that which is dead comes back to life? So the Via Bentisisa responds, "By the phone chayve, you're the Rishon. The Amisom Mesi Lo Chayim. The Lo Havichaya. The Havichaya Lo Toshikim." So let's say, so the Via Bentisisa says back to the man, he says, "You're the Rasha. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth. How does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition of the species require life to life. So we have this. What are you talking about? You're the Russia. That's why every single life starts with no life and then goes to life. So what's crazy to think that dead will come back to life? So the Via Bentisisa, he called this Apikoris a Russia. Amarle, Chayvikarisli, the Apikoris is the Via Bentisisa. You're calling me a Russia? If I would be over there, you're lucky someone's holding me back, right? If I come over to you, but if not the Cha'opash, I would kick you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. Right? That's what this is like this is incredible, right? People, nothing changes over time. Right? You're lucky right now, you're holding me back. I would keep you somewhere, keep you straight, right? I would keep you, if you think I was straight. Siehst du, Amalei? Alter, uns came, Rufe Uman, Tikra, Skar Harvey Tita. Do it, man. Right? Do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shkaya. Not only would I give you a shkaya, but I would pay you handsome, handsome copay. Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor. Because so they don't have honor. We must say, now, that's our introduction to Gavia Ben Pesisa. The next number of stories we're going to deal with Gavia Ben Pesisa as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about a personality. That's not about Nisan. On the 24th of Nisan, it's Natilu Gimusimai Yehuda Yerushalayim. So again, those are oppressors. Our oppressors left Yehuda and Yerushalayim. Now again, what oppressors? What are you talking about? So watch this. Kishebo B'nei Africa, Ladun Yisrael. When the people of Africa came to the Romans with a legal claim against the Jewish people, what was their claim? Alexander's most known. So again, actually, before Alexander the Great, Alexander the Macedonian, right? So they're really not Rome, right? But they came before Alexander the Macedonian for a din Torah with province. So Amrlo, Eretz Canaan, Jews like Alexander. Like, how do you know that Jews like Alexander? Because also, there are Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean an English name. I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander, which is very strange. It's very exactly a Yiddish name. Right? It's not very Hebrew name. But again, this was Alexander, Jews Alexander the Great. The name stuff. So the people of Africa come with a din Torah against the Jews. Allah, Eretz Canaan Shalom. The land of Canaan once as well. I just want to point out the moon under the sun. Right? So before there was a king, right? Before there was any of these other mechanisms, the nations in the world were always bringing their leaders against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. It's not so big. Not so big. Like, you wonder again, what does Africa no matter how with Israel? One may think what the desert, always possible to be. But again, listen, this is the derech of humanity. The derech of humanity is not leave Israel alone.
Is it your belief that any system, no matter how secure one may try to build it, can always be hacked?
And we all love each other, and there's no anti-Semitism, and everybody loves us. And clearly, again, that illusion has been blown. Like we see that that's no longer true. And again, it's actually very affirming.
But basically, is there any way to make any system impenetrable? Either perhaps not now, but maybe in the future? Or does every system have some type of vulnerability? And will it always? Is that just something that is an inherent issue within kind of security?
It says that the land of Canaan including all of the boundaries. The Canaan, so therefore they looked at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. In other words, they had Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan, Abu Dahana, Ishmael. Canaan was our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush, of Ham. So the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land. So this was now again, this was a claim brought before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now defend their claim to Eretz Canaan, Eretz Yisrael. So he says, let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this. So if I lose, the good thing is there's really no harm because they could just say, now apparently will say, which is just in these stories, Esau was not recognized as one of the 19 sages. That's not that wasn't his identity. Therefore, it says, if I lose the case, it's not a big deal. Because whatever, you could just say, he wasn't really representing us, right? Just and the road, right? The Africans, they defeated just a regular guy. And if I win the case, Amru Lahem, say, Tolas Moshe Mitzachim. the victory will not be attributed to me, rather what will the victory be attributed to? The Torah. Which you also, by the way, you begin to see the beauty and the power of the personality of the Via Ben Sisa, that all of this was literally about Torah. This is about the Baruch Hu. The Via Ben Sisa saw himself as an ambassador of the Rebbe. If I lose, I lost his mind. If I win, the winner is the Rebbe. You cannot be selfless. Okay, so that's the Rosh Hashanah. Okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim. He represents Christ on front of Alexander. Well, so he says to the Africans, where are you bringing this from? Give them the Torah. We just said it. I also bring it right from the Torah. What's the passage? Vayomer, Arur Kinan, Evet Avodim Kinan is cursed, and then should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case, so again, Hebron is here. You said you're the children of Kinan. Kinan was cursed. Kinan or Avodim. Evet Shekana Avodim Nefasim. Evet, Nefasim, if an Evet acquires property, who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Evet himself belong to? Below owned. Not only that, so furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because we're the slaves to Klal Israel, and what? You have not paid 3 years. So not only do you not owe land, right, but we owe you, and you owe us back wages, back for all of your delivery service. Okay? Alexander Malka, so Alexander is the African group. What say you? You know what? What's your response? So said Alexander, give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back with the answer. No, he gave them the time, but Google the Muslim Shula. So ultimately, again, they searched, but they could not find the answer. Miyad Barkley, the Africans ran away. And what happened? The Niku said the same Kishen Turos. The Kamen Kishen Turos. They left behind. That wasn't here. What's interesting. So apparently, again, they were living in Canaan. Right now, they were living there. But again, they had no plan.
Every system in the cyclone has some type of vulnerability, and I'm sure this has been debated, and just ponder. Really, in the world that we're in, moving towards supercomputing and quantum computing, especially within the crypto world, is there a race that's currently going on to create quantum computing that essentially deem all of the given cryptocurrency of the world and all the passwords of the world? Basically, what I'm thinking is there is a certain point, almost inevitably in the future, that you could create a computer that is so intelligent using TensorFlow that it is able to unlock every single password on Earth. And if that's the case, is this something that you think governments and perhaps non-governmental organizations are racing toward in competition with one another, because it is such a goal of an organization to be able to have that kind of power, perhaps from a clandestine perspective, perhaps from a warfare perspective, or an economic advantage, or something similar. Thank you for letting me ask that question.
Welcome to my Torah. I'd like to thank my parents for this. It says in the Rabbi, he doesn't know his, because the apostle. Because the apostle, it's not a complicated Russia. Why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but on a very simple level, the deep emphasis made a very simple idea. This is not about me. This is not about me. This is about getting home. When you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the cover of Baruch Hu, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and then if you do things for the right purposes, things come together. Next. Another din Torah. It's fascinating. The name is trying blood in Israel with Alexander Moshe. So once again, now the Egyptians brought a court case. Let's say this is literally again, we think it's these things that like nations of the world bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. You know, so again, like who led the claims of genocide. Just fascinating, just to see how the world is so right. Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel? South Africa. And I was just pointing out, just you see certain things, they just are the way that they are. And I was to think that the world changes, it really doesn't. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially in its hatred for Christ. So it's overwhelming. Next court case. Who else knocked on the fatherland of the great? Egypt. Unalone Omer, Ari Omer, Bashem Nasam Sama Bene Shilum. Timur Lanu Kaisan is Ashil Katumino. So the Egyptians come, I was like, this is actually pretty clear. Right? So the Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim, the Pasuk says, in your Yoma, coming up to that, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of Klal Yisrael in the eyes of the Egyptians. Vayashilum. Now, Vayashilum literally means they borrowed. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they asked, right? Others say it means borrowed. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with that idea, borrow, which means Klal Yisrael borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. Which the Egyptians say, so happy to have lent it to you, right? We'd like our stuff back. Okay. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, says, do me a favor, it says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me a trust, I'll deal with it. Maybe that's when once again, say if I'm successful. I'm sorry, if they are victorious. If they win the case over me, so the nice again, it's not a big deal because people just say, this guy gave me the Sisa, he's a headroom. He's just a regular guy. Right? I'm successful. Torah
just like in the 1940s, there was a race to create equipment, and it was again to a space race. I think that we are in a security race, and you said something that's very key. No state actor is going to admit it, but essentially there is the
so again, we told you,
echelon, an idea that if you are to be able to create a computer that's fast enough and intelligent enough to be able to hack the world's passwords, then almost instantaneously you would become the most powerful actor on Earth. You would basically have a backdoor into all of the cryptocurrency of the world, all of the
so therefore, 430 years.
Buildings and certainly people's personal computing access. Really, the only thing that I understand that may not be connected to this type of system are some of the nuclear systems that are connected to the internet. But basically, anything that's connected to the internet, you would almost overnight have control of because of your security. Let's settle up. A race that's currently going on. Perhaps it's already been won and we don't know, but perhaps it's going to be won sometime in the future, but no one is talking about it, especially at a I find it to be fascinating. So I appreciate your contributions and your answers. I think they've been very insightful, and I think really a key point that you mentioned is that nobody is going to want to discuss this at that level, and thus we may never know about
it. They left behind their fields, right? The laden fields, laden vineyards. But also Shana Shvius I saw, and it was a Shemitah there. Incredible. The Jews had benefited us. Listen, I just want to point out something interesting. Why is it that both the Africans and the Egyptians were away? Right? Why don't you come back? Be a man. Right? And say, you know what? We don't have an answer. So I will say, because here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you can come back and you can say, right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. But you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors. And only in an attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't even have to back up to show back up in court. And that's what we're teaching us over here. These weren't myths. Right? Because if they're real, then again, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing you might win. When you can't even show up, when you can't even show your face again, when you can't even follow back up, that shows the emptiness of your claims to be made. So profound. You want to like Shumpam, Asas, Bobine Yishma. That's incredible. Okay, so I'll say this is great. So everybody is jumping on the bandwagon over here. So who comes? Sons of Yishmael, Beniktura, Lodun Im Yisrael. Let's see how exactly Yishmael goes. So what's Yishmael's claim? What's that claim? I don't know. Eretz Kinaan Shamayim. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Right, let's do this. Right. So the Yishmael say Eretz Kinaan is ours. So what happens? Now, here's what's interesting. Yishmael comes with a different claim. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu. Right? So
well, I just saw one you don't know how it came in.
We're not saying
it's
hours. We're saying it's
with cybersecurity and all of those other things. Do you mind if I tell you about my project and what I do?
Right? Not claim, right? It's I'm trying to want the backwards. Right? We want money. Right? At the end of the day, so it's interesting. Yishmael, we're going to see why Yishmael's claiming. So Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours. We're just claiming we're partners in it. We're partners in it. Why? So the Gemara says,
So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You don't know who I am. You most likely will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. You see the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the King, and everything in between. This is a real life treatment show if you ever saw that. I'll real life Big Brother. In the 1990s, the phrase content king was coined, and I'm doing my best to make that true today. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data peddling taking petroleum was Earth's number one resource. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I'm live right now on more than 20 simultaneous YouTube streams that I restart every 12 hours, so that you literally can watch my life going back in time, almost like a time capsule or a timeline. And I do my best to archive not just my life, but world history events, and I think it'll be quite interesting in the future. So you all who I know are interested in cybersecurity and certainly data and connectivity and such, I thought that might be interesting to allow me to talk. So
then it says, he sent them away. He sent them away. Obviously, Gemara says, Nasan obviously, Gemara says, Nasan Nasan obviously, Nasan Agaton, Lebana Bechayu, Shigas and Alzeh, Klum Yish, Lazeh Alzeh Klum. If a father gives gifts to a son and then sends that son away, does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. Essentially what Peter is saying is, what are you guys talking about? If Abraham gave Yishmael and the other sons of the concubines gifts, and then what did he do? He sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, Hebron, this is yours. I love you. I do love you. Right? I've told you so before. In the Gemara with Yaakov. I mean, it says, I have 2 sons. I love them both. Yishmael, I love you. And that's when I'm giving you stuff. Then I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than Yitzchak. So the Gemara says as follows. My matanos, by the way, one of the matanos that he gave them, right? Ultimately, again, he gave them sorcery. So the Gemara says, so therefore, again, and interestingly enough, I want to point out, what's fascinating about that story is, if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, and I'm sorry, Yishmael says, we need 3 days for them to come back. The Gevia Ben Pesis's Raya was so compelling. It was like a mic drop. That was it. That was the end of the story right there.
I'd love to do that. I appreciate that. And I'm very much a heavy user of Linktree. If you have the opportunity, take a look at my Linktree. It's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild if you don't want to click the link. I think, the largest Linktree of anybody ever. 100 links on it. So I'd love to transfer some of those to your website when I have some time, and I have followed you, and I'll take a look at that when I can't create an account and transition a lot of those links into under your site. And yeah, I'd love to network. So thank you for the opportunity to do that.
You have no feeling in Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you notice, guys, when this version of the story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no, let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. All right, but now we'll have to This might be a new record. Okay, we're fine. I'm going to stop over here for today. Okay, listen, can we possibly go any faster? We can't go any faster. There's too much we can start over here. Listen, I'll stop over here for today. Koyach will pick up in Merit Hashem on the bottom of tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow. In their bios and social, they show their link tree, which is awesome. And then they show another link to their to their NFTs. Obviously, only two prices in one context. And you might have 5, 6 different wallets. You keep them all there. So anyway, the short thing is that not only is it all the links and all the stuff that you have, but then it's integration of videos, that people aren't going to be afraid of looking on Rabbi because they're integrated in. And I do a lot of things around cybersecurity that make this private, including no requirement for KYC. Good morning, let us begin. This year, and it's going to be so much for all about yourself. Always comes to sport and Monday Adler. About so this playing is CC, and what we know about Rebecca Harry, Steve Birch, Ben Joseph, Cohen, the Zip of Living and Northern families in memory of Mr. William Zed Shmuel, and he serves for the Rabbi of the American California. All of the shows are already in the families and the fellow, all those who need a full should have one delivered codes for these strikes and strike from Shmuel to Shmuel and hostages home. Many soldiers should be successful in fall from that scene.
And transfer all of that information very easily. And I will do so as quickly as I can. So thank you so much. Here's all.
8 tests on the days, 89B, 14 months up from the line. Snatching little of the story of the Akida. Remember the response he says to Amnori as beautiful. Sacrifice your sons. Which Amnori responds, when from you? She has 2 sons. I have 2 sons. As he is called, your only son. This one is the single son for his mother, and this one is the single son for his mother. Each of my children again have their unique singularities. I share a half dogs, the one who you love. How about you listen over? I love them both. But it was incredible example, you know, right there. After the video says, you think I don't love you smart? You think I don't love you smart? The father loves his son, even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants, else he's tough. So finally, the father says that, okay, Yitzchak, I asked the whole drama, so I want you to say from the beginning of Yitzchak, why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning, go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak? He didn't say, put your diaper on. In order that Amnori will not be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, the thought will recognize the idea that Kalot and myself, this would have been an overwhelming test. Obviously, it wasn't an overwhelming test for Amnori. So it's probably one of Amnori to sort of ease into this and intellectually ingest this. Emotional injustice lays it out slowly. If you don't sometimes say an idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blurting it out. So it's just like the person has to be able to ease into a general reality. Keep yourself like that. This is not what I'm telling you. To the idea, it also shows, by the way, how even Amnavino sees what we do. Again, getting Amnavino to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akida is also a process. So it's a process as people Amnavino was. It's not like you flip the switch and say, okay, I'm ready to do the Akida. It took time to be able to ease into it. Remember that to keep something like that. So the second tries to sabotage Amnavino on the way to the Akida. However, and you said, Dabra left like you like you start to that day. Like I'm not going to stop pushing to it. No, the other power left like they like. So there was the part of the part is I read the part of the trust very well. And you said Dabra left like slow. So the second says to Amnavino is Dabra. This makes sense to you that a God who loves you would ask you to do this. So the second is trying to feel magic inside of Hashem Rabbi. And it's actually very Rabbi to do the second testing. It's maybe it's talking to Dr. Hashem. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. Actually, how can it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and offer up something so much? Look at that Hashem. You said, "Don't let it drop." How you know that there are so some other sheets? Love is not what you have. Could it be that God loves you so much, He invested in something, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Because the extent to say that He will test you in this way. On the road, I needed to know this is such a beautiful, beautiful delight. Which I'm in response, I walk in my simplicity, like Tommy Piano Shalom simplicity, completeness. What I'm going to say to you is the most important Amuna is, what Amuna represents is the ability to give oneself over in totality for the Lord.
Speaking of which, so I just made my account on you did that. Where's the importers section? Excellent. Yeah, I don't mess around. So thank you so much. Really great site. Just want you to know from a third party perspective. Excellent. Extremely easy. I just had to verify my email, which is really smooth. And then I'm just going to go to the settings now and import my link tree, and then we're all set.
It's kind of the essence that every person who goes back some time to time. Just the difference is whatever is something that's really high up there, or what I'm doing is going to this conversation and this love. And I want to, the people that God loves you is this team. I want to talk to you about God. This God is, I don't understand this God. And therefore, I just keep myself in this to really go on Shalom. This practice, that's what I mean. I keep myself for the Hashem. I think contact with you. Maybe you misunderstand what God means, what God wants you, to which again, I'm not going to respond. The end is joy. Those who take themselves and embrace it up responsibility. Those who give themselves over and move it up for responsibility, they'll never be lost. It is so the difficult things that we learn, but they'll never be lost. Even because of there is no Hashem Yahweh. So that's the second sword that Hallelujah is not listening to. Hallelujah. Yehilai, Baba, Love. Catch a lot in the body of Harvey. Hashem Yola, let you stop Yola. So interesting. Then it's something like the Abram, something like the Abram. Bible Abram don't worry too much. Because I heard from behind the curtain, at the end of the day, God's not doing it. Asking the sacrifices. At the end of the day, they end up in a sheep and not be stuck. Which are very interesting enough, is that everybody understands that this is indeed what ended up happening. So yeah, I'm doing such this as a correct culture shared by life. This is the question of a liar. Shall we do over Ellis?
More than 20 simultaneous channels on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We're live on 2 additional X spaces. So in addition to this, and those are on video. I completed one entire year, 24/7 live on video. I've literally an entire year of my life uploaded on X. I'm live on more than a dozen different Discords right now on video. Live on more than a dozen Rumble accounts, and let's see where else. Oh, and Telegram. So yeah, I basically, if they let me stream there, I do my best to live my life on that platform. And in relation to the link tree, I am putting my link tree in. I'm going to try one other thing um, with the address. I'm getting an error code back though, so I'm wondering if I have to put it in with the short code that's linkt.ee/Rabbi Rothschild. I'm going to check that out. So I'll be able to give you some feedback on that in a moment. So thank you. I was successfully able to transfer my link tree, so it transferred 98 links. If you want to look at my profile, it is excellent. I am at Rabbi, so it's udigdad.com/Rabbi. And if I could make any suggestions, and I'm sure that you've got a lot to do, but when when you do put in that link to be able to transfer things, it does seem like it has to be that linktr.ee/, whatever your username is. And if possible, to just have the ability to put the full linktree.com/@ whatever your username is. I think that I know a lot of people like to use that as opposed to the short link because they think that a lot of people don't trust the link with security issues that can occur. So they just give the full link. But aside from that, it is extremely easy, and I see all the functionality with videos and things like that. Really, Linktree could learn a thing or two from your platform. You're giving them a run for their money, so kudos to you.
world. It's not safe for this. And listen, that's the story. Sometimes starting off with Avram Avinu. Yitzchak, Yishmael starting off with Yitzchak. Sometimes like, other churches tell me that they can never get difficult. And you can see that Hashem really wanted this to happen.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. Yes, I figured I would probably have one of the biggest, if not the biggest, profiles that you're going to have. I have really what I think to be for one individual more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, some that have 10,000 or so different posts. I even created bots on Instagram that automatically upload my life every hour. I have over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, all handmade, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, all handmade, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So basically, I've done my best to be as uncancelable as possible. And you may say, Rabbi, why did you create all these accounts? Why didn't you just have one main account? Oh, I started that way, as everybody does. But you find when you live stream your life 24/7, and you're literally sleeping online, you'll get a copyright strike randomly here or there because a song came on the radio, or because of just random things that you're watching on YouTube or whatever, and you get 3 of those, and then they end your account. And really, the appeal process isn't very understanding. So after losing my main accounts very early on in this endeavor, I said, you know what? I'm not losing them anymore. I'm going to have redundant streams and backups of all my backups, and so that's why I do have so many of those links included in my profile, but that isn't close to as many as I have in total. So when I have a few moments, I'll go through and clean everything up, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able and the information that you provided to be able to connect my wallets. And therefore, it's not even connecting my wallets, but just changing the way that. So thank you.
Why does the Shemina do a shuttle from basis? So you might say, I'm sorry, basis. When basis, dropping basis, dropping. Everybody basis, dropping basis, basis, dropping. Because you know, dropping go ahead and then I can say shuttle from basis, dropping basis, dropping. These type of things, this discussion. There's 2 types of insiders. There's inside individuals and there's inside groups. So therefore, really, rather go ahead and make the Shabbat to the right type of insider. I got to learn again what we call the common insider or the common insider, and not the common insider from the nothing sites. You should be out. Ain't a idea of like what is that? Because it's nothing you need to do exciting. But once he's excited, at the end of the day, he becomes a head up. He's no longer going to have the drug position of Rabbi. Rabbi is like, I don't know stuff. If this says, I was on top of the side of the IPA, my cloak is right here, which is what so in general, now we're back a little bit to this. Right? False prophet. He's false prophet, right? So now the shaila is, what exactly is it that he wants to do in order to go out and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, on a basis, he's saying people to Rothschild, what he's on fire, but let's do this. My focus, not only to have this stuff on this cover, he exists completely because that on this cover. But I'm saying it's interesting. This case comes up in the
That's absolutely correct. And I've gotten that where I've been just at an intersection and somebody just has the windows rolled down, and all of a sudden my Instagram live stops because it's considered to be copyrighted material. It's like, oh, I wasn't even listening to that song. That wasn't even in my purview. So I have figured out a way around all of this, and I think it's quite simple, but quite ingenious. And that is, if you play a song on a continuous loop that isn't copyrighted, the algorithm of YouTube and all the other platforms is not smart enough to be able to detect the copyrighted material with a non-copyrighted song playing over it. So I have just the song that's playing in the background of all of my streams that is non-copyrighted, and then that means if I'm ever watching the Olympics or the Super Bowl or the World Cup or anything else that may be copyrighted, I don't get those copyright flags because the algorithm is not smart enough to be able to detect the copyrighted material in combination with the non-copyrighted music. So I've been writing on that for the last few years. It has allowed me to really document some really important aspects of society. And I do know some other people who are doing this. They haven't gone as long as I have been going, but they also feel that it's important to document human events. We're essentially modern day diarists, people who write diaries or journalists who write in journals, but for the 21st century. So, as I say, everything from the death of the queen to the birth of AI to the coronation of the king to wars that are going on. I keep a radio going on in the background of all my streams 24 hours a day that literally is creating a timeline and time capsule of not just human achievement, but also world events. And I think really people will study my stream or perhaps similar stream, not just to know what a person's life from all of the biological aspects that we'll be able to learn, including eating habits, sleeping habits, drinking habits, circadian rhythm, all of the aspects of the human body, but also how people reacted to historical events. I find this to be an extremely important endeavor, and a platform like YouTube or Instagram to want to shut down that entire project because you listen to a Cardi B song for 31 seconds and their limit is 30 seconds. It's quite devastating. So what I end up doing is ensuring that I have another song playing over the background, and that has allowed me to be able to avoid many of those copyright strikes. So if that is a benefit to anyone in here, if you ever want to avoid it, play two songs or another song or another sound going at the same time, and the algorithm won't know what you're doing.
On Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. So it's Shabbos, so it's Sunday, and so it's 2 categories. Category 1 is the whole Zara. Whenever an old prophet comes along, and either uproots the entire publication of our Zara, or even this part of it, that's going to hold this tradition, and that's on it's kind of it's a zero in this one. That's category 1. Category 2, another mitzvah, another title, saying another mitzvah, another like I don't agree. Category 3, interesting category 3 is another mitzvah, the uproot part of it, the part of it, interesting what's that love over there, perfect. That's what was it. Perfect doesn't mean that it's fine. Right? Perfect just means that we do exactly to that. We want the message of the one second. Now that has not, you want to say, you must quote it. Is the concept. Is the concept. Now, Rabbi, I will all call the Kabbalah. And you must keep either Sarah, Anna, Shemon, and Mahatia, Shemon, and society. Since he said that we have a shepherd in the first part, and that was more than second, that hospital. Now, that's right, because you can remember, he's going to have, he's even before the fact that Hashem going to the Kabbalah, that's I say, he should first survive the commandment. So, mitzvahs, no sense, no shame. So it's a funny to sound like the servant that we would not be the message with other parts of the Torah, and she's going to do that. What's going on here? He's not like the Bible stuff I'm going to say. Now, I ain't going to make this stuff as well. And I ain't going to talk about idolatry. I'm going to say, if you get any positive commandments, but in shares, there is. In tax that there is a positive commandment, but how you get it, say, which is supposed to break apart the impulse, the altars of our desire. That I'm doing, I'm not supposed to look at me like a friend, not a friend. So I'm going to say like this. Now, I will say, first of all, Chile is not the tough, but I live on a coffee machine. So, not the tough is like grandchild, not the tough, not your chef. I'm not speaking to not just an inside chef, calling the wages out inside of the chef. But I guess I really the opportunity is to get out of second machine and on the job. And the right place you guys are trying to do is you go out. And then this, I could not stop the shit. 5:49 is later. There was a shooting period, right? Which is strange. But then you start off with some of the commotion, and there's just some people who really go on with each other. But like that, every mornings, I was talking to delicious. Thank you very much. I will say. Wow, okay, awesome. They're talking. But so But the Talmud says as follows. The Talmud says like this.
I absolutely agree with that, Alberto. If you ever do have the misfortune of losing an account, one of the options, the very few options that you have, is to download your data. And when you do this, what does that mean? What does your data mean? And usually it only means, the data you created the account, maybe some your profile picture or something like that. I'm an advocate, and I know it's probably a losing battle, but eventually I'd like to lobby once I have a big enough platform that says when you get banned from one of these platforms, that's fine, but you own your data in congruence essentially with these platforms, and you should also have the option to download all of the content that you have that was posted there. Because in my opinion, and I'm sure I shared this with some of you, that is your data as well. That's the important stuff. Who cares about your creation date or how many likes you had on the account? Who cares about that? You want the content, and so I think that that's something that is going to have to be revised as more and more people do get banned. If you are someone who has major connections to managers and agents and such, if you lose your account, you're done. And many high-profile people do lose their account, but they have different connections that allow them to bypass the traditional appeal process and either get their accounts unbanned or unshadow banned or whatever it is. And your average person does not have these. Everything is being so automated, and it's usually, if you're going to get a hold of anybody, it's not someone from your own country. They're not going to understand the same issues that are going on. It's really this faceless entity that you have to deal with. And while that's unfortunate, I'd like to open discussions as well as I continue to gain traction. I cannot agree with Alberto more than when you get your account banned, download your data means everything, and you should have the opportunity for everything. On top of that, it just be for a set period of sometimes they'll give you 30 days or something like that. You might not even know you were banned if you haven't logged into the account in 30 days. No, these are, in my opinion, basically systems that these platforms have created to be able to give themselves all of the power, which I understand. They've written the terms and conditions, everything in their system is going to go in their favor. I get that. But it's not always going to be that way. I feel you'll eventually have, apologies, but you'll eventually have some creators who, speak up on behalf of your smaller creators and hopefully can change the system. Go ahead.
Rabbi comes along and uproots a mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what's the definition of uprooting? In totality, you say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply to the other, it doesn't apply. Whether you're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. Now, what it is that called the Connect. Everyone agrees, how much do I buy Connect? The tiny mitzvahs from the back of the mitzvahs. What happens if the Rabbi comes along by mitzvah and says, you have part of it, usually it's part of it, but you shouldn't hold that. We shouldn't hold that to Pastor. That's like Sham mitzvahs. Sham mitzvahs. What do you Rabbanon? And so the Rabbanon has this. The Rabbanon is so popular when it comes to idolatry. I feel like I'm a Hayom Yikua. Or your Makam Yikua. Chayim. But I love when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding you and partially redeeming you, everyone agrees there is liability, right? I've heard it. If you mess it up on the Zara, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there's going to be a view of yourself. I want to be of yourself. Not kidding, say nothing. That's my focus. That's my focus. Kind of versus Skiva. So that's about it. Love and soul, like I'm you know, because if I'm you know, love it, I'm you know, and it's just about like I'm you know, and it's not the last but government after right. Then I've always come very shy. This kind of market is like okay, all profit comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah. Like full negation. Why don't I have the Torah something else? Kind of yourself. Not to himself, what for himself. Get a good complete support, not focus. Kind of versus the context from the Bible itself. The Sham says, what happens if the Rabbi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and you have always part of the mitzvah of each kind of mitzvah? what's the look? She didn't call it. She didn't say this happen. But you never, so you never. But my body's come from the come to Yauchi. After you over, I know if you have a mock up that you are. I got to you the question of being the children be liable. What's the liability? Not to be Islam or not to be Islam. That's not focus. Okay, so let's say, so let's get this into regulate this out. So really what it comes down to is, in the court, it's really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing on. If another comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going to end up reading idolatry as well, saying there's no about Zara, or there's partial negation, partial holding, chayim. 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 What is it, chayim? Okay, so that's not progress. That's not progress. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot, which is any mitzvah in totality. What's halacha? Chayim. Next case, another comes along to uproot a trunk up. Partially and partially engaged and another mitzvah in the Torah. What's halacha? Another comes and tries to uproot partially and partially confirm about Zara. Everyone agrees, chayim. In the case in these cases is what's the death penalty. But again, but the halacha is everyone's agreeing. That's the reason. I'm not even the call, you know when the Rabbi I'll give it Torah. No, let's never let's go cover. So this is passing halacha. So we don't know in general, if a Rabbi tells you to violate the words of Torah, you have to listen. With one exception, Avodah Zarah. Even if the qualified Rabbi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shati the man of the Ansar Akira. Even if the Rabbi limitation performs a tremendous miracle, and it causes the sun to sky, the sun doesn't set and you look. I don't think the sun comes to go worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen to it. Now what's that? What is it about halacha? What is this? So we have difficult precedents for this. Is yesterday's doctor, young Rabbi, like in halacha, a young Rabbi is stuck in ties, what to do something like that, to interpret it. To also come on outside of Mishnah. The idea is you see here that a Rabbi has certain power and a Rabbi has certain license even to instruct the 12 to transgress. Right? Hold on. Shut. You see this concept. You see the concept. The exception or the line that we draw idolatry under no circumstances. Ever listen to a Rabbi do it, which means obviously Rabbi can do a lot of other stuff, not Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, so the Gemara says as follows. And your back up is the thing that he performs a dramatic miracle. He says, he's performing a miracle, obviously, what's that? Who does the power to perform miracles come from? And look at the spot. Who's allowing to do it? No, it's not an hour. Whatever the story of the miracle. One thing is clearly changed. Do not worship idolatry circumstances.
I agree. I feel it's only a discriminatory system between the haves and the have-nots. Again, if you're in a connection at Alphabet, at Meta, at Amazon, if you need to get into your account. But if you're the little guy, even if you have your password hasn't your device hasn't changed. Just because you trigger some type of system within, let's just say Alphabet with Google, you can't log into your account. And it may say to you, do a two-factor authentication. Well, you might not have had that phone in the last half decade or so. People do have their telephone numbers changed. People do break their phones. The higher network individuals are going to have workarounds for those systems, but your average person may have changed their telephone number a couple times in the past 20 years, and because of that, they're locked out of their systems. And that isn't because they did anything differently. They might have the same IP address, they might have the same device, they might have the same password, but just because Google wants to flag your account for one reason or another, you don't have that telephone number, then all of a sudden you can't get back in your account. And I find it very strange too. I mean, I create a lot of accounts, and you can tell. The first thing that
so the thing is, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that somebody
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I live my whole life on the internet. In fact, at least with Discord, when they do the wrap up every year, like Spotify does a wrap up, Google does it, or Discord does a wrap up. I'm not in the top 1%, nor the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.01% of all Discord users, which tells me, I'm probably perhaps the person who uses the internet maybe the most in the world. And I can tell you, keeping all the passwords, so that's its own issue. But just simply trying to log into some accounts that I haven't changed because Google wants to, for one reason or another, flag me. I think it's really unfortunate. And I also think this is an interesting topic, and we don't necessarily have to go down it, but the use of VPNs. I feel as if Google is very anti-VPN. They want to be able to connect you and your data as much as possible. So that's when you log into your Google account. If you haven't set up an alternative method of logging in, like a telephone number or like an alternative secondary email, they're going to ask you that they're going to prompt you for that every single time, and then they want your home address. And there's some questions to me about that too, like why do you need this? I'm just using the internet. I'm just using it for my email. Why do you need this? And it really, to me, is Alphabet wanting to connect all of this information to you. And then if you do use a VPN, using Google is very difficult. And I'm sure if you've ever used a VPN, find it difficult. You have to do a CAPTCHA every single time. And basically makes the search engine unusable if you want to search a few different things. And because of those reasons, I feel as if this is perhaps planned by Google to make things very difficult to use and separate people from their data when the people do not want that, and then to connect people with their data when it is in Alphabet's best interest.
Wherever the Indian wanted to visit his defendants, is exact punishment that they themselves get. That is the thing. He was close by him. That's going, keeping short on the surface. So what happens? So Abbas calling him back. She was put together with Shaitan. Now we know that her boy, the man who she did to go to, does under you punishment for her. So we mean, in your day, in my shoot, but I think so. What's it now? People look here, two people play the same crimes, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. About 20 going to get straight on, the guy is going to get punished. Right? So, Indians only get what do they get? What are they getting? Which the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, last of the Akis, for their last. So, the part of the story is that the Indians are giving their separate punishment. Whatever they wanted to do, the Akis to get the other. So, when you see them there, we give them the separate punishment, they're going to visit upon the Boal and not to be shot. And if I look away from them, they get saying as well, Hajj Allah, Abraham, Hamed, it also multiplies. It's like, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, we are back to the beach, and I was like, the next couple of days, it's on now, but everyone is coming over. These Gemara with children are so memories. Mishnah. Come yourself. Nation in the girl of Haba. Okay? Every year has a beautiful girl in life. But she ain't nice. The honor, that we give, the honor makes you correct. You make them that I know, I say I am just as mother comes upon and let them shine up. Here, there's a ministry, works that you do forever inherit the land. Makes them like I really like my second creations of my forces. Not saying you're not with this fire, and they are the creations of my hand with which I become glorified. So the idea that the part of the concept you might be focusing on over here, it's about like Rashi says like, what is this doing? Like what does this have to do with our purpose of our discussion, right? We are knee deep in that topic. And now right again, look what Rashi says. Rashi on both sides on you. So this is Rashi on the left side. Holiday for the on Abba. Messiah. I mean the Abba results. And if I follow the king, God will find time to get in again. So again, Rashi says over here, we're talking about penalties, and we're going to talk about on Abba. This is not what Rashi says. This is next line. But it's even from the one, what he's saying is, no explanation. And even though it's not true, that means has been in, ultimately, as long as they do check on before they die, contrary to something to happen, but they believe executed by David. That is the end of the road view in this world and the next. It's not true. First, they will actually have a little bit of day for their last threat. So they will just finish it at hand. Again, it's like the parent, unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Usually and then for even you, I feel like my ski last week, but I have whatever it is, you can still earn your function in the world to come with deep down as about children. Incredible. It's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, if you look at the past definition of the Amid feelings that we do, remember, the Amid can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? Imcha. The Imcha feelings that we do. We talk about Ishmael every year is a big sign. Every year is a big sign. Right? So I know there's a lot of them. See, the Rothschild sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because the Rothschild is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential.
Jeff, you raise an excellent point, and the penalties for data breaches are essentially either non-existent or are easily payable by some of these multi-billion and multi-trillion-dollar organizations. In my opinion, Facebook in itself maybe should have been shut down after some of its scandals. It had an election scandal. It had for manipulation. Nobody went to jail over that. No. I can't tell you the last corporate executive that, or for anyone across the board who's gone to jail for their white collar crimes. It's almost as if you have enough money, you're able to pay the attorneys to be able to get a fine. And even the organizations that create the laws, not just Congress, but perhaps like the SEC or FCC, these organizations are so in bed with many of the lobbyists that what ends up happening is the penalties are all financial. So you steal $1 billion worth of data, you get caught, you have to pay $1 million worth of penalties. Well, you just profited $999 million on those actions, and no one's going to jail over it. And then all of a sudden, the same people who are in, let's just say, the FCC who created that law or whatever, are now going to be your vice president of marketing or your vice president of security or operations or whatever it may be. It's a terrible system. I've heard it discussed previously that if the penalty for a crime is is financial, then it is just a penalty on poor people. And I agree with that.
This is very interesting. So I was like, even one who reads 20%, what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what so again, we'll have to define exactly what that means. Someone who used to some type of implementation of rules. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Rothschild says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with the friend, like that's the UK bacteria, someone who actually says it. You have three kings and four regular people who who go down the history as having lost their portion in the world to come. You know, right? Children left from the three kings, the Rabbi, Akkad, and the Nasha. Was until Akkad was the same as that. The Rabbi, no, that actually got the Rabbi and Akkad. That, right? The both evil kings and the Nasha. So about the Nasha, we will be Mara. It was a certain, I don't know, the kings emerged ahead of us. Right? Each of these Gemara is just overwhelming. But he says, Menashe should go that way. And you say, no, King Menashe is the longest serving monarch, 55 years of rule. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar Ba'ispala Elov, Bayishma Kilasov, Bayishivu Yishalim Afisov. The Muslim government, Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. He died into Hashem, and Hashem was probably killed monarchy in Yerushalayim. So what do you see there, right? Menashe died, and that's her answer. We do that Hashem became about Shirah. On the road, it's something who says she will follow the Kayah of the Shiva? So when Hashem returned again,
that's absolutely correct. And it's basically rules for thee, not for me. And it's that type of system. It's really unfortunate. Especially as well that these companies have become so large and so powerful that they should be regulated like a utility. That now the people have a right to be able to use their services because it is so expensive to be able to run one of them that basically they have no competition. It is an endorsed monopoly. And unfortunately, we don't have the laws passed to be able to enforce that. Additionally, many of the people who would be able to make those laws, or at least enforce those laws, judges and legislators, are afraid. No one wants to go up against Google. The Google's extremely influential. Nobody wants to go up against Facebook, especially for themselves or their children and their reputations. These companies have just become these just absolute monopolies. You can't go and create a competitor to Facebook right now or a competitor to Google. And get any kind of market share. I know one interesting thing, at least in the EU, I'm not totally privy on all of this information, but something along the lines of the EU is deciding now the monopolistic behavior of Google and may force Google to make a change to their business model. Right now, Chrome, I believe in the EU and perhaps in the Western world, is about between 70 and 80% of all machines Google Chrome as a browser, which in itself is a major advantage that Google has on any of its competitors. But on top of that, at least in the EU, but also in the Western world, Google is the Google AdSense is basically has monopolistic tendencies. And I believe I've heard rumors about this, is going to say to Google, you can either have market share on the browser or on AdSense. You can't have both, basically, otherwise we're going to consider you to be a monopoly. And so Google will find that having the ad revenue, which is their big money maker, is more important than the browser. And so you may see them have less of a promotion of their browser, and that's going to give perhaps, I've heard OpenAI and its Atlas browser an opportunity to become a major market leader in the browser world because OpenAI is going to have the opportunity to have AI integrated into the browser. So that's something to perhaps watch in maybe the next decade or so, if that actually ends up happening. But essentially what I'm saying here is even courts are starting to recognize that these companies are becoming monopolies or have become monopolies. I mean, this goes back to the Microsoft debate in the 1990s where there was with Internet Explorer and the default browser there. And considering that to be, and it's one of these things that how are you going to be able to compete? Jeff launched a security company, many years ago or so, and I bet it'd be a lot more expensive to do it today. Is that not correct, Jeff?
Something that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, so this is going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. Other things also always exist. So it's interesting that the end of the story is, then we only have around half that which is left. Is left, but someone for the reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. This officer, he was, I was going to kill that Alicia down the night, and maybe like the person Alicia that caused this death. I'm not really on that. Kill that stuff or he got really bad. And then the person that caught him is very powerful. Even if the girl was just him, and the other was just consumed. You know, empty the doctor, and then the server levels. And that's the situation, because every child will die. My Bashar, that was a safe by the gate. This Bashar, because this conversation happened between me and Alicia, by the gate. So as I was saying, if I look for myself, you know, to be super real music for the music. And as far as the operates for the music, we will flip for again. If a person doesn't believe it, yes, listen, and talk to this person, don't believe it, that's up to you. And if you don't believe it, I'm not going to give it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. You get to know the music of our congress, and that's what the Prophet says. This is one of the most important things to say us and call it for them. It's another actually basis on the Pasuk in Quran, Hashem Silcha. Hashem Silcha. So often we trade Hashem Silcha as Hashem is your shade. The other says, no, Hashem is your shadow. So there's that word, your shadow do. Your shadow does whatever you do. Whatever says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. What you're receiving back is what you get out. The answer is from your knowledge, you really define reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act supernatural manner of strength, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, but won't do the same for me. You know, so it's very important. But again, if I'm the person that I'll check the doctors, I'll do what I have to do to maintain a good. No, I don't have research. Like I said, if I'm going to do what I have to do to get by, just expect that same type of thing. As long as you have to see it. So then, if I'm embedded in a bring up the video of this video, so you're going to expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it works. It's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want at least to be close, then I have to become supernatural in my own business. Then I have to push myself, then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in your relationships. You need to connect divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. So I'm not going to my business is going to go up. So it's exactly. From what you see, the scripture reason is fascinating. Very cool. By the way, this is the general question about all of this stuff. Yes, and listen, the Shia.
It's an excellent point. I'm in many subreddits of people who are currently suing these major companies, either Google or Facebook. And the general process is, let's say you've lost your Instagram feed and you had a business on Instagram, and now not only do you not have access to any of your followers, but none of your pictures, and you've lost your business. So there are some people who are suing Meta. And Meta basically just has a boilerplate letter that they send to you. You can try to sue them in small claims court, and essentially immediately, this has happened dozens of times, I've read it dozens of times, the judge immediately dismisses the case, and then you have to basically sue and try to put on, your familiar. That's extremely expensive to do. So only a few people have been able to actually take them to court. And this is all just to get back to your Instagram account that was like a foodie account. It's just, it's really because of either a mistake or some kind of AI oversight or whatever it may be, you lost your account and there's no accountability at Meta. Meta doesn't want to admit that they're wrong. So what they do is they may allow you to get your account back, but they accept no wrongdoing. And this, absolutely. And what we're moving toward is a system where only a handful of companies have really control over the entire internet. And what do I mean by that? You basically need servers to be able to store your data. And if you don't own the servers like Alphabet or Amazon with Amazon Web Servers or Meta, then you have to pay one of those companies, and there are only a handful of them that can afford these types of servers, for their services. And that means even in times where a company that may be a competitor of Meta or Amazon or Alphabet really has to pay their competition in order to stay active. You know, about 2 years ago, Elon Musk did an interview. This is when Twitter, its headquarters was in San Francisco, and they were going to move away from the Bay Area because of all of the different difficulties to do business in the state of California. And he said the first thing that he wanted to do was lower operating costs at Twitter, and they had, I believe, $100 million a month bill to Google's server system. And they just said that was just unbelievable that he was having to pay this giant bill every single month to, in many ways, a competitor or a very similar entity. So what did he have to do? Either find other places to host the data, or perhaps create his own set of servers. But basically, at the end of the day, the data has to be stored somewhere. And if you're not working for one of these monoliths of Amazon or Alphabet or one of those, then you're going to end up having to pay them. And eventually, they're going to raise the price on the service to a point that you won't be able to afford it. And if you play this out long enough, this scenario, then you end up into a corporatocracy, which is where we really are moving more towards, where you're just going to have maybe a handful of companies that have an agreed upon monopoly in these different systems, and they're happy about it. And you have no control. If you ever want to compete, you have to pay them. And then if they ever see that you're becoming competitive, then they're just going to raise the prices. It's a no-win game. We're at basically the point of no return to be able to compete with some of these. And it's just really an unfortunate situation. And unless somebody speaks up, and I don't know who that's going to be, because even the biggest readers now, Mr. Beast or iShowSpeed or they're not big enough to be able to take on these organizations. There's no teacher out there who's really running on this type of advocacy to be able to revise the system. And I don't really know where we're headed, but for sure, but I can tell you that we've moved a lot away from freedom on the internet into these a lot of restriction of speech and restriction of just behavior, and I can see that trend continuing to the point where you're running into what people say is the dead internet theory, where everything is just bots. Basically, the only people who have any interaction are just liking something or reposting something. There's no real creative entity behind the internet anymore. And then that's where we see the end of the internet. Frankly, I do my best to be anti-dead internet theory. I'm live all the time. My content is 100% authentic and 100% organic. I'm going to do that as long as I absolutely can, and I have to be the advocate for these types of beliefs. I absolutely will be, because there's no person on the internet right now, perhaps in the world, who has gone through, perhaps, I would say, more with these organizations, but then we have someone in here like Alberto who actually has been prosecuted over these things unfairly. So I know I'm not alone. I know I'd be able to build allies and perhaps
Phase out slowly.
a
It's
group
also
of people
fascinating
can
idea
really speak
about
out about
sometimes how
this,
to
but
engage with
really we
information.
all recognize,
Sometimes
I
it's
think
not
we
just
do,
about
that
blurting
this
it out.
is
It's not just about saying, but
this is
again,
a
something the
world where
person
the internet
has
is
to be
heading
able
down
to
a dark
ease
place
into a
where
brand new
um,
reality.
freedom
Incredible.
of
You
speech
can't do
and
a cell
freedom
phone that.
of
What's this now? What happened?
expression
I'm
is
leaving
really
on his way
constrained, and
to
it's all about money.
the idea. It also shows, by the way, how even I'm not even want to see this a little bit more. Again, getting having to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the akiva is also a process. It's also a process as Rabbi was. It's not like you flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the akiva. It took time to be able to ease into it. Your mother's like, the kid was something like that. So the Satan tried to sabotage Avinu on the way to the akiva. And he said, "Davar elecha tila yinei yisar teradim yadayim rafos teksa kosher kum malek ata kawa elecha tolei." So again, what's it? The part of the end of the pasuk is the part of the instructions in the pasuk. And he said, "Davar elecha tila." So what the Satan says to Avinu is, Avram, does this make sense to you that a God who loved you will actually do this? The Satan is trying to theologically sabotage Rabbi, and essentially get Rabbi to give second thoughts to this. Maybe this wasn't the right Hashem. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how can it be that a God who loves you wants you to go ahead and offer up something so precious? Look at that Rashi. And you said, "Davar lefetlah." If you hire law, that so davar shitlah so machiyas achar. Could it be that if God loved you so much, He would test you something, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Torah will test you in this way? I'm alone. I need to do it because it's such a beautiful remark. Which I'm going to respond. I walk in my simplicity, right? Like Tommy and Tiago Shamalakapa. Simplicity, completeness. Whatever Rabbi essentially says is most of what Amuna is. What Amuna represents is the ability to give oneself over in totality to the ownership. This backwards. I'm about to myself Russian. I'm about myself to others broken. So therefore, Amuna says to himself, it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to do it and walk with completion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Whatever the Rothschild tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Hello, so the Satan says that's all you. But maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemayim, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is blinding you. Hello, Zachariah, Mihu Nakiana. Is there anyone who has perfect as far as really lost? Another thing says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain everything. But there's one interesting thing about Amira, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Right? Might look strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, don't you have this stuff? I don't know, maybe not the other. Is anyone who puts it at Amira as well that they ever been lost? Has there ever been a place where you can this guy feels like such a this conversation is probably the essence that every person within you goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is now whether there's something that's being or whether I'm going through this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, if you kind of got love to you, and what's the answer to that? This is I don't understand it as God, and therefore again I just keep myself over to the Ribono Shalom. This process is just that's what it means. I keep myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, bonus I can maybe a misunderstanding the will of God, maybe it's not what God wants you, to which again nobody responds. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in the embrace of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, those who give themselves over in their movement to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of the low kashani alay. So once the Satan saw that Amravinu was not listening to him, Amralay, Ve'ilai Davar Yikunov, Kach Shamat Mechari Apagod, Hasel Yola, Ve'iyitzchak Yola. So it's interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, better Avram, don't worry too much. Because I heard
Absolutely, I'm in agreement with you. I expected a lot of Blue Sky. I was a heavy Blue Sky user, and I was about 5,000 accounts for CEO. Knows who I am. I am someone who feels that these companies should move faster. I use this example often, but no one in here to my knowledge has heard me say it. But we have X, which we bought for $44 billion, and has actually regressed on some of the features that they have. You used to be able to have anybody live stream at any given time. Well, now you have to have a premium account to be able to live stream. That kills 99% of your user base who's going to be able to produce live IRL content. And I understand that Elon Musk is saying, well, it's because they're high cost to them. But I say to him, he's worth $800 billion. This is literally a drop in the bucket for him to be able to have this feature. Another very interesting one, in order to be able to be on an X space and be on video, you have to have an iOS device, and it's been this way since around March of 2024. Why don't you have the same ability on Android? The fact that the apps don't match and that the capabilities don't match after more than 2 years shows laziness in the development of the company and the development of the systems. I think that since Elon Musk has taken over, X has really not changed that much. And I expected more out of it. I expected something like a Discord where you can have multiple people in video calls. There's been none of that, no plans to do anything like that. It's really just the basics that we're seeing here, and they have no competition, so they don't have anybody motivated to make the systems better. And it's really, it's absolutely unfortunate from that perspective. And just another perspective that I feel is unfortunate is the fact that we as a user base have to be satisfied with this. We have X, like X, go to Blue Sky. If you don't like Blue Sky, go to Mastodon. If you don't like Mastodon, go to Trump. Go to Truth Social. But they're all basically the same. There isn't one really good system that you're able to use. And to Alberto's point on the element of the authoritarianism that occurs with these companies for what you post. I remember, and perhaps I'm recording this all right now, it was 3,000 people like last year in the UK, and it's only increased to now more than 6,000 people who've been arrested for things that they posted on the internet, which just, I don't know, 20 years ago would have been just seen as just a pipe dream. You got arrested for posting a meme. It's just like, it's a joke. Get out of here. But that's actually happening, and now it's spread in the United States. And that's how things happen. The United States court system is based on the British court system, which is based on the Roman system. But basically, once something gets passed within the UK, many times there's a lot, especially on the East Coast of the United States, a lot of people who are either married to people from the UK or have interactions with people in the UK, and there becomes this understanding like, yeah, you can be arrested for something that you posted online, and then people start to think, oh, okay, well, it's okay over there, maybe it'd be okay here. And I know that there have been hundreds of people now who have been arrested in the United States for things that they've posted, or even just had the police come to their house. People comment. You told me, Tim, that the police would come to your house and comment that you made on somebody post, and most of America would have laughed at you. But that's becoming a reality today. And something else that I've seen recently are police coming to people's homes to enforce terms and conditions of platforms. Now, I'm not talking about laws. I'm talking about terms and conditions that are essentially created by lawyers and general counsels of these platforms, be it Meta, Alphabet, Amazon, whatever, and the police basically being an arm of the corporatocracy coming to people's homes saying, hey, did you know that you did ban evasion? And that this goes against the terms and conditions of I can say for the next 5 to 10 years, violating the conditions of a platform will be seen as a violation of the law. And that is, in my opinion, unconscionable, that we have corporate systems that are creating essentially laws and they have no accountability. It's not like you can go to your local councilman or your local representative or your senator or anyone to be able to fund these or to be able to give your input, because you don't have that kind of representation at Meta or at Amazon or at Alphabet. And that's just really scary time. I mean, that's why I know with my project what I'm doing. I don't just stream on one platform. I do my best to multi-stream. So I use what's called Rumble Studio that basically allows me to multi-stream on like 30 different platforms simultaneously. So if any one of these services says, Rabbi, we don't want you streaming on us, you are going to get that's okay. All of my streams are already backed up on all of the other platforms, and it would literally take an entire team of people long periods of time to be able to erase me from the internet. That's what I'm doing. But I recognize that this is the wild, wild west of the internet, and we're moving towards a day where if you lose your Instagram account, you just can't create another one, or if you lose your Twitter account, you just can't create another one. I know one of the things that Twitter even advertises when you're creating an account, it says, need another account? Create an account here. Okay, well, like they're endorsing basically having multiple accounts, but in a perhaps the not too distant future, you will have one account. You will only be able to have one account. You have to make sure that you toe the line with that account, or you will lose it, and you will not have the ability to make another account. You can't use a VPN. You can't use an alt to possession of an account while you're under a period of this ban. You may have a knock at the door of the authorities saying, why are you doing this? One last thing I'd like to say on this topic, as you can tell, I'm extremely passionate about it, is the idea of permanency of bans. Look, you have people who have raped people in this world, and they don't have lifetime bans. They're not in jail for life. You have people who have committed manslaughter or even murder. They don't have lifetime bans. They might have gone to jail for 25 years or 30 years or 40 or 45 years, but eventually, because they have served their time, they are allowed back into society and do their best to become positive members again, no matter what it is they do. Not in the case of Facebook, because you posted something that even Facebook might have thought at the time was controversial and may have come back and said that they were wrong to have that policy because of some kind of medical opinion you may have had or some kind of political opinion you may have. You're gone for the rest of time. You have a permanent ban. There is no, we will reevaluate this in 1 year or 3 years or 5 years. There's none of that. And I think that's really unfortunate as well, that we basically have stricter penalties for what you do online than what you have for criminal punishment. And that's really unfortunate that you can do some heinous things, but even society says that you should be given a second chance after you have paid your debt to society. But not Facebook, not Twitter, not Meta, Alphabet, Amazon. If you mess up with them one time, you cannot create another account, and if you do, it's considered ban evasion. That is really unbelievable. The fact that if you lose your YouTube account, you're not supposed to create another one. It's considered ban evasion. But yet you could punch someone in the face, go to jail for 5 years, and then you could be basically a positive member of society eventually if given enough time. But you couldn't create a YouTube account. That's ridiculous to me. I mean, to just use this example, if you were on YouTube and you, let's say, held up a bank while live streaming, you might go to jail for 25 years, but eventually you're going to be let out and eventually allowed back in society. But your YouTube account would have been permanently banned, and you would not be able to use that again, even 25 years later. That's ridiculous. But basically, Meta has more power over you than the laws of your jurisdiction. It's ridiculous. The idea of permanent ban to me needs to be reevaluated. It should be 1 year, and then perhaps it can be reconsidered, or they could continue the ban. But the fact that because somebody made a decision 5 years ago that you should have an account, maybe it was AI, maybe it's someone who doesn't even work there anymore, means that you cannot contribute in an online form. That's ridiculous. Thank you for letting me contribute.
Both Rabbi Rabbi Shimon hold the halacha l'maisa is going to be type of nisa. What's the machlokas? Type of nisa. Is it China? That's the machlokas. What Rashi says over here. He says machlokas Rabbi Rabbi Shimon. Nabi ba'oker kol haguf ba'avodas kochavim. Amar mitztagisi durach hakol v'yashvura v'misnabot la'akor kol mitzvahs avodas kochavim min haTorah. So this is obviously a classic case of this Rabbi Sheker. He prophesies and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to abrogate, right, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or the thing mix us with the back and mix us. Behind would the Kami Rabbanis, you shouldn't so much. The other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of the Avodah Zarah. For example, a good example of this would be, well, we'll see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this machlok is. So again, obviously, both Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that it's put to death. Machlok is about the type of death. Watch this. Rahmana of Ramina, because the Torah says that the Nabi who will try to do you from the derech, min haderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About Okir Haguf, the Shar mitzvahs, the This is interesting. But let's say someone goes that Nabi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Rabbi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. Not to Avodah Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. It's put to death. Put that because it's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he's put to death that way. The kiyum mixas, the bitter mixas, the Mishnah is that called. But by other mitzvahs, he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part. By other mitzvahs, everyone agrees. Pater. Will be an example of that. Says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so it's three categories. Category one is Avodah Zarah. Whenever and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, uproots part of it, that's the machlokes Rabbi Shimon and the Rabbanan. So is it still? Is it kind of that's category one. Category two, uprooting another mitzvah. Now it's already entire. Everyone agrees. Category three, interesting. Category three is another mitzvah. Uproots part of it, maintains part of it. Interesting enough, what's that over there? Pater. Pater doesn't mean that it's fine. Right? Pater just means that the easy is death. So the says massive Rahamina is 1 second. Lalachas, now the most pasuk that the Gemara is quoting is the pasuk. You must keep Sarah Allah Shalom.
There is a paid place that the influence of world the false prophet, especially with body. If you know, basically, any influencer who has a million or more followers, chances are most of them are bots. And what's done is, I can give you the websites and I can tell you how much it is for 10,000 X followers, or 100,000 X followers, or even 1 million X followers. There are services that will be posted immediately when you post, and these services are allowed by the people run the platforms, even though they say that they don't allow them. They know that those individuals, many times, who can afford these types of bonding services, will be major influencers, and they want those influencers on their platform. But if you were really to dig into how much interaction their posts are getting organically, it's basically nothing, and that's what happens with many of these celebrity influencers and many of these influencers that you find on YouTube, just basically on YouTube. But what is really unfortunate is that makes someone who has quality content who doesn't bot themselves basically invisible to the common person. And there is a way to be able to censor people using the system. So basically, the powers that be say, in order for anybody to get on the trending or whatever, they're going to have to have, let's say, 50,000 followers, 100,000 followers, or whatever it is that they feel the number needs to be adequate. And let's say one of those people accidentally says the wrong thing, or says something that goes against whatever it may be. Well, all of a sudden, they're going to lose their account. And all you have to do is do that to a few people, and everyone will understand what the message is, and they won't touch that subject anymore. Or they won't perhaps make videos or content on that anymore. And then the only people who are trending on your website are people who are towing the line for whatever it is that you essentially want. And the people who may be creating excellent content just start doing so organically are never going to be seen. They're never going to get on the front page, and they're going to be basically invisible. And that's what you want them to be as the owner of the site, or perhaps as some type of governmental body. Another point that comes to mind, at least, and it happened on X when we heard about the Twitter files when Elon Musk bought Twitter, and we saw all the suppression of certain influencers from whatever their political leaders may have been. They banned under the Jack Dorsey regime. And then all of a sudden, we got to see how Twitter actually worked. But there were no consequences against Jack Dorsey. He had to go start help to fund Blue Sky and basically take the technology. I don't understand this, as I understand, he helped them create Blue Sky. He basically had it as a side project at X. X gets bought, and then he just takes the technology and creates a competitor. And how that's considered legal, I have no idea. We saw it with YouTube, with medical misinformation. You could not say anything. You can't say to drink. I think this was an example. You couldn't say drink 8 glasses of water on Twitter, or pardon me, on YouTube, without getting a medical misinformation strike during the height of the pandemic. And then YouTube reversed its course on that a few years later and said, well, maybe you can say more things, but who knows, if you get into another pandemic, they may tighten down on everything. But that doesn't help the hundreds, if not thousands, of medical experts who lost their YouTube accounts, of people who lost their followings, of people who lost their content. It's an incredible fundament. To me, as I analogize this, it's like when you're an influencer, you are climbing a mountain. And as you climb the mountain, at any given time, someone can push you off the edge, basically ban your account, and you have to start all the way at the bottom again. And it's incredibly difficult to do. It's incredibly frustrating to do. And if you're big enough, they'll just make sure that you're completely removed from the platform altogether. And there are so few alternatives that you don't really have anywhere to turn. So that's why we see so many mainstream people refusing to ever veer in any direction that isn't the mainstream centrist belief, for fear of being pushed off that mountain. And as a small-time creator, as I know I have found that people ask me all the time, Rabbi, how many people are watching me right now? Well, on one of my streams, maybe 3. But if you combine all of my streams, it's like 20 or so. But here's the thing: they don't know about each other, so they realize that I'm much bigger than them. Same with Discord, same with Twitter, and I don't know a way to combine all of the accounts into one version. That kind of ability. And so people think that, oh, well, there are only 2 or 3 other people in right now. It's not that much. That means that this person isn't that excited, they're not having a great conversation or whatever it is. When if they saw in combination, you've got, over 100 people, oh, well, then they feel like they're part of the community and they're going to start typing and joining the Discord and going to the link tree and all of those other things. But because of the fragmentation that these websites force upon its user base, no one's ever going to know that. Though they will when one of the big creators is out there, one of the 1%. When it comes to Reddit, I think is a very interesting one. If you remember the early days of the internet, forums were very popular, very, very popular. There were dozens of forums out there. Today, very few forums. All of the forums have either been considered beacons of hate speech or just didn't have the finances to continue. So everything moved into Reddit. And Reddit has, it's basically owned by Condé Nast, and Sam Altman owns 10%. Most of ChatGPT's answers, something between 40 and 60% of all of ChatGPT's answers were developed from Reddit forums. And thus it's incredibly influential in terms of AI. And what you will find is if you ever get banned from Reddit, you're never going to have the opportunity to get your account back. If you learn who helps to run Reddit, the first person to 1 million karma is what they call it, is a very controversial account. Many people think that this may be the name of the account is Maxwell Hill, and many people think that was Ghislaine Maxwell's, if you know who that is, her account. It was an incredibly influential account on Reddit. It moderated world news. It moderated quite a few other accounts. If you look into the moderation system of Reddit, of the top 500 Reddits, subs, over 100 of them share fewer than 5 of the same moderator. So what am I saying? Basically, all of AI's information is being chosen is Reddit, and of Reddit, those moderators distinct, very limited amount of people. No one knows who those people are. They are all anonymous, and I've read that Reddit is at a point where it doesn't necessarily want new users. It just wants the current users who are there, who are towing the line, who don't say anything controversial, and that's why it's very difficult if you ever get banned from Reddit to be able to create a new Reddit account, and there's a reason for that. The reason is because Reddit is so influential when it comes to AI and other areas of discourse that they don't want you as a user, and I think we're running into that in all of these platforms. YouTube may not want you as a user anymore. Nevertheless, you may think you have a right to it because it's so large in a utility and a way to express yourself, but YouTube might just not want you anymore. And Reddit may not want you anymore. And Instagram may not want you anymore. And these decisions are being made behind corporate boardrooms and general counsel offices, not being discussed and debated openly in your local legislature. I think it's really unfortunate the way that these systems are being run. And I know I cover a lot there, and I'd love to hear anybody's opinion on it.
Do we ever listen to another worship idolatry? Which means I listen to another to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up and says, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle, see, for one second, he's performing a miracle, obviously, what's like, who does the character to perform miracles come from? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, Hashem is allowing you to do it, Messiah Hashem wants us to. So it's in, no, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the supporting of the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is, do not worship idolatry under any circumstance. Tanya, Rabbi Yosef Levi Omer, Higir Torah Yisrael, back to Shavuot Kochavim. I will say that this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands literally again the logic of Avodas Kochavim. Mitzvah mitna Torah memshalava shafilu minded lafa chama be'emtzarakia al tishmolo. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, Nisna Torah Mem Shalabak Kilomar Filu Tira Osu Navi Moshe Osu Kirson B'Tziv V'Nosen Elecha Os Umofis. So what's this? Interestingly enough, what Rabbi Yosef used to say like this. This creates an interesting theological conundrum. Right? Why? Because if the paradigm of miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? Like what? So like what? I'm still a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here Hakadosh Baruch Hu is obviously vesting this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi Yosef says that Hakadosh Baruch Hu sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of Hakadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. So Rabbi Akiva says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defying it? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability, is going to give power to a Navi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Ella, you go Chananya ben Azor, Hashem Kilaso Navi, MS, or Navi Sheker. And Akiva says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? So where does it arise? Unfortunately, good Navi went bad. So what happens? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navi go bad. In other words, that reminds you have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. It was like even this is what the Mishnah Rabbi says, do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So Rabbi Akiva says that's the case of a Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells the Chevra, the Lord spoke to me, I heard the Lord and said, let's worship idolatry. Don't listen to him. And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, you still don't listen to him. Rabbi Akiva says there's really a false prophet who would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last time, last time. Remember again. The Bas Kohen. What's your punishment? By Bas Kohen, who commits adultery, what's your punishment? Straight up. So the Mishnah said they have interestingly enough, even so many testify about her, they don't get what's that straight, but rather what do they get? They get henna. So does her adulterer, right? The man with whom she committed adultery. So what's behind me? The reading of this one. Amrav Acha Rav Ika. The sign of Yosef and Moses says, "Matal Omar, Basisem Kasha Zomam Lasos the Off says for Edom Zomam. You have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother." So the Gemara says, "Why? The Fishakol has Zomim, Shem Torah, Zomain Ubalin Yosef." So in general, you know, the way Edom Zomim works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The Gemara says, Yotzi B'Hem, Bas Kohen, keep his faith, Vein B'Olav his faith up. So what happens? So now we know a Bas Kohen commits adultery. She is put to death with faith. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get straight, right? Because again, the Torah hands down that unique punishment to her. Zomamin, any of them, no akshu. What about the Zomim? Are these supposed to now? Here's what's interesting: two people committed the same crime, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Bas Kohen is going to get straight out. The guy is going to get henna, right? So, which Zomim? What are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, "Kishu Omer lasos la'achiv v'lo la'achiv." So interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the Edom are given their reciprocal punishment, whatever they wanted to do la'achiv to their brother. So what do you see from there? They give them the reciprocal punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And therefore, Allah said they get chelik as well. Hajar Allah Elohim Hanech. You know, what's like Mazel Tov? What's like? Get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful dream. I mean, like what we are about to engage in. I was like the next couple of days. Every morning is all happening. All the times that these gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, Kol Yisrael, Yesh Chelik Yolam. Okay, every year has a Chelik Yolam Haba. Shnei Amar, the Amech Kulam Tzadikim, the Olam Yershu Aretz, Neitzer Ma'ayma Asiyah Valley Square. So also it's the more very close to Pasuk. Those of us from Yeshaya, that literally again your nation are all tzaddikim. They will forever inherit the land. Neitzer Mata'ai, literally again like my seven creations of my plantings. Not as saying Yodai Mevispaya. And they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the puzzle that we're mostly focusing on over here, listen, by the way, Rashi says, like, what is it doing? Like, right, what does this have to do with our context of our discussion, right? We are like knee deep in death penalties, right? And now, so that's exactly what Rashi says. What's the value of Rashi's on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about death penalties, and then we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, I think this is now what Rashi's saying. What Rashi's saying is the moment. We'll get to the next line. But I think this even before we go on, what he's saying is, no one is beyond salvation. Right? And even those who are killed by Nisan's days, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, all these races can't go on top. But you had a flood that be executed by David. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First, giving about tshuva literally again for their last breath. So here we just finish about Chenek. Okay, we're subject to Chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Holy saw usually has a question in the next come, and therefore even you choose the extended whatever it is, you can still earn your portion of what to come if you die as well.
Incredible.
It's interesting by the way.
Alberto covered impressions. And then we talked about as well just the oligarchy, basically determined conditions of the corporatocracy, changing in technocracy, changing the terms and conditions, and basically having police forces enforce those like they are laws. Those were some of the topics that we mentioned. I don't know if that triggered the one earlier.
So because the devotion is the one entity in this world who is able to see the potential, the inkalkulam tzadikim, in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every single person is excited. Because once again, it doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, it looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every youth has such incredible potential, and therefore, the inkal HaKadosh Baruch Hu, kulam tzadikim. That's the first line. And then into the Mishnah says, okay.
It's an absolute joke. And this discussion here is a very important discussion. And guess what? We've got 6 people listening to it. And if you go to the Twitter search, you won't find it. You'll have to find a specific search term, but it's not like listed. If you all want to know the best website for spaces, it's known as spacesdashboard.com. I don't know if anybody's ever been to it, but it is what X needs to be. It lists all the spaces in order of largest to smallest, or most recent to longest duration. It lists all of the people who are in each space, how big their listenership is, when the last time they hosted a space. So there's all kinds of data in there. So you'll never see that on X. X shows you like a random, just like 12 or 15, and that's it. You don't know probably, and a lot of people don't know, there are over 1,000 English-speaking spaces going on right now, but we'll never be able to communicate with each other because you're not buying the space, and it's so obvious. And I know, Alberto, you've seen it. You see it every single day because I've seen you in a lot of spaces over years. You and I both know you go into a space that says it's got 250 people, and then you only see like 8 little icons, and then at the bottom it says
They don't have shine. And someone says Torah is not
Absolutely.
shine.
Please go ahead. Yes.
Again, this is Rashi says when the first thing that she got because Rabbi Kiva says, "Afatori bisfarna hisoni." This is very interesting. So I was like, even one who reads Sfar, what is that? What is secular knowledge, secular books? What? So again, to have to define exactly what that means. Va'alochish alamaka va'omer kalamaka l'shasami l'sayim lo'asim alacha ki ani yeshna rafafa. Some of you whisper some kind of incantation over wounds. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with his letters. Like that's the YouTube name. Someone who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? 3 kings, the Rabbi, Achab, and the Nashra. We're saying Achab, we're just saying the Rabbi actually called the Rabbi and Achab. We may know that, right? With both people kings and the Nashra. Talk about the Nashra in the Gemara. We're going to say, so facing I don't know if I mentioned ridiculous Gemara, right? Each of these Gemara is just overwhelming. And he says, the Nashra should tell God. He says, no, King Menashe is 55 years of rule. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar by Iskalo Elad, by Yishmat Filasol, by Yeshivu Yerushalayim Achuso. There's also a time Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. He died to Hashem. Hashem restored him to his marriage in Yerushalayim. So we see that Menashe got him, and his tefillah for answer, which seems to indicate that Menashe is people about Shura. And the Lord said to him, no. When Achusa Yeshivu, the Lord Chaya Olam Abba Yeshivu. When Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, that he was not restored to his portion of the world to come. Abba had Yodos, who were the 4 regular guys who lost their portion of the world to come. Galam, when the workers of the people, Doeg, we're discussing, he was an advisor to King Shaul, Haki Tofel, one of the advisors to Governor Melech, who then switched sides to Shalom, and the Chazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu Hanavi, again, with other older Which Gemara says, the Kol Kaf Lama, the Gemara's jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes out and denies resurrection, like someone denies transformation, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, I will say, by the way, just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more, there's my focus about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic as opposed to resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to do it the idea right now for our purposes today, although we're going to just only right now. We're going to switch, we're going to flip-flop on this depending on the context. But the myself for right now, we'll just go with the idea that I think is how we constantly use it. Your portion of what comes where you go after you die. So you go after you die, right? Eternal life, what we call it. Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. But on my side, again, we'll see some allusions to this in their session, but that's all you see. Mercy, I would say, because a guy the Kol Raf Lama, come to Tchesanism, so he gets the notion of Tchesanism. Oh, yeah, look here, look, Tchesanism. I must say, here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's usage, the in this context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, there's like a Nida. This guy, he rejected the notion of Tchesanism, and then again, he gets no Tchesanism, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. So you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. Because what I say, the way that devotion works is with reciprocity. Reciprocity. I'm Rabbi son. How do you know reciprocity? It's interesting where the Gemara goes after, even though there are other psukim in the Torah which seem to indicate this, because the Gemara chooses this story. It's actually very fascinating. Okay. Context. the army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened? There's famine. Obviously, there's famine. So there's no food available at all. Elisha gets
In
up and
terms of Jeff's points about the ATS
this
applicant
time
tracking system,
tomorrow, you'll be
I
able to
can
buy
tell
a
you
ton of
when,
food for very little money.
unfortunately,
In other words,
it's
it's going to be overabundance of food.
become
So what happens?
somewhat
Dayan
independently
Hashem,
wealthy
Hashem,
to be
Melech
able
Yisrael,
to
Yadol, Es Yisrael, Kim
share
Vayomer,
personally
Kini
the
Hashem, Oser
development
Rubos
of
Bashamayim,
my
Ayi
project.
Hadavar
But when I
Hazeh.
was in the
So
workforce, I'm a certified project management professional, and I did well with the startup.
Even if Hashem opened up all of the
And I
windows
had
in Shamayim, could such a
the
thing occur?
background
What
of
the
I was
opposite is saying
able
is
to
there's
launch
no
a very
food
successful
here.
app
There's no
on the
food
App
here.
Store and Google
Then
Play.
we go from no food
But even
to over
thereafter
of food that
getting
doesn't make any
contracts,
sense. Vayomer, so
I
Elisha
found that
says
I
to this
had to
officer,
apply
"Hini
far more
chara
than what the
be'inachon,
average person
u'sham
would think
lo
that you would need to
This is going to
apply
happen.
for a job.
You're going to see the
So a lot of
overabundance
people
that
think,
you're
well, I
not going
applied
to
for
get
10
to
jobs
over
today.
the
That's
course
great.
of the
And frankly, that to me is a joke. You need to apply for like 200 to 400 jobs a day. And if you're like, well, that's impossible to do, it's not. With one click apply, it's really possible. You can set up bots of your own to be able to do this automatically for you if you want help. We can help you to do it. Basically, use the automation system to your advantage, where the bot, just using Windows Computer absolutely free, will recognize where the applicant like apply button is, the shape of the apply button, the color of the apply button, and only click the apply buttons for you. You can use this to your advantage and basically make it about quantity, not necessarily quality, because as you know, and it's not the way of the old days where you work really hard on one resume and one cover letter and apply to one job and you get a job. No, if you check on many of the recruiting and job finding subreddits, people are having to apply to at least 1,000 jobs to be able to just get some interviews and certainly to get an offer. And they don't always accept an offer. In the old days, you might apply for 10, 20, 30 jobs, and you're going to get a few offers. Today, it's 20, 200, 300, 500 jobs just to get an interview. I know, though, that it's a system that you can use to your advantage. You can automate things on your own. You can also go to AI and say, I want you to match keywords to basically beat the ATS system and make sure to use the standard headings that recruiters are looking for. Use clean fonts. Ensure that you're using the correct file type. Use all of those things to your advantage. Now, let's say you do all of that and you're still not getting hired. I would say, okay, how many jobs did you apply for a day? And if you don't say 100, then I'm going to say, like, I'm not saying you aren't trying, but you could try harder. You could literally sit and watch Netflix and just hit apply all day long on ZipRecruiter, on Indeed, and on LinkedIn. And you're going to have some opportunity. Somebody's going to send you an email saying, hey, I saw that you had applied for this job, and especially I'm sure with some of the background information that you've shared, that they're going to be interested in you. Additionally, I think a really underutilized but excellent resource is to get with a headhunter. That's so key. Some people may say, I don't want to use a recruiting agency because I don't want to give up, part of my salary. Well, guess what? If these organizations are able to get you a $300,000 a year job, but they want $50,000 of it, and you're going to make $250,000 a year, most people will be able to say that's not that bad of a deal for me. I'm going to be able to provide for my family and such, but you shouldn't, certainly you shouldn't give up, but if you aren't applying for not just dozens, but hundreds a day, I'm going to say that the numbers against you, because there are people out there who are. In terms of the ATS, the career landing system, it has changed. As we know, everything is automated. Networking has become really important. I'm sure that you said you've gotten millions of followers on different platforms, so I'm not teaching you anything that you don't know. But you need to make sure that your LinkedIn has followers, that you have connections, that you have a really great photo. Just basically things that a recruiter's going to want to be
Where
able
does
to
our
see.
focus need to
But
be? Maximizing this stuff.
the best
Maximizing this
advice I
moment.
can give you, and if it's a surprise, don't let it be. If you apply to 10,000
Makes an
jobs
amazing observation.
and
First says, but if you
you
notice,
think that's too many, I
Those
don't.
if you ever-
I think
if you ever
that's
drive by
what's
the
starting
fundamental
to take.
distinction between
At
what
least
you
if
see
you look in
in
these
every
subreddits
church and every
of how
shul.
difficult
Fundamental
it is, but
distinction is
certainly don't give up. But if you haven't
cemeteries.
run your resume
Churches
through
often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls
AI to
never
ensure
had
that you're
cemeteries.
matching
Places often
the
require
keywords that
shuls and
ATS
cemeteries.
systems are looking for,
And
you need
that,
to be.
that was because of
I
land.
help people do this. It's just out of the goodness of my heart. I get a lot of people who come to me and say, Rabbi, I am a developer, I'm in the third world, and I don't have any opportunity, but I've got the skill set. Okay, great. Did you ever run your resume through ChatGPT and ensure that it is has I call it like keyword enhancement? No, I've never done that. I just wrote it the way that I want to write. Make sure that you do that. ChatGPT can be your ally in this. And then I ask people, how many jobs did you apply for today? And they'll be like, well, 3. Okay, that's fine. But because these systems have one-click apply, you can literally be doing something else and just have the system work. You just have to hit the work field, hit the button, and it will apply for 200, 300, 400 jobs for you a day. And if you do that for a month, you've got to think that that's something like anywhere between 12 and 1,000 jobs that you may be applying for over the course of a month. That's far more than your average individual. You make it about quantity, and you're going to have recruiters who are in your inbox and hitting up your phone and wanting you to get your dream job. I don't know if any of that information is helpful, but the one thing that I can say is no matter how many jobs that you think you're applying to, it's not enough because that's how competitive it is.
Aaron never came inside the cell. Aaron at 25 behind the boat. He never came inside the cell. So what does it mean that I'm giving him a shul? And allow me to us to do this. You saw no school of shul. So what does it mean? It means that one of the Aaron children will come back to life. And there's a Christ will be open to give him their shul. You can. Let's get some listening. And here's a Venice to yes, so what's that? Which means also the days will come. The chefs will build this listening. The adult Aaron is going to come back to life and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Shema to Aaron Cohen. In fact, the Pasuk phrases is that way. That is a scriptural reading. Because this will stop over for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. We're great. That's a tremendous incredible week ahead of us.
Yo, what up? How are you? Amazing, my man. How'd you find out about me? Excellent, my friend. I'm in the middle of a conversation right now. I'd love to talk with you. Can you just be patient with me for a second? Excellent. Well, I'm in agreement with you, Jeff. This is not the way that it should be, nor do I endorse it. What I'm saying is if everybody else is gaming the system, you have to do so as well. But do I think this is the way that it should be done? Do I think it's efficient? No. I think that this is a combination of factors. I'm sure it has to do with AI replacement of positions. It has to do with a lot of these companies are literally just data collectors. So they'll put out a position and have no intention to hire anyone for it, but they'll get 5,000 people to apply to it, and that's a lot of data that they can parse. And I know that the ATS, these systems were created to perhaps make recruiters' jobs easier, but in many ways, it has just created a system where who can cheat the best, who can ensure that their resume looks perfect, and who can ensure that their previous experience matches the current requirements for the position. And are they really the best person? Absolutely not. Do they have the most amount of experience? Absolutely not. Are they the right candidate? No, not in reality, but they are on paper, and that's the person who's getting the job. So I did want to clarify. I don't think this is the best way to do for the system to currently be the current state of the system, but it is what it is. And one other thing, I didn't mean that you should just apply for every single position that's in there. No, of course there are filters that should be utilized, and of course there are whatever your salary ranges or your the required experience. I mean, but basically what I am saying is that anything that meets your salary and your background and is a job that you would want, you should make sure that you're applying for it. And there are a lot of jobs out there, at least that get posted, but I completely understand it has gotten much more difficult post-pandemic, and I think it will continue to get more difficult in terms of the competition that's out there because people's positions are getting replaced. On an unrelated topic, one thing that I wanted to mention about what Alberto said and led me to start discussion is the body of these different platforms. And as you know, this is a great conversation, but because Jeff's account isn't one of these mega accounts, and because he is not boosting this space, then nobody's going to hear these types of really excellent conversations. Yet, someone who wants to spend a little bit of money to get 200 listeners randomly for 15 minutes or whatever to game the system, they're going to do that just so that they get their boost and they ensure that their space rises to the top. And that's not how the system should work. In this case either. It's really unfortunate. You've got quality here, but because of the way the system is set up, it's just not going to ever. It's not, at least under the current conditions, people aren't going to see it. They're not going to have the visibility. I was a user of Facebook when it first started in its first year, 2004. It launched February 2nd, 2004. I was a user that year. Mark Zuckerberg and I were Facebook friends. These are the very early days of social media, at least from a Facebook perspective. And if anybody used Facebook in its early days, there was no algorithm. It was a chronological list of what your friends had posted. And that is such a better way for social media to be organized. When you get into the algorithm, you get into people who are curating what they think you want to see. I don't care what you think I want to see. I want to see what my friends have posted. I want to be able to delve into that. If you want to throw a random thing in there every once in a while, that's fine, but I want to be able to go back literally like a timeline and see what everyone has posted. When social media acted that way, it was so much more beneficial than what you're getting today. And the pay-for-play system that is admitted on these websites, X especially, it says we will not show your tweets or whatever you call your posts to anyone outside your friend group if you don't have a blue check mark. So I basically know, and I don't use X to get tons of retweets or interaction or anything. I know that my voice carries very far in these spaces, and people know who I am, and I know that 3,000 people who are real organic people who I've connected with. I don't have to worry about them necessarily being bouted or anything like that. But then I also know that if I were to tweet something, nobody's ever going to see it, and X admits that. And basically, if you have more of a reach, you have to pay more money. That's not how it should work. It's an unfortunate element of it today. And another really thing that Alberto, 10 years ago when he would post, he only had 10,000 followers. Still, a lot of people, you get so much more interaction on that. I completely agree with them. I'm sure you all have seen your timelines recently, or even the last few years. It's literally like people screwing things in, or it's something stolen from Reddit, or it's literally just like some hot girl in front of a car getting interviewed or something like that. Go to the comments, and the comments are completely unrelated. They're for crypto, and they're for gambling websites, and they're many times in languages that you don't know, you don't even care about. There's no way to filter the comments. There's no way to say like the most recent to the top, or the most upvoted to the top. It's just this random mishmash of what's going on, and it's really unfortunate. It makes there's a reason why people make fun of X and some of these other platforms as well, because of the lack of features that they have. I personally am a giant advocate for filters. I love filters. The more filters, the better. I want to be able to view by most recent. I want to be able to view by user interactions. I want to be able to view by the amount of people who have upvoted or perhaps downvoted if that's an option, or reposts. I want to be able to see region if possible, or whatever it may be. Let me make those decisions. Don't just show me what you think I want to see. It's really unfortunate when it does that. It's really unfortunate that there is some. I'm sure some developers out there working at X or any of these companies, because I've been one, who says, "Hey, why don't we put a filter system in? That's more than what we currently have." Yes, it can say cryptocurrency or whatever, but we need to have more specifics. I want to be able to give a time range, or I want to be able to give the most popular tweets of the day, or whatever it may be. And many times these people's ideas are shot down because there are other more prudent, or perhaps more pending tasks that they have to us. But at the end of the day, it makes for a poor user experience. And I completely understand what Alberto's saying with the lack of engagement that you get. If you do get anything, it's many times just some random bot that is just uploading your things. If you ever look at the messages that you have that are like the not verified messages or whatever, it's literally just a list of like OnlyFans bots, and that's a poor user experience. Nobody wants to be on a website where they feel like they are not necessarily being valued, or their hard work isn't being valued. So I wanted to say that I certainly, Jeff, with what you're saying and the difficulties of finding the position, and then also Alberto with what you're saying and the lack of engagement that you get on quality posts. Even you, somebody who has probably a top 1% account on X with 40,000 followers or whatever, you finding that having 4 times the amount of followers in 2026 is less than you had when you had 10,000 followers in 2016. Is that not correct?
Letters, to send out the letters to all the different communities. So and so actually as I was up in the mission. So this is what I don't like this. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi, how we execute this at the moment. Okay, we're going to turn out about it. Turn out about it. Whatever, I bet you can have plus up. Now, it's interesting to say because clearly, once you see this as a nominated, it's not just that we execute it, but there is this thing of this publicity to it, where people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. By the way, there are 4 other situations, 4 situations where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but public announcement has to be made. However, number one, Monday exists. racism, the one who goes out and incites others, then Solar Imora, Zucking Mame, and Abru Solomon. Interesting, all of these four main hakras that we announce this. Rashi says that the hakraza only means the things that are Shabbat Abarazi, and it means as happy. They go around, so-and-so executed because he wanted to be like, and all of this in training, all this good, the public example, like the Shri policy. It's like couldn't see the Kolam, the Holy Israel. So ultimately, again, I'm sorry, Kolam. So like all of these situations, because the Kolam, the entire nation, will see. Interestingly enough, the whole suburb is only the Holy Israel, and it's only the Sirvanish Harim. The Lord came and the Holy Israel, with the Sahadu Sasai. This is interestingly enough, by the Zoning, the Russian is behind the Harim. Those who are left over, I don't really know. Why doesn't the group seem expensive Russian ultimately there's color on the police? What's the reason? The reason is because like Avis, not everyone is fit for Avis. Avis is always the one who is alive. But then also there's so many things a person gambles. They can't do Avis, right? Person who is not doing it can't go see Avis, can't do Avis. So because Avis itself is not open to the general public, therefore it is public admonition of its own self doesn't have to be all that. It's not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, because it's like beautiful Kumar Mishnah. From the father was saying, very cold Mishnah, great. Mishnah, Navi Shakar, next time is Kain Mishnah. Navi Shakar, okay? So what is he? And it's Navi Mashalo Shamar, the Mashalo Ne'emalo. So what's the Navi Shakar? So in a couple of different examples of this. Number one would be a person who prophesies something that he did not hear. Okay? Or something that is not said to him. And let's say an interesting representation. So let's say it goes, I'm standing there in front of Jewish, and a lot of stuff actually is Jewish. So what happens? My phone gets Nebuah, people better. Many people think you get Nebuah Jewish, right? So she's like a Jewish, suddenly they're getting the prophesy for my father, right? So what happens? I'm standing next to you, guys. You may get Nebuah. Now, it happens to be, it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? The case number one is, I prophesy something that the prophet did not say. Case number two, they don't give my friend the Nebuah. I heard how that happened, right? I heard the Nebuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to do. That's not my prophecy to do. That also falls under the category under the umbrella of Rabbi Shaka. Because in these cases, he's sucking the other. So he's individual like Rabbi Shaka is executed in by point. About a pleasure just with also. So this is fascinating. College just knew also someone who receives the law or refuses to share it. Like college means to count or something. So receives the law and refuses to share it.
To give you an idea of how little X or many of these platforms, small creators, their account that I use to live stream on video 24/7 for more than 365 straight days on X Spaces. And that account literally was a video account, and the name of the space that I would use was like very like it was like open space. It was cryptocurrency, and the word NFT in it. I mean, it had a lot of big keywords. And to just give you an idea, I started with around 0 followers, of course, and it by the end of the 365 days at 31 followers. So that gives you an idea. Wow, if you did a space 24 hours a day on video and with minimal interaction, X isn't going to boost you and nobody's going to see it, even though you could always be there. I know another person who is on YouTube who streams 24/7 on one of their accounts, and they have gotten about 330 followers in 365 days. Like one follower a day is what you're going to average if you either don't network or don't. I'm not saying that there's a lack of networking, but like basically if you don't have anybody who's promoting you, or you're not going into other spaces and just doing follow for follows or whatever it may be, I think we all know that the game is rigged, and we're doing everything that we can to just survive. Like Alberto's saying, like just fortunate not to have lost this account. I feel the same way. Jeff, I know that you were like, hey, I had an account. I have trouble creating new accounts. I had this account from 2013. And unfortunately, it's been so far so good. And with that, my friends, I've got some people on my Discord who have been waiting very patiently to be able to speak with me. So I want you to know how much I really just generally appreciate the ability to speak with you and to miss who was here earlier, and appreciate the ability to just be able to vent some frustrations that I have over the property with you all. And if I can ever be of any benefit to you, I've followed you both, and I know you guys are following me. Feel free to reach out and do everything that I can to help you. And thank you so much for the opportunity to meet you. Thank you again, and I will do that in due time. Thank you. Take care. All right. Thank you so much. Quick scope for your patience. How are you, my friend? Well, thank God. Just living life. Did you find me in a Discord, or did you search for me in a Discord? Oh, excellent. Okay, that's where I was getting to. Okay, so you're looking for a Jewish server? Are you in Jewish Guild? Are you in Jewish Guild? Okay, good. Because I'm live in there too. Go ahead. Yes, sure. Orthodox is the only way to go. We in the Orthodox community would still not consider you Jewish if you had a Reformed conversion. So you want to be seen as a Jew by all Jews, right? Yes. Exactly. So a Reformed conversion and a conservative conversion would both be seen as a waste of your time in the Orthodox world. And that means you need an Orthodox conversion, which is fine. So, do you want me to walk you through that process? Yes. Okay, yes, so that's most likely an Orthodox rabbi. Did he mention the phrase based in or baked into you? Okay, so that means house of judgment. Essentially, it's a panel of 3 rabbis who will help guide you through the process to check and sound. Yes, you will need to live in an Orthodox community. Is there an Orthodox community in the place where you live?
As far as I know, there's only like one small area that might be I'm not really sure. I would imagine so. There's a yeshiva in the city limits, but it's got like a relative. It seems like a I really can't say for certain.
Okay, so what this rabbi would probably say to you is get you in touch with the rabbi in your local area or advise that you do so. And it depends. Even the communities convert. Most, but some do not. Some say go to a bigger city or live amongst a larger community. Just depends, but many are welcoming as well. But what it's going to consist of is basically 1 to 2 years of study. You're going to have to attend shul, which means you have to walk to shul at least each week. You can't work on Shabbat, so that's sundown on Friday or approximately sundown on Saturday. It can mean up to 13 days that you'll need to take off for holidays. It will consist of perhaps changing your dress, certainly changing your eating habits, so it means keeping kosher. Are you familiar with that term and what that involves?
Yeah. I actually heard starting those kinds of processes. I've been observing Shabbat for a while now. I don't eat pork, things like that. I'm not like perfectly down kosher.
Certainly, no, I understand that. It means that basically you're not going to be able to eat at restaurants, aside from a very few. So that means no fast food. There are some places like Baskin Robbins and Krispy Kreme, but aside from that, chain restaurants are going to be out the door for food. Now, coffee and things like that, there are some differences, but just making sure you're aware of that. It's also going to mean and shellfish as well. So that's going to be up to there. It also involves something known as Shomer Negia, basically not touching the opposite sex. You're going to be in a. Are you a single person? Okay. Yeah, no, it helps a lot. So that means you won't be dating for the next couple of years or so. It means attendance in classes, so both Chumash, which is Torah, and perhaps Gemara, which is Talmud, multiple times a week. It may consist of some Hebrew, depending on the community. And the big three things are Shabbat, keeping kosher, and Shomer Negia, family purity. Usually is there are more complicated issues for a woman, but less for a man. And then the big one is probably you either have to move to that section of your town where there is a yeshiva, and yeshiva doesn't matter, but it's where the shul is, the synagogue, or you're going to have to move to a larger city that accepts converts. So, with that said, are you near a larger city? If they were to tell you you need to move to a larger city?
I could easily.
Okay. Okay, and are you employed? Okay. And is it something that you could change your job to go somewhere else?
It's actually a job that I can quite.
Excellent. So it's like remote.
It's not. I don't want to get too much away. You probably you might a good road.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's that aspect too. There's an expectation that you're going to be able to provide for not just yourself, but for a family. And so there may be the idea that I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but let's say you were doing like a an on-demand job, as they say. That might not be considered to be a suitable position for you. So you may need to get a more just a higher paying job. And so I want to you for you to be aware of that. You're going to have the expectation that once you convert, to very soon thereafter, find a woman, get married, have children, and that's all very expensive. So there's going to be the expectation that you're going to be able to provide for yourself and provide for a family. And generally, some jobs, aren't. It's just depending. You're not going to be able to do. But do you have education or any type of job experience?
I don't have a lot of job experience, but I do have like some certification and education. So I think I'm coming there.
Okay.
The other thing too, in terms of the programs, is there's not help people that are like you're my careers.
Most of them, so a base then is going to basically interview you. You'll send your application. If you're accepted, you'll have a date to perhaps meet with the of the base din, the head of the base din, and you'll say, basically, Rabbi so-and-so recommended that I speak with you all about my conversion. I'm heartfelt over this. You're going to have more difficulty as a man being accepted into the program. We don't just accept every off the street. Say that, hey, this is what I'm currently doing as a job, but I'm working towards whatever it is, whatever your goal is. And they may say, get that goal and then come back to us, or they may say, it's fine, we'll work it out. They're going to ask you, do you live in the community? That's an important question they're going to ask you. They're going to ask you, do you walk to shul every week? They're going to ask you, and some of these aren't issues, but if you do get a full-time normal position, are you able to take off all the holidays? Usually in your first year or two, you don't have enough time off, depending on the year and when the holidays fall, to be able to celebrate all the holidays, and you can't work. So you may have to ask for unpaid leave or work something out with your employer. But usually employers, especially for religious issues, are more lenient on these types of requests. And then are you circumcised?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a definite advantage. You still will need a bris, so there'll be a ceremonial pinprick of blood towards the end of the process, and then you will have a mikvah date, and you'll meet with the base din at the mikvah. Generally, you will submerge in the mikvah. And then once you exit, you're a Jew, and you will be seen as a Jew in all of the eyes of Israel. There really is no difference between a Jew from birth and a converted person, what we call a Jew by choice. But the only real relevant issue is that you're not able to you're not basically, in terms of, if you were ever having any kind of disagreement, you aren't able with a Jew from birth, you aren't able to testify against them. So converts aren't able to testify against Jews from birth, and there might be some minor things like you might not be able to be the president of your shul. Many times shuls don't allow converts to be, but in terms of marrying a Jewish woman, you would be able to. Raise a Jewish family, you'd be able to. Perhaps immigrate to Israel, you'd be able to. Perhaps that's a process in itself. But and it's going to cost some money. So usually, shul dues are anywhere between $1,000 and $3,000 a year. This is on top of that, books on top of that, and the food and stuff. Food's much more expensive. Kosher food is much more expensive. I don't want to say much more expensive, but to give you an idea, to price it out, I think if like my local kosher butcher, a roasted chicken is like $13, and you get the same size at like Costco for $5. So to give you some idea, you may say, why is it so much more expensive? There's a process to it. Essentially, the way that it's slaughtered, absolutely. And but other things that you absolutely other things that you would have to be aware of, things like certainly driving on Shabbat, those kinds of things you can't do. You would have to.
That's something I've already done.
Okay.
It's just like synagogue and they're cool with it. There's a lot of other fellows that are driving to synagogue. I drive to it on Shabbat. So that's something I gotta adjust to.
Is it Orthodox?
No, it's conservative.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, as I understand, conservative, they don't walk it. They're allowed to drive on Shabbat. I mean, they shouldn't be as Jews, but within their understanding, they don't walk to shul conservative in the conservative community. So shouldn't everybody be driving? Okay. All right. I mean, I don't really interact with conservative all that much, and certainly not with some. There are some people who I do know who were born into Orthodox families and may live like that, but and, and some there's a phrase called conservadox, so people who kind of play both sides, some Orthodox and conservative. I generally stay away from that. But hardline Orthodoxy, you will avoid, you're prohibited from driving. Yeah, and on holidays. But I mean, aside from that, I wish you the best with your process. If you need help, any advice or anything, I'm here for you. I stream my life 24/7. Absolutely. So I'm always in here if you need help. Generally, I do other things outside of this is my bed, but if I may ask, why do you want to become Jewish?
Look at all these hundreds of guys.
It's because he was Bible, and I feel at home at synagogue, specifically during Shabbat, having Shabbat, so there's something that I feel like it's right.
Okay, and if this rabbi who you're meeting with says, okay, you already feel at home, why change a good thing? Why not convert to conservative Judaism?
Because I'll say this, Chabad, they don't know.
Right, but you're not in Chabad community.
No, Well, that's correct. That's what I was going to say.
Oh, hold on. Well, wait. That's not conservative. Don't call it conservative. That's Hasidic. Yeah, don't call that a conservative community. No. Okay. So now I understand why you said people are adverse to driving. I completely understand that. But if you were talking about conservative Judaism, which is a denomination of Judaism, like everybody drives that. They don't have they don't consider themselves to have the prohibition. Okay, so you're gonna okay, great. Well, yeah. So you're not gonna be able to convert in that community. Is there a Litvish or yeshiva? What's just like centrist Orthodox community outside of Chabad near you?
Yeah, that's why I'm so and the yeshiva area near me is pretty
yeah, they wouldn't be good. Yeah, so basically, to give you just an understanding, Orthodoxy in general terms, you have modern Orthodox, and then generally the Hasidic world. And modern Orthodoxy is probably where you'll find a conversion program. The Chabad is okay with you coming on Shabbat?
Yeah, they want me there.
Okay, how long have you been attending?
I've only gone 3 weeks, but they know me like by name.
And they know that you're non-Jewish.
They know my mom. Yeah, they know my mom's Russian.
Okay. Well, you've got what you need, which is a meeting with your local Orthodox rabbi, and he will give you the information that you need. And if you have questions about the process or you want to update me, feel free. I'm here for you. And absolutely. If there's anything else I can do for you, okay?
Yeah, I will. Thank you for the talk. I'll definitely take all that into consideration.
You as well. And one last thing, just remember, don't call Chabad conservative. They're Hasidic, yes, and they're Orthodox. Absolutely. Yeah. Excellent. Hey, just before you go, just so you get the spectrum, just of Judaism. So on the far conservative end, like you're saying, you've got the Hasidic dynasties. There are more than just Chabad. There's Breslov and there's Satmar. These are basically communities that connect or trace their founding to a certain rabbi, generally going back to the 18th century or so. Okay. And then you have a little more generally liberal versions, but still Orthodox. You have centrist Orthodoxy, and then modern Orthodoxy. Generally, these are sometimes many times interwoven with the people there. And you even, I'm a member of Sherman Oaks, California. There are some people who kind of float in multiple of these different Orthodox realms. Okay, but that's Orthodox. Then that means that no driving on Shabbat, keeping kosher, all this stuff. Okay. Then you've got conservative Judaism, which is frankly Orthodox standards is not considered Judaism. The people who go there, many of them are considered Jews, but their doctrine is not mainstream Orthodox doctrine. So there's conservative And that is, so to give you an idea, about only 10% of Jews are Orthodox. About 30% or so of people who practice actually go to some type of building, let's say once a week, a synagogue. You've got about 30% that are conservative, and then about 60% are reform, and that's the far more liberal. And then actually there are some other types of Judaism. There's Reconstructionist Judaism, which you'd be considered perhaps a Reconstructionist Jew right now because you have your father's ethnic background, but that isn't considered Jewish within. Absolutely, that's why I want you to be aware of this. So anyone who basically has any kind of Jewish ancestry and qualify to some extent to be a Reconstructionist Jew. This is less than 5% of people of at least we'll say Jews in America. Then you also have humanist Jews. There are some humanist Jewish organizations which are Jewish, but really, really liberal, but still have respectable doctrines. So I don't want to say that everybody who's not Orthodox does not have good ideas. I would say I empathize more with many humanist beliefs than I do conservative or reform. And Reconstructionist as well. I think that there are some good aspects of that. So basically what I'm saying is there are a lot of Orthodox people who empathize more with humanists and Reconstructionists than we do conservative or reform. Okay, with that being said, then you have secular Jews, which is another 50% of Jews that I didn't include in the other section, who don't attend shul or synagogue of any kind, and just because of their ancestry, consider themselves to be Jews. And so I did want you to just be aware that we're only talking about like 10% of all Jews, but you are already taxing them, depending on how Reconstructionism generally, though, within their belief system, you'd be considered a Reconstructionist Jew if you started attending and connecting with all of what they do. But if you want to be considered Jewish, all Jews in Orthodox conversion is what you need. So with that, I did want to explain that, and take care, and God willing, in 2 years or so, you'll be getting your first Aliyah. Which is what you're called. Absolutely, you take care of it.
Yes, distracted. Right? I'm on task, and I get distracted. It's not talking. I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do everything. I'm like, just get distracted. And suddenly, I'm up. So when I come like the whole sort of resources, when you start something, just don't get distracted, because once you get distracted, that's usually we're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what's another thing over here? This story, it's an actual story, it's not a metaphor, it's an actual story. But the metaphor does this so bad. The Torah says, never machine. Don't go to eat. Don't get distracted. Don't do anything. Just stay focused on your task. Anybody gets distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. So just remember, everybody will know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get that on task, what happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You lost the momentum. You see, I also, for example, even by learning. Right? By learning, there's this sort of learning with Cephas. Right? What do you learn with Cephas? To learn for a certain amount of time, I'm distracted. Right? Even 5 minutes of learning with Cephas is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. It's just lives. Because what happens, like, I'm learning, and then I'm learning, and then I'm here, I'm learning, and then I'm this, and stuff. And at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there. And it's something like, it's not all this Hashem. It's not all this Hashem. What he wants us is, be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get consumed by a lion. Such a reality. So, talk about going to get this stuff. I could just say, so low. So listen to this. Person goes ahead and he holds this prophecy, he gets Malchus. Gets Malchus, Amalei, mind the upper coming, the Arba Lucky. And what's it? This is the Talmudic expression. What it means, one who eats dates out of the basket should be a Malchus. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of the basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression, it's not very right there. Right? It's an expression that seems like, what do you do? What wasn't I here? You know, I'm not asking over here about what a person did wrong if they withhold their prophecy. The what really asking is, how is anyone going to know? Right there, so you have Navi A, right? The Navi A withholds his prophecy. Well, okay, how exactly does anyone know that he withheld his prophecy? So you must say, my Master Day, who's giving him Masterah? I'm Rabbi Chavi Levi. I'm sorry, I'm Rabbi Chavi Levi. So I'm Rabbi B'Tzik Kilo Nasa Shemur Kim Davar Kim Davar Sazal. So who's going to know his fellow prophecies? This is what we said before. And this is interesting, that apparently prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person can basically, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have another who withheld prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they'll know if a particular Rabbi is shared. Okay? If you're not Hadri Day, so that's usually well, maybe this part will retract it. Maybe the able to normally change the mind, since we changed the mind. When you see the Hadri Day, again, it's possible sometimes changes with us, and what? He wouldn't form the interview as well. The high Yonah, the Hadji, 1 second. By Yonah's Yonah, after the spark, he changed his mind, and he didn't quite do it. Remember again, Yonah's find everybody else for spark is not good. His spark would not go ahead and give him any to which he says no. Yonah, mean they that Pakas, this is very good. The Russian of Yonah said, but going no, excuse me, the mean they that Pakas. Now, what does that Pakas mean? What does it mean? Turned over. Turned over just meant in 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in your day. The change can be, they can all become the people as Bali Chilo, or the change can be the city going to be destroyed. So in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Amalei, Ilu lo yada, Ilu tova, Ilu la. Again, it was an ultimate. Again, I'm going to say this is incredible. I actually point out, part of the reason ultimately why we read Sefer Yonah in different is the paradigmatic story of Tshuva. It's also a paradigmatic story in the metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. As Rabbi says to me today, I've gotten one thing in their pockets. What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As much as the Rabbi knows what we're going to do, how we're going to do it here for us. Our lives are this open-ended, choosing-oriented adventure type of nuts. In another 40 days, the city is going to be overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, person you're going to become, it's up to you. Okay, so we'll say, so ultimately again, one is the words of the Rabbi. So we'll say, so here's what's interesting. Now, if the Rabbi says something, and Taylor is Rabbi, right? So someone says, sing the name of God, right? This, right? How do I know that he's a Rabbi, but I have to answer him? That I have to listen to him. Everybody else, he gives a sign. Rabbi said, we'll say again, you got to prove like your Rabbi credentials, right? So you can't just run with his own Rabbi. You got to prove it in some way. So he goes, the Hamicha, the Lord Yahweh, also Irish, and the Lord didn't give us, he didn't give a sign. And then people are punished not adhering to his, or not heeding his Nivra. They have the looks of shame, not different. And listen, another doesn't have to give an oath every single time he says in his Dua. Rather than saying, right? Once you have another who's a muksa, what muksa mean? He's a Navi. He's a Navi. Okay, so once you know he's a Navi, obviously going to listen to his word. We'll say easy. You know this. You don't think about this. If you don't say this, Avram Bahara Maria, Hecha Shamala Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right? So again, when Avram says Yitzchak, I'm going to shock you. Yitzchak should have said, The old man's lost it, right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why was he stuck with his father? Because he knew his father was a prophet. Right? So he was just, and he needs to say, hey, you start a little bit, and maybe we'll go to a conversation with God. So this little something that he wants when he's out speaking in the but if you notice how there's no dialogue. Adam says it, and he's stuck. This is why is Adam with Musa. Adam is Musa doesn't. Furthermore, again, this. No, but I can't know. Maybe some color, but up this shit. What's it? This was the obvious showdown to Ilio, and then we have remember the story? Everybody goes off and goes off. And there's a few of this showdown. Whoever really follows God from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happened? Remember again, because we never said we about finding out what series of all kinds of crazy stuff. Right in the symmetries. First of all, on top of his altar, right above his altar, and all of that, what does he do? Fire comes up from heaven to consumes all people. This is beautiful. I took his own word project. There's a few these stuff, but also outside of the Mishnah. And so what's happening with this? So how do you these speakers? Well, again, trouble is. Now I know. I don't go deep to the notes. Everyone say, what do you see there? You know what it says? You never ever hate of the section. No. It's a prophet. It's established. It's protected credentials. You don't know that because it always has to do with the better. You know, trust your next story is, right? You know what you're about. What happened in the next time? Well, we start worshiping God. Okay? This is what we already do to escape the host university. How are they able to stretch the coast? And this shows also gives rise to a very important story, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create a miracle. Miracles don't create a miracle. They don't. Again, listen, this passage Spanish also applies to everything that has seen us. And what happened, they really go to more than that. Miracles don't work. How many do you think? How many missiles are fired from Iran? How many missiles are fired from Iran and not one hit? Miracles are fireworks. They don't have to do like fireworks. What happens? Yeah, they do some of the stuff in 4th of July, 5, 6, That's my fault. You know what? I'm just going to become a better person. Whatever is a better citizen, whatever it is. What happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining. You see all the videos, and it's just going on. It's entertaining. What happens? People just go like, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from effort. Change comes ultimately from putting in the effort. Miracles are beautiful, and it can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect the progress of organization. That only comes from the inglorious work in in and in out. Incredible. I love the Bible. We should push the second meeting right to it. But it says, but yeah, I also it's now part of that ain't not really good. It's like I just like this week just ridiculous do it. So watch this. Kiva. But it's not that we actually happen to do it, but Adam did not need to do Adam did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was Moksa. So because of the Akiva, he had going on. Another king says, Adam, after mine. After what? It says it was after these things that Hashem Kashem, this is the Akiva. So after after the words of the Sabbath, what did the Sabbath say? It said, Vayibra Hayel Vayibra. The passage said, Yitzchak, exactly what Yitzchak, the boy got up and he was bleeding. He grew up and he was bleeding. Now there he was a big super for bleeding. Omar said to the prophet, the something said to Hashem, you go to all of them. Something's that. So he is suffering the first one, so he's starting like this old man. So Hanan for you know, Shana, we back then, so he gave him a child that he's 1 years old. You don't think it's also a higher point, so at the last minute, So such and such and he gave his own man so much. And all these things that whenever you up on your cup, you will never know that future. A total God, nothing. A little bit of nothing. I'm going to throw myself out of the shit out. It's not just like everything happened to be for his son. And then the overloads of it is being called to the finite. God says, I would tell Adam to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Second, so he's going to ask Adam to give him his own son, he would do it. Not that a king says Adam. And the influence of Hashem has to happen. So much of this is interesting. So you might see that understand the activity Genesis and the activity of this conversation between the Shmarku by himself, and now not finished. By the way, that's the Hashem said, Adam, he is pleased. So he's fucking up the one. I'm going to show you the Abba. Even if you don't have a Russian Bakasha. Now, no, he's a request. It's a request. So listen to this. You know, it says, much of us shall go on the first house. So what is for the direction? It will be there for people who reach many years. That's a person with many partners. And a lot of that. The next one, and this king to like, you know, like the guy with the road guy who's born there. He was like, he's responsible for these victims. Remember, I love your fellow cousin. The king is faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. I'm going to entrust to his most valuable soldier with a question of peace. I'm no able to come soon. Stand strong, be victorious in this battle. Shall the women show us any fire of knowledge? Because if you don't prepare in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? Take over all the previous victories. But if you stand so mystical, intense and battle, not only have victory here, but it's to make the previous victories as well. Fail here, and you erase all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything that's been before. I have a good thought for all of the other people. So that brings up Abba. We see of the common of serious. And giving many tests over the years. The amount of the cool, and you be successful in all of them. Shut a no using the sellers and Lord asking you, please be successful in this battle as well. Should I warn you, only the management show you. That people should not say that there is no merit to the previous test. So this is a fascinating, what does this mean? First of all, there's a tremendous study of human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. But people, right, if you fail someone, generally human nature is that what is very failure right now, and the races all of the things that came before. This is the basic. So if the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the successes in past battles, what does it mean? What was responsible for being here? So he's a beautiful idea of success. He says in the quote to you, he says, a son service. His last time of reading, dispatched to Torah comforts sheesh with Yisrael, with his scabbard alcohol and soul. With every single one of the service that he did is, he embedded another color in the DNA of Klal Yisrael. Everything was our father. And every test that he succeeded, every son that we ever gave, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akedas Yitzchak represent? He says, Akedas Yitzchak represent, at the end of the day, Kora Meriva Shamasias Nefesh. What Akedas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to give everything for God. I'm not going to only demonstrate a willingness to give himself. This is a good man. A willingness to give his child. And representing the equivalent of a willingness to give anything and everything for the Rebbe Shalom. And the response which should be up like the needs of all the video says, you need to pass this. Do you want to need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this core within the spiritual DNA of Klal Yisrael. If you go to Hallelujah and you take your son and you live to offer him as a carbon, but you're embedded in Klal Yisrael's the cost and the ability to do anything and everything for our Kodesh Baruch. And that's what Kodesh Baruch says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then we're trying to be the people of the ship. And I will say, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, I'm going to be passing this test as we know, and he regrets people else to come to say, listen, we're living to talk like this. We're living in times of incredible Messias Nefesh. And I think it was like you hear stories of dramatic spiritual heroism. I also see organized striking pictures that I saw coming from a photo and these little girls dressed up as a brown burger. Dressed up as a brown burger. I thought we should worship every single night. I know that's in giant moments. You know, I want to represent. She represents this incredible talk. It's called the Shabbos, it's called the Music, it's called and it's called where you come from. Where does that come from? Where that girl? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get Yahweh? Comes over. And Abby was willing to go and see everything correctly as possible. That was our spiritual DNA. The ability and the willingness to do the same. We have the responses to your peace. So it's a shaker. You have to pass the step. It's not failure. Strength you want to set, strength you want to master for this new. This is strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children. And the strength that you're going to access throughout the ages. Because Abraham was successful. And this was Messiah to give us the clock to be successful. And I'm so successful. I realize that tremendous, right? Again, much again, also a lot of these people receive a lot of characteristics so tremendous together of us. Everyone.
So I already came, and then my friend came, and she's like, I always want to do this thing on roast pig or something. I talked about this.
I know. Fine. And all these guys is out somehow.
It really wasn't as hard as I could have been. She wasn't really roast pig.
All right, fellas, like, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a good Shabbat. Baruch Hashem. Begin the week. Journey up to Pesach from Eretz Hashem. I brought Alinu Latova with a new daf from Eretz Hashem. Beautiful daf, really. Actually, I want to give you coming instructions this week. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. So good. It should be illegal. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's campaign. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey. The Chosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds as a zechus for Besaros Tovos from Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and Yisrael Zevon Livracha. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sadhu the families in Yechama, all of those who need refuge, travel to the cold Chole Israel. Shmuel Hashem Hashem bring home all of our hostages and allow all the soldiers to be successful but all of Maaseh Yedei. Let's do that. That'll be today's pay test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. The Mishnah says as follows. Aim here. Hopefully you did your homework. Rabbi Esther assigned some homework last night at the Hemshir. If I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, and plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible ahead of us this week. It's a very long path ahead of us as well. So, got to give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on Peites 89a. Imam Yisanosa. Supposed this minute again, we are still on the incredible sugya of Zaki Mamre. Same in Yisanosa. Lower Bezin should be Yerov, Lower Bezin should be Yafin. So remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when a Zaki Mamre is put to death, what type of machloks now when it comes to execution of the Zaki Mamre, so the Mishnah says, you do not execute him in the Beis Din in this city, nor do we execute him in the Beis Din in Yavne. By the way, what's the Beis Din in Yavne? So look at Rashi. Rashi is about 200 Initially, the Beis Din shel Lishkas Hagazis. Barmu lahem, the Chazir le'ira, the Shah Yamim, ad shegosa Sanhedrin Gidova li'yavne. V'adayin abayis kayim. Yachar came over to the Tefillah in a mitzvah of Yavne. So interestingly enough, Yavne was one of the locations that the Israelites was exiled. So what the Mishnah says is like this. In order to go ahead and execute the Zaki Mamre, the Sanhedrin has to be situated in the Hagazis in the chamber of his stone in the base of which compound. So if the Lishka is not sitting in its place, even if the base of which is You can't execute the second mamre. Ella, Maldin also based on another Shamayim. We do second mamre up to the base of the high court in Shamayim. And the Shamin also ad haregel, and the Nisan also beregel. So what we do is we incarcerate them. They're going to hold themselves until the next upcoming regel. The next upcoming Yom Tif, one of the regalim, Pesach, Shavuos, Sukkot. What's it going to bring out? How incredible is this? Remember again, this is the first daf, the first post-Torah daf. And what does it make reference to? The regalim. The regalim. Right? Everyone's on a journey. Everyone non-mission is like, we're always journeying to something else. That's the beauty of the Jew, right? The Jew is never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards something next thing. So Purim is now behind us. We're not yet completely residents of Yerushalayim. So again, the rest of Klal Yisrael, Purim's a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something new like in front of us. Pesach is head. So according to the first reading, the Mishnah will see, they keep the second mamre in a holding cell up until the next regal, up until the next Yom Tov. And when we execute him, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why? Shene'emar v'chala'av yishmu'u v'yirau v'lo yizidu of the Rabbi Akiva. Because the pasuk says literally, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and they will not following the footsteps. This is what Rabbi gives. What he says is like this. You got to people have to see this. People have to understand that there has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing, see this by cell phones, so people see certain things, it has a relation. So when Kiva says, the Davka don't execute until the regalim, so that should become public spectacle. And Yehuda says no. Even animals, Pino Shazah. So Rabbi Yehuda says no. We do not delay judgment. In other words, there's absolutely no need to do that. Also so what we do is we execute immediately because then the shulchan shluchim the chomos. And what do we do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that Miguel Rice needs some element of publicity in this. So according to Rabbi Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding it until the regal and then executing it again on the regal. Rabbi Yehuda says no. We don't do that. We'll say, Ima Anyas has given me, we do not corrupt judgment. Somebody's violates the penalty. You execute it. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters. To all the communities saying, Ish Kohen is Chai Misa Bezdin. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. So we'll say about how we go ahead, or I should say, when we go ahead and execute the Havana. Let's analyze. Even recent also, global basin should be which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. He writes as follows. In the Mitzvah also, global basin, we don't execute second numbers, local basin. Global basin should be Yavne, not even in the basin Yavne. Once again, basin in Yavne is where the Sanhedrin itself is exiled to. Ella, Malad also the base of Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what we're doing is something that made off to the high court of Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim also ad haregel. And we wait to be holding, like holding the holy cell up until Yom Tov. And we miss it also beregel. And we execute them on Yom Tov. Shneimar v'chala'am yishmu'u v'yirau divrei Rabbi Akiva. The pasuk says everyone will hear and we will fear. We will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is dashing with the chol ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can hear like this? When Klal Yisrael is assembled in Yerushalayim to the regal, Rabbi Yehuda, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? Because Rabbi Akiva is making this about that people should see the second mamre executed. Rabbi Yehuda says, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. So essentially, again, Rabbi Yehuda says, as long as people hear about it, they don't need to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? And I will say that it's interesting that Rabbi Yehuda understands this to be like innovating, the corruption of the din. It's interesting to something like, life is, I was making a little bit of like every child has stuff that their parents will always say over and over and over. So my parents would do a joke at the lunch room. I always try to tell my kids is whatever is going on in life, lean into it. Just lean into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just lean into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstance is, just lean into it, and just go. You're going to be great, you're going to be fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. The greatest thing is that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm waiting for the. I know it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. Sometimes in life it's not. That's one level of anxiety. But then I know what is going to happen. So it's always going to be. This is why don't you do this to this person? I got it. He's going to be executed. He's like a man, right? So you got to execute him. Definitely have to execute him. But why would you delay it? What's the point of this? We've seen these motifs before that. Even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rahmanis. Now, to the world, that might sound like a little bit of a contradiction, but what you understand is that sometimes you have to do difficult things, and difficult things have to be done with Rahmanis as well. So, the second moment, okay, he bought his ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay? Just need to let get it over with, and that's it. So, Rabbi, the other movies know somebody, I get close to the shelf and the whole Makom, Ish Proni was highly celebrated. And again, so how do we fulfill the publicity piece? Write letters, send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So and so is executed as a second member. So we'll say, so this is the final focus. Rabbi Akiva and how to execute this army. Okay, incredible. So we'll say, let's go back to Shana. Now, because clearly, you see what the second memory is, it's not just that we execute. But there is this din of this publicity to it. That people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You notice, by the way, there are four situations where, in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Hamesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Ben Sorer Umo. Zakre and Aiden. Interesting. All of these four laws that they need announcements. Rashi says over here, Raza, Floni Mace the Bezin of Avra Razu, Kede Lirdos at Hafir. So literally, Bez will announce so and so is executed because of the Ladero, and all of this is done in order to create a public example that people shouldn't follow suit. It says, Kuluk Sebu, the Chava'an, the Chol Yisrael. So ultimately, again, the Chava'an. So like all of these situations, this is the Chava'an, the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, the Chol Yisrael be'edim zomin. The Chol Yisrael be'edim zomin k'sev ha'nisharim v'lo kuli amo chazul esudasa. Let me sahadusa, sorry. So it says, interestingly enough, be'edim zomin, the Lashon is b'ha'nisharim. Those who are left over, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive Lashon ultimately again as Kol Ha'am Chol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Eidos, not everyone is fit for Eidos. Eidos is always more limited pool. Why? Because there are certain locations. A person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Eidos, right? A person commits an Avera, can't do Eidos. So because Eidos itself is not open for the public, therefore, again, the public admission of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweet. Okay, that was like beautiful Gemara Mishnah. So we eat 12 and suddenly we go the whole Mishnah, the whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker, Navi Ashek. So next guy is Chaim Misa. Navi Sheker, okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emar. So we'll say, so what's the Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. One could be a person who prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That wasn't. He doesn't say it's not said to him. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. a lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people can get Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly, again, you're emphasizing for God's problem son. So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Reuven. Reuven gets Nebuah. Now it happens to be, it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number one is I prophesied something that was probably did not say. Case number two, the Rebbe gave my friend Nebuah. I heard right? I heard the Nebuah and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Rabbi Shaka. In these cases, so these individuals, right, the Rabbi Shaka is executed in by court. Aval Kodesh is Nebuah also. So I'll say this is translated. Kodesh is Nebuah also is someone who receives Nebuah or refuses to share it. Like Kodesh means like the or something. So receive Nebuah and refuse to share it. Or one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of the Navi. The Navi Sha'ava al or a Navi who receives Nebuah but violates the only blood that he received. So all of these cases, all these individuals, again, death at the hands of heaven. Death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shneimar, Anochi Adrosh Medina. I'm established B'Shem of all those Kochavim. Okay, I'm also going to get all these pieces. I'm established B'Shem of all those Kochavim. If somebody prophesizes in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and whatever, so Omer Kaf, Omer Avodah Kochavim. And again, the person says, little again, this is what the Avodah Kochavim says. Even if what? Even if what is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling a fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. Haba al-ish, a person is adultery, kevan shenifnus al-shas abal nisrun, abapish no nivala. Haba al-ha ha-rezeh. So again, if a man has a relationship with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had irisin and not nisun, or they just got married and nisun, but again, they did not yet live together, the halacha is, Boel, the adulterer, is punished by chenek. If someone made bas kohen of Allah, so ultimately, again, it wasn't excused, remember, a bas kohen commits adultery, what's her din? Sreifa. Remember, again, that's unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to anything. Right? When witnesses testify falsely about her, Shekal Muslim, Makimim La'osim. He said, listen, Zoe, that's Kohen Ubal. In general, again, they works with Asian Germans. We get a typical punishment. Basis and Lokasha Zavod. The exception to this is, even if someone will buy a bas Kohen, she gets Sreifa, but they, and what is the adulterer, will get Chana. Okay, incredible. Says, suppose that's how it was. Says the Gemara. So there are three, these are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them, again, are killed by a corpse, and three of them is the Shemayim. Okay, so what are they? Hamisnade Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emar Lo. So ultimately, again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, I should say, he espoused a prophecy that was not said. Essentially, they're inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of a right? So a person is inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. Or, I'm Isnavi B'Shem of all those Kochavim, right? Isnavi B'Shem of all those Kochavim, or a person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the halacha is Misasan B'Dei Adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKodesh has lived also, and Nabi will receive it, but does not share it. And the Ba'at of Divrei Nabi, if somebody disregards the words of the Nabi, the Nabi Sha'ava al Divrei Atzma, or Nabi who disregards his own prophecy, Misasa B'Dei Shamayim. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. You know, it's interesting to note this idea. Misnada Mashal Shama, I understand why if somebody prophesies, this person says, I received the word from Hashem, give over information I did not receive. I understand why there's a chiyuv misa. Right? It makes sense. It makes sense. You're inventing prophecy. But I will say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a chiyuv misa? Like that's, I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, we'll see the consequences. See why it is. But ethically, it's the worst of they were a person commit in life trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah in life is never to be someone else. The avodah is the best version of you. So a person who got a prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to me. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become a believer. But the avodah is to become someone else in life. Such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent us as a model of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from people. As easy to talk about Roman and I can learn from every person, but my avodah is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic application. That again, my avodah is to be the best version of you. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. Find yourself. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because listen, if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone this. Don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather, spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go like this. Says the Gemara. Good. So where do we know all this from? I'm going to read it. The Pasuk says, so I'll say, so ultimately again, the Navi who will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? Zam Stalmash Lo Shama. That refers to the Navi who invented a prophecy and is giving over something that is not given to him. Okay, Chai Yusuf. Next. Vasher Lo Tzivisiv. I did not command it to him. But that refers that I did command it to another Navi. So what does that refer to? Zam Isnabim. That refers ultimately to a prophet who gives over something that is not said to him. And he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. That refers to somebody who exercises in the name of idolatry. Again, what's the cause of that? The cause of that is even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being given over the name of Avodah Zarah makes it liable to death. And in all of these cases, what does the pasuk say? The mace and Navi Habu. This prophet will go to death. And once again, stam, whenever the Torah says a death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty. The default is kind of good. So we'll say that's our first read. Next, HaKodesh has never also. The Navi Sha'avra al Divrei Atzmam Misach L'Shamayim. Also, what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share. The Vater disregards the words of the Navi. Or number three, a Navi who violates his own law. So all these people are put to death to be a Shemayim. Where do we know this from? It says, Va'ish Asher Lo Yishma. So the pasuk says a person miyah. So the Quran has nashma, but what lo yashmi, not make it be heard, which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The Kari Bay lo yashmiya, the Kari Bay lo yishma. El Divrei, Siv, Anofi, Adrosh, Nihimo, Idei Shemayim. So again, in that one pasuk is someone who hears it, disregards it. Somebody hears his own prophecy, disregards, and somebody else who hears the words of the Navi disregards it. And the Navi ultimately, again, who is Kodesh as who also does not share his Navi. And this Navi Mashal Shema, so now we give some examples. Also, we'll stand down a little later. And this Navi Mashal Shema, so a person prophesies something he seeing that here. So the Gemara gives an example. This is going Sidkia ben Kinana. Like Sidkia ben Kinana. Who's Sidkia ben Kinana? It says Bayas not Sidkia ben Kinana. Karne Barza. Also, it's interesting, by the way. See, this is the story in Rabbi of where Aram was attacking Klal Yisrael. And it was an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's a split kingdom of Malchus Yisrael, and Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Yisrael is the name of Yaakov, and the king of Malchus Yehuda is the name of Rothschild. Rothschild is very righteous. Yaakov, unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to combat Aram. So Yehoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up, because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. Sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So Yehoshaphat's like, I just need the money. So Achaz produces. Achaz got no shortage. You pay enough money, you can find plenty of profits, right? So in other words, Achaz is producing portions of profits, and still Yehoshaphat is not exactly. So there was this other guy, Sidka ben Kinana, who just makes this. What does Sidka ben Kinana do? He makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Klal Yisrael was going to gore Aram. We were going to be successful. Okay? So the Gemara says, am I having it? So now, here's what I find out. Sidkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see was a strictly false prophecy. Because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achab is killed in this battle. All of this whole thing was a Kishbarat's way to lure Achab into battle so that Achab would die in battle. So the Gemara says, "My what should Sidkia have done? Rachnos atises." Story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Navos. Was like that name sound familiar? Remember, Navos had a beautiful vineyard that Achab very much wanted. So that Navos wouldn't sell. So Achab has a wife by the name of Izel. Izel convinced her husband Achab to essentially bring Navos up on false charges and had him executed. Navos was executed, and ultimately Achab takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Navos came back and kind of appeared to Sidkia, making it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get Achab to go out to battle so that Achab would fall in battle. Okay, you must have said, Ve'omer Hashem, mi yifantes Achab, v'yal v'yakal v'yikal v'moskilad. Shmuel put out a call, like to the Neshamas. Who is willing to go down and fool Achab into going to war? So a spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achab to go to war. Yehuda might say, what is the meaning of this? Who said to the spirit, it turns out to be the spirit of Navos. Go, say to Mitzasi, we have to leave you. So I said, this is actually incredible. The Baruch was essentially saying to the Neshamas, whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go, but after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. The Ribono Shel Olam is all MS. And something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the Ribono Shel Olam celestial sphere. My Rav, what's the Rav? And then Ruach Shel Navos the Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Navos the Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achab going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sidkia ben Kinana. So 1 second. So Sidkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. Signal Achab for the coming of him. The ancient Nevi'im is found in the signal Achab. So that's interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. So it's actually really fascinating. That prophecy, you can have multiple prophets receiving the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word about Kodesh Baruch Hu in the same way. So you know, like the Obadja Amar, Zon Libetha Yizyafa, Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatzaska Hesiyaska, Zadon Libetha. So again, just examples of being conveying the same general concept, but each of them receiving it and conveying it in a slightly different way. Those things, it's actually a very beautiful idea because if you think about it, what's Nevuah? Nevuah represents almost like the highest level of relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message. But the way the message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. A really profound usage, which of course is not just true by Nevuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. No two Jews have the same relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the same type of mitzvahs, the same halachos, the same shulchan aruch. And at the end of the day, the way we relate to God, the way we interact with God, the relationship we have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu varies, even maybe even slightly, but nevertheless there's a variance between one Jew and the next. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, good. The honey. So ultimately, yes, so Tzidkiah should have realized. Now, what should Tzidkiah have realized? So Ahab had hundreds of prophets that were saying the same thing. When you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. And Tzidkiah should have realized there's something going on over here. The Gemara says, so 1 second. Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know this in the early. Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know that prophets can prophecy. Maybe he just didn't know. To which the Gemara says, Yoshafat Havahasam, the Kamradahu. It said, Yoshafat Ha'ein Po Navi. Yoshafat was there. And Yoshafat knew this. That's why Yoshafat, even though Ahab produced hundreds of Nevi'im, Yoshafat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So I just want to point out how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that all of us interact and relate and have a different relationship with Hashem. Let's say this saying like Father's son. Let's say sometimes we think that what's the utopian view of Father's son? Can you imagine hundreds of Jews singing together and saying the same exact thing? That's what was happening over here. Commissioner Miller says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all sitting in the same room together and being mad and loving. That's Achdus. That's Achdus. We have this very skewed view of Achdus. That Achdus means like unanimity. You know, everyone's on the same page. So, never happens, never happens. Say it a million times, right? What does Rashi say by how say? I'm saying the labor heart, people with one heart. Now they always say, it never says Isha Had the day. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. It's one people with one heart. One people with one heart. So you have to. And just trying to make it this is my friend. He was a little bit more right. See, he was he started going on about, and yes, Hashem, you should be aware that which yeshiva students are drafted. And they went on, and literally, everyone, my wife, looked at me. You know, one of those looks. Okay, so I held it together for about 10 seconds. The rest of the group, and they jumped on this particular member of my family. And it was like, and then what was so beautiful, is that right afterwards, Baruch Hashem, after like this one about, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was quarter time, so not even like 30 seconds, you know, but whatever, like everything was slower. But also, you know, those beautiful thing was that at the end, like the way it ended, I don't know how, like I don't remember all the events, but somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was, there was a circle of glowing, holding each other sobbing. I don't know exactly what happened, right? But what nice also isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to help people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people singing the same thing, people say, no, we like to surround ourselves. Like people say the same things as us. It's so boring. It's so boring. People live like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber, that's not life. It's you get Rabbi says there's a lot of Jewish opinions, and yes, a lot of them are informed, and a lot of them are indirect, and a lot of them are just wrong. Feel free to send me after the show for all the correct opinions, like shittas and positions in life. It's really free. Like, but so what happens when you see hundreds of people all saying the same things? Something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people who are all saying different stuff. That's class. And Achdus is that moment when you can embrace, even after that goes on. All right, good night, so the goes like, I'm going to let you go, Kohani. So what happens? So Yoshaphat says, I need someone to be in. So Achbar says, why do you want to be in? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Kachanikulani Base Abi Abel. I learned this from my father. Signon Echad Olam Lekam Neviim. The ancient name Neviim is not the Signon Echad. So ultimately, yes, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be about 5 hours up in the bottom. Right? But they go, but none of them give it over in the same way. Like they all give the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Yoshaphat is sitting there and these hundreds of prophets who I just want to point out, these were not prophets who were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because of the Baruch who wanted Achav to go out to war to fall in battle. So Yoshaphat's like, what? You guys are all saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, Yoshaphat needs unity. Okay? So what's the example of a Navi who gives over something that was not said? Hananiah ben Azar, the Kaiser, so he's like Hananiah ben Azar, Hananiah ben Azar. The Kaiser, Yirmiyah was standing in the upper marketplace with Elamar, Koamar, Shem Tzavakos, Hinuni Shover as Keshes, Elam. So Yirmiyah is giving a prophecy. Right, and Yirmiyah says that the 12 is going to go ahead and break the bow of Elam. Elam was another nation. Elam. I'm going to break the bow in order for me to defeat Elam. Okay, so what happens? So Hananiah hears this prophecy of Yirmiyah and he makes Kavach. What's the Kavach? Elam Shalova El Lazarus Babel. Amar Kadosh Baruch Hu Nishover as Keshes Elam. So Elam, they came to Rothschild was going to say that he's going to break the bow and he's going to defeat them. And Allah is coming to come. Allah is coming to come. And Rothschild is coming to is breaking the primary fall of Klal Yisrael. Soon he's going to break the secondary fall of Klal Yisrael. Babel. So Hananiah made a chomer. Rothschild is going to go and defeat Elam. He's soon going to go and defeat Babel. So what happens? So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies this awesome Kamar Shavarti as old Melech Baba. It's fascinating. So Hananiah gives a prophecy of Yirmiyah. He makes a Kavach from that prophecy. And he espouses a new prophecy. Only one issue. Rabbi didn't say it. Only from the Abaye. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone who had a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over. He made this up. To which the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, the Itmale dummy would be what go there, Marlo. So I'll say ultimately, because he's the Kavachomer, it's interesting. Because he's the Kavachomer, and because the Kavachomer is one of the exegetical principles, so the Gemara treats this like a case of saying over a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the Snai of all this Kohalim was an example of one who prophesizes in the name of prophecy. What's the last one? If you go Nevi Habal. So what says this is easy one. Nevi Habal. For Nevi Habal. So again, Baal was an Avodah Zarah, but he had his own Nevi'im. So again, obviously prophesied in the name of Baal, things that were not true. That Takovish is Nebuah, so what's an example? What's an example of withholding your own prophecy? Kigon, Yonah ben Amitai. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy of what was to do once a day. Just to understand what that publishes is about. So many of us are over on that. Every day that a woman should over this person, what does he say? Great. You can accomplish great things. Right, just like again the Gemara says, every day Bas Kol Yotzes and says, Shuvu Banim Sholem. Every day gospel comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy, and I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? What do I do with it? Rabbi, I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's called also. Everyday prophecy comes to us. Every day prosperity comes to us. Every day opportunity comes to us. The Sabbath tries to become great. You don't suppress it, or you don't utilize it, or you don't actualize it. That's called Kovesh Esnid also. Yonah ben Amittai. Who's the one? What's an example of going and disregarding the words of God? Let's say, I'm a base. These are the friends of me. So again, this was also one of the prophets citing that day about the Savior. So this Nabi Michal went over to a guy and said, God, hit me. So this is part of the prophecy, was to show ultimately again that Father and Son was going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that Achim was going to fall in battle. So the man refused to hit Michael, and what happens? He said, the Nabi Shafar, the guy was pursued by a lion. Okay, so Nabi tells you, hit him, right? Because again, in this case, he didn't hit the Nabi, and he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story, probably different. The Nabi Shafar al-Dibra Atzmo, what's an example of a Nabi who violated his own words. Nabi violated his own words. Keep going, Ido Hanavi. There's no Ido. What's what happened with Ido? The Siv, he came Siva Osi. He came Siva Osi. So let's listen to this. So Ido was ultimately, again, was commanded to go ahead. This was the story of Yeravam ben Nevat. And Yeravam ben Nevat was the first king over the split Malchus when the Yeravam ben Nevat. Interestingly enough, Yeravam ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was a friend of the Baruch Hu. He started out as a good man. Hello. What ends up happening to good people? Power has no corrupted people. Yeravam ben Nevat understood that if he was going to consolidate his worship over Malchus Israel, he had to prevent Jews from going to the Semitic. Because remember again, even once the monarchy was split, the great unified is everybody had to be on that. If that's the case, Yeravam said people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king, and not to me, because he has the base heritage. So what did he do? He built 2 acres. He built 2 golden calves. Now from the beginning he said, just I'm saving you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go all the way to the base heritage to serve Hashem. Serve here. But what happens? Ultimately, again, it evolved into Avodah Zarah. So Edom confronts you when he's offering his Kabbalah Spanish in his death and Yeravam sticks out his arm, like in an accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up. So Edom was that Nabi. Rothschild commanded Edom, when you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop. Don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You gotta be laser focused on your mission. Okay. So what happened? Way back. Say by Yom Adol, so ultimately again what happens on the way back, he goes past the market and Mishka accomplished. Somebody invites him to eat. He goes to eat and can't miss Rabbi. You're not going to leave. You're a prophet, I'm a prophet. Like, come in. And eat together. So he goes ahead and eats his steak. And he goes into his guy's house and eats. By Yeshem, by Yelef and Tzidah. What happens? And he goes out of his meal, and she was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, for violating his own word. Which I must say, by the way, is also such a, the story is such a profound metaphor. It was if you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to do? You have to focus on this. The Rothschild speaks about this in the Shana's reasons. He says, what's useless? He says, why do you need useless? Useless is necessary. You don't always appreciate this because more often than not, the reason you want to accomplish in life is why? Why? Every year and never. So I'll tell you why. Because we get distracted. Like Montaz I get distracted. Just have thoughts on it. I'll do this. I'll do this. I'm thinking of like, just get distracted. I'm realize that before you say this is when you start something, just get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted because once you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So with another single story, I mean, it's an actual story, not a metaphor. It's an actual story. But the metaphor has to say about the process. You don't eat on your mission, don't go to eat. Don't get distracted. Don't do anything. Just stay focused on your task. And you don't get distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get carried by the life. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. That's it. You lose your momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on what happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You've lost the momentum. This is why I was saying, even by learning. Like by saying this soul of learning in Cephas. Like what's going to be better is learn for a certain amount of time undistracted. Like, 5 minutes of learning how to Cephas is better than 45 minutes of distracting. I mean, it's just in our own lives. This is what happens. Right? I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm this. And it's better. And at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there. And some people are like, that's not a good session. It's not a good session. It's not works. Let's just be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted, is the moment you get this food by the line. Section of evolution. Every time I can look at this stuff, the code is just really so local. So listen to this. Person goes ahead and withholds this process. See, he gets noticed. It's not this. I'm away. Mount the awful tummy, but our below. This is nudity expression. One who eats dates out of a basket should get locust. Now, what's wrong with eating date basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression. It's much better than I know. Right? What did he do wrong? Here, he was listening over here about person did wrong with the whole prophecy. What we ask is, how is anyone going to know? Right? So you have nothing there. You have nothing prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he called this prophecy? So you mentioned my master, I'm Rabbi, I'm sorry, I'm having a meeting. So now you have it's now Shasha looking King Baba Salva. He's giving us fellow practices, also is what we said before. And in general, this is interesting. The way prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have a Navi who withheld prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they'll know if a particular Navi did not share it. Okay? But they'll know how to do it. So that's interesting. Well, maybe if it was powerful, retracted, or it's maybe giving it one minute change, so it's be changed. It means that the Rabbi who do other mode again, because of the problem sometimes changes with this. And if you were to do that thing there, you would inform the group of the viewers. The high Yonah, the Haji gave the law. One second. Yonah destroyed Yonah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. He didn't tell Yonah. Like Yonah, remember again, Yonah finds out that everybody else is trying to get the same. Prophet did not go ahead and give him any advance warning. Tukimar says no. Yonah made Kara, Ninvei Ne'akafas ended. This is very important. The Rothschild Yonah said, but all the Ankar Yom, Ninvei Ne'akafas. Now, what is Ne'akafas? What does he mean? Turned over. Turned over just meant in 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in you. The change to be is that we all become a people of God, and the change to be is simply destroyed. So in Yonah's words itself was the possibility for two circumstances. Again, it was an open. Again, and it was incredible. And by the way, I don't point out, part of the reason ultimately why do we read here in the paper is the paradigmatic story of Shuvah. It's also paradigmatic story and a metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. As well as just an day, what does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As much as the Baruch Hu knows what we're going to do and how we're going to do it, yet for us, Our lives are this open-ended, choose-your-own adventure type of master. In another 40 days, the sitting here is going to be overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, it's up to you. On the last side of the Rabbi, so I will say, so ultimately again, one ignores the words of the Rabbi, two Yosh. So I will say, so here's what's interesting. Now, if a Navi says something, how do I know he's a Navi? Right? So someone says that, saying the name of God, right? It's, right? How do I know that he's a Navi, but I have to listen to him? Do you have like else gives a sign? Gives a sign. Obviously, we'll say again, you gotta prove like your Navi credentials, right? So you can't just go and say Navi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, but Michael, Michal's going to give a sign, and if you punish that here, if you're not adhering to this, or not even is with what? If it looks like shame, no, it's different. As I said, a Navi doesn't have to give an oath every single time he says in the Torah. But I'll say why. What does Muhsak mean? No, he's a Navi. You know, he's a case. And once you know he's a Navi, obviously you don't listen to his word. You're ready for this. If you don't take off this, if you don't see this, Avram Bahara Moria, Hecha Shama Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right? And again, when Avram Avinu says to Yitzchak, Yitzchak should have said, the old man lost it, right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was a prophet. Right? So he says, Yitzchak gives that age. That's a little bit, you know, when it's maybe you want to go to a conversation with God, perhaps you missed a little something, a nuance, maybe it's the house, but if you notice, by the way, there's no give a shit, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was Muhsak. Avram was Muhsak as a Rabbi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. Eliyahu Ba'arakama, and his son Kelly, Ba'akish, with the Chutz. What's the Eliyahu Ba'arakama? This was the ultimate showdown between Eliyahu and the Nevi'ah. Remember this story? Like the building, everybody goes up to the Baal building. The theological showdown. Whoever brings fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So remember again, the Navi says the Baal, they're crying out, all kinds of crazy stuff. What is Eliyahu? Remember Eliyahu does? He submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? Above his altar, and with all of that, what does he do? Quick tefillah, fire comes down from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful. It's his own one problem. There's a huge Lisa to offer up kabbalas outside of the Mishkan. Right? So what's happening over here? So how is the Indian able to do shluchos? Again, Rabbi told him, now but Eliyahu, come on. Right? Don't you need to give an oath? And they will say, what do you see from here? The Gemara says, rather, no. Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath every single time. Let's say, by the way, you know what the postscript does? Right? What happened in the next parak? Klal Yisrael is worshiping Baal. This is where Eliyahu gives his famous statement. I must say, I can Muslim how long are you going to straddle the fence for? And what's this also gives rise to a very important mistake, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create heaven. Miracles don't create. They don't. Again, listen, it's just passing Spanish also applies to all things that have Sudan. And what happens? Days later, they go to the Golden Calf. Miracles don't work. I will say, how many, right, you would think, how many missiles were fired from Iran? Like, how many missiles were fired from Iran? And not one hit. So you must look again, eyes were underground, massive chiller movement, actors everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles like fireworks. Now, what happens when you go to watch fireworks? What happens? You guys think you're back and forth, like, you know what? I was like, you know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. Right? You know what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, and you go, right? You see all the videos from this and it's what happened? people just go like, it's like change doesn't come from there. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from effort. Change comes ultimately again from putting in the effort day in and day out. Miracles are beautiful and they create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect how the content change. That only comes from the inglorious work day in and day out. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Sunday is the best. Sunday is the best. We should push the second one tonight. Alright, fine. It's ridiculous. So watch this. Eva. That's not as much as Avinu. But Avinu did not need to give. Avinu did not need to give a sign to this. Why not? Because it was Mopsa. So he was like, after what? It says it was after these things that Hashem said, this is the Akeda. So after what? I'm going to go with Rabbi Yossi ben Zimra. After the words of the Satan, what did the Satan say? He said, Plus it said, Vayitzvak, exactly. Vayitzvak, boy got up and he was moved. Grew up and he was moved. And remember, he was used to make a big suit for meaning. Omar Satan, the Satan said to Hashem, Satan's that. The Satan, the first time he said disparaging, right? This old man. So Hanan told the man, Shana, Pibatem, so he gave him a child at the age of 100 years old. Because of this, also, look, how you look, for Echad, close Echad, so Satan says he gave this old man so much. And all of these things that never even offered you up a little cup, never even like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. Yeah, but a little bird, nothing. I don't know, no. Comes to Satan. Everything Avram did, he did for his son. And then the owner of those events, when he called it, he got the Joshua. If I were to tell Avram to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Something saying to give me, if I ask Avram to give me his own son, he would do it. Miyad, Elohim Yisas. Immediately afterwards, Hashem tested Avram. So we'll say this is interesting. So the Gemara seems to understand the Akid, the genesis of the Akidah was this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Satan. We're not finished. By Omer, Kafnas Mitzvah. Hashem says to Avram, please take your son, he's fucking off the rock. I'm B'Shem Ben Abba. Ein not Allah Lashon Bakasha. Now, no is a request. It's a request. So listen to this. Gemara says, Mashal Malach Basar Adam Shamdulam Nochos Adam. So what is for the Gemara? This could be compared to a human king who waged many blows. What's the first thing immediate white lines? By Allah, Kibor Echad. They're not sorry. And this king, he had like the guy, like one valiant warrior who was like really responsible for all of his victories. The younger Allah the king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. Amrullah, he says to his most valiant soldier, the question is, please, stand strong, be victorious in this battle. So the younger Rishonos ain't buying Manish. Because if you fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away from all the previous victories. And if you stand from this most battle, not only are you here, but it cements the previous victories. So fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything that you do before. So Hashem said to Avram, I've given you many tests over the years. But Amaratal, and you've been successful in all of them. Akshat Amod leading the Senate. Now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. Shalom Yomu Ein Mamish B'Rishon. That people should not say that there is no merit to the previous test. So listen, so this is a fascinating, what does this mean? So first of all, there's a tremendous history of human nature is find out what have you done for me. And people, right, if you fail someone, generally human nature is what you remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that keep before. It's just interesting. Right? If the not this battle, all the success of the past are erased. What does this mean? What's responsible? There's a beautiful idea like Sassos. Sassos, when I quote you, he says something amazing. He says, "Aydi asar nisyonos שנכנס על אבינו, וספשתי כל הכוחות שיש לבני ישראל, והסגבר על קבר המוסר. With every single one of Avinu's servants, that he did is, he embedded another color in the DNA of us. Like Avinu's our father. And with every test that he succeeded, every sign that he overcame, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akedas Yitzchak represent? He says Akedas Yitzchak represent at the end of the day, Kolach Meruba Shamasilas. What Akedas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to do everything. I know you already demonstrated himself. This is the war. A willingness to even give a shot. It represented the ability and the willingness to give anything and everything for the Revolution. HaKadosh Baruch Hu please Avinu says, you need to pass this. Do you know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this cloth within the spiritual DNA of Klal. If you go to Haramonia and you take your son and you willing to offer him as a carbon, what you will embed within Klal Yisrael is the koach and the ability to give anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's why HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Avinu passes this test as we know, and he embeds within us. We're living in times when we're Messias Nefesh. Not a day goes by that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual heroism. I don't know if you see one of the most striking pictures that I saw coming out of our time. Really impressed by every single why? What does she represent? She represents this incredible cloth. This cloth of Shabbos, this cloth of Yiddishkeit, this cloth of Emunah. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does a girl, she's a child. Where does a child get that cloth? Having a woman is really close. Everything happens that she's embedded in your spiritual DNA, the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if it's not just a peace, it's a shift. You have to pass this test. It's not strength you're going to sign up, strength you're going to muster for the same. It's the strength that is going to be part of the spiritual journey of children. It's the strength that we're going to access beyond the ages. Because Avinu was successful in his Messiah. He gave us the heart to be successful in our Messiah. As well said, tremendous. Right, again, much again. I want to say a lot of these Gemaras this week, a lot of Agariah this week, so tremendous ahead of us.
I'm a double minority, but because I'm white, it just levels out.
I want to say good morning, good morning, Shabbos. Just think back to this way, back to the end of the every day. You get back to the $1 spaces for this one super thing. Our $100 spaces for tough shoes for a day. This one seems back on our site. Dedicating all the streaming sessions this year as a piece for the service programs for everyone this month. And the first question is other players to do the running area of his father that the season then Yoshi Corey is in the good and very families. Then we are the one research protection of the first area of us. And we have very sources coming up with coverage for 10 coverage higher than all the things are happening. The families in it always need to push out to the confidence that it's not just the local action. People only have to allow them to be successful. The comments here again, it's just the work we're to show to me see the place for all the problems. Doesn't let us do a lot. You feel that for saying, and you just lost time. That's maximum. In fact, because I think the rest of the world are above our babies, the rest again come about. So you see it mostly our minds, you know, I've never seen something. You just move your fingers to the left, and about 4 lines up from the actually register. Let's just begin now. I'm going to buy it. Come over to the ceremony. Come over to the ceremony. What will you do ceremony? Okay, so it's still very sticky yesterday. So I said this. Everybody agrees that the ceremony is better than the fight. Everybody agrees that the ceremony is better. And everybody agrees that there's no focus. Less than this. Yes, it's not going to be ceremony. Maybe we'll show you saying they're not going to touch it. Everyone will have focus. Everybody agrees that the government first ceremony is about the ceremony. If they're meeting the babies only, if they directly executed, they can actually execute well. Because they could always claim that their intention is only to go ahead and visit Locus upon the kid. Come over the ceremony, that you can perform it, Shinaya. You can actually mention the following about Kosovo, the high food, this Rabbi Shapati. Everybody agrees that takes the second yes, I'm really super focused by that whole ceremony. But if there are many babies only, that's a pretty good joke. Why? Because essentially, the entire representation of the ceremony hinges on the festivals. Because the first ceremony is to simply say, we only carry everything that has minds, and then the second set of the ones who are responsible for the definite. The whole ceremony, where's the focus on ceremonies that you play interesting? Shrine only defining Zayat, the shrine only defining your Ashab. Interestingly, Zoe, your witnesses to testify. We saw the kid, right? We said that ceremony still remains his father. And two more say, we saw him go ahead and so really again having one set of witnesses testify about the programs, and yet two separate witnesses testify two separate events. What's the nature of that mind testimony? That's not focus. What about some? That's it. Even if you live in that person, ain't no way. This is too tough to do. Like, we didn't do the action. You know what happened? This is something I always say. We started with the so what happened? Now, it's very simple. Are made to see Jesus. They are less even when they love him. You get shit for now. I feel like you can always surround you. I still shots. I sold shit. You know why I sold shit? He's going to have a mistake. I'm not saying so because okay, technician thinking something. That's why I'm not going to say it's enjoying not if you execute all this. Anyway, the man also hushed like the glass. I'm not people physically people like I'm a governor in a fatigue. When people say so I love for myself. What if you like it? It's almost you pass the time without and how is it? Remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's talk. Hold over and let the person go. I mean, you have an argument to come to that one way how to do it again. It's just like, about what we just said. How we put it? We just said a moment ago that Allah for the wayside would be telling you to exempt yourself, how to exempt yourself. Because we can go ahead and say, we can go ahead and say, that yes, essentially, she is whatever. Allah, we did the law of Allah. We did the law of us. We did the law of us. We did the law of us. This is we have self. What she was saying, that's missing. This is the way that we don't do that. So, even if you are, but you don't have to be you have to imagine that exactly. If many of you that you don't have social, and no witnesses even connection, it is no witnesses. The two parts, the Abadat, the Ashur, the Soul. Well, the idea is at the end of the day, Allah for myself, the witnesses, what your first three things do. But as you're testifying, if you understand what you're going about, and you're going to testify, then you connection and emotions to each other. Don't take it bad way, don't take it as we just have emotions like things that I don't know what that's bad for you. So you know the thought, know the dream that we're using this. When it's like practical ways to early communicating, I love the mindset. You should always be like you had testimony about. You have testimony about the only testimony has to do with yourself. You're speaking. Francesc Marshmallow, Louisa, Lab, don't feel good in seeing with the witnesses, is Allah completely significant. And therefore, Allah Alosa, if you have witnesses following the same view, saw within self-shape. And then this related to the soul, it express the execute life, as is the not formal testimony that really keep it. Okay, good. Also, Mishnah, moving along. Looking number, I suggested that it's when we spoken about the city, looking number really translated is the rebellious sin. Essentially, talking about rebellious sin is remember this is a discussion before. This is the majority, and it is set in this facility. Again, we put that into the circumstances that Jogging on that is the second moment only becomes the second moment based on the Jeremiah. The only cover I was Rothschild now going to explain the process for second moment. Shosha Bucket Community. Shine right to the three different bucket things situated in Yerushalayim. That's like Moshe Rabbeinu Paradise. One case is situated at the edge of Paradise. The Upper Yoshe has a Chazorah. One is situated at the edge of the courthouse of Mikdash. The Echad Yoshe, the Mishkas HaGazis. And one is situated, which is at the San what we call the San Hedin, the San Hedin, the High Court. That was the last one, that's number 3. Situated in Mishkas HaGazis. So listen to this. So what happens? One is that Shabbos HaGazis. Once you say, maybe the backstory. The backstory is, I will get into the Gemara, there's a dispute in the market base. Right? And there's everyone, there's a one side, there's second numbers, and the other side. They can't sleep in each other. So now they keep their place up to each other. First step is they go to this basin, ultimate living at the entrance of the Paradise. They come there. Why was that Shabbos Paradise? Well, no. Half the street, the half that should cover it. And the second, right? We call it the city to the minority. The city to the minority, he comes along and he says he presents his case in front of the baby. He says, listen, cover. This is my position. This is the position of my friends. Talking about it, the captain is covered out. Ultimately, this is how I learned what I learned. So the friends are this. It was Shamil Allah, Shamil Allah. So the second is what he says to the basic headlock. Have you heard anything regarding this? Have you heard anything regarding this? He's not yet a fucking nightmare. Right now, he's just a guy. He's just with the central judge. He's just a nightmare. So let's do this. What's beautiful about this? Perhaps. What's the basic? What does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. There's often right, we are able to articulate our own position, but a lot of difficulties, so we're hearing and even more so articulating the positions of others. It's a nightmare. It's a surface that really like take time to actually understand someone else's opinion. I don't really disagree with that yet, but at least it's worth like informed disagreement. As opposed to what happens all throughout the night is we just kind of shallow or quickly or just superficially disagree with you that the person like us without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. There's a lot of darkness in this, but there's nothing memories that think articulate what position of the other. So there's like fight. So I'm thinking, I don't know how to get doing that. So what happens if the first person is a virus? They don't have anything to add to this conversation. So what happens? Finally, we're also talking about the very next patient. This patient is situated at the entrance way of the result. Once again, the doctor says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say, please show me Allah. They're not so good. Once again, the doctor is listening to Do you guys have anything to add? Like anything to add in this? If they do, fantastic, getting loud. They would be even playing until they're coming to this class. And it's everyone. It means that everyone sounds like some of the members of the other two, but everyone's now coming along with a high culture in this class. That's where they're coming. So the many guilty coming from this stuff. This is the big thing. This is the big thing. And this color goes out. All the time, so I should let them out. I'm not going to rush or you crash it. So this is now. Turns out, with the public use of budgets everywhere, we got the different sacerdotes, sacerdotes most in favor of the majority and against the suffering, against the solitude. Okay, tons of videos, Shalom, the suffering so goes back to his time, and he just continues to teach. So it's only for his opinion. Fine, sarcasm, the whole analysis time. When does he become a second learner? Is he a second learner? If he remains not only faithful to his opinion, but he encourages people to emphasize that opinion. In other words, if the second amendment comes back home and all he's doing as a Jew is just simply teaching his opinion, like he's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing Torah, if he comes back after his entire process and says, Hebra, this is what you have to do. Creating the confines of the majority, that's it. That's when he becomes a second amendment. Actually, you're lasses. How much you're lasses? And also, interestingly enough, all of this is a subsidy. Now, what is a subsidy? Exactly is for being saved. Actually, becomes second level. Let's say you don't have a second level. Let's say just the Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like it's Rashi says over there, Talmud showing you have now a law, and not have to update it. So this is a guy, how it is someone, you might become Chacham, and it's not yet gotten to the level of Torah, what we call constantly halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and he sees the babies, and even instructs others to ask for this particular opinion. Ultimately, Potter, why? He's a good exactly moment for someone who has super, someone who has reached the level of law of ultimately going ahead and instructing others to pass this. Himself, it turns out that ultimately, again, his choice for law is because he's not allowed to pass the law. Ultimately, because it's not the gap that he was he just outlined the process to know exactly how this works. One of the interesting parts is what kind of mathematics, what kind of disputes are we talking about something normal of Jewish fellow citizens. So don't have worry. Keep learning about our top of page 97. The most question of these are custody matters. First of all, we're talking about someone else a mufla. What is a mufla? An expert. An expert. In order to become a second memory, don't just be a regular. To be a second memory, you have to be a recognized expert. You have to be so what's it? So if I got on this happening. The Torah is not analyzing the hospital. The Torah is analyzing the needs. Keep on the top of our respect. It's some magic halacha will be unclear to you. And you down with them, make with blood and blood. And you do your thing, judgment and judgment. Never and never. Right? One type of affliction. Usually, but today we must be shared. Only are these disputes you may have in your case. The point of Alisa and Mokoshi Kasho Java, but when you're functioning, is the entire process. So, what does it mean? Mincha, you call it Mincha, so Mincha, and what's that? Examples of functions of nationalism, which result in exactly one mistake. So milk are the first two to people are summer. Normally here, so this is the room that they listen to the best. Right. So it's a really thought, the video between really thought lots of Rothschild Shanghai. Yes, the Dabar, that's the Dabar. So halacha, you're supposed to see halacha, for example. There's a decision in the memory, very other individual about halacha Moshe Sira. Halacha Moshe Sira, right? So that's what we're disputing. Mishpat Zehadin. What's Mishpat? You should first put in Zero Shabbat. But Machos is not a particular type of Zero Shabbat. This is a Zero Shabbat, not a Zero Shabbat. Getting down in the branch list is remember again. We're just going through different examples of things that ultimately are going to send result in dropping Mamre Sira. Fine, things I need to attend. Example is Machos is solution between time. Some smoke. The process there's a dispute. There's something again, whether it's doing the cautious capital cases, getting monetary cases, getting marks, lashes, saying mega, what does that mean? The negate Adam, negate Batin, negate the body. Something concerning again the science, the ritual of the clothing, duty. Are running X and back issues. So different means again, Kenyan vowels, Arab vowels, Turkish vowels, replace Zulash cause, Soto, Ba'aritas, Edlon, the parents with Sola, so reverse, we are doing this referring again to social situations, Edla, you have to capture the death, design the body, the sin is killed, the parents with Sola, the Shara, you see, let the ship apart. You take sometimes you let the ship apart. So let's really identify rights. You'll have to report. There's some person said that he wants to know just people who are just capturing all the different possible areas of halacha. So you can have an argument which could result in something non-related scenario. Okay. You can't go. So you will get up. Where is that? You get it from the local court. So you will go up. Milani, Shabbos, the Mikdash, Gavon, Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, Gavon, Michal Ha'aretz. What is this? In fact, it's interesting. The Torah says you will go up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. You are basically going up. You see the base of Mikdash is the highest point of Eretz Yisrael, and ultimately, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other ones. The fact that ultimately, the Russian of Hallelujah of a century is used with the Sanhedrin, which working with his Mikdash, and Eretz Yisrael. So the Lord says, okay, let's analyze that as well. Bishon based on Mikdash, but Eretz Yisrael, so I understand why we say that the base of Mikdash is better, is one of the tallest parts of Eretz Yisrael. Because that's the Ba'alisa, you go up to this Mikdash. Allah, Eretz Yisrael, Gavon, Michal Ha'aretz, as we know, the way that Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands. They say that in being them in Hashem. The Yom HaShem Ha'ala, as we saw Eretz Yisrael, Kim HaShem Ha'ala, Ba'Shavidi, and Eretz Yisrael, the Eretz Yisrael, Michal Ha'aretz, Hashem, back from Shem, Yeshua, Hashem. How incredible is this? The Lord was putting the pressure in the real and nothing. The name of God says something beautiful. He says, the day will come. He may get me body. The days will come. Where you will no longer simply take off the front as the God who took us out of Egypt. Right? And if you notice what I said, Russian over here is, Ha'ala, as I said, Hashem took us, it's not just simply out. What does Ha'ala mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from the soil that but rather what? We were referred to as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands. He brought us up. Ha'ala, Shahadiza, from all the lands. What do you see there, right? You see the word that whenever there's a reference to taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the Russian? Hallelujah. And this is such a critical that how are they running the amazing is that coming this passage of being like a God. It's not even possible to just hold on to your seats, wait position, top the wait. Right? So it's just amazing. I can't talk about it. We're really talking about the fact that these bars are going to take us out from all of the lands of our discussion, they're going to bring us out. Looking us up, as great as Purim is, as beautiful as Purim is missing this Kessia. It's kind of miracles, it's even miracles, and it's miracles close to nature. And the poem awakens in us as much as we celebrate this beautiful, beautiful race. As we have incredible ourselves, it awakens in us the desire for something more. I don't want to hear that. I want to listen to this castle. We want to listen to this God.
Easter can tell you sometimes.
As we live for the miracles, what ways would you want to give us? You want to give such people nothing like us when we realize us. The miracles will come. They're going to come. And when they come, we're going to this rock is going to take us up. He's going to take us down. Because every depth of earth is strong with every reaction. We're always doing that. We tell them, come up on earth. Zogging moment. People type Allah Abdullah to go to Paris. You see, that's what others do everywhere. So this is very interesting. So what we hope is that station internet focus about what type of people matters to make someone influence up in mind. So therefore, that is only regarding something which is done intentionally with the idea of Paris and accidentally with the idea of Paris. When you don't read this coverage, different colors, this is yourself and going to like something. Well, that's how that is good. But the interpretation we have on and we're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon was even if the effort in this stuff, so it's too much fun. Even if you're arguing about like a a little bit of it could be something. Ultimately, again, it can still become exactly my way. So my God, so what's that like? My God, so it's right here. So remember, the mayor said I'm not going to myself. The mayor said that I'm not going to myself. Ultimately, again, the mayor said that I'm not going to myself. The only type of thing that can make you into a exactly my way. Ultimately, is the type of thing that you do intentionally. Unintentionally affect us. So you know, so what's it like? Davar. Makes it Shava ultimately again of Davar. So the one says Simhaka, he buried in Davar in the spot. So what's the first of the wise stories? It says over here. He buried in Davar in the spot. With Simhaka, the Yaman Davar in the Pata. That's talking about the power and government. See, those are making husbands incorrectly. And to lead the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Mine have learned that Davar actually was a hatas. Just as we're talking about something, the entire commission is chorus, right? And I showed you this hatas. So I said, Monday, Davar Shekai was going to chorus, actually was a hatas. Okay, so we're going to have to use Shabbat. Only when it's like a moment of something probably different, alright? And the 2 days so far. The people are not that easily done. And the details are not that one. So we're going to do this. The Torah, it has to be something where the Torah says something. Based on the passage in the Torah, we don't know how to translate. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret. That's the type of situation that we create something on it. And that's Rabbi Shimon. Actually, if you grew up in a Macharahu, I think it's okay. Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a religion, anything the art comes out, with the second moment, the maze kind of take place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could change second moment. I'm going to throw it back to the Rabbi. Children of the Yahweh, we said, everybody there's a word for this. But we said that everybody can say, take the advice, and it wasn't the type of advice we spoke about at the beginning of that. Take the advice and interpret it to enter it. That's what's very good. There is a deeply that I'm not going to myself. So you only put us up in my way. If there is a focus regarding something that is done intentionally has a fear of Paris, and unintentionally carries the fear of tax. That's the only thing. So it's a limited body of halacha that so like if they have not focused, do you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day? Without being a focus, that should not be something non-Israeli. Why not? Because it's a thing that I've already. I notice this is only if they're focused by something which is very intentionally to praise, eventually to focus. So now listen to this. So if you look at the second Rabbi, interpret to the vice versa we made. Tell me how to take the most for them as well. Only Rabbi Papa, here we go. Keep on. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that started with that with Phil. So keep on it. Some of the Muslims are doing. So that's what it is. In order for it to become something normally, you got it. You have to be some expert. Fine. What's next? Mincha. She'll other show you the more. Not an expert. Not an expert. But the experts are the experts. Not the experts are the experts. Someone who knows about the interpollution of the moon. Again, what I said. Understand what it means to know about the interpollution of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what interpolation itself actually means. Right? Or the more so, I like to do it, right? Like, so the more so the actual process for the interpolation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine. Next. What's next? Good grounds. Shadela Abishon was brought to the fine. So please now. Maybe you should not okay, what's that? What's an example of this whole thing? Are you ready for this? Listen to this. Hey, the English in the audience are shut up, call either. So you only add hot period. I'm done. This is just, hey, okay.
You had a word,
That's absolutely ridiculous. How does this happen? 7.5 years cycle. How does it happen? And it feels like it's Russia, it feels like the Lemon, it's just very literally again, a current case on Poland. A current case on Poland. So that's not this, it's incredible. I say, just before we say it, sometimes, we get up and we prepare ourselves to sleep, we push ourselves, we're going, it's a lot of information, a lot of time. Wonder like, which part of how you feel about this? Is this not right? Every once in a while, and that's the difference with Russian is just a beautiful kiss and like this is your children and love you. Thank you for waking up for me, all every day with that. Thank you for cutting out the time to learn I'm not listening to you. If you think I'm not attentive to you, and it thinks that however many drops there are in shots, that a putting signal should come up in point. Right? So one day earlier, one day later, your kids aren't putting the point signal just this. There is every child wanting to be found. Every child wants to know what is my father next. Sure, I want to do this. Spend a lot of time doing that very much. So again, I will only work with the devotion, and then you know like this comes along, and we know that Abba is so incredibly proud of us. You know, it's deserved for us to continue to give our father necklace. And then that's what I'm saying. So again, you know, the example of your wonderful example. Maybe you should have this actually collab. So only other point. So for example, I have my focus about how to go ahead and declare a meeting. So again, the other members of the themselves, that they can go ahead and make the entire other into to create an other shady, right? Up until first. That's not focus. Up until point, after point, you either I piece of Kashai on this place, and either I piece of Kashai on this place. And also, I have ramifications of course, I got my focus as well. Ramifications are how you deliver the even coming someplace like. Right? Because remember again, the value is going to be a lead year, and I'm assuming whatever it is, such places are going to things that falls out. You have published ramifications. There is an example of my focus, where again, takes our colors versus toughness. Let's go like that. Java, Zahabat, Zubas, and Palasai. See the level of shoe, the machine lucky on a sea cast by that side. So, what's I say? If you take a look at Rashi says over here, the other side, I can show you, I will show you. So let's say, so we're going to go from the last cycle to look at as being separate to the Rashi points out that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between a day and the second. And again, so when you guys things that work through the right side, it's a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nida, 7 days of Siva. So we might put some here, we'll say, we're not going to get it that way. All of these are going to see how to become only because they're not fascinating with themselves. These are all just, I want to explain what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of methods. So then again, it's not about point for the mayor. The mayor holds 230 for becoming something memory. Because if you have enough focus, we're having something which if done intentionally is a few colors, and then unintentionally is a few patterns. So just for the triple the concept that you're trying to do with this down, and highlight a whole bunch of cases that seem to that criteria. So for example, again, what's better? This is what we're talking about. As you read this, I did not see what happens if we're using أمر أسير كتشي كان تبقى كمان so what is أمر أسير كعباسة so remember we're talking about the podcast about what happens with what happens about the science of readings on the 11th day of the 10th day of the Holy does that make your Nida, does that make your Zaba, and the result of ramifications which could potentially lead to a few colors. And you open up Asir Kitashi, Matashi by Shimmer, Abasir by Shimmer, fine, it's like it's on Asir Hadasad, Hadasad by Shimmer, Abasir by Shimmer. So again, that means that fundamental approaches about reading that extends from the days of the Zebras all the way to the days of the Lucas. What's her status? Okay, that potential three colors. Fine, next. Zed, Hadim. So Zed, the partial professor, Zed Shabbat. When the whole exact Zed Shabbat. What is it? On the days, beat on the whole Sasa. So for example, we have Mahmoud regarding whether or not one Jordan to the only Bible, let's say we didn't Bible, then it's Jordan. What's the eldest status of that Jordan to Ruben? Ruben, Gamarava, only a reason about the Asya, Hena, Asya Zizia. So let's say, so again, for example, we have these services actually. We consider the people of Jordan from the woman who won Bible, one Bible school for Jordan. And then for them, she is a very call. So that's it. Then it's a memory has to says no. It's only the brother from a legal relationship, but not from a woman by it. It's like it's an example where the context would be he carries the convention, he practices for the convention. They done them. Then you got that side. They done you got done Lego, done Ziba, so it is Lego, done you got the truth that I can't give them a color of the level. So for example, I say you got and the place is to be like the focus of the covers of the level. What's the mistake? This is not high level. What happens is yellow. Also has this yellow research to it. Down low, I'm a rubber. So kind of I'm says ultimately no nice to me. The Hakam higher. And the Hakam ultimately say that he was tough. So once again, just so it wasn't thinking of this level of this, but it's thinking of these colors. Because the nature of the movies when these are colors are going to be colors. So then these are examples. What's the kind of conclusion? That is true. The proof of that belief. There's no folks that are going to be not and a minus of you. I'll tell you, so what's this really the root work. Fascinating conductors for a rising child. What the hell is this? You need to have a right, so that you don't trust any straight away. A whole system of like Garuda, and stuff. Putting the kind of more into one thing that's called the Garuda. Like here, we got one southern. Let me be fair. Electric should be fair. She brings for certain amount of time that one is coming, and then for a certain amount of time afterwards, having to support it as well, it's what is there's an important fact in the comments. Right? I'll remind you of God says, we read the great source of blood. I parted to myself, I parted to myself, and again, the certain point the says the blood is coming. Another point the says, I'll be again, with boundaries. Forward. The lady says, she might understand, unfortunately, it's two different kinds of sources of blood. So you must have missed them at home, missed them at home, So we're going to be again, if the coming source is closed off, the car when it's open, this time the coming source is closed off the clear. Remember, so I want to know what is that now. Let's put it together. So this comes up in a case where open the door, we continuously teach the really the heart of God. Stop it. So can we see that she switches over from the car down, coming to down cars. Once again, ramifications over here are a few colors. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases with the supplementary with the argument of the rest of the briefing, and the stakes of the case are colors of the original progress of their articles. So John C. what's the times with the case? Different the logo of the Yeshua. I think the logo of Yeshua. It's the Kishkish Hashem, so I have a song, if I really went ahead. And one of the Kishka actually says that the Sina Hashas Kisara, the Hada says we need to read that. Shemai may really do this. But the Ishak Yezu Zopana, so he has a let's say she has a situation which is growing. If he agrees with her loving is a choice, he shuts on the Israelis. If it's stop, if it's excited for places, usually is 25 billion. The yoga, how do you like this result? So the stop for 25 days, and she can first bring down time. This is called the relentless result. So, how could this be the only people first while she is in a state of sickness? Okay, so that has its own implications as well. Think of what I said. The Shia says, light up Yom, Kaloni, Shabbos, Yodo. Listen, I have no issues. Like, maybe like, I left this to Purim, I left this to Shabbos. Again, the Shia says, light up Yom, Kaloni, Shabbos, Yodo. Like I said, okay, one probably could share that with right? This one probably not going to work well. Right? So nice again. So Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, right? If she stops bleeding, ultimately, and once it's for 25, then now your rent is for a day. But ultimately, again, like a shop, it's mainly a night and a day. So shop something outside, but let me not down. And also, the green that's subsided, right? The little bit that's subsided, not the low. They do the green. So I said once again, just all symbols of cases were the states of time in the focus because you're again with the games we have done it's very very next and do with it and see them must be in the function. You want this in the focus of the website again, like upper cases, minor cases, marker cases. So one example where these cases can result in time. Here it is, it's very interesting. This is a great market case. The book is the Shmuel Rabbi Avon. This is the Holy Shmuel Rabbi Avon, the Holy Shmuel. Shnei Shekhan Dineim, the Shmuel says, the two people act as a basin, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, Allah should make written things in cuts. The purpose of the case. Okay. Rabbi Avon, alright, we give it a hard aim to make. Rabbi Avon says, no, everyone agrees that what? Basically, two people don't issue a lot of people, but if they have a lot of people, are totally out. Rabbi said, I don't think, okay, I give you a problem, so how does this result in a Paris case? Rabbi said, watch how that shoots things. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say the case of two people. These are two people, two things when we do in shit. Like, two things that shouldn't also money. These are two people asking and say, really, it's right, and they extract money from shit. Now what happens? So like shit, we loses that money, we just have this money. Then the problem is what? According to their opinion, is the husband with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create potential issues, which is right. It was like pushing the vaccine on the whole variety of things that we done. You could be done if you cut us. Like I didn't realize you couldn't do a few cutters. So again, and that's started from military speed. So there's an example again. The fact that there's like a number says, I hold that things need to be two. And the other thing is, I get to be two. I'm sorry, it's military cases. It's military cases which could result in a potential few cutters. Fascinating. Eating the flushes, the book that the Rabbi Rabbi was eating the flushes case, Rabbi Rabbi, the sign the Rabbi over in a second Nefesh, that has Nefesh, like obviously when it says money. So when the Torah says a life for a life, it doesn't really mean a life for a life, that's what it means. It means military compensation. Ata on the mother in other Nefesh Manish, we say money, but maybe it means actually like, oh, like, yeah, money, see the mother. Like it says, we see our Baba said, we see our moments. Some moments. So once again, have a focus about what Nefesh means. So really, it's like the money can ask you to put some of the death. The other have enough cover to say, no, it means my death compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a few hours of unintentionally. Few countless of them unintentionally. Getting out this, I'm not like this with us. So the point is that we really show that. Not just the beginning, it's very short of the cut beginning. So again, not focus. How many do you need for a basing ultimately a little locus? So everything he says is a basing of humanity. Another sense of basing of company. So let's say, you know what we're going to do, we're going to stop over here, we're going to stop over for today. I know you're going to pass over the other system, but again, I just want to, here's the takeaway. We know that, right, Mishna Torah is something marvelous. Now we know the entire part is something marvelous. ultimately again about what are cases that make one a sucker mother. When we just think of is really focusing on the being about the which by the way, I want to spell it for this tomorrow. That's how you pass my luck when I say. In order for something to become a second Monday, the focus has to be about something which is done intentionally. You would carry a few colors, and it's done unintentionally, you carry a few colors. That's the thing. That's how luck when I say. All your intentions was triggering the hustle that we started with back today, which outlined all those kinds of cases and showing how each and every one of those cases showed the potential within a clear colors style for each part. So it's like, again, Minister of all this, we got Purim, Minister of all this, we got Shabbos, and Minister of all this, we got 150 on published Bible, and the rest of again, the first and third, we got it here to show the name short, we have the strap, we have the sweet, and the good Lord.
That is amazing.
I don't know. The Shabbos of God, we're going to walk into that.
My mom had 3 abortions before.
Why did you want that 3 abortions?
She just hated my dad.
How about you, Shabbos? All right, I want to say good morning, friends, and part of the night of Shabbos. So just let's watch as we're going to dive together on this brilliant and incredible day. Begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning. Here to thank our sponsor for Tafshin Hey. We told us in Mishbach on Israel. We're dedicating all the shiurim instructions this year as a course for the Soros Tavos for all around Israel. From the Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, and loving me of Terry's father, Dr. Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families. In memory of William Ziv, Zef Shmuel, and Sol Shmuel, and Rafa, and our week of journey sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben and Zechariah, Zechariah, the Rabbi, and the American Time Torah, all of the Shem Sadhan Aliyah, the families in the Torah, all those who were full Shabbat, who were called for the success of the Hamas which just and flows for all of Klal Yisrael. But with that, let us begin. A lot to do today about Hashem and less time than usual. So let's maximize it. Today's daf is days 87. We're going to begin on days 86. And let's just again, so if you see where Toast Amaris from Rabbi Yosef on 86b, you just move your finger to the left and about 4 lines up from there. You actually read this yesterday, but let's just read it again now. Rabbi, Hakom Odim Ben Sora Mora, Hakom Odim Ben Sora Mora, Maflugas Ben Sora Mora. So this charismatic statement yesterday. So I like this. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora is Ben Sora Mora Chai. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora Abatra. But everyone agrees that there's not focus. So what's the case? Hakom Odim Ben Sora Mora. Everyone agrees that regardless of if they are made into any zone, that they cannot be executed, wrong, because they can always say that there's higher intention just only had to visit focus upon the kid. Opponents, everybody agrees when it comes to the second witnesses because that a very limitation zone that they can't. Why? Because essentially the investigation of the solar hinges on their testimony. Because the first set of witnesses could simply say, we only came with authentic type markers, and therefore the second set are really the ones who are responsible for the death penalty. The Machlokes Ben Sora Mora, whereas the Machlokes Ben Sora Mora is actually quite interesting. Shnaim Omer Lefanenu Ganav, and Shnaim Omer Lefanenu Achal. Interesting thing, so you have 2 witnesses who testify. We saw the kid, right? We saw the Ben Sora Mora still the one who was father. And 2 more say, we saw him go ahead and eat the money. So whereas literally again, having 1 set of witnesses testify about the 12 events, and you have 2 separate witnesses testifying about 2 separate events, what's the nature of that combined testimony? That's enough purpose. Or Ravasi tells, even if you have been at issue with you, ain't there Rabbi? Once this is expected to happen. kidnap Shimon. So now what happened? Witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuben kidnap and sell Shimon. So what happens? Now those very same witnesses are made into Eidim Zomri. Where it says they are not killed. The Eidim Zomri are not killed. Why not? In Rabbi, because Reuben could always turn around and say, yeah, it's true. I killed Shimon. I sold Shimon. Do you know why I sold Shimon? He's my Eved. He's my slave. So because he's my slave, I'm allowed to sell him. So because ultimately, again, the defendant could technically exempt himself from the claim, therefore, Allah and Mesa, Eidim Zomri will not be able to be executed over this. I'm not Yosef. Kiman of the Hashmite to Rabasi. Rabbi Akiva, whose opinion is this? Like, this is Rabbi Akiva. Why? The Omar Dava V'lo Chatzikava. Because Rabbi Akiva is when he says that Allah and Mesa, in order to be liable, halacha l'maisa, you have to be testifying about the entire Indian. Remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's daf. Hold over and not chas together. Amri Abaye, Ikir Abanam, Neragim. We're coming to the Abanam apparently again. This is going to be killed. Forgot what we just said. We just said a moment ago that halacha l'maisa, the defendant could exempt himself. How can he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, that yes, I sold Shimon. Shimon is my Eved. What's interesting? What's the case over there? The case over here was where the witness says, so we didn't sell Shimon. What's missing? Witnesses that say that we didn't kidnap Shimon. So you have Eidim Chira, but you don't have Eidim Geneva. You might remember, hold on a second. If you have, if you only have witnesses that Reuben went ahead and sold Shimon, but no witnesses that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, so there's no case over there. What are we talking about? You got to remember, no, the idea over here is at the end of the day, halacha l'maisa, the witnesses to the kidnapping came in the army. Back out to my remember. Okay, but if they came around, in other words, again, the fact is, the witnesses are testifying that we didn't search Shimon. There's not yet accepted testimony that we didn't kidnap Shimon. Then how could there be liability for the Indian if we have not yet accepted testimony about the kidnapping himself? What's we call the Kamaramzi Remusi. So this is interesting about what's happening over here. The witnesses are signaling to each other. In other words, the witnesses that testify that Reuben sold to Shimon are to appear first in days. But as they testify, another set of witnesses that are there, and they're there to testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. And like they're motioning to each other, much like in a battle, you just have to be motioning to each other, like, we'll talk after you. So you might have thought, no, the thing about, we don't need symbols. Whereas like the fact that the witnesses are only communicating, I love the myself. It should always be like we have testimony about the kidnapping itself, to which the Gemara says, much more Remisa Lav that ultimately when the signaling with the witnesses is halachically insignificant. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you have witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuben sell Shimon, and those witnesses are limited to Eidim Zomri, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no formal testimony that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. Okay? Good. I'll say Mishnah. Moving along. Zokim Mar, so that's very interesting. Remember, we've spoken about this before. Zokim Mar, literally translated, is the rebellious sage. Essentially, in a nutshell, the rebellious sage is a member of the Sanhedrin, as we're discussing, who refuses to yield the majority, remains set in his personality. And then he's put death to see the circumstances of that person. Essentially, Zokim Mar, not Zokim Mar, only becomes Zokim Mar, based on days in Shemar, keep only called the Baal Mishpat. Shlosh, now we're going to explain the process for Zokim Mar. Shlosh Batekin, right? There are three different Batekin situated in Yerushalayim. One basin was situated at the entrance of Harabayis. One was situated at the entrance of the courtyard of the Mikdash. the Echad Moshe the Lishkas HaGazis, and one was situated in the chamber of his story. I will say, what we call the Sanhedrin, the High Court, that was the last one, that's number 3, situated in Lishkas HaGazis. So listen to this. So what happens? Boy, who said, Shabbos HaKabai. So let me give you the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to see this in the Gemara, there's a dispute in the local basin. And there's everyone is on one side, the second member is on the other side. They can't seem to reach the. So now they take their case up to Yerushalayim. First step is they go to this gate, ultimately at the entrance to the Harabais. They come back. Go back. And the second, right, the sage in the minority. The sage in the minority, he comes along and he says, he presents his case in front of the Beis. He says, listen, Hebron, this is my position. This is the position of my friends. Ultimately, this is how I learned the situation. My friend learned it. There's Shavu Alman. So, and again, and the Zakin essentially says, Hebron, have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? Let's say, remember again, he's not getting off the number. Right now, he's just the guy. He's just the dissenting judge. We'll see when he becomes a number. But I'll say what's beautiful about this. You notice how the second Monday talks. He goes to the example. What does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. There's often in life, we are able to articulate our own position, but a lot of difficulty, certainly hearing and even more so articulating the positions of others. It's a mind law. It's a mind law. Not only do you able to celebrate, but you need like 50 time to actually understand some of the things. I mean, disagree with it at the end, but at least it's informed disagreement. As opposed to what happens all too often in life, where you just kind of snarly or quickly or just superficially disagree with things that just don't sound like us, without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. So there's a lot of godless in this, that the Zaki Mamre is able to fully articulate the positions of the others. So he goes on, fine. So what happens if the first case, in the basis of the Halabais, they don't have anything to add to this conversation? So what happens? You go to the next basin. This basin is situated at the entrance way of the Azar. Once again, the Zakin says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say. So okay, so once again, the Zakin says, listen, Hebron, based at the Azar. Do you guys have anything to add? Right, anything to add in this? If they do, fantastic. A would be the part in the case of and if not, then everyone, everyone sounds like even the members of the other two Bethlehem, everyone's now coming along to the high court in the Lishkas HaGazis. That's where they're coming. This is the basement from which Torah goes out. Okay, so let's say some fine. So now, it turns out that the part of the Mishnah doesn't show, okay, is that they get Lishkas HaGazis. Lishkas HaGazis rules in favor of the majority and against the Zakin, against the solar things. Okay, Chazor, the Zakin goes back to his town and he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. Fine, it's not problem. He remains in his opinion, but he encourages people to act upon that opinion. In other words, if the second Imam comes back home and all he's doing over here is just teaching his opinion, like he's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing Torah. But if he comes back after this entire process and says, Hebron, this is what you have to do, clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's when it becomes a Zakin Mamre. Talmud Shehora Lasos. Talmud will say that interestingly enough, all of this is a zaken. Now, what is a zaken? A zaken is an ordained sage. That's what becomes a zaken member. Let's say you don't have a zaken member. Let's say just a Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like it's Rashi says over here, Talmud showing Kriya Lahora, the Nefak Abezi. So this is a guy, the Talmud is someone who might be a Talmud Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Hora, of what we call constantly halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and disputes with the basin, even instructs others to pass like this particular opinion. Looking Potter, for why? Because the beginning of remember is only someone who has someone who has reached the level of Allah of ultimately going ahead and instructing others, passing Allah. Minsa Chamuro Kulo. It turns out that ultimately, again, his sister, the school is that he's allowed to pass the halacha. But that chumah that he's not passing the halacha ultimately turns out to be a kilo. What do you mean a kilo? It's not put to death for being a zakin member. Incredible. All right, Commissioner, say Gemara. Here we go. Keep on your card. So now we just outlined the process for zakin member. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of machlokes, like what kind of disputes are we talking about a second memory of the Jewish fellow sages? So turn up on he pointed in front of our top of page 87. In most of the days, about it. So first of all, we're talking about someone who said a mufla. And what is a mufla? An expert. An expert. In order to be great, you can't just be a regular. To be a to be a recognized expert. And it's mimcha. So we'll say, so I don't know what's happening. The Torah is the Gemara is analyzing the passage. The passage Gemara is analyzing here is keep all in called davar mishpat. When some matter in halacha will be unclear to you, being dam with dam, between blood and blood, being din with din, judgment and judgment, nega with nega, right? What is it? Affliction. Good, affliction. Here's another word, right? Okay, good. Any arguments you may have in your gates, they come to Balisa and Makwa Sheikh Hashalakeva. But that must actually this entire process. So what does it mean? So Mincha, a mufla. But Mincha, Zayois. Furthermore, Mincha means someone who's able to give counsel. In other words, we'll say, in order to get yourself in trouble, being a second memory, you have to be holding on a certain level. So that actually sounds very familiar. Gemara is also giving examples of types of matloksim which could result in a shocking memory scenario. So, for example, Mincha refers to intercalation of the year, like Ibar Hashana, like leap year, never leap year. So this is the kind of thing. Let's say there's a dispute about that. Next, so Gemara says, Mincha, the favorite between the Omer, Mincha Yotza Choshev Al Hashem Re'echa, Yois Goyal. Davar, next is Davar. So halacha, this is the first dispute in halacha. For example, there's a dispute between the Zakin Mamre and the individual about halacha Moshe Yisrael. Halacha Moshe Yisrael, right? So that's what it is. The Mishpat Zehadin. What's Mishpat? This refers to the Gzera Shabbat. Machlok is not a particular type of Gzera Shabbat, not a Gzera Shabbat. Being down the dance. So remember again, we're just going through different examples of things that ultimately again could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. Fine. Being down the dam, being down needs to look down later. There's Machlokes in distinguishing between dam and dam later, being din with din, being the Fashos and din Mamres, Makis. There's a dispute. There's something again, whether it's din in the Fashos capital cases, din in Mamres, monetary cases, din in Makis, lashes, being nega and nega. What does that mean? Being nige adam, nige batin, nige begatin. Something concerning again the blood, saras of an individual, of a home of clothing. Divrei, edu charamim ba'erkenbach dishes. So divrei means again, keren vows, erech vows, hektish vows, rivos, zuashkas, sota, ba'arifas eglo, betaras mitzora. So rivos, really argue with this refers again to social situations. Egla, looks like a captive cat, before someone's got killed. Betaras mitzora, the sha'arecha in your gates. Zuleket shechecha upeya. This refers again, leket shechecha with different cards. So left being agricultural cards, the left foot part. The Kamdon, so again, what you might just do is just mention all the different possible areas of Halacha where you can have an argument which could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. Okay? The Kamdon, so you will get up. Where is that? Where you get up from? The basement, from the local court. So you will go up. Melane, Shebis Mikdash, Gava, Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, Gava, Mikol Ha'arasas. What does it mean? It's interesting. It only says you will get up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. You might really see it going up. You see the base of Mikdash is the highest point in Eretz Yisrael, and ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately, again, the notion of Aliyah, of ascension, is used with the Sanhedrin, which is located in the Mikdash, and with Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze that for this moment. Pishon Beis Hamikdash, Kol Eretz Yisrael, B'Ksiv, V'Avisal. So I understand why we say that the Beis Hamikdash is taller. It's one of the tallest parts of Eretz Yisrael, because the Lashon Alisa, you go up to the Beis Hamikdash. Ella, Eretz Yisrael, Gava, Mikol Ha'aratzos Minalei. And where do I know that Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands? B'Ksiv, V'Achin Yei Yomim Ba'im Yom Hashem. Lo Yom HaChai Hashem Asher Ha'ela, Esnei Yisham Eretz Mitzrayim. Kim Chai Hashem Asher Ha'ela, V'Asher Yisrael, Me'eretz Tzifona. Mikol Ha'aratzos Asher Yikach Yisham, Yeshua HaMasam. So how incredible is this? You know, he was quoting the passage from Yirmiyahu Navi. Yirmiyahu Navi says something beautiful. He says the day will come. He made Yomim Ba'im. The days will come. But we will no longer simply refer to our as the God who took us out of Egypt. Right? And if you notice what I say, Lashon over here is Ha'ela Esnei Yisham. Hashem took us. It's not just simply out. What does Ha'ela mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from the Eretz Yisrael by traveling what? We refer to our Kadosh Baruch Hu, the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands. He brought us up. Hello, from all lands. What do you see here? You see here that whenever there's a reference to taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the Lashon? Aliyah. Always Lashon person trying to point out how overwhelmingly amazing is it that according to this passage of Geula or Purim. It's not even the best part of it. Just hold on to your seats. Wait to see this on the top. Wait. Right? Listen, it's just amazing. A passage about Geula, we're really talking about the fact that this passage is going to take us out from all of the lands of our dispersion. Is going to bring us up. You know, as great as Purim is, and as beautiful as Purim is Nisim Bis Kasya. It's covered miracles, it's hidden miracles, and it's miracles cloaked in nature. And what Purim awakens in us, as much as we celebrate this beautiful, beautiful mace, especially that incredible Hakaras HaTefillah, it awakens in us the desire for something more. I don't want miracles. I want Nisim Bis Kasya. We want Nisim Bis Value. We want to feel miracles. As we're yearning for the real miracles, what is the miracles? It reminds us the revealed miracles are going to come. They're going to come. And when they come, He's going to take us up, He's going to take us out. So every point to solve is only one direction. And it's always going up. Incredible. Hold on. Zagim Namre. So this is very interesting. So now we're going to see there's essentially a 3-year focus about what type of legal matters to make someone into a Zagim Namre. So Rameir holds that it's only regarding something which, if done intentionally, would be a chiyuv kares, and accidentally would be a chiyuv chatos. Rabbi Yehuda says, "Al davar sheikara midivrei Torah." Rabbi Yehuda says, "No, it's about something where the source halacha is midaraisa, but the interpretation is midrabanan, and they're arguing about the interpretation." So Rabbi Shimon says, "Afilu diktuk echad diktuk v'sof." Rabbi Shimon says it's pretty much anything. Even if you're arguing about a small detail in the law, ultimately, again, it will still become a Zakin Mamre. So my time was that my time Rameir. Just Rameir is like remember. Rameir said that halacha l'maisa. Rameir said that halacha l'maisa. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, the only type of thing that can make you into a Zakin Mamre, ultimately is the type of thing that you do intentionally is kares, unintentionally a chatas. So the Gemara says, what's his logic? Gamar davar davar. He makes Xer Shava ultimately again of davar davar. So the Gemara says, Ksif hacha, ki palim mincha davar l'mishpat. So also first of the widest lines. It says over here, ki palim mincha davar l'mishpat. Uksif hasan, v'ne'elam davar me'ene hakah. That's talking about the high and WNC, where the Sanhedrin Paskins incorrectly ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like over there is talking about something where intentional commission is placed, right? And Shogi is chatas. After so by something memory, davar shechayev as dona kares da'ashim chatas. Okay, so Meir learns that from the Xer Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion one. Rabbi Rudolph said this. Remember, Rabbi Rudolph's opinion was that only become a second mamre, on something different Torah and so forth. Like the Ikra Halacha is Midaraisa and details of the Rabbanan. So where does it begin? So Yehuda, Piatorah Shemizcha, the Ikra Torah, the Urucha. Has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the Torah, we don't know how to ask him. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret. That's the type of situation that could create second mamre. And lastly, Rabbi Shimon, I think the call to Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a Beis Din, anything they argue about, if the second mamre remains kind of fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could create second mamre. I'm going to refer back to Rabbi. Shir Gemali Lahamas, he said, what's he ready for this? Shafuna said that, Rabbi said, fine. Take the Bryce, and Rabbi says, referring to the Bryce we spoke about at the beginning of the class. Take the Bryce and interpret it to make point to Rabbi. So what's this? Remember again. Rabbi is of the opinion that Allah you can only become a second mamre if there is a machlokes regarding something that if done intentionally has a chiv hares, and if unintentionally carries a chiv chatas. That's the only error. It's a limited body of halacha that again. So like if they have a machlokes, do you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day? If that's being a focus, that could not result in a second mamre scenario. Why not? Because it's a team drop on it. And Mary says it's only if they're machlokes about something which is done intentionally chiv chatas, unintentionally chiv chatas. So now listen to this. So if we know back when they said to Rabbi, interpret between the vice mentor and there. Tell me how this. Here we go. Poly, key poly. So you listen. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started the daf with today. So key poly. Something will be so. The muflash of everyone agrees. No sense. In order to go ahead and become a second mamre, you gotta be a mufla. You have to be someone who's an expert. Everyone's an expert. Okay? Fine. What's next? Mincha zeyoitz. Sheodela aver shonu v'twa chadash. Furthermore, not only an expert, but an expert should the experts. What's an expert should the experts? Someone who knows about the intercalation of the moon. Again, also, you understand what it means to know about the intercalation of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what intercalation itself actually means, right? All the more so, I like using that word, right? So all the more so, the actual process for the intercalation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine. Next. We'll say, what's next? Good. Fine. So Kidistan. Okay, let's say, get ready for this. What's an example of my focus that could occur? Okay, you ready for this? Okay. Listen to this. You just call it a day. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How does this happen? 7.5 years cycle. How does it happen? And it's not like a drasha, it's not like a lemon, it's not a literally again a Purim case on Purim. Purim case on Purim. So what's the matter? It's incredible. I was saying, just we always say it. Sometimes, we get up early, we get ourselves asleep, we push ourselves, we're going, it's a lot of information, not a lot of time, and we wonder like, how do you feel about this? Is this the proper level? And then every once in a while, and that's the emotional piece, it's just a beautiful piece. Nachas and grace. children, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for waking up early, or whenever we do it now. Thank you for carving out the time to learn my Torah. To learn my Torah. And if you think that I'm not listening to you, and if you think that I'm not attentive to you, and if you think that out of however many blocks there are in Shas, that a certain sugya should come up important. I was like, one day earlier, one day later, point on sugya. Just know. Sometimes, what does every child want to know? Deep down, every child wants to know that I give my father nefes. That's what I want to do. Spend our lives trying to do my parents nefes. So again, all the ones that we go from, again, like this comes along, and we know that Abba is so incredibly proud of us. We should be so fortunate to continue to give our father nefes and never ask him to tell us. So again, so you want to give an example over here. What's the current case? For example, so for example, let's say they have enough focus about how to go ahead and declare a leap year. So again, the other members of the said that they can go ahead and make the entire other into a leap, create other shady, right? Up until it's not focus. Up until Purim, after Purim, the Ilahai Kashaycha is the case. The Ilahai Gizah Kashaycha is the case. And I want to say that ramifications, of course, of that focus. Ramifications are you going to end up eating coming someplace else? Right? Because remember again, depending if there's going to be a leap year, and at the Sheni and at the base, it's going to be the base that falls out. Yeah, you have chametz ramifications. So there is an example of a focus where again you stay. Are cut versus chatos. Where goes weiter? Davar zot zu elchos chalasad. The Itmar Asiri, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kiddushin, Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ka'achadasad. So again, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, elchos chalasad yom achor shayid alach shvei nidu anida. So remember again from last cycle. So we have this text that Rashi points out over here that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every Nida cycle. Remember again, the way you're supposed to need the word to Nida Alaisa is 7 days of Nida, 11 days of Siva. Mark quotes over here again, we'll say, we're not going to get in depth in all of these methods, probably because only because of time. They're all fascinating themselves. These are all just, I want to just explain what we're doing here. Rabbi, just trying to show a series of methods. So remember again, we're trying to learn according to Meir. Meir holds, the only time you can become a Zakin Mamre is if you have a method regarding something which you've done intentionally is if you've placed and unintentionally you've practiced. We're just trying to now interpret the pasuk that we interpreted at the beginning of this daf and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's davar? This refers to the following halacha. Zuhil, kos achadasar, deitmar asiri. What happens if a woman leaves on the 10th? Yom Omer Asiri Kipushi. 10th is recognized the 9th. Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Omer Asiri Ka'achadasar. So again, remember, the term of the machlokas about what happens with there's machlokas about the status of leading from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her a nida? Does that make her a zava? And the resulting ramifications, which could potentially lead to a fifth chorus. Rabbi Yochanan Asiri Kipushi. Matashi Ba'ishimer, Af Asiri Ba'ishimer. It's fine. Rish Lakish Omer Asiri Ka'achadasar. So again, that being right now, fundamental machloka about ultimately again into the days of the leaders. What's her status? The focus regarding that could lead to potential beautiful colors. Fine. Next, Zeh. So the Gemara says Zeh Hadeh. So then the pasuk first Zeh Shabbos. And the focus about Zeh Shabbos. What does that mean? On the days, Jim Bitom and Sasa. So for example, we have focus regarding whether or not one's daughter from a woman who is violent. Let's say we violent daughter. Let it daughter. What's the ever status of that brother to leader? Even Gamarava only Lisa Rabin Asya Hena Ina Asya Zima. So let's say again, for example, we saw this actually. So we passed that ultimately even the daughter from a woman who was violent, who was back to his daughter, and therefore again she is an erva to the father, to the father. So let's say again as a Mamre asking, says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, and not from a woman who is violent. So again, an example of where my focus would be If Karis is unintentional, if you have that's unintentional, then dam, the rain then sorry, then dam later, dam out, one of the cases over here. Danida, it put the Akabi and the Hammer Rabbi. So, for example, by Danida, the Makotis will be like the Makotis and the Akabi and the Hammer Rabbi. What's that? Because this man, Dam Ayala, what happens if a woman sees yellowish blood? Blood that has a yellowish color to it. So Dam Ayala, Akabi and the Hammer Rabbi coming. So Akabi and the Hammer says ultimately again what it's coming. That the Hammer and the Hammer ultimately say that it is Tahar. Once again, what are the ramifications? What are the ramifications of this complex? That it's a few colors. Because relations with the woman who's in this job carries into the penalty colors. So then this example, dam later, what's the dam later? Look at the Rabbi, was not going to start on the Rab on a minor Apatu. I told it so as it's really again, the way it works, fascinating to see the rice in the child. What are the halachos? The way the halachos, you need the rice, and we don't test in this way today because we our whole system of like Danleda, Danida, Danziba have kind of morphed into one thing called the Danida. But again, with our rice, suddenly, that's a woman gives birth. And after she gives birth, she leaves for a certain amount of time the blood is turning. And then for a certain amount of time afterwards, and then if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is tahar. There's a focus back to mechanics like that. Rav Amar Mayim Echazu. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. Authority muscle, authority muscle. And again, a certain point in Torah says the blood is coming. Another point in Torah says ultimately again, this down is tahar. The lady, our lady says, Shema saying, no, it's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nistam Hatamim, Niftach Hatar, Nistam Hatar, Niftach Hatamim. So literally again, if the Tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open, this time the tar source is closed off, the tummy one is open. So now what does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately a woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stopping. So kind of it switches over from what we call dam tame to dam tar. So once again, the ramifications over here are a few colors. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases with exactly the manner of the argument the rest of the basin, and the stakes of the case are colors that done intentionally, chatas that done unintentionally. Dam ziva, what's the dam ziva case? Both of those are Yeshua. Those are Yeshua. This time, kishkash v'shiyam b'sel echad. I know if a woman went ahead and really again kishkash. And actually says what the Parshas Zava, Bachada Sam Shebeni Zalida, Shemaim Avi and Ziva, but you should preserve them all. So you're going to say she has this issue with this close. For 3 days, we came for 11 days. In Shafsan, there is the ace. If it stopped, if it subsided, first, and then if you do this 24-hour period, the yoga, how does he let this result? So if it stopped for 24-hour period and she gave birth during that time, this is called the Levis result. So, technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of sequence. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. Here it goes. The Shura says, "Light of Yom, Kaleli Shabbos Yomo." Listen, how incredible is this? Like in one Gemara, right? A reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Yeshua says, "Laili Yom Kaleli Shabbos Yomo." And then we'll say, again, the Purim one you probably could share at the Shabbos day, right? I don't know how I would. This one probably not going to work well. And so again, so Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, right? If she stops bleeding, ultimately, and not just for 25, not just for a day, but ultimately, again, like a shot, namely a night and a day, she's not stop, not down. The pain that subsided, right? The liver pain that subsided, not the blood. Pain didn't. Okay, so we'll say once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the focus because they're doing ultimately again with the case where it's done intentionally to be unintentionally to be cautious. Next, pain dealing with them, pain dealing I'm not dealing with cautious, dealing with this. My focus again, again, by capital cases, monetary cases, Malchus cases. So, what are examples where these cases can result in powers? Being on this is very interesting. What's the example ultimately again a monetary case? It's looked at the Shmuel Rabbi Abba. This is my whole Shmuel Rabbi Abba. What's my phone? Some Shmuel. Shnayim Shedon Dneim. Listen to this. Shmuel says if two people act their judgment is equality. They're called the chutzpah based. Okay. Rabbi Amar, Rabbi Avo says no. Everyone agrees that what a basin of two people can't issue halakhic rulings, and halakhic rulings are totally invalid. Rabbi said, how does how does this result in a parent's case? I will say, watch how Rashi explains this. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a basin of two people. Basin of two people, adjudicated cases in Reuven and Shimon. Like Reuven claims that Shimon owes him money. Basin of two people ask him, they say, Reuven's right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Reuven uses that money, he's Mekadosh Shimon. Right? The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's Mekadosh Shimon with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential a marriage situation that could result potentially in adultery and all the whole variety of different decisions. So again, and that's here's an example. Let's take the memory says all the basin could be two. And the other thing you say basically could be three. So again, it's monetary cases which could result in a potential chiyuv chavis. Fascinating. Beginning the fashions, the book Rabbanon wasn't in the fashions case. Rabbi Rabbanon, the sign Rabbi Omer Sata Nefesh Takas. Right, Atus, it says Mama. Generally, the Torah says a life for a life. It doesn't live for a life. Rather, what does it mean? It means for compensation. Ata Omer Mama in the Ashmanish. You say money maybe it means actually like whole life. Never minus the mother. Never minus the mother. Like it says the singa bargain. So once I say again, let's say they have enough focus about what nefesh takas nefesh means. So literally, it's like in Mona can be asking to put someone to death. The other Hebron can say no, it needs monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a chiyuv kares have done intentionally, chiyuv kares have done unintentionally. Give me a Marcus. What about Marcus? So the book with Rabbi Rothschild Rabbi this time. Marcus Gimel, which is Bechaf Gimel. So again, fundamental mathematics is how many do you need for a base thing? Ultimately, you'll get a Marcus. So one opinion says a base thing of Marcus. Another says a basin of Chafkin. So most like, we know what we're going to do. We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over here for today. I know we went a little bit fast. We want to be able to get through. But again, so I just want to, here's the takeaway. We know we have, right, Mishnah taught us the Sakin Mamre. So now we know the entire process of Sakin Mamre. Three-way machlokas, ultimately again, about what are the pieces that make one in Sakin Mamre. What we were just doing over here is really focusing on the being of Rabbi Meir, right? I want to spoil it for this tomorrow. That's how you pass my for myself. In order for a Zaki to become a Zaki Mamre, the focus has to be about something which, if done intentionally, would carry a chiyuv kares, and if done unintentionally, would carry a chiyuv chavis. Take that to the bank. That's how for myself. All you were essentially doing was interpreting the concept that we started with that with today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could potentially be a chiyuv kares / a chiyuv chavis. So it's like, and again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim. In the midst of all this, we got Shabbos. In the midst of all this, we got a Haggadah Kismet. And I will say again, a friend from Purim, we're going to dive in the Meretz Hashem in the main shul. Tremendous shkayach, tremendous week, and a good Meretz Shabbos.
Is there something to think of when you're about to come too fast and you think of that to try to stop yourself from being so overly excited? I usually try to think of the women that I'm thinking of.
I know since you know that good many of us begin to give my thank you all of our responses for this really true to thank our under 2024 for touching for you. So we have a person swap up. We're going to swap thank you. Holy Spirit, Russia this year. And this Christmas source for the swallow of peace. And the Holy Spirit for the Lord Father. Upon the Lord Penny, please do what you know, please Father. Harry Khan, you got that two bush, very Yosef, Khan, see what you do, anything is the name of the woman, is the very strength to come. I gotta look up early sponsor.
But it's just like, yeah, it's true. It's like,
Maybe that's good. Probably I was Listen, we don't let us believe a lot of change. So today's that he says as follows: only recognition so maybe there are only recognition. A person goes out and kidnaps a Jew. So there is something that uncountable reason. Really, this issue is extra. Like the entire story, that's how Marco is kidnapped. That's how Marco is the world. Looking for the palace of the Akash village, totally against the world of the Akash village. Again, sometimes about the Ashkafas the divine providence. Again, even for work, darkness, the work of circumstances, even Yeshua comes. How incredible it is when you're there, and it's there. Again, only means person kidnaps a Jew. What's that about? And this is obviously talking about the Jew. Kidnapping a Jew. So that's not about in a fight, actually, I present the truth. It's a fair on the game. Halacha, for kidnapping.
so it's like, we should just get a new band. So I just got a new band, but it's shitty sheer.
I want to look at So it just says, number two, and number three, selling. That's a conflict. So you're going to work this as I don't think people can come see it talking about it. We'll discuss exactly why what's customers know this. We should also like to consider for you what happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps Tatsi ever Tatsi Bekomi. What's that about? We're going to find a company. We need to say that you and how you ultimately say that you are Tatsi. Okay, so what's this now? A lot to unpack over this. So first things first. Kind of off. What do you do? So when you the first not make this in the was as follows. Kind of says when you go out and you kidnap someone, you're the kind of but if you get added on, you also have to work with the so I have more or less the point of the time come up. You don't have to be using the individual, like I say, it's working out. The bus itself says it is standard. The kidnapping and the use of the individual. So how people can disagree with that is a particular fact. So you mentioned the last number is Rabbi, you won't have to do some of these people. Everyone agrees they work to be liable for the kidnapping. This one can go ahead and do this showing is what happens if you work on with fairly consistent. For example, you put them to work and then you come out and actually generate push other people work for. Is that called work and work? That's the thing that come up and Rabbi people. Find your luck. So we may ask about your question. What about the luck for Yashin? Nothing. So you have to few questions. What happens for us from that? There's connection while she's sleeping solid sleep. So you're feeling the head to sleep. Right? So he's kidnapped and he's sold all off to sleep. So go ahead. Let's see what's that like. is there liability? Why should say that? Okay, let's see exactly what the question is over here. So mother should lost nothing. But what happens if you don't do that or what was pregnant? But you didn't like to the person that what the law was said that the way you did you want to do the baby. You want to sell the baby. What's the halacha? You should you want the fact or indirectly. So I said, so is this considered to be, you want this considered to be again, almost working individual, or not, which person I'm talking about. The same again, collecting in a class, who's going to look at the individuals. You're going to learn what it was the case. You're going to figure out something else from the city, and so you're going to figure out Rabbi, and also you're going to say for the universe. So there's no, so you utilize sleeping children as a separate or with the hanging problem, there's a big room, and you put the hanging room in front of him to show him hanging room. So he's utilizing he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called therapy or not? So I say, so again, which begin to see is the way to separate this approach that you have to do that. So number one, you don't want to have to take personal care because you don't have to really make your choice. And as a clue, you have to work for it. So the shame is this called working individuals, which the Gemara says take. Genesis is asking this, the worst is even when I'm going to figure out children, and she is asleep. With kidnapping, he's asleep with cell, so shiny just this is called kidnapping. But the way to yourself, how can someone sleep with all of that? And how can you sleep with your kid? How can you sleep with your soul? And what's the one you see in there? You see the people you have tremendous core of shit. People can sleep. People can sleep through a lot. People can sleep through selling. People can sleep through life. If you sleep at the end of life, you take so many twists and turns. You risk so much, and you don't realize so much. And there's so much of our whole life is this holy. That's what is all around us. It's civil peace. All of those opportunities. Incredible. So we know this like it. You might say, he wants it, only that you are kind of most with the man who was killed. So I don't know what his life believe. So now I'm just what about the success someone any other issue connection I know that if you kidnap you should say even you should know I don't know if it's viability if a woman kidnaps who makes I really make a lot of success and again, there's no gender specific, person specific. Hey, you got to realize that he might say you should only get this one. The person will be better if you get stolen. A Jew to a Jew. After that, one of the solution. That's not one of the solution. Whether you can have a man, a woman, that's a care that you should have. You can't be a convert. You can't be the next slave. In any of these cases, you are okay, fine. Gunboat, gunboat. What goes back to what happens see what happens. So, even socially, but it's not just so at least number one, even kidnap children that you get salvaged. At least number two, certain that you not see as what's that? that's not the hypocrite. Not for all these old after all that thing that's all tight. So you need to do this. What happens if you don't go for her? I mean, some children, children's father, or children's own father, or one of children's own relatives. What's that about? Usually it's not, because they will be stuck all these cases. I believe it's not, but it's like one of those that has a parent, one of those that has a criminal. Okay, okay, about 86 days. Let me carefully direct yourselves. Anyway, and we show the Shimon as follows. We have actually it's an Indian Swiss effort, we have the kind. So this is specifically most focusing on the case of the living connections, then those that have the kind, sells Shimon's father, or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, people who are Shisha says that the kind of fellowship they should hope that people will only be liable for selling someone who not sell them may have from their family, which says like you could not be someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which is simply because that even if you actually is actually back to someone's own family, but even if you not be liable. What the Bible says, it is liable. So what's the name of it, right? So you don't have any contract, but you like, you know what, choose it to contract. Then proving this people chicken and some shillings, 2 shillings, own shillings, father shillings, girls, but ultimately again, either with the couple. So what's the next item? My question, what's the couple? Then what are the shit? Then all of the shit, what are the which is much more like the Stam Mafisi Labidor, Stam Pusaf Labidor, Stam Super Labidor, Stam Sufi Labishin and the Cruz Labidor. Not for myself, we have this piece that was published to college sector, Stam Supra, Stam Sufi, the content of the proper way to explain it. Someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. I was saying found with you because they were normally found with you. You kill them. So it's going to say someone who normally is with you, who's normally with you. Your child. That's the logic of the Rabbi walking with you again, say that you are conscious. Okay. You know the Rabbi, I don't know what's up. Okay, so that is what it is. You not say things only in the circumstances, something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. That's the case. You must say you should show faith in each other you must die. That's a question of adultery. What we found. And the man is sleeping with another woman, right with another woman, not for her, who is watching our hands. Often that you must say controversy. So it's a pretty case a situation where another married woman is coming down with another married woman, once you say that you don't. Now it's this point, the street will get by. It's interesting, actually, it's that one here. So much puppies, so was definitely a case of who was this blankets, I share the same house. Not puppies, that's how one and every time I saw one, I obtained one. I never even knew there was a case of this. Shares the same house. So you must just tell me that the red liability for those specific situations because why? Because since a couple of ways going around the couple of years, so it's not
absolutely. Your plan was beyond everything. Other than that,
I'm not.
to personally follow family as much as they should.
I'm not looking at how
And I speak over
what's the
everything
level,
you
the
do,
limits,
right? Like
what does the apostle say? A person may kidnap, right? The only issue not allowed. The limits of the job, right? One person kidnaps one person, and the victim is found in the victim. So the limits of indicates like that is a certain rule, right? A certain that will not be working like that is not what is that conclusive? That comes to the ultimate situation of a father and a son. It is that's how we constitute.
getting work and reaching is going so hard in the pain that Jasmine's flowers just had her diabetes cure.
So there's no difficult liability to do that. That's the point of that. When you say there's no difficult liability to do that, what does that mean? Would you have to get it's not me, it's good. It's where I say English language, we all get to do it. So remember, a lot of these people coming up with that is local. So if you visit our farm, it's where it is. It's full of land, and once we go out, we are covered by the law. So like you see the Hawaiian says, the father kidnapping a slave.
Putting yourself in chains, buddy.
Yeah, but that's how that works. So when you're up, let's get some stuff up. She also says this is fascinating. Please tell us, please tell us.
Is there anything else you should know?
We must do that one and also teach other students Japanese. These are people who spend a lot of time with these children. They have a lot of nice stuff that they're not getting people into. I guess when you're a citizen, which is kidnapped to technically speaking, for liability since and expect that much money that we can just say, and just do that is very expensive. And how much time children spend with each other that's really and once you see this relationship is better than like father-son relationship. Okay, anyway, take away from this is the aspect of Rabbi, and it's our Rothschild and son, Rabbi God's business that
Save the day.
father is so they're actually looking for Bible. Okay, that's what I'm saying. One of the this is really the next question solution was if you steal that's the other that's even wrong. What is a lot of so you know the reason value conversation that's all about something more tell us and you got reckoning about the emotions. Okay, so similarly unrelated speaking,
People tonight are going to be partying
it
at
says
Colorado, which is owned by some friends of the Tony family. So there's a whole heads up there. Miami Vice. We love you
Someone who has relations, someone who does not have alcohol also will go into the presence of process. So because of that, that's why we learn how to process. incredible. Rabbanon will say, Echad Mitzvahs. Rabbanon says, no, it's actually Echad. Echad doesn't refer to someone who has no generation, but it was Echad of their group. Someone who is your brother in Mitzvahs. Echad is your brother in Mitzvahs. Why? Because an Echad, no, it's not an Echad to right? Because an Echad is a full judge. Another Konami is still your brother in Mitzvahs. How so? Because the other Konami, remember, is going to still trying to only Mitzvahs that are within the time. So there is the Echad of the Echad of the Rabbi. That's a protest. The Hafi, if you judge, I'm not protest. How is that? That you decide that may Echad, that you decide may Echad. What's the matter of the Rothschild is, we must teach only Nefesh, may Echad. The person will be found to be kidnapping another person may Echad. So watch it. So the little guy should may Echad, la Huke Avadim. Echad comes to exclude Avadim. That Avadim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping, and therefore, again, if somebody kidnaps an Abed, ultimately, again, they're not liable. So you must say Bnei Yisrael, and again, when it says Bnei Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a Chatzi Abed, Chatzi Bnei Chorin. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Bnei Yisrael, Miuti Mishechatzi Abed, Chatzi Bnei Chorin. Bnei Yisrael, and Miuti Chatzi Abed, sorry. Me'akava Puki Afadim, Bnei Yisrael, and Miuti Mishechatzi Abed, Chatzi Bnei Chorin. Mi Bnei Yisrael, Miuti Mishechatzi Abed, Chatzi Bnei Chorin. Having you that coming, so what's the very interesting? When we do this drasha, watch this. So Me'akava comes to exclude an Abed, right? So Mibnei Yisrael comes to exclude Chatzi Abed, Chatzi Bnei Chorin. And then again, Mibnei Yisrael, there's two exclusions of Chatzi and Chatzi Bnei Chorin. What is that? That's called a meal akar meal. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a meal akar, you have a meal akar, meal el rabos. And a meal after a meal only comes to go ahead and eat. Only means good. So the Gemara says this house. That's why if you just meal up, that's how you eat the house. And if you kidnap, that's how you do it. Has to teach me what? Use Echad to teach me Echad mitzvahs. So therefore, we don't see Echad as an exclusion for Avadim. The Ha'achid is a mitzvahs. The ultimately, the Echad is my brother in mitzvahs. Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael. And again, when it's Bnei Yisrael, me Bnei Yisrael. Chalim with the Echad. One is to exclude Echad. Chalim okay, so it's like, so ultimately this thing still electric over here is a fundamental progress. But if you kidnap a Chatzi and Chatzi Bnei Chorin, are you tired of it? But he really says, yes, you are. Here's what you really get from essentially, it's a meal after meal. Bnei Yisrael, me Bnei Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, meal after meal is the rabbis, and to include, what does it come to include? Ultimately, I have Chatzi and Chatzi Bnei Chorin. But Rabbanon ultimately again reject that kosher and they exclude Chatzi and Chatzi Bnei Chorin. Chatzi and Chatzi Bnei Chorin. Ultimately again, it's like the only to go ahead and kidnap Chatzi and Chatzi Bnei Chorin. Okay, incredible. Now we go to this question. That's how we do it the other tonight. From where do you see, where's the Rav? Where's the Rav to go out and kidnap someone? Yoshia Amar, we will see Rabbi Yoshia says, we have no signal. So still, Rabbi Yochanan Amar, we won't give to them in Kayas Hava. Rabbi Yochanan says, we have from the fact that you shall not sell him like one would sell a slave. Okay, so the Gemara says, fine. Now, roughly, you think it is not the Hashem Lav to do, not the Rothschild Rabbi. So also it's very interesting that could be all these things. Essentially, in order to be viable, we're definitely not going to be two steps. Number one, you need to keep that. Number two, you need to be really Jewishness. Number three, silent. Which is really four, which is that you use of them in some way. So really that all everything. So the most interesting that we actually working on not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the lack of kidnapping yourself, and the other is quoting the lack of ultimately again, which you can't self-read. So they're not really arguing, they're just preventing different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. You know this like this. The Rabbi, the signal, how it says do not steal, before making the process and cost of the Rabbi. Because I was talking about the kidnapping, so it says so. I told you that in the process. You told me that was signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Or can you elevate one in money? I don't know how do you know that. Maybe so I'm not stealing money. How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So you might say, so I live in Berlin, I'm saving the math, and Schloss's for leadership, let's utilize it, let's analyze this passage using our exegetical principles. Let's get straight to principles. Never allow me to be in your house. So sometimes we need to understand what passage is talking about, is how the analyzation of the context in which the passage is doing. That's what's called Davar Halamin. Something that context has to be understood, and this context is which was stated. Listen to this. The question the Tata, so the passage that says, to know this, or Sakakashu, or Sashaki. So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that is the passage. That was the passage. That was the passage we're talking about. Was Sirta. Sorry, I started with this. Was Sirta, was Sino, was Sino, was Sino, was son of a child. So that starts with it. The context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't speak. Don't be a question. That's the context in which signal is mentioned. Now listen to this. So the Gemara says, not question. What is the code talking about over here? The Gemara says, yeah, you got to touch this. That's the context. That's don't murder, don't commit adultery, steal. Don't steal. Commit adultery, avoid consequences. Or your signal, don't steal in the midst of this capital offense. Look, we already see that the capital offenses, so therefore it makes sense to say that the creator that we're talking about is also a capital offense when you steal money from someone. That's not a capital offense. So therefore, I'm not going to assume what we're talking about over here. So we're cautious, and we got another by itself. Don't signal who is money. The passage says don't steal it. So this is the passage for the fall. Don't signal when it's a capital. Don't steal, don't lie, you got no special rules that don't again, as we don't deny, and don't lie, don't to his fellow. So we actually don't need money and passing about it. That's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So we must not tell me going to go where we're process. How do you know stealing money? Maybe he's talking about stealing people, kidnapping, saying it or not. You should also say leadership on the judge's body. Once again, this is a passing exegetical principle. So which principle? Understand what a particular passage is talking about through the context in which it was stated. The non-custom, what is it talking about here? The money. So let's remember again the rest of the passage was significant, was the Kakashu, was the Shaku Shamiko, or talking about financial liability. Therefore, the Geneva in this context must also be financial liability. Phenomenon of current world, so this is very important. So therefore, no signal in the affairs of Los is talking about kidnapping. It does from a kidnapping. How do you know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, also offenses, therefore Allah knows that this degree of mention over here is also a capital offense. When it's also no signal through, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. But the other offenses over here, what's the competition? Do not deny a claim. Do not lie about a claim because monetary compensation. And therefore, again, really talking about incredible. It's not what's the interesting piece over here. Aiding, it's an aiding being of aiding. You know, the Yakashinoism is supposed to watch this. This is the fascinating case. So now, remember, we established again that our information was reliable for kidnapping. Rabbi said, you have to go and do a lot of things, you have to solve it. You have to solve it. This piece over here, just doing that. Right? You have witnesses who come forward. First set, one set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Ruben kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Ruben sell Shimon. And I'm saying, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? Right? Agents, one set of witnesses who say, you saw Ruben kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So now, Eidig Nev Eidig Nefila B'Nefesh Shuvas Ma. So that's the problem. The problem is both sets of witnesses were made with Eidig Zohar. Right? So again, one set says, hey, so you cannot have seen Ruben sell Shimon because you're decided. No, Shimon, you know, back there. And they think it's like you couldn't say the same set of Mazina, same thing. And they say, the second set of you couldn't see Ruben sell Shimon. Why? Because you asked that. So as we see now, look at actually just a minute. Shnei Kidney Eidim, as I said, it's actually Eidig Neighbor the Eidim. Shnei Kidney Eidim, actually, the shit, and I was like, that's the so so it's such a basis, and it's so shit. As I said, they're both moving to Eidim. That's how a horse, how does Eidim go? That's the witness of Eidim. What's the punishment? The second of all, national summer. So therefore, how should we punished? How should we punish? Remember again, if the testimony is accepted, it results in the death of freedom. If the solution for these witnesses is that brings the problem. That's the problem. Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony, which would have resulted in the death of freedom. Right? Because one set testified that we made connection, and that's not enough to get rid of that. The second set of witnesses they testified that we made sanctioning that by itself is not a problem. So as you see it happen over here, look at the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? So Rashi says over here, in there at the question, also, even the other one, the country, even Nami, you know, this one, the Havna, Shakaraka, then it's not because the much the other top happens. Because one thing we can just go, okay, so now let's see, that's the point. So essentially, each legal set of witnesses is delivering which focuses on the death of each delivering partial testimonies. This guy, in that Rabbi, you can't put your witnesses that. Say, oh, in that Rabbi. Your friend says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. That's the point. This kid doesn't have to be a so this kid doesn't have to be a it's not going to be Rabbi and the Rabbi. And Rashi says out to the year. Is in a focus in Paradasha, that's not that. And ultimately, again, and because even so, that ultimately, again, that's the only delivering partial testimony, shortly communicating testimony. Eva says, let me Eva says, I'm each even between Gabar means therefore, the testimony was delivered and executed and it has some based on that. Rabbi Yochanan on the levels of Rabbi. Rabbi Tasidu Hatzidavar. The opposite Rabbi. The Rabbi said, even if witnesses do not be able to keep testimony, but there are peace in the culture, ultimately, again, they can be checked with death as well. Okay, so what's this one of the left? So we know that this deal would agree. Which is the even not finishing on solar or Mora. Because listen to this, we actually just lost a couple of days ago. This was actually the on solar and Mora, the first one is money. By means of one, you have to like the first one is in order, the first one is not this. And the second one also will be them put together and solar. Watch this. Let's say some other perspectives, they have learning. Shalben Sora to worship with Shinera. Listen to this. So let's say again, you have a second set of witnesses. So we'll probably can use it. A second set of witnesses come along and say, you saw Ruben steal money from his father to eat meat, to purchase meat and wine, and he ate that to some account. He ate the meat and wine in someone else's distress. So that's halacha. And those witnesses do not witness. Now imagine this. Secretary of the Shah, please sell me and steal money and purchase meat and drink water. And I'm not saying this is what I'm going to say. Witnesses, you cannot have seen it because you're with us, even so. So now they're going to put that together because they're going to put it in the queue. Yes. So I'll say, I think this claim 1 second, and we only claim to give them all this. Our custodian by itself is going to have to pay that's one of the first set of witnesses. It was just going to be that in this case, those cases are put together, right? Because she only be shown, because she only known that I was shown on the days, La Cosa Banu, the way I meaning, the first thing I did was to look. All I did was to make the kid liable to mothers. And therefore, the entire death penalty really rests on the custom second step. Okay, because so now there's one step, which is teaching a really useful bring up some witnesses who are delivering important information, but neither were able to open get about the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, this should have to be examined. What do you do with God? Can you pick up the death penalty? This says no. This says no. This says Rabbi says Dabar Allah. And then you can show me the guy when you custom took the fun. Now comes somebody. Remember again, the easy believe that you always look. All we came to do was to make the highest amount. So for the rest of it, if you change, the topic is self. You can drive with you, it's not. So this one who goes ahead this is a lie that is given over to execution by David. The Kalash people was husband and says it to the it was a good about any kind of text. Someone doesn't like this for that same action. So you know, so see what lots of you know. So in that case, technically speaking, the king of this, see what I had here, so we're not what he says. I'm not how about the Muslims are very important one. I don't know how the even if you know, the king of the world. Everyone that witnesses testified, like you saw, Reuben, socially, those very same witnesses are living in there's liability. There's no executed. Why? Allah for myself, that testimony, the defendant, Ruben, would have been made liable to death. So when with those circumstances, and testify that Ruben sold children would absolutely be representing children. Okay, making a focus, keep reading, get engaging. Focus on those that is about this is testify about this. The first instance, like what we say, we saw Ruben kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those things that this is created to do so. What is the liability? Now watch this. This guy says, ain't no liability. This essentially says that we had to kidnapping and the selling. If the kidnapping by itself was not generally reliable. Therefore, the first witnesses alone, and they testified that we saw a Ruben kidnap children. What do they make you children? What do they make you reliable to? You make reliable to Malchus. That's it. And therefore, they're bound to be equal to someone. Okay, we make you settle with Malchus, but nothing more. It's really the second set of witnesses who testified that Ruben sold children. Everybody wants to make Ruben liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses have been equal to someone, they're not going to get. Let's just go. But we don't really say no. Now, right, it's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testified that we have children are also correct. Why? The legal starts with the refute. You know what I'm saying? Kidnapping is the beginning of the refute. How can you do worse the two processes? It doesn't make any sense. At first, we should be liable to itself. So let's say so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental focus. So you just leave it up. I'm going to try a couple of approaches now. But I said, these are Rabbi, because this is going to build us into our photos. So, think of Rabbi, it goes to that city. But I'm also going to say, they're being the heroes, if they are made into even Zimmerman, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Ruben sold children, but ultimately again, create liability for you. So what about the neighbor? So again, it is still said. No, you have to do that. Why? Because the neighbor by itself is just making liable to actions. And we have been really talking about. But this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, it's a part of the even zone, and have walked with the money, so you have to take that as well. You gotta one of the upper, you know, the upper lady. So now that seems to be really good seller in the field. Now let's play solo there. You know, the solo is the other pilots. And that is solo, right? First thing is about the solo. What are you making the solo out of? What are you making it out of? The first set that made it even something will get Malchus. It's the second set needed to create general liability. Maybe I'm not going to show you that solo in the right. There's no shame in the reference. But the first set of witnesses by the solo in the right. If they're making it even something, they are not put to death. Why? We thought she over them out, not close to her. The devices are missing. We can come to make this reliable. But yeah, what can we come to make reliable? To Malchus, and therefore, what I said, there's a book of punishment for them to also be Malchus. Because what Rabbi says, so I say, this is this phrase we have to stop with this. How come we're going to do solo in Mora? How come we're going to do solo in Mora? We're not focused on solo in Mora. Also, we got one of these introduced things like this. Rabbi says, everyone agrees with that solo Mora. Everyone agrees with that solo Mora, and there's enough focus about that solo in Mora. So once we're actually going to end up on this thing, we'll pick up with this now, but I just want to point back, when you tell this statement, this is to go into Purim. Why? So if you look at this statement, what do you say to yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But I must say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is, in the coming lines, so what is the entirety of this thing? Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But let's be so delayed. Keep reading. Keep moving forward. Keep learning. Keep growing. And some way, somehow, you'll see how all of this beautiful and peaceful. And let's stop over here today. Tomorrow morning, in Rothschild. is 5.24. That's the kind of ordinary. Just again, just as
Most of the said that he just before we were listening, he was just sucking somebody off.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning church to thank our annual commentators like the first Hudson Pay 5785 Tosin Mishpapa of our Tisra for dedicating all the Sherman's Rushes this year. In this episode, service for all of our commentator sponsors for the month of Adar, Abalin Latola, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Secretary Bracha, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin and Berman families of William Ziv, Zev Schmidt, Ben Yisrael, and our week of learning sponsor, Paul and Kathy Pellick, and Rabbi Paul's grandfather, Zechariah Ben Zechariah, Zechariah Bracha. This week, the American Icon Torah, all of the Rishon Sad Aliyah, the family day of Kama, all those who were Jewish, never killed, thankfully Israel, and the Shpach Rishon Nefesh, and all of our hostages. The message will be so good that she be successful before Nasi. Let us begin. We have a lot to do and a little bit less time than usual to do it. In page Vav 86, we are picking up at the Mishnah on Pehem, days 85b. And the Mishnah says as follows: Adoni Nefesh Yisrael. So now we're talking about the interesting sort of fascinating of kidnapping. So literally. Again, like only Nefesh Yisrael, a person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn Israel and takes like the entire Esther Hamalka was kidnapped, was taken forcibly from home, taken to the Talmud Achashverosh, totally against the will, against Mordechai's law. And again, one thing we see about the Hashkachas Hashem divine providence is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Geula and Yeshua comes. How incredible it is, literally again, Heinous Esther. To begin, only Nefesh Yisrael. Person kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha? Now this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So what's the halacha? You know, Chayiv Achiach Nisel Yeshua. So in general, again, the halacha for kidnapping, or the person for kidnapping, his Nisa's punishment is death penalty. So now the Mishnah discusses the parameters of that. Hagoi Nefesh Yisrael, if one goes to having kidnapped a Jew, you know, Chayiv Achiach Nisel Yeshua. You're only Chayiv if you take the victim into your shus, into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says, you have to, number one, take the victim into your domain, and number one, make use of them, like work them, do something to utilize them. You go to the Pasuk Shne'emar, this Amerbo Umachla. The Pasuk says, the Pasuk in its entirety is, he must go nefesh at the maze. Found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew with his honorable. He utilized him, he worked him, and he sold him, who made peace and the kidnapper. But interestingly enough, it says, Allah there's really two qualifications. Number one, kidnapping, making use of the individual, and number three, selling a Shmuel. I don't even know what happens if someone kidnaps their son. Interesting case. A person kidnaps their son, and Shmuel broke up in the car. You have the common portion. So the open and broke is and ultimately the Chacham say your part. Okay, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a Chatzi Ed and Chatzi Ed? What's the law? Already, we can make a common portion. I believe it's Chayiv and Chachash. Was listening out a lot happening. So first things first. The Tanya Kama, law by the so remember again, the first Machlokes in Mishnah was as follows. Tanakama says that if you go ahead and you kidnap someone, you're refined if you bring them into your rishos, to bring them into your domain. But you get added on, you also have to work the individual. So I have a Gemara asks, according to the Tanakama, you don't have to make use of the individual. And I just want to point out, the pasuk itself says, "This Amer." You're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the Tanakama disagree with that particular fact? Everyone agrees that in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and quote unquote make use of the individual. You have to work them. The shaila is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and it only goes ahead and let's say generates less than a shana prutas worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of contention between the Tanakama and Rabbi. So here we ask the following question. Gunbo umachbo yasher mahu. So this is an interesting question. What happens from moving while Shimon is asleep? So he kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep and he sells Shimon. Shimon is clearly a very deep sleeper, right? So he's kidnapped and he's sold all while he's asleep. So we'll say what's the halacha? So ultimately, again, is there liability of actually say, well, again, we'll see exactly what the question is over here. So Machar Ishel Ubra Mahu. Or what happens if Reuben kidnaps Rachel, or Rachel's pregnant, or Reuben is not kidnapping Rachel for Rachel's sake, rather what is Reuben doing? He wants to kidnap the fetus, baby. He wants to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Indirect Umar Bakar or indirect Umar Bakar? So is this considered to be, what is this considered to be again, a form of working the individual or not? Which is what I'm talking about. The same way, to let him work, there's no working of the individual in this context. Again, remember what's the case. Reuben kidnapped Shimon was sleeping and sold him, kidnapped Rachel, ultimately again sold it for the Uber. So there is no more at all. There's no working over here at all. So what Shmuel says, no, what's the case over here? L'tzricha yashin bizaga alal. You should open up a half a zeka. What was the case? The case is where Reuben kidnapped Shimon and then sold him. And after Reuben kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he leaned on Shimon. So he utilized Shimon, sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shield her from the wind. So he's utilizing but he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called benefit more? So again, what you begin to see is the Gemara is accepting this approach that if you have the kidnapping, number one, you have to take a person, kidnap a person. Number two, you have to read into your rishus. And number three, you have to work. So the shaila is this called working the individual, to which the Gemara says take it. Gemara these are both like the tremendous responsibilities. In the Gemara's case, Reuben went ahead and kept Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's asleep through the kidnapping, he's asleep through the sale. So the shaila is this called kidnapping or not? Is that called benefit? So you wonder to yourself, how could someone sleep through all of that? Like, how can you sleep with being kidnapped? How can you sleep with being sold? And what do you see from here? You see from here that people really have a tremendous koach of sleep. That people really sleep. And people can sleep through a lot. And people can sleep through people, and people can sleep through selling, and people can sleep through life. And you can be asleep at the wheel of life. Through so many twists and turns, and you miss so much, and you don't realize so much, and there's so much. How I also realize is already is to be awake, is to be mindful, is to be present, is to recognize what is unfolding all around us, and specifically to take advantage of all of life's opportunities. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, כי מצג לשכון את נפש מאחר, אם היא אל איש שגן אם היא אל איש שגן. איש means, so the lashon of the pasuk is if you will find amongst you a man who has kidnapped. So I only know that there's liability for a man who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? Where was liability? The Gonevich. Pasuk says someone kidnaps. Okay, so it's not really. Any other issue going to bring I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman Isha Shagan, if a woman kidnaps her, Isha Shagan, I don't know if there's a lot of if a kidnaps her. Omar, who makes Hagun Mikoma. Our success depends on people to death. And again, Mikoma doesn't have anything. There's no gender specific. No person mentioned in the passage. Hey, you talk about the nice stuff. He must see each Tony Nefesh up. A person will be found to have stolen a Jew, to have raped a Jew. After I go to say Ish, after I go to say Isha. Whether you kill a woman, a woman, that's a girl, that's a shukra, you kill a convert, being a slave. In any of these cases, you are married. Okay. Gunbow below Makro got that seems gunbow below Makro. What happens if moving kidnapped children? And what happened? Moving kidnapped children, he did not Gunbow Makro, or Makro got that injection of the Shusa. Or moving sold children, but what? He has not yet delivered shame to the buyer. So case number one, moving kidnapped children to didn't yet sell them. Case number two, sold them, but did not yet remove the children from these rituals. What's that? Well, ultimately, if moving is discovered, he's talking about when we say Pater, he's talking about Panisha. That's not the good method. Marco the Olive or the Afro is tired. So it's an interesting case. What happens if Ruvain grows a heart and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that one? Ruvain, okay, we'll discuss all cases. According to this one who goes ahead and steals kidnaps in Hebed is Pater. Okay, Kabbalah say Vav 86. Tani Tani Rashishes. Amrade. And you show Rabbi Shimon hold as follows. May Akov, actually, see England is just Akov, the act on the title. So, what says now, specifically, you must focus on the case of where moving kidnapped Shimon ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, interestingly enough, so if Shishas says, the time of talk before Shishas, Rabbi Shimon holds that in general, to be liable for selling something, you have to sell them from their, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which would seem to indicate to us that if Reuben kidnapped Shimon and then sent Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Reuben would not be liable. Yet the Raisa says he is liable. So what's going on over here? So you might just tell me, Papa, you're right, you know what, change it to Papa. That if Reuben were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, someone else, but ultimately, again, Reuben would be Papa. So Mercy, what's that? My question, what's the Papa over here? Dilma Rabbi Shimon, perhaps this is a focus, which the Marshals are like the Ahmad Yochanan, Stam Masticing of Miller, Stam Tosef of Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifa Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifi Rabbi Shimon, the Kud Rabbi Yehuda. No, we can't interpret that because since I'm not for myself, we have these principles that we're Stam Mishra follows a Stam Tosefta, a Stam Sifra, a Stam Sifi. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to change, is to amend that which the Raisa said. And in fact, the halacha is that if Reuben kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Reuben is Pater. When we say Pater, remember again, Pater means Pater from death penalty. Because halacha is going to be liable for kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, fascinating. Agoni, so next thing the Mishnah said is, what happens if a person kidnaps his son? Like kidnaps his son, what is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember again, this was being Machlokas. So the Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan broke and said that Shechayim, and the Chacham said that Shechayim. So let's analyze. My time to Rabbanan. Why do the Rabbanan say that Shechayim? I'm Rabbi, I'm Rabbi, as the pasuk says, Ki Masei, Chak L'Matzu. Because most of the lashon of the pasuk is Ki Matzei Shishkoniv Nefesh Be'achal. If it will be found that a person kidnapped someone from amongst his brethren. The lashon of Ki Matzei indicates to us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Like we found a new circumstance. This comes through an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you, you kidnap him. So this comes through someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. That's the logic of Rabbanon walking through a very simple to the two partners. Okay. He goes, only a couple of high. I don't know how to short this. And now what you're going to tell me is Kimatse means only in this circumstance something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, Kimatse ish shokate in Isha Bulas Bal. That's talks about adultery. It will be found that a man is sleeping with another woman, right? With another woman who's married to another woman who's married to another man. So is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? What's the example? Like you go, space cloning is shtichin gabai. So it's interesting. Rashi points out over here. Base cloning was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not fucking illicit. Not a good idea for those constantly close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, it could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was a situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So you are suggesting that tell me then that there's not liability for both in such a situation like this because why? Because since couple one was always around couple two and couple two was around couple three, so it's not key. Say it's not like a new circumstance. You won't be liable for adultery. To which the Imam says, how can I be you? You say this person I was of course that would be an untenable situation. Of course not. In other words, of course there's going to be liability in that case. They'll talk the Imam sorry, already I know the new stuff. No. I'm not learning it out ultimately from the Matzah, rather what does the pasuk say? A man kidnapped, only the issue macharo, right? A person kidnaps the other person, the victim is found the perpetrator. So the Nimsa indicates that what? There's like something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately as in a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting that therefore again, I'm a Rabbi, and also by the way, I just want to point out, that's how he passed it. Rama passed is like the Rabbanon, namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, there's not biblical liability for kidnapping. I want to point out. When we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, what does that mean? It means you're not put to death, you're not executed. It does not mean it's good. And of course, you can always say, what's in Columbia? We hold most of the democracy. So remember, a lot of these lands, so we are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that Halacha says that a father kidnapping a son is not biblical kidnapping. But if Dina Damachusa says it is Halacha, it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's the Halacha. So much of Rabbi is based on this Halacha. I mean, if we directly must do Rabbanon, so this is funny. So this is based on this teachers. Right, teachers, make me doubt that you teach young children Kriya, or must do Rabbanon, and also teach other students, all right, teach Rabbanon. These are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore, Allah, they are not considered to be a technical issue over here. But I guess where seems to indicate that if the Rabbi were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, would not be biblical liability since the Talmud spent that much time. It's interesting thing that we learned about how much time children spent with their Rabbi. Fascinating idea. And once again, we see this motif a number of times how the Rabbi-Talmud relationship is very much like the father-son relationship. You see that again in many different circumstances. Okay, and then even take away this is we constantly put Rabbanon, and then Rabbanon myself, Shabbat Paskin said that. If the father would take him son, they would not be biblical liability for kidnapping. Okay, let's go back to it. God of Misha Chatziyat, Shlosh, remember your next half-word in the Mishnah was, if you steal, if you kidnap, Chatzi Eben, Chatzi Ben Torah, what is the halacha? So again, I can do this as a chayiv, because the Chachamim say the Shabbat. That's the halacha. It says the Gemara, K'nan Ha'asivim, Yehuda Omer, Ein La'avadim Boshes. So okay, so seemingly an unrelated statement here. The Eved has no Boshes. Now, what does it mean Eved has no Boshes? Rashi says over here, in the Abazim Boshes, And this Mayish Esa Evet Lochiafta Torah Losses Bebashta. Also, we know that there is a compensation category called Boshas, called humiliation. Right? You embarrass someone, you humiliate someone, there is monetary compensation for that. Rabbi Yehuda says that Avodim and Evet doesn't have Boshas, doesn't have humiliation. If you humiliate an Evet, ultimately again there is no peace. You are Shematam to the Makra, Natsu and Noshim Yaakov, Ish Ve'achov. Mish Yesh La'achva, Yotza Evet Shitli La'achva. So this is safe because the pasuk that talks about Boshas, it talks about humiliation, talks about Lashon of Kinotsu and Noshim Yaakov, Ish Ve'achov. So someone who has Echov, someone who has Achva, familial relations, from people who is related to Achva, sense of family, he has Boshas. Someone who does not have Achva, ultimately again, he doesn't have Boshas. Therefore, an Evet, Rashi says, or Evet she'ulo Achva, ba'afidu im Achav b'nei Ovid b'tzid ha'machomar, im ha'chomar, im ha'chomar l'chomar, im ha'kibehi. From a halachic perspective, an Evet does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore, he's not lying, he's not in Boshas. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, Achav b'mitzvus. Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does Achav mean? Achav doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. What does Achav refer to? He was your brother in mitzvahs. Interestingly enough, in Evet, he's your brother in mitzvahs. Why? Because in Evet, remember, two had an Evet Knani, right? Because in Evet Ivri is a full-fledged Jew. But the Knani, an Evet Knani is still your brother. How so? Because in Evet Knani, remember, we're going to still in any mitzvahs the woman is tied. So therefore, he's your Achav mitzvahs. And therefore, the Rabbi says, does that go to the Malchi? If he does, and over here in our context, in our subject, how we actually treat it. Rabbi Yehuda Sabran may Achav. Rabbi Yehuda says may Achav. So once remember again, Lashon of yours, he must say ish goni nefesh may Achav. The person will be to be kidnapping the person may Achav. So Rabbi Yehuda Darshan may Achav. La fuke Avadim. Achav comes to exclude Avadim. That Avadim are not included in the halachas of kidnapping, and therefore again, if somebody kidnaps Evet, ultimately again they're not liable. So we must have Bnei Yisrael, and again when it says Bnei Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a Chatzi Evet, Chatzi Bnei Chorin. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Bnei Yisrael, Miutim Mishech Chatzi Evet, Chatzi Bnei Chorin. Bnei Yisrael, the Miutim Chatzi Evet, מאחר והחוקי הקודם, בני ישראל ומיעוטים משחציה אבל וחציה בני חורין. מבני ישראל ומיעוטים משחציה אבל וחציה בני חורין. אבל מיעוט החמיר, this is very interesting. And when you do this Rothschild, watch this. So the Achov comes to exclude an Evet. Good? So Mibnei Israel comes to exclude Chatzi and Chatzi bnei Chorin. And then again, Mibnei Israel, there's two exclusions of Chatzi and Chatzi bnei Chorin. What is that? That's called a miut achar miut. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a miut achar miut called rabos. The miut after a miut only comes to go ahead and include good. So the Gemara says it's false. That's why I will say, interestingly enough, that's why you hold that if you kidnap a chatzek and chatzek in a kohen, you chayiv. Ultimately, again, you are allowed also to do the fast. That starts with just the moment. Okay, so therefore again, miut achar miut. Ultimately, again, it is an exclusion after an exclusion, and that also is that miut achar miut comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a chatzi. That's a new Rabbi. They say that they Echav, Vachuki Echavim, Lomashmuhu. The Rabbanim don't hold it that Echav. Remember, we saw before, the Rabbanim used Echav to teach me what? He used Echav to teach me Echav mitzvah. So therefore, Echav as an illusion for Rabbanim. So all things do the mitzvahs. The evidence my brother in mitzvahs. Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael. And again, when it says Bnei Yisrael, me b'nei Yisrael with the Abed. One is to the Abed. The Chalami with the me shechatzi Abed chatzi b'nei. One is to exclude chatzi Abed chatzi b'nei. Okay, so it's like so ultimately again, just to understand on the left of the video is a fundamental yes. If you kidnap a chatzi Abed chatzi b'nei, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Yehuda says yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get it from? Essentially, it's niyot achar niyot. B'nei Yisrael, me b'nei Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, niyot achar niyot is the levels to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, the Rabbanon ultimately again reject that shosha and they exclude Tatsi Abed Chatzi b'nei. Tatsi Abed Chatzi b'nei. Rabbanon Haskins ultimately again like that, and therefore if one were to go ahead and kidnap a Tatsi Abed Chatzi b'nei, one would be okay. Now the Gemara asks an interesting question. As far as the point from where do you see where's the law? Where is the law to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signal. Rabbi Yoshia says, you're not from no signal. Don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Milo Yimkilun Keres Evet. Rabbi Yochanan says, you don't have from the country, you shall not sell him. One would sell his slave. Okay, the Gemara says, fine. So the Gemara will be, and it is not really Marka Chashav Lav Tikeva, and Marka Chashav Lav Tikeva. So listen, it's very interesting. Remember again, what did we already establish in the Mishnah? Essentially, in order to be liable for difficult kidnapping, you need 3 steps. Number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number 2, you need to bring them into your house. And number 3, you need to sell them. The truth is, there's really 4. There's really 4 because you also have to make use of them in some way. There's really 4 steps. So the Gemara is interestingly enough, I'm not arguing. One is says the law of keeping itself, and the other is called the law ultimately again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing, they're just providing different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back there. So the Gemara says, good. Those signals, cars that do not steal, we don't make the fashas at cost of that. So I was talking about kidnapping. So let's say so. When I was going in the fashas, you tell me that was signal. You're talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Well, in the elephant going into numbers. I don't know. How do you know that? Maybe it's talking about stealing money. I know that it's talking about stealing people. So Gemara says so. Oh, in the elephant going into numbers. Say ulamad. Let's utilize. Let's analyze this pasuk using our exegetical principles. What's the exegetical principles? Dover halami me'izah. So sometimes the way to understand what the pasuk is talking about is how the analyzation of the context in which the pasuk is stated. That's what's called Dover halami me'izah. Something a pasuk that is understood from the context in which it was stated. Listen to this. The pasuk that says, what are you talking about? So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that was the wrong passage. Sorry, I started to go. The context is murder, don't do adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which the signal is mentioned. So we can start talking here. This Gemara says, not to direct in the fascists. That was when you look at the context. What's the context? Don't murder, don't do the and don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And those signals, don't steal, is really in the midst of these capital offenses. So therefore, you already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses. So therefore, it makes sense to say that the neighbor that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah what we're talking about over here. For the fascists, tiny eat another price up, those signals, you don't need to comment. The pasuk says those signals. So this is the pasuk says those signals over those signals. Don't steal. Right? Don't lie. And one by like kasher means that don't contradict. But again, also means don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So you answer the only moment of kasher that. That's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the Gemara says, I'm talking about another one of the fascists. How do you know stealing money? Maybe he's talking about stealing people, kidnapping. Say on the mat, the Shlosh is saying, once again, we'll say this is a fact. say exegesis principle. So which principle? Understand what the has is talking about the context in which it was stated. What is it talking about over here? The moment. So let's remember again the rest of the passage. Financial liability. Their neighbor in this context must also be financial liability. The moment after the load, so this is very important. So therefore, load signal in the SRs that they lost is talking about kidnapping. So it's going to do kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah said the neighbor mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says, "Signofu," do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. Because the other offenses over here, do not deny a claim, do not lie about a claim, is monetary compensation. And therefore, again, neither is talking about it. Incredible. Itmaj was an interesting piece over here. Aiding with the aiding nigga, aiding if you have the nefesh wasn't supposed now watch this. This is a fascinating case. So now remember, we've established again that our local message won't be liable for kidnapping. You obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them to your shows. You have to go out and utilize them and sell them. You have to sell them. You have to sell them. So now in this case over here, interestingly enough, right, we have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, "We saw Ruben kidnap Shimon." Second set of witnesses say, "We saw Ruben sell." Now let's say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? One set of witnesses who say, "We saw Ruben kidnap and sell Shimon." Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So if not, a big innovation, so now what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made into agents. Right? So again, another set of witnesses says, "Hey, first said you can have it seen Ruben sell Shimon because you're right, steal Shimon, kidnap Shimon fast that day." And like I said, you couldn't have said it could be the same set of mazinas in that. And they say, "You couldn't have seen Ruben sell Shimon. Why?" With us that day. So now look at this morning. Shnei Kitei Eden. Acha said it's Edig neighbor the Eden. Shnei Kitei Acha said so two sets of sets. Each one set has Ruben kidnapped Shimon. One set testified that Ruben sold Shimon. So now we'll say, so now they're both made in this. Remember again, what's halacha? When witnesses are being sold, what's their punishment? What's the reciprocal punishment? So therefore, again, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in the death of Reuben. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? You need witnesses to complete testimony, which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. Right? Because one set testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Reuben to death. The second set of witnesses they testified that Reuben sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put them to death. So what's this? You see what happened over here? So therefore the Gemara says, what do you see with these witnesses? So Rashi says over here, in there, Rabbi, also, Kiva Deino Lo Mekatli Ihu Nami, Husnu Lo Mitzvot, have the Idus Shatalach Azima, Lo Mishkach was at the Makta El Bekat Achas. So the Gemara seems to be suggesting, okay, so now let's see, that's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. It's each delivering partial testimonies. What's the halacha? Chizkiah Amar. Now, when it is Chizkiah says, "You can't put the witnesses to death." The Yochanan says, "Yes, you can. Yes, you can." What's the matter? Chizkiah Damar Rabbi Akiva Damar Davar Chatzi Davar. So I say this kills Rabbi Akiva. The truth is, this machloek is Rabbi Akiva and the Rabbanan. Rashi points out over here. Is he machloek is in Parabasra? But ultimately, again, can you put Eden Zomnu? Can you put witnesses staff? Ultimately, again, they're only delivering partial testimony, partial incriminating testimony. Rabbi Akiva says no. Rabbi Akiva says, Akishne Edim Yokum Davar. Davar means complete. Therefore, witnesses can only be testimony if their testimony was complete. But they only delivered partial testimony, they cannot execute them with Hazama based on that. Davar v'lo chas davar. Rabbi Yochanan on davar, ba'afidu chatzi davar. So no, even if witnesses do not deliver complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle, ultimately again they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's this one of this? Even Hiskiyah would agree. Interesting. Even Akrosh ben Sorah and Mora. Let's listen to this. We actually just lost a couple of days ago. This was actually looking straight into this information. Ben Sorah and Mora, the first time that he steals money to buy meat and wine, he's not doing it. Right? The first time is a warning. The first time is Malchus. So only the second time ultimately that he's put together is Ben Sorah. So watch this. Let's say again, second mode of history degree, even Ronin, Shal Ben Sorah Umora Shilazmu, Shinelodin. Listen to this. So let's say again, you have second set of witnesses, so we'll call the kid Reuben. Right? So second set of witnesses come along and say, he saw Reuben steal money from his father to eat meat and to purchase meat and wine and ate it, like the son of he ate the meat and wine in someone else's rishos. Someone else's rishos. So what's the halakha? And those witnesses, now, once it's imagine if the case. Second set of witnesses show up. He saw Reuben steal money, purchase meat and drink wine. Then another set of witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you cannot have seen that because you're with us, even Zonos. So now we're going to put them to death because they were going to put Reuben the kid to death. So I say, they could claim 1 second, but we only came to give him office. That testimony by itself is not enough to incriminate. You need the testimony of the first set of witnesses. Even if this would agree that in this case those witnesses are put to death. We talk Sheikholim Lomar, Harishonim on the days. Now, close up on it, but when you ask me, who we cover because the first set of witnesses to say, look, all our testimony did was to make Reuben the kid liable to Malchus. And therefore, the entire declaration really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So, Master Bob, so us as a just you appreciate what's being introduced to everything. So, the introduction is when we have 2 sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither who are able to ultimately convict the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be even Zimmerman, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental approach. Hiskiyah Rabbi Yochanan. Hiskiyah says no. Hiskiyah says no. Hiskiyah is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, Davar v'lo chatzi davar. The only time you can put a Zonim to death is when the testimony was complete to put the defendant to death. But if they're only delivering partial testimony, you can't convict them. You can't give them a typical punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of the defendant. They could visit the circle punishment upon them and ultimately execute them. That's how much it is. Okay, so once I gave our base, second argument, master of that, about you have these AV Mukhiram and Mitzulay. So basically, what Papa said, when we should put the witnesses to testify about the Mukhiram, we chose to present to that why. Because she called it Eike Geneva Lomar, also Banus. Remember again, the Eike Geneva could always say, look, all we came to do was to make him Chayiv HaMalchus. Right? Because the side, if Reuben kidnapped Shimon, and technically doesn't sell him, so all Reuben is liable to is Malchus. It's not Chayiv for Geneva under those circumstances. I love that I said in this position, complete liability rests upon the Reuben. If you came at the Kasava, this gives no lucky. So this is suggesting that one who goes ahead and kidnaps someone will not be liable Malchus. If my Bakivo, Eide Geneva Benafash, Shibuzim. Those are ultimately going to be on witnesses who testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. And then those same witnesses will make a rezoning. This is the Yochanan, Chad Amadu. One opinion says that they get Malchus. One opinion says, you don't get Malchus. Now, you know what you say? Just standing the Hiskiyah Amamotion. must be Chizkiah who says that ultimately they get Malchus. Why? With the Amr Chizkiah ain't Meharagim. Since Chizkiah says they're not put to death, if they're not put to death, then obviously the halacha is that they get Moses. Rabbi Yochanan, because again, if it was Rabbi Yochanan, even though in Meharagim, having that large Shemitim as far as Misakis, according to Rabbi Yochanan, once he's being executed, so this is a law that is given over to execution by Beis Din. The Cholav Shemitim as far as Misakis and Shemitim, so the most in general, the halacha is anytime Beis Din is executing someone, there's not the Malchus for that same action. So the Gemara says, so in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to be Malchus, so you're going to go ahead and give, you're going to give so many Malchus, it doesn't make any sense. Papa says the most is a very important line. The Edim Meshira, so this is very interesting. Everyone agrees that witnesses come along and testify, right? We saw Ruvain sell Shimon, that there's liability, and now let's say again, those very same witnesses related to Ibn Zolim, that there is capital liability. Those witnesses are executed. Why? Because Halacha L'Maisa, through that testimony, the defendant Ruvain would have been made liable to death. So everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Edim Nechila, those witnesses who testify that Ruvain stole Shimon, so that absolutely be put to death as a Shimon. Okay, so where's the Machlokas? This keeps me very interesting. The Edim Geneva. The Machlokas of Osai is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, right, those witnesses who say, we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. Right, and now let's say those witnesses are made into Edim. So what is their liability? A lot of this says, ain't they Haragim? They're not put to death. They're not. You may look at that time up, and if you look at that time up, this essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, when the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon, what are they making Shimon? What are they making him liable to? So making liable to? To Malchus. To Malchus. That's it. And therefore, if you get using zone, okay, it does it to Malchus, but nothing more. If you have the second set of witnesses who testify that Ruvain sold Shimon, those are the ones who make Ruvain liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses under using zone, they're not going to death. That's his death. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Now, it's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testify that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? The Neva assaulted the Mechira. Because we're all saying kidnapping is the beginning of the Mechira. In other words, how can you divorce the two processes? That doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability for kidnapping itself. So we'll say, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental machlokas. Interestingly enough, according to Rav Papa's approach over here now, and I will say, these are right because this is going to build us into halacha l'maisa. According to Rav Papa, it goes without saying that halacha l'maisa, the edim nechira, if they are made into edim zomrim, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Ruvain sold Shimon, that ultimately again would create liability for Ruvain. So in fact, it was over there put to death. What about the edim geneva? So again, Chizkiah says no. They're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself will just make Ruvain liable to last. Would agree. That seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, I was about Ben Sora Mora, because remember again, Ben Sora Mora is the other part. There's opposite Ben Sora Mora. Remember again, first set witnesses about what, right? What are they making Ben liable to? Well, it's not Sora Mora yet. Making the kid liable to Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, if they're made into something, will get Malchus. It's the second set really create general liability. More of the Shabbat Sora Mora, was Nisha in the Harakim. But even Rabbi Yochanan would agree that the first set of witnesses by Ben Sora and Mora, if they're made Akomodu ben Sora Mora, Umachokis ben Sora Umora. So this is incredible. This is one of these great Jews. Only Jews can make statements like this. Rabbi says everyone agrees with Ben Sora Mora, right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sora Mora, and there's a machlokis by Ben Sora Umora. So Rabbi said we're actually good enough on this statement to look up at this Rabbi said, but I just want to point out what an incredible statement this is to go into Purim with. Why? So when you look at this statement, what do you say to yourself? What do you say to yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But Rabbi said there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. Now let's say, what is the entire Yisod of Purim? Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's the Yisod of life? Keep reading, keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing. In some way, somehow, you'll see how all of the beautiful and holy pieces fit together. I'm also going to stop over here for today. Tomorrow morning, Emir Hashem, right early, 5:40. Maybe like Tehillim at 4:30, and we'll go into. All right, stay tuned. I'll post on the WhatsApp chat. Emir Hashem, but I think share tomorrow morning at 5:40. Just an answer. We'll be learning in here in the base marriage from Emir Hashem. That will be in the mission tomorrow morning. What side? Shkoyach. All right, so we'll say good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our co-sponsor, Heinrich co-sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha Baritz Yisrael, the dedicated ownership and treasures this year. It is a place for the soul service for Am Yisrael. And co-sponsors for Aga, Abogin Lukova, Karen and Steve Zinn, and Rabbi Moni Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef, going on the occasion of his 12th drug site. The Ziv and Levin and Vernon families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and the Sons for the Baha, a week of learning sponsors, Colin Catholic College, in memory of Paul's grandfathers, Chaya and Irish for the Baha, and that learning sponsor for today, Adam Blanca, in memory of Moshe and Governor Moshe Feinstein, Zatzal, on the occasion of his yard site, that the merit of Adam Blanca. The families in the Hama, the rest of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful before our mass. With that, always promise you everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. And also, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is pay 85 up to a year. We left off on pay down on the days 84b, and we left off 6 hands up from the bottom. Once remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The question that Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting for his father? That was the fundamental shaila. And the long run, we discussed the Mishnah, introduced us to the idea that if a son injures his father, he's chayiv chenek. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? So interestingly enough, we have two opinions from Rav Masno and Rav Dini who both seem to say yes. But then we mark quoted two stories of Rav and Margaret Ravina who do not allow their children to take out a splinter, to rise spoil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chavura. So the Gemara goes on and says, "V'hadisnan, sitting in the word, v'hadisnan, machat shayat, v'tov ba'asakot." So what's this one again? He's now switching over to Michal Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows: if you have a small hair, so ultimately again, technically you use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. I'll say that remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't just be concerned that maybe you're not, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause a greater injury, and causing a greater injury, especially one that draws blood, ultimately again isn't the sudala. So what do you do? I'm sorry, maybe it'll cause an injury, and again, although it'll be a shirley from intentional kabula, but nevertheless it's a shirley of skila, which realizes never a hustle with conflict. That's different because if there is a kabula that's contact, if you have a splinter, that's an kalka, that's considered to be a destructive act. So the nurse is putting on them the kalka palka. So that's why according to the opinion that says the kalka is part of it. In general, on Shabbos, when you something destructive that is better. Alman the Chayiv making it. Even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, a Malacha is a Malacha. What is there to say? To which the verse will say, the man Shabbos, they don't Mechalka Mechabur Chayiv. If it even says that Mechalka by Chabura, because the Chabura is destructive, that's your Chayiv, that's Rabbi Shimon. Tapa Pei, Rabbi Shimon Amar Kamalach Shemasuka L'Gufa, Hadalat. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion that says that any Malacha Shemasuka L'Gufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want, he holds that you're potter. Okay? So no good doctor. So bottom line, by the way, so what happens in that teachers? He also just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chavura by taking out the splinter, that'll be a malacha she'esuka l'gufa. In general, if you don't go Shabbos, when you go to Shabbos, malacha is not Shabbos. You need something constructive and premeditated. If at the end of the day you do a malacha, but the malacha is not necessary, then ultimately against the Asr Shabbos. Now that being said, we don't take splinters on Shabbos, or release splinters on Shabbos, after Shabbos, out of a fear, ultimately again, of a damashing and stabbing, even though it's not a shim you still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. Coming back to our previous video. What about a son who was married to father? This is a big shame. In other words, again, I mentioned the share yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going there being a doctor and operating on his father, doing the procedure. So what's the halacha? So the shul are classmates in Hilchot visit whole section called Hilchot Kibud Avraham. That's the halachas. In your day, simulation and Shulchan says Shulchan Aleph Gimel Ramah Gimel. Shulchan says fellows, I have told stuff of the let's say my father has a splinter. Father has a splinter. The Shulchan says the son should not take out the splinter. That's to come cause his father to bleed. Okay, it will make his dam all rofe. Let's say the son is doing blood ready, or the son is a doctor. A son should not do anything to a father that cause bleeding, even if the intention is for refuah purposes. That's how it speaks. So it says here, it's a very important qualifier. Hagar, when is this trouble? When is this truth? When there's someone else to go ahead and fight because it's quote unquote service for father. About an ancient after Lasos, where we would stare, having the Makizo, the Hotel Kofima Shuri Lasos. It's interesting enough, that there's no one else there than the son could do it. Patrona is a very interesting qualifier. It says Kofima Shuri Lasos. He gets this on his father. Fascinating. So what Kakiva is that a son should not do this for his father. Right? That's the Kakiva. Like the idea that there's no one else there, a son could do it, but really we should get the shus from his father before going ahead and doing anything that's going to cause kabura or cause the joy in the blood. Incredible. And I will say, this also presupposes that the father is in the mental capacity to give the shus to the father. Let's say again the father is not in the mental capacity. The son is the caregiver who's there. So again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although ideally, better to have someone other than the son to perform these duties, and yet there's no one else there, even if the father can't give the shus, the son is committed to do it. Okay, we'll come back with more of the shkuna a little bit later on today. So it's a top of 85A, second line there, very interesting. It's Bormi Roshishis. That's the foundation of Roshishis. Then Malu Shias Shliach La'avid La'akoso with a Kalaro. Wow, listen to this. Can the son be an agent of the court to strike his father or to curse his father? Now, what is this deal with Rashi? Malu Shias Shliach, Rashi says, Bezdin La'avid, in the slave of the Rudi Umakas. So what we're suing now, the question is like this. Let's say again, we have like Avram and Yitzchak. Avram Yitzchak is the son. Avram was condemned by Beis Din, was judged by Beis Din for Malchus, to get lashes, or Avram was going to be put in excommunication. So remember again, so now the shaila is, let's say Yitzchak, the son, is employed by the Beis Din. So can Yitzchak go ahead and carry out these sentences to his father. Again, it's not the son acting of his own volition. It's the son acting of us. So the Gemara says, Amalei, la'achar li'atira. So the Gemara asks such fascinating question. So in general, right? Why is, let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged for Malchus, or Avram is judged for the excommunication. Brother was says, part of excommunication was a curse. You would get cursed by David. So the Gemara says, you're never allowed to do this to another Jew. Do you go over to another Jew and flog them? Do you go over to another Jew and curse them? You're allowed. So the Gemara says, someone else stop another Jew. How are they permitted to flog someone? How are they permitted to curse someone? This is beautiful. Ella, kavod shamayim adif. That is what I'm saying. So why is it that Bezdin in general, right? Anyone in Bezdin is allowed to flog another Jew, curse another Jew, because kavod shamayim adif. Because the covenant that we are obligated to this faith of trumps any other covenant. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone did something against the Rothschild and they're deserving of Malchus, we're going to flog them. We're going to flog them. If someone is deserving ultimately of the immediate explanation, we're going to curse them. But it's an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covenant of the Rothschild goes that it comes before the covenant of any other person. That's the logic. That ultimately, again, son should be able to go ahead and flog his father. Or son should be able to go ahead and curse his father to media as well. So again, that's the most assuming. So they say, so we say in the din shemitzuva shelo lakoso. So we'll say that's a little bit of a strange place. So it's literally translated. If someone who I'm obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah not to strike them. Someone who I'm not obligated to strike, certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike them. All right, so we have no idea what the place is talking about. So Moshe, my left, even the mitzvah. So perhaps both cases in the way. So I'm talking about makom mitzvah, where someone was deserving of Malchus. I said someone is deserving of lashes, and what happens? Maybe one Bryce is talking about a son, and one Bryce is talking about else. In other words, and Bryce is saying like this: when it's the son, even though the father is deserving of Malchus, nevertheless, the son should not administer to the father. And versus someone else, who even ideally you really shouldn't be getting energy, but then you're working for Bezdin, and Bezdin is obligated to give that person Malchus, so someone else is coming to administer it. To which the Gemara says, no, and the Gemara says, no, not true. Doesn't make a difference whether you're talking about a son or talking about someone else. We're not kasha. Time the makom mitzvah, time shelo the makom mitzvah. One is talking about makom mitzvah. It's talking about not a makom mitzvah. What does that mean? What does that mean? Makom mitzvah, not makom mitzvah. So pashtus, what's makom mitzvah? Makom mitzvah is where someone is chayiv malchus from Bezdin. Shelo the makom mitzvah means someone's not chayiv malchus from Bezdin. So someone's chayiv malchus from Bezdin, as much as we don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Someone's not chayiv malchus, you're not going to hit them because halacha l'maaseh. Halacha l'maaseh is 40. So that's the other thing. That is what it means to say. Here we go. Mitzvah shemitzuva lahakoso mitzvah shelo lahakoso. So it says, listen to this. Even in the case of makom mitzvah, right? In the case of makom mitzvah, let's like this, right? Avram, ultimately again is chayiv malchus. Avram's chayiv malchus. So now Yitzchak, let's even leave aside that Yitzchak is a son, not a son. Let's leave it on the side. Yitzchak is going to administer the malchus. Even in that case, what is the halacha? Yitzchak is not going to deliver more than the non-daily number of malchus. Right? If you see the Raisa to flog someone, even one more lash, then they are fired for. So that's what it means when it says, even in the case where a person is liable to lashes, right? There is a mitzvah not to give them any more lashes than they are liable to. Shalom makom mitzvah, when someone is not liable to lashes, so the Gemara says, shalom makom mitzvah, she'ein mitzvah lahakoso, ein din shemitzvah shel lahakoso. So it's only when someone is not subject to lashes, then halacha l'maaseh, don't strike them at all. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, that's how the Gemara ends up. Now, by the way, what do we do with this halacha? So the pashtus. So let's finish up first. Tashma. So what's the remember again? Keep your eye on the ball. What's the primary shiloh there? So we've already established about a son administering healing to his father, potentially resulting in a couple of topic number 1 for today. Topic number 2 for today. Can a son carry out the punishment of Beis Din? If the son working for Beis Din, is that mutter or not? So that's the up in the air. So the market is Tashma. Hayotze v'harek, listen to this. Abram is condemned to death. Abram is condemned to death. God, you know, you kill or fire, and what happens? And his son comes along and hits him, curses him. The son is, alright, so you might kill him off. He called the kill off. If another son comes along, curses Abram, and the person is going to be potter. Alright, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, Vavino and God, my shnubin or my shnaf. So again, one more time. Abram is condemned to death. The Gemara says, if Abram's son Yitzchak comes and strikes him or curses him, so the son Yitzchak is going to be liable. Alright, if someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or Abram, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, we asked, my shnubin or my shnaf. Why this distinction? Like, why is this distinction ultimately again between the son and someone else? This stuff is very interesting. The Misardim Bolotzis also. Okay, so this is fascinating. So we'll say, what's the case? Avram was condemned to death. And also, we spoke about earlier, much earlier in the chapter, about the process for leaving someone after death, specifically again by schema. When we go into that whole process of leaving him out. What's the case? The case where Avram was condemned, but he won't go. Which makes a lot of sense. Right? He won't go. Right? He won't go. So therefore, there was a certain reason to beat the problem. So how do you problem? You hit him. Right? When you curse him, so the Gemara says, so that the Gemara seems to be making this distinction is following. If the son hits him or curses him, the son will be liable. If someone else hits him or curses him, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, Marsheshes Mukilov, the She'in the Sarvin Bolotzes. Shesha sets it up again. It's not a case of where he's refusing to go out. If that's the case, they're not refusing to go out, you have the Acher Nami. So let's say, again, talking about a case where one is condemned to death is refusing to go out to meet his maker, right? He's refusing to go out for execution. So now, again, the Gemara says, if his son hits him or curses him, there's liability for the son. If someone else does it, there's not liability. Okay? But Shisha says, no, it's talking about a case where he's not unwilling to go. He's willing to go. Right? He's willing to go. He's willing to go. If that's the case, he's willing to go, then at the end of the day, if someone else comes along and hits him or curses him, why is not liability for the other? To which the Gemara says very simple, so you also remember, it's very important. When Adam is condemned to death, what's his status? He's considered to be dead. Alright, right? Let's take a different case. Someone like Adam is condemned to death by Beis Din, and then Yaakov comes along and kills Adam. What's Yaakov's liability? Zero. Why? He killed a dead man. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this. When Adam's been condemned to death, so if someone else comes along and hits Adam, curses Adam, there's no liability because they hit and they curse the dead man. If his son does it, it was liable. Again, I want to say this is all the heightened level of relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. Adam's been condemned to death. You're right, but he gets stuck. It's still your father, and he's still living and breathing right before you. And therefore, again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards him. The Gemara says as follows. Most of all, Rav Sheshes, Bayish is interesting case here. Bayish Yashon makes Bayish. So let's listen to this fascinating case here. Let's say you embarrass someone. Just sound bad. Right? I go to the ring and I embarrass Ruben while Ruben is dying. That's while Ruben is sleeping. Let's do this sleep. So also, what's the kind of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Like, you don't know about it. So I don't know, Ruben's asleep and I put toothpaste on his face, whatever it is, right? I go ahead, and he's sleeping. So let's say, interestingly enough, and he dies in his sleep. So Ruben never woke up to realize the embarrassment that's been caused him. So what's the halacha? By show Yashin face, Chayiv. I'm Chayiv. Now, what's it? Who am I Chayiv? The Rashi says over here, actually, right across Chayiv, he's by Shumparov, behind Nami Loshna. So as I say, interestingly enough, I'm obligated to pay broshas to the heirs, right, to raise offspring, because they were embarrassed for this activity. Once again, you see from this here, that halacha l'maaseh, even if you go and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why are they doing something here? Because the Gemara wanted to say that if Yaakov goes over to Abraham and hits him or curses him, that Yaakov is not going to be fired. Why not? Why not? Because he hit or he cursed a dead man. Hit or cursed a dead man. But what do you see from here? That even if you do something to someone and that person, quote unquote, is dead, they never realize it. There's still liability. If I embarrass someone while they're sleeping and they never wake up, I'm still liable to go ahead and make the embarrassment to the offspring. I'm going to ask, what's the case over here? What happens where again the injury to Avram is an injury that's not Shavakuta. So therefore there is no liability. Right? The damage is less than Shavakuta, ultimately there is going to be no liability. So you are saying the Hamar of the Ami, the Hamar of the Akhlaq, the Kaka Shavakuta Loka. I believe that even if you injure someone, when you right to hit someone, you cause them an injury that less than Shavakuta, while it's true compensation, you get notice, to which the Gemara says, you're right. My part of the karma, what do you mean when we say that if Yaakov goes over and he's struck or he's first up, then ultimately he's potter. What do you mean potter? Potter, remember, it means it's potter from our compensation. But there would actually be notice. If one, no chayiv the moment, so it says again, that sound over here, that the son would be phenomenal, straight in Ella, the Dino, Hakanani the Dino. What it means is chayiv just means everyone has different liability. Chayiv just means you're liable. So a son will have one type of liability, right? Yaakov, another unrelated party, will have his own liability. So it says, so why is it that another will be potter, right? Yaakov comes, Avram's been condemned to death. Yaakov comes along and strikes and curses him. So is it that Yaakov potter? As it says literally again, a prince amongst the people who shall not curse. What do you learn from here? But also, only when is there a prohibition to curse another Jew? When he is ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means he is part of Klal Yisrael. He behaves like another Jew. And obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what does that indicate? They're not behaving in conformance with the normative standards of Klal Yisrael. And therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, so I understand cursing. So now by the way, this is actually very important because what this is telling me is the prohibition to curse another Jew is only when they behave like a Jew. Right? Only when we call it Osei Maisa Amcha. Only when they are behaving, when they are conducting themselves like a Jew should. So the Gemara says, what about hitting someone? Right? What about hitting someone? You prepare ultimately hit with a person. And therefore, just like person, only applies to when the person is conducting themselves with their forms of Jewish standards, so hitting applies as well. So once that's the case, the same should apply for a son. So therefore, even when Yitzchak, right, if Avram is being condemned to death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael. He's not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael. There should be no prohibition to hit him or to curse him. And therefore, the son should be exempt as well. This is what I say. What's the case? The case is where Avram did Tshuva. Avram was being condemned to death, but he did Tshuva before his execution. So again, if Avram did Tshuva, then what? He's included back in Amchal, and therefore again, his son is not committed to the person or to him. So listen, this is a Rabbi Gemara on the right. So first of all, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, you can do shit right, until the end. They come on rights and look for tshuva. Even if a person is on the deathbed, they have the ability to perform tshuva. So as you just in this dramatic case, Avram has been sentenced to death. Avram is literally being let out to be executed. but the possibility and the window to tshuva is still open literally to the moment that he is executed. Such is the power of tshuva, the ability to affect change within oneself or within one's life, literally until your last. That's the power of tshuva. Or lesson number two, Joseph said, oh, he's about tshuva. He's about tshuva. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Stay the execution. Send it back home. So what else do you see? Don't say just because a person does tshuva doesn't necessarily mean that you can undo the effects of all of your actions. Sometimes we do things in life, or often we do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way, especially for a protracted amount of time, you can't simply undo that. I mean, this is the incredible dialectic of tshuva. On one hand, tshuva itself can really undo everything. Like Suda says, that if you do the highest level of tshuva, you might have shown but even zikdonos naras slokizikuyos. Even your intentional awareness can become like mitzvahs. That is true in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. There are realities of our actions, realities of our circumstances. You see this all the time with human relationships. So, it can happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone. You see this happens a lot, especially in the context of marriage, where I do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive. And then what happens? First, let's say it happens to the offending party is the husband. Let's say Barbie is saying, right? For illustrative purposes only. So then what happens? And a husband owns it and he understands that he was wrong. He understands so what does he do? He says, I'm sorry. Now it's interesting, often the husband's expectation is that when I'm sorry, what happens? What happens like a magic wand, right? Like magic erase marker, right? I said I'm sorry because genuinely it was even like a little tear in the corner of my eye. Like I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband thinks that certainly everything just like snaps back to what it was, right? Everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that, wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. So it's also because again, our actions have consequences, and actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. This is one of the most important sugars to living the life. And this is why, again, living with mindfulness, living with attentiveness, and contemplating about the effects and implications of our actions before we do is so incredibly and profoundly important. Because they understand everything I do has a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways and I want to pull it back, error may be about tshuva. Error may be about tshuva. And what's going to happen becomes about tshuva. What's going to happen? What is the basis of Yesedim? But again, Yesedim, Ashrecha, incredible. But now we have to kill you. Like, in other words, that you can't. That's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible set of consequences that you have set into motion. You are about tshuva. And Shanayim, they will absolutely accept you with open arms as a great about tshuva. But we're still going to execute you. Because in life, when you make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. And I say, so how often do we do certain things thinking in the back of our minds that a big deal? I'll just kind of dial it back afterwards. And then you do it, and you can't dial it back. And I'm stuck with the consequences. Tshuva, always possible. But the undoing the actions or the reactions of our actions often cannot be undone. Incredibly so. So much Iraqi, and that's I was reading about you. It's not really much saying up like this. Do you want to know why Yitzchak, his son, is chayiv to be military versus his father? Because his father came about tshuva. Because Adam did tshuva. If that's because Adam did tshuva, Iraqi, Achenami, his son should also be liable for hating and for cursing Adam. So I'm not married, but I'm very interesting. I love the race of a person offering another Jew, but ultimately, again, it's a Jew who is going to live. Meaning, again, once it also comes back to the idea that someone who has been condemned to death, ultimately, in halakha, is almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to really create liability for someone who's dead. Right? The son is a different obligation. Right? The son is a son. And the son always has an obligation again. Has nothing to do with whether or not your parent is a good parent or not. So that really important. In other words, a parent is a good parent, not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go out and have couples. So with parents, we try to say, no, Avram is convicted to death. The son still has an obligation to honor his parent. But the rest of like everyone else, Avram is considered to be dead. It's hard to generate liability for a dead guy. He happy to know that. If that's this against the essential, also the example, also I'm a days. Bidi the hobby will after himself. So this is what Shmuel said. So I call myself, no, we'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of keyboard Ava'im that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now, again, you can get your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition of eating a corpse. Right? But Lamaisa, you can't curse your parent after they're dead. So, for example, like the color of the remote applies even after the death of a parent. So you see from here, and it's fascinating. Even if we look at Avram as a dead man, right, because the son is the dead, even so, cursing him, because Charad, Yitzchak, the son cursing him, would still be prohibited, because you can't curse your dead parent as well. So it's by the way, there's a lot to say about this, about the kinds of people are bubbling even after death. It transcends after death, right? This is why Halakha L'Maisa again. This is one of the interesting ideas. Saint Kaddish is one of the forms of people that which has a lot to respect. Let's say a father says, parent says to the child, I don't want you to say Kaddish for me after I die. Because it is like that. Parent says, so is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request? Or can they dispense with that request? There are a lot of shyness like this in Halacha about when a parent asks for something, that runs contrary to Halacha. Okay, but right now, the point over here is that the obligation, the fact that it's a shayla, indicates to us that kibbutz avayim extends even beyond that. So the Gemara says, okay. Very interesting conversation. Probably not. Let's remember how this all started. What was the shayla? Right? Yitzchak works for Beis Din. Yitzchak works for Beis Din. His father is Chaim, ultimately again for Malchus or for Chala. Can the son go ahead and administer that particular prohibition, right? Or ultimately again, or Yotze the Harik, which is the similar case, right? Adam is being let out to death as is Yitzchak the son Chaim if he hits him or if he curses him. So certainly one thing we certainly established is certainly cursing him is Chaim for, right? Because the Maisa, cursing your parent after the death is also liable. So certainly he's actually physically doing it. So now I've learned about it as well. So I'm going to about it, if you point out the day of Ishmael, Lakon, in the Abel Nasa Shiach Aro, Lakon, so in the Kalilon, she was like, General, Halakha L'Maisa, a son is not allowed to curse and hate his father, even if the son is doing so in the capacity of an agent of Beis Din. That's the Halakha. Can't curse your father as an agent of Beis Din, with one exception. Chutz mi basis, Shrei Torah, Shehari on the Torah, with Sechmo, plus the Kasal. You go to one exception. What's the one exception? If Adam, the father, was involved in inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, then the son is permitted to go ahead and hit him, curse him, carry out the punishment of Beis Din, which makes sense also because we've seen once somebody is inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, you definitely throw the book at them in a general sense. Okay, so I'll say, so by the way, that is the halacha as brought down in Shulchan Aruch. Again, so the Shulchan Aruch, this was actually, so far, Benjamin Abatas, this is in this. So he wasn't comparing this. The Gemara says, two halachas over here. So, how do you be shayim kimurim over Avera? Let's say one's parents, the mamish was shayim kimurim, right over Avera. So listen to this. Even if they're really being let out to be executed, you are not permitted to hurt your parents, you're not permitted to curse them. Then he calls them Potter. Now, because the past means if you hit them or if you curse them, you're Potter. Right? Why you Potter? Because technically speaking, you're dead already. Right? Also, Shiva, and he's a Chai B'nei Ragalei, I'm a good show to everybody. So this is fascinating. So one's parents, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Aaron is being let out to be killed. First of all, that killed him indicates that he's a Rasha. Even though he's a Rasha, Yitzchak still can't hit him. Yitzchak still can't person. It gives it's not says, however, Avram did Shuvah, and then Yitzchak subsequently hit him in person. Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting in person his parent. Incredible. Ababi translated Arab. Even though Yitzchak is being right, even though Avram is being allowed to be killed, nevertheless, about Shuvah is about Shuvah. And again, what I say in Allah Bahay, now we're going to hear Agar Imo Adir Shalokim Aleh, Shliach, but Yaki always the aim is kind of need to be a Shliach with Yosef, but I'll give them a lot of in Allah Bahay, Shemar Paskins, the son Yitzchak should not engage in a case that to carry out not this, but to carry out excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back. Mishnah. Not finished yet. I'm not the other video. Actually, as we actually alluded to this already in the last video, when you read is actually between the parent. If a person hits his father or mother, he is not carrying unless the person causes an injury. So you have to create the chavura. זה חומר ומעגל שמקבל לאחר מסחייב והמעגל לאחר מסחייב. Remember, I was saying, even though between hitting a person parents together, there is a stringency that a person has over hitting, namely, that hitting you only higher than the parent is alive. Person and height even when the parent is dead. Okay, incredible. Second about let's analyze. So it says so very important what this means is like Yitzchak was over to his father Aaron, that gives him like a fast. It doesn't give a couple of doesn't give an injury, not good, but there's not going to be the same level of liability. There's only liability for striking a parent when you cause a chabur. Says the Rabbi, Abid Kino La Harisa. So what's the Pasuk says? The Pasuk says, Abid Kino Ki Ish Asher Kalolas Abid Besimot. Most you must Abid Kino. So there's a redundancy in the Pasuk. Right? The beginning of the Pasuk says, Ki Ish Asher Kalolas Abid Besimot. Because if a man will curse his mother and his father, most you must. He is put to death. Why? He is cursed his mother and father. So why didn't he say the same thing twice? To which the Gemara says, the second teaches me, not Harisa. That there's liability for cursing one's parents even after death. Even after death, when the parent died, you're not allowed to curse them. This is Shiyako, I would have thought. Since the Torah goes out and equates hitting and cursing, therefore, just like striking a parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So, to cursing the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. Someone says, therefore, in the pasuk, after phrase, Abid Bino Kilo, to teach that there's liability for cursing parents, even once they are dead. Furthermore, Kalvachomer. There is a couple of Kalvachomer. Uma Nakia Sha'asabo Ba'amcha Kiba Amcha. So furthermore again, when it comes to Nakia, hitting someone, so what does it mean? Asabo Shalom Ba'amcha Kiba Amcha. So what that means is this. It doesn't matter whether a Jew ultimately it is with the dictates of life or liability for hitting. There's liability for striking any other Jew. So where it says, I'm sorry, but yet again, there's no liability for striking one after dead. The Kalo Shalom, interestingly enough, the Gimel Kalel is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. But if somebody is not qualified, there is no liability for going ahead personally. Should be no liability for that. Lomar, so that was like there's liability for personally even after their death. So that so this makes me see this in the Bible. The emo kilo is extra. As the Pasuk said before in the earlier part of the Pasuk that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last phrase? Other the emo kilo. It's going to that even after the death of the parent, there is going to be liability. So there is out of Yoshia, my claim, we're going to Yoshia. The ones that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are you talking about? The Samuel. Ish. The pasuk says ish ish. Now again, lashon of the pasuk is ki ish ish asher yikala es aviv bes imo. Why do you need ish ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish ish? Not that ish ish. The rabbis bas tumtum v'adros. They teach you that even if the father is a tumtum and an androgynous, ultimately again there's still right the child cursing the parent. Asher yikala es aviv bes imo. Who will curse his mother and his father, in the other emo. I only know that there's liability if you curse both your mother and your father. Aviv shalom emo. Emo shalom aviv emo. How do I know that there's liability even if I curse my father without my mother without my father? To which the Gemara says, Minayin, Talomar aviv the emo kila. The passage then goes on to say, aviv the emo kila. Aviv kila, emo kila, the Rabbi Rothschild. So I say, so now you see what's happening here? So Rabbi Yoshi says like this. Rabbi Yoshi uses that last phrase. When you look at the beginning of the pasuk says like this. Ki ish ish asher kala es aviv the es imo. So what that makes it sound like in the reading of that pasuk is there's only liability when you curse both the parents. Rabbi Yoshi says therefore the end of the pasuk says aviv the imo kila to teach me that what? There's liability even if you curse both of the parents independently. Says Rabbi Yoshi uses that phrase for. Rabbi Yonasan says, "Imashma shnei ke'echad umashma echad b'fnei atzmo." Actually, Rabbi Yonasan says, "No, that's not how we read the sutta in general. Whenever the pasuk creates a grouping, the assumption over here is that even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately, unless the Torah places them together explicitly. What do you mean by this? Minale, Torah says very interesting. Don't you know this? Minale, not going to be the Mikalo of it, the imo, most umos. The pasuk says ultimately again from Mikalo of the most umos v'ida, when we find the rabbos basturkum v'adrogens. That's learned after teach me. Passing the androgynous, take the most first one, and the same thing with ish, learning after the ish. The Bertone Kloshim and the Adam. Probably just talking like a normative way. But listening, Chomer b'makia even Mikalo. I so why not highlight the idea that there's a chumrah that makia is over Mikalo? How so? Shab b'makia, second white line. Shab b'makia also go share ba'amcho ki ba'amcho by makia was a yichai for the energy. Rather the Jews amcho not amcho yichai mashin came in Mikalo. Ultimately again, but that's different by Mikalo. That because by Mikalo you're only fighting the person who Jews ba'amcho. Hasavar makshin hakha miklala. We go ahead and ultimately, when we compare or we machines, we compare the halacha of hakha to klala. That just like hakha, you're fighting for going ahead and being energy. So it's a klala, lema, honey to right. So it's to say that this time like these other things. So like what? To tell you how very interesting case over there. Kusi aka mitzvah hakha. So yaka mitzvah killah. So kusi. But let's say now again. Remember, when you get into kusin in general, kusin in Shas is used in one of two ways. Sometimes kusin just means a guy. That's what it means, just means a guy. Kusin is the same thing as akum, right? In other times, what kusin refers to are the kusin. Who are the kusin? Right there, when Shekin Rabbi exiled the 10 tribes, so you had a strategy. The strategy was, whenever you pay people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homeland and you sell them somewhere else. That makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so you ended up with them trying to be put in their face. The Kusin, where did the Kusin from? Kusa, the Kusin will only have all these arms. There was an outbreak of lions and they converted. So there's a whole shot about their conversion. We're legitimate converts, not legitimate converts. So just bear that in mind. So the Lord says as follows. So kusi atam tzvah hakas, and if I'm sakul also. So kusi, if you want to kusi, you're tight. If you curse a kusi, you're not tight. You get another buzz. So iatam tzvah hakas also. Ultimately by kusi, you're not tight for either hitting him or for cursing him. Now the Lord says savua, kikulim amar kusim geri enosheim. That was the assumption we're making is everyone assumed that the kusim were legitimate gaming. Legitimate gaming. If that's the case, so my love back with me. So what are they arguing about? So the Gemara said, I'm actually not called it klava. One opinion says that we compare hitting someone to cursing someone who Mars and therefore again his liability. Suffer, who much should have called it klava? No, we treat them separately. It's a law of truth. If we all know, everyone agrees, no much should have we do not compare hitting to cursing. So what are you arguing about over here? Mar Savar Kusim Giri Arai. And they're saying, Mar Savar Kusim Giri Arai. I'm sorry. Mar Savar Kusim Giri Emet. Mar Savar Kusim. What's the Machlokes? The Machlokes ultimately is, what's the nature of Kusim? What Kusim Giri Arai means, that's Arai for Aleph, not an Aleph. Right? They're converted because of the lions. Therefore, they're not legitimate Giri. Other thing he says, no, they're Giri Emes. Legitimate lion, legitimate Giri. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, if that's the case, then what does it mean when we say that the shar of a Kusi is treated like the shar of a Yisrael? To which the Gemara answers, and Shmanina, vacation for Yishmanina. Rather, we'll say, what do you see here? What is Machlokes? Machlokes ultimately is, do we compare Hakah to Klala or not? That is the fundamental Machlokes unfolding over here. So once I say just halakha, let me say, just understand the takeaways from here. So halakha, the thing we asking is that Hakah and Kala are treated differently. Right? That, for example, there is a din of cursing one's parent, or there is a publish of cursing one's parent even after their death. But halakha, let me say again, Hakah, right? Striking does not apply after the death of the individual. Right? It goes out after that. Okay? Sorry for a little bit faster than the last piece. We'll pick up with Mishnah Netzah tomorrow. Tremendous stuff. All right, can I say good morning? Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tolson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shomer Drashos this year as a Zechus from our Talmud Torah sponsors for Adar, Abalin, Latova, Tari, and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch Ben Yosef Cohen, on the occasion of his 12th site. Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Zechron Livracha. A week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah Ben Zechracha. And our Dafyomi sponsor for today, Adam Blanca, in memory of Rav Moshe, Rav David, Rav Moshe Feinstein, on the occasion of the site, that in the merit of our Talmud Torah. The Neshama Sav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, the Shprach Mushlimers, the rest of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Amasi Yedayim. With that, thank you to my Shem for always troubleshooting everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. And I'll say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Pei Hey 85. We are up to a message we left off on Pei Daled on the base 84b, and we left off 6 lines up from the bottom. How this not? So let's remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The question the Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting for his father? That was the fundamental shaila. Because on one hand, we discussed the Mishnah introduced us to the idea that if a son injures his father, he's chayiv chenek. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? So interestingly enough, we have two opinions, Rav Masna and Rav Dimi Bar Chumra, who both seem to say yes. But then the Gemara quoted two stories of Rav and Mar Braid Ravina, who did not allow their children to take out a splinter, to land some oil, for fear, ultimately, again, of causing a chabura. So the Gemara goes on and says, "V'hadisnan, 6 times over, v'hadisnan, nachat shayad, lital ba'asakots." So once this remember again, he's now switching to the choshanis. So the Mishnah says as follows: that if your small hand needle, right, a small needle is used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and move that on Shabbos. It's not muktzah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. One second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't you have to concern that maybe in that, again, technically speaking, moving a splinter on Shabbos, what's the concern? That you may cause a greater injury. And causing a greater injury, especially one that draws blood, ultimately, again, is an issue d'oraisa. So what do you do? I'm sorry. Maybe it'll cause an injury. And again, although it'll be a shogi, it's not an intentional habura, but nevertheless, it's a shogi of skila. To which the Gemara says, no, hasam the kalkahu. That's different, because if there is a habura that's caused by taking out of the splinter, That's mekalkel. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Gemara says, mekalkel potter. So that's fine according to the opinion that says mekalkel is potter. That in general on Shabbos when you do something destructive, that is potter. And according to the opinion that says mekalkel is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, a malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? To which the Gemara says, well, also, man Shabbos they don't mekalkel b'chabura chayiv. Who's the opinion who says that mekalkel by chabura, that if you cause a chabura and it's kilkul and it's destructive, that's your chayiv? That's Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon Amar Kamalach Shin Tzricha Legufa Patra that. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion who says that any malacha Shin Tzricha Legufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want. He holds that your potter. Okay, so the Gemara goes off. She will say so. Bottom line, by the way. So what happens in that kind of situation? The Gemara is just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chabura by taking out the splinter, that'll be a malacha shenetzricha legufa. In general, both if you look for Shabbos, what do you look for Shabbos? Malachas machshavas. You need something constructive and premeditated. If at the end of the day you do a malacha, but the malacha itself is not necessary, then ultimately again it's not asur on Shabbos. With that being said, we don't take our splinters on Shabbos. Right? We leave splinters on Shabbos. We take splinters after Shabbos out of a fear, ultimately again, of a darshan and stabbing, right? Well, even though it's malacha shenetzricha legufa, we still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous sugya, what about a son doing bloodletting fathers? Rabbi says this is a big shame. In other words, again, I mentioned the share yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going out and being a doctor and operating on his father, doing the procedure. So what's the halacha? So the Shulchan Aruch paskins in Hilchot, there's a whole section called Hilchos Kibud Avayim, fascinating halachas. In Yeridea, Simulation Mem Aleph. So Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Simulation Mem Aleph Gimel, Ramah Gimel. Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Hayakot Takov La'aviv. If let's say again, if my father has a splinter, so Shulchan Aruch says, Lo Yotzi Enu Shema Yavo La'asos Bo Chabura. A son should not take out the splinter, lest he come to cause his father to bleed. It will make his dam, or rofe. Let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor. Lo yak his dam lo other, lo yachtich lo aver. Afa pisha mechavi l'refua. A son should not do anything to a father that cause bleeding, even if the intention is for refuah purposes. That's what it means. So we'll say, so yeah, the Ramah is in a very important qualifier. Haga, when is this true? When is this true? V'sheyesh sham acher lasos. When there's someone else to go ahead and provide, we call this quote-unquote service for the father. About an Shem Acher Lasos, who mitztaer, Harei Makom Makizo, the Chotek Lokufima Shu Lasos. So it's interesting enough, if there's no one else there, then the son could do it. But the Shulchan is a very interesting qualifier. He says, Kufima Shir Shu Lasos. He has to get reshus from his father. So in other words, the lachatila is that a son should not do these things for his father. Right? That's lachatila. Like the idea that if there's no one else there, a son do it, but really he should reshus from his father before going and doing anything that's going to cause a chabra or cause the drawing of blood. Incredible. And I will say, this also presupposes that the father is of the mental capacity to give reshus to the father. Let's say again, the father is not of the mental capacity, the son is the caregiver who's there. So again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although ideally, better to have someone other than the son to perform these duties. But again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishos, the son is permitted to do it. Okay, good. We'll come back with more on the Shema a little bit later on today. So it's like top of pay 85A, second line. Very interesting case. Bomi and Rav Sheshas. That's the father of Rav Sheshas. Then the Mabu Shiyas Shliach La'aviv La'akoso with a color. Wow, listen to this. Can his son be an agent of the court to strike his father or to curse his father? Now, what does this mean? Rashi, Mash Yasa Shliach La'aviv in this chayiv of the nidui umalchus. So what we're assuming now, the question is like this. There again, we have right Avram and Yitzchak. Avram's father Yitzchak is the son. Avram was condemned by Beis Din, not condemned, was judged by Beis Din for malchus, to get lashes, or Avram was going to be put in an excommunication meeting. So remember again, so now the shayla is, let's say Yitzchak, the son, is employed by Beis Din. So can Yitzchak go ahead and carry out these sentences against his father? So again, it's not the son acting of his own volition, it's the son acting as a shliach Beis Din. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Amarle, so the Gemara asks such fascinating questions. So in general, right? Why is, let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged for Malchus, Avram is judged for the excommunication. Brother will say part of excommunication was a curse. You would get cursed by Beis Din. So the Gemara says you're never allowed to do this to another Jew. In other words, can you go over to another Jew and flog him? Can you go over to another Jew and curse them? You're not allowed to. So the Gemara says someone else stam another Jew. How are they permitted to flog someone? How are they permitted to curse someone? Listen, this is beautiful. Ella kavod shamayim adif. That will say, so why is it that Beis Din in general, right? Anyone in Beis Din is allowed to flog another Jew, curse another Jew, because kvod shamayim adif. Because the covet that we are obligated to display to HaKadosh Baruch Hu trumps any other covet. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone did something against the HaKadosh Baruch Hu and they're deserving of Malchus, we're going to flog them. We're going to flog them. Or someone is deserving ultimately again of nidu of excommunication, we're going to curse them. Right? But it's an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covet to HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes and comes before the covet of any other person. Hachanami kvod shmayla. That's the logic. And ultimately, again, a son should be able to go ahead and flog his father, or a son should be able to go ahead and curse his father for nidui as well. So again, that's the Gemara is assuming right now. So Meisvei, Uma mi shemitzuva lakoso mitzvah lakoso mi she'in mitzvah lakoso in adin shemitzuva shelo lakoso. So we'll say that's a little bit of a strange brayso, which will have to listen. It's literally translated. If someone who I'm obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah not to strike them. Someone who I'm not obligated to strike, certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike them. All right, so no idea what the Christ is talking about. So Mar says, my love, mitzvah. So perhaps both cases, right? So I'm talking about makom mitzvah, where someone was deserving of malchus. I say if someone is deserving of lashes, and what happens? No, maybe one Bryce is talking about a son, and one Bryce is talking about someone else. In other words, on the Bryce is saying like this: when it's the son, even though the father is deserving of malchus, nevertheless, the son not administered to the father, and versus someone else, where even though ideally you really should be hitting any Jew, but when you're working for Beis Din, and Beis Din is obligated to give a person malchus, so someone else is permitted to administer it. To which the Gemara says, the Gemara says, no, not true. Doesn't make a difference whether we're talking about a son or talking about someone else. One is talking about makom mitzvah, and one is talking about not a makom mitzvah. What does that mean? What does that mean? So the pashtus, what's makom mitzvah? Makom mitzvah is where someone is chayiv malchus from Beis Din. Shelo b'makom mitzvah means someone's not chayiv malchus from Beis Din. So someone's chayiv malchus from Beis Din. As much as we don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Someone's not. You're not going to hit them because halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa is prohibited. So the Gemara says, "V'hagi katan." This one needs to say. Here we go. Uma b'makom mitzvah shemitzuva lahakoso mitzvah shlakoso. So it says, listen to this. Even in a case of makom mitzvah, let's take this. Avram ultimately is chayiv malchus. Avram's chayiv malchus. So now Yitzchak, let's even leave aside that Yitzchak is son, not a son. Let's leave down the side. Yitzchak is going to admit this. Even in that case, what is the halacha? Yitzchak is not permitted to deliver more than the mandated malchus. Right? There's an issue d'oraisa to flog someone even one more lash, then they are chayiv. That's makom mitzvah. In the case where a person is liable to, right? Mitzvah hakosa. There's a mitzvah not to give them more lashes than are liable to. Lo b'makom mitzvah, when it says not liable to lashes, so the Gemara says, shlo b'makom mitzvah, she'enu mitzvah lahakosa, eno din she'mitzvah shlo lahakosa. So it's one thing where someone is not subject to lashes, then halacha l'maisa, don't strike them at all. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, that's how the Gemara ends off. Now, by the way, what do we do with this halacha? So the pashtos. Well, we're not finished. Let's finish up first. Tashma. So let's just remember again. Keep your eye on the ball. What's the primary shiloh over here? So we've already established about a son administering medicinal healing to his father that could potentially result in a kabbalah. That was topic number 1 for today. Topic number 2 for today. Can a son carry out the punishment of Beis Din upon his father if the son is working for Beis Din? Is that mutter or not? So that still seems to be up in the air. So the Gemara continues. Tashma. Hayotze Biharik, listen to this. Avram was condemned to death. Avram the father was condemned to death. Uba beno v'hiko v'kilalo chayiv. And what happens? And his son comes along and hits him or curses him. The son is chayiv. All right. So the Gemara says, Ba achar v'kilalo v'hika v'kilalo pater. If another person comes along and hits or curses Avram, so the other person is going to be pater. All right, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so again, one more time. Avram is condemned to death. The Gemara says, if Avram's son Yitzchak comes and strikes him or curses him, so the son Yitzchak is going to be liable. All right, if someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or hits Avram, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, he asked, why this distinction? Right? Why this distinction ultimately again between his son and someone else? This is very interesting. Okay, so this is fascinating. So we'll say, what's the case? Avram was condemned to death. We spoke about much earlier in the second about the process for leaving someone out to death, specifically again by skila. And we went through that whole process of leaving them out. What's the case? The case where Avram was condemned, but he won't go, which makes a lot of sense, right? He won't go, right? He won't go. So therefore, the Rosh says, so what do we need to prod him? So how do you prod him? You hit him, right? Or you curse him. So the Gemara says, so that therefore the Gemara seems to be making this distinction is following. If the son hits him or curses him, the son will be liable. If someone else hits him or curses him, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, Rav Sheshes Mukilov, B'she'in B'sarvin Bo Lotzes. Rav Sheshes sets it up as, no, it's not a case of where he's refusing to go out. If that's the case, he's not refusing to go out, Achar Nami. So I'll say, if we're talking about a case where Avram is condemned to death, he's refusing to go out to meet his maker, right? He's refusing to go out for execution. So now, okay, the Gemara says, if his son hits him or curses him, there's liability for the son. If someone else does it, there's not liability. Okay? Rav Sheshes says, no, it's talking about a case where he's not unwilling to go. He's willing to go. Right? He's willing to go. He's willing to go. If that's the case, if he's willing to go, then at the end of the day, if someone else comes along and hits him or curses him, why is there not liability for the other? To which the Gemara says, very simple, Achar Gavra Katilin. So we'll say, remember, this is very important. When Avram is condemned to death, what's his status? He's considered to be dead already, right? Let's take a different case. Someone, right? Avram is condemned to death by Beis Din, and then Yaakov comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability? 0. Why? He killed a dead man. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this: when Avram's been condemned to death, so if someone else comes along and hits Avram, curses Avram, okay, there's no liability because they've hit and they've cursed a dead man. If his son does it, there is liability. Again, I will say this is all the heightened level of relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. Avram's been condemned to death. You're right, but Yitzchak, it's still your father, and he's still living and breathing right in front of you, and therefore, again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards him. Gemara says as follows. Gemara says, Rav Sheshes, Baish is an interesting case here. Baishu Yashan Meis Chayiv. So let's listen to this fascinating case here. Let's say you embarrass someone. Just stand. Right? I go over to Ruvain and I embarrass Ruvain while Ruvain is dying. Right? Sorry, while Ruvain is sleeping. Like Ruvain is sleeping. So I say, what's the kind of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Like you don't know about it. So I don't know, Ruvain's asleep and I put toothpaste on his face, whatever it is, right? I go ahead, ready sleeping. So I say, interestingly enough, and he dies in his sleep. So Ruvain never woke up to realize the embarrassment that's been caused him. So what's the halacha? Baisho Yashen Meis Chayiv. I'm chayiv. Now, I'll say, who am I chayiv? And Rashi says, okay, Rashi right across chayiv. So it's a system of halacha l'maisa. I'm obligated to pay boshas to the heirs, right, to Reuven's offspring, because they were embarrassed with this act. So what do you see from here? Halacha l'maisa, even if you go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why are we bringing this up? The tackle is not going to be chayiv. Why not? Because he hit or he dead man. Hit or he cursed man. But what do you see? That even if you do something to someone and that person, quote unquote, is dead, they never even realize it, there's still liability. V'haraya, if I embarrass someone while they're sleeping, they never wake up. I'm still liable to go ahead and pay for the embarrassment to the offspring. What's the case over here? Where what happens? Where again the injury to Avram is an injury that's not shava pruta. So therefore, again, there's no liability, right? For damages less than a pruta, ultimately, again, there's going to be no liability. So the Gemara says, but we learned that even if you're someone and you hit someone and you cause them an injury that's less than shara, while it's true that there's no monetary compensation, you get malchus, to which the Gemara says, you're right. My potter to Kamar. What does it mean when we say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and he struck or he cursed Avram, that ultimately he's potter? What does that mean, potter? Potter, mimaman. It means that it's potter from mammon. There's no monetary compensation, but there would potentially be malchus. Michlal, there be no chayiv b'mammon. So I say, so again, does that sound like over here that his son would be chayiv mammon, which would be strange? To which the Gemara says, Ella bedino hachinami bedino. Rather, what it means is chayiv just means everyone has different liability. Chayiv just means you're liable. So a son will have one type of liability, right? Yaakov, another unrelated party, will have his own liability. So I say, so why is it that another will be potter, right? If Yaakov comes, Avram's been condemned to death, and Yaakov comes along and strikes him or curses him, why is it that Yaakov is potter? The pasuk says, literally again, a prince amongst your people, you shall not curse. What do we learn from here? We'll always say, when is there a prohibition to curse Jew? When he ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means he is part of Klal Yisrael. He behaves like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what does that indicate? They're not behaving in conformance with the normative standards of Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, hatinach klala. So I understand cursing. So I supposed to say, now, by the way, this is actually very important because what it's telling is the prohibition to curse another Jew is only when they behave like a Jew. Right? It's only when what we call osen ma'asa amcha. Only when they are behaving, when they are conducting themselves like a Jew should. So the Gemara says, hatinach klala. What about hitting? What about hitting someone? Right? What about hitting someone? We compare ultimately hitting to cursing. And therefore, just like cursing only applies ba'amcha when the person is conducting themselves in conformance with normative Jewish standards, so to hitting applies as well. So we'll say if that's the case, then the same thing should apply for a son. So therefore, even when Yitzchak, right, if Avram's been condemned to death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael. If he's not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael, then halacha l'maisa, there should be no prohibition to hit him or to curse him, and therefore the son should be exempt as well. What's the case? The case is where Avram did tshuva. Avram's been condemned to death, but he did tshuva before his execution. So let's say, so again, if Avram did tshuva, then what? He is included back in Amcha, and therefore again his son is not permitted to curse him or to hit him. So we'll say this is a profound Gemara on a variety of levels. So first of all, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, you could do tshuva until when? Literally again until the end. Like the Rambam writes in Hilchos Tshuva, even if a person is on their deathbed they have the ability to perform tshuva. So also just in this dramatic case, Avram's been sentenced to death. Avram is literally again being led out to be executed. But the possibility and the window to tshuva is still open literally until the moment that he is executed. Such is the power of tshuva, the ability to affect change in oneself and in one's life, literally until their last breath. That's the power of tshuva. But what's lesson number 2? So oh, he's about tshuva. He's about tshuva. Then what should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Stay the execution. Send it back home. What else do you see? Those are just because a person does tshuva doesn't necessarily mean that you can undo the effects of all of your actions. Sometimes we do things in life, or often we do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way, especially for a protracted amount of time. You can't simply undo that. And this is the incredible dialectic of tshuva. On one hand, tshuva itself can really undo everything, right? Like the Imam Satsuma says, that if you do the highest level of tshuva, the Gemara calls tshuva me'avod, even zidonos na'as kizuchuyos, even your intentional errors can become like mitzvos. That is true in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. There are realities of our actions, realities of our circumstances. You see this all the time, like in human relationships. So, it could happen that we offend someone. We see this happen a lot, especially in the context of marriage, where I do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive. And what happens? A person says that, let's say it happens to be that the ending party is the husband. Let's say, for argument's sake, right? For illustrative purposes only. Then what happens? And a husband only, and you understand that he was wrong. And he says, so what does he do? He says, I'm sorry. Now it's interesting. Often the husband's expectation is that with him, I'm sorry. What happens? What happens? Like a magic wand, right? Like magic erase marker, right? I said, I'm sorry. It was genuine. It was here in the corner of my eye, right? I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband thinks that everything that just like snaps back to what it was, right? Everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that, wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. So I said, also, because again, our actions have consequences, and our actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. And this is one of the most important yesodot to live with in life. And this is why, again, living with mindfulness and living with attentiveness and contemplating about the effects and implications of our actions before we do is so incredibly and profoundly important. Because to understand everything I do has a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways and I want to pull it back, you can't pull it back. It stays. Avram may be about tshuva. Avram may be about tshuva. But what's going to happen after Avram becomes about tshuva? What's going to happen? What is the Beis Din going to say to him? What's the Beis Din going to say to him? Ashrecha. Incredible. But now we have to kill him. Like, in other words, that you can't undo it. In other words, that's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible set of consequences that you have set into motion. You are about tshuva. And in Shemayim, they will absolutely accept you with open arms as a great Baal Tshuva. But we're still going to execute you. Because in life, when you make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. And I will say, how often do we do certain things thinking in the back of our mind it's not a big deal? I'll just kind of dial it back afterwards. And when you do it, then you can't dial it back. And I end up with the consequences. Tshuva, always possible. But the undoing the reactions or the reactions of my actions often cannot be undone. Incredible yesod. So the Gemara says, that's the case that I was doing about choice. It's not the way the Gemara setting it up. It's like this. Do you want to know why Yitzchak, the son, is chayiv if he hits or he curses his father? Because his father came about tshuva. Because I'm the tshuva. If that's the case, I'm the tshuva. Then someone else should also be liable for hitting and for cursing Avram. So I'm Rav Mari ba'amcha b'mukim sheba'amcha. Very interesting. No. When are you chayiv? Halacha l'maisa for cursing or for hitting another Jew? But ultimately, again, it's a Jew who is going to live. Meaning, again, I must say this also goes back to the idea that someone who has been condemned to death, ultimately, in halacha, is almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to really create liability for someone who's dead. Right? A son has a different obligation, right? The son is a son, right? The son always has an obligation. Remember again, has nothing to do with whether or not your parent is a good parent or not. It's incredibly important, right? Otherwise, a parent is a good parent, not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have cover for them. So with parents, we feel like there's Abraham is convicted that a son still has an obligation to honor his parent, but by everyone else, Abraham is considered to be dead. It's hard to generate liability for a dead guy. If that's the case, against the son should also be exempt. We'll say, I'm a base. So this is interesting, I will say. No, we'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of kibud ava'im that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now again you can hit your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition of hitting the corpse. Right? But Lisa, you can't hit your parent after they're dead. So, for example, right, Mikalo applies even after the death of a parent. So you see from here, even if dead man was sentenced to death, even so, cursing him, right? Yitzchak, his son, cursing him would still be prohibited. You can't curse your dead parent as well. So I'll say, by the way, there's a lot to say about this, about the concept of keeping ava'im even after death. It transcends after death, right? This is why halacha l'maaseh again. This is one of the interesting ideas. Saint Kaddish is one of the forms of kibbud ava'im, which has a lot to discuss. Let's say a father says, a parent says to their child, I don't want you to say Kaddish for me after I die. A crazy case like that. The parent says, so is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request? Or could they dispense with that request? You have a lot of shilas like this in halacha about when a parent asks for something, that runs contrary to halacha. Okay, but right now, the point over here is that the obligation, the fact that it's a shayla, indicates to us that kibbud ava'im extends even beyond death. So the Marsmai Haviyala. So okay, very interesting conversation. Bottom line, also remember, how did this all start? What was the shayla? Like Avram, Yitzchak works for Jason, his father is chayiv, ultimately again, for Malchus or for Klala, can the son go ahead and administer that particular prohibition, right? Or ultimately again, or Hayotzi Liharik, which is a similar case, right? Avram is being let out to death, as is Yitzchak the son chayiv if he hits him or if he curses him. So by the way, one thing we've certainly established is certainly cursing him he is chayiv for, right? Because Lamaisa, cursing your parent after they're dead is also a liability. So certainly when he's actually physically breathing. So my what's the bottom line? So I'm going to about Afuna, the king today Rabbi Shmuel. So we'll say, in general, halakha l'maisa, a son is not allowed to curse and hit his father, even if the son is doing so in the capacity of an agent of Beis Din. That's the halakha. Can't curse or hit your father even as an agent of Beis Din, with one exception. Chutz mimesis, shari Torah, shahari amr Torah, usachmo, with one exception. What's the one exception? If Avram, the father, was involved in inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, then Yitzchak, the son, is permitted to go ahead and hit him, curse him, carry out the punishment of Beis Din, which makes sense. Also, we've seen once somebody is inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, we definitely throw the book at them in a general sense. Okay, so I'll say, so by the way, that is the halacha as brought down in Shulchan. Again, so the Shulchan Aruch, this was actually too far. Good. Rishman Aleph Taz. Listen to this. So get ready for this. The Gemara says, two halachos on it. So let's say one's parents were mamish Rishon Gimurim, right over Avera. So listen to this. I think the Migmar Dinam Lahariga B'Yotzim Leharik, even if they're literally being let out to be executed. You are not permitted to hit your parents. You're not permitted to curse them. And he calls them potter. Now, interestingly enough, the Shmuel Paskins, if you hit them or if you curse them, you're potter. That's why you're potter. Because technically speaking, they're dead already, right? So this is fascinating. So if one's parents, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Avram is being let out to be killed. First of all, that clearly indicates that he's a Rasha. Even though he's a Rasha, Yitzchak still can't. If Yitzchak does hit or curse Yitzchak is technically pater because he hit and cursed a dead person. Okay, this Rambam says, however, if Avram did tshuva and then Yitzchak subsequently hit him in person, Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting and cursing his parent. Incredible. Even though what? Even though Yitzchak is being killed, nevertheless, about tshuva is about tshuva. And again, halacha l'maaseh in Rabbi writes over here, Avar Avino Imo Arala Vayev Shliach Yanim Lo Yaki Osam V'Rein Yitzchak Lo Nidui Lo Yishliach Lo Dosam Lo Yird Lo Yakas. So in halacha hey, Shmuel Paskins that the son Yitzchak should not be an agent of Bezdin to carry out malchus or to carry out nidui excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back there. Mishnah. Not finished yet. Hamakya Adi V'Imo Ino Chayiv Ashiyase B'Hin Chabura. Because we actually alluded to this already in the last video. When you hit, this is actually the beginning of the parak. If a person hits his father or mother, he is not chayiv unless of course he causes an injury. So you have to create the chabura. Zeh chomer b'mekala b'maker shemekala la'achar nisa chayiv v'amakir la'achar nisa pater. Furthermore, I say even though normally we group hitting and cursing parents together, there is a stringency that cursing has over hitting, namely that hitting you're only chayiv when the parent is alive. Cursing I'm chayiv even when the parent is dead. Okay, incredible. Says the Gemara, let's analyze. So we'll say, so very important halacha. What this means is, right, he's goes over to his father Aaron, like gives him a fast, gives him a patch. It doesn't create an injury. Not good, but there's going to be the same level of liability. It's only liability for striking a parent when you cause a chabur. Says the Gemara, Aviv v'imo kilel la'achar nisa. So that's what the pasuk says. The pasuk says, "Aviv v'imo kilel ki ish asher kalalas aviv v'imo mo'imas aviv v'imo kilel." So there's redundancy in the pasuk, right? The beginning of the pasuk says, "Ki ish asher kalal es aviv v'es imo." Pasuk tells that if a man will curse his mother and his father, most you must. He is put to death. Why? He has cursed his mother and father. So why do you need to say the same thing twice? To which the Gemara says the second Aviv Imokila teaches me that there's liability for cursing one's parents even after death. Even after the parent died, you're not allowed to curse them. Listen to this. I would have thought since Rabbosai, the Torah goes ahead and equates hitting and cursing. Therefore, just like striking the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So when cursing the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So therefore, again, the pasuk extra phrase, to teach you there's liability for cursing parents even once they are dead. Furthermore, there is a kal v'chomer. What's the kal v'chomer? Uma makeh she'asabo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha. So the Gemara says lo chayiv lo la'achar nisam. So I say furthermore again, when it comes to makeh, when it comes to hitting someone, so what does it mean? Asabo shelo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha. So what that means is like this: it doesn't matter whether a Jew ultimately again is living in conformance with the dictates of Jewish life or not. There's liability for hitting them. There's liability for striking any other Jew. So the Gemara says, and there's not liability for striking someone after they're dead. So when it comes to Mekalel, interestingly enough, the din of Mekalel is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. But if somebody is not what we call an Amcha, then halacha l'maaseh there's no liability for going ahead and cursing them. Certainly there should be no liability for after death. Talmud Lomar, Aviv v'imo kilel la'achar nisa. See, Rabbi again, the extra phrase Aviv v'imo kilel teaches me that what? There's liability for cursing a parent even after their death. All right, so let's analyze. So I say, so again, we're going to see this in the Rise in just a moment. That whole phrase of Aviv v'imo kilel is extra. Because the Pasuk already said before in the earlier part of the Pasuk that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last phrase, Aviv v'imo kilel? It's going to teach that even after the death of the parent, there's going to be liability. So Rabbi Yoshia, my turning, our friend Rabbi Yoshia, who holds that that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about here? Here we go. Desanya. Ish ish. The pasuk says ish ish. Now again, lashon the pasuk is ki. Ish ish asher kala es aviv es imo. Why do you need ish ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish ish? Ish ish. The rabbis bas tumtum v'androgynous to teach you that even if the father is a tumtum and an androgynous, ultimately again there's still liability for the child for cursing the parent. Asher kala es aviv, who will curse his mother and his father. Imi ela avivino. I only know that there's liability if you curse both your mother and your father. Aviv shelo imo. Shelo. How do I know that there's liability if I curse my father, that my mother, father, to which the Gemara says, Minai, Talomar, Aviv Imo Kila. The pasuk then goes to say, Aviv Imo Kilal, Aviv Kilal, Imo Kilal, the Rabbi Yoshia. So now you see what's happening over here? So Rabbi Yoshia says like this. Rabbi Yoshia, the last phrase, when you look at the beginning of the pasuk, says like this, Kilaviv Ve'es Imo. So what that makes it sound like from the reading of that pasuk is, there's only liability when you curse both of you. Rabbi Yoshia says, therefore, the end of the pasuk says, Aviv v'imo kilal, to teach me that what? There's liability even if you curse both of your parents independently. Says Rabbi Yoshia uses that phrase for. Rabbi Yonasan says, Mashma shneim ke'echad u'mashma echad b'fnei atzmo, ad she'yifrod l'chad kasav yachdav. Rabbi Yonasan says, no, that's not how we read psukim in general. Whenever the pasuk creates a grouping, the assumption over here is that even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately unless the Torah places them together explicitly. What do you mean by this? Minale, for us, is very interesting. From where do we know this? Minale, nafle mi umekalo aviv imo mos humas. The pasuk says ultimately again from the kala of imo mos humas v'idav when we write in the rabbos bas kumtut v'androgynous. Let's learn that to teach me. Bas learn the androgynous. Take the Gemara first while I'm sacredly ish ish. Learn it out from ish ish. The Torah Kolosha many other. Torah is just talking in like a normative way. Listening, chomer b'makeh meaning mekalo. So why not highlight the idea that there's a chumrah that makeh is over mekalo? How so? Sheb b'makeh, second white line. Sheb b'makeh asa bo shelo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha by makeh bo say you're chayiv for hitting any Jew, whether the Jew is amcha or not amcha. You're chayiv. Mashen came in mekalo. Ultimately again, but that's different by mekalo. Because by Mekalo, you're only chayiv the person who is ba'amcha. Kasavar, makshin and hakha miklala. We go ahead and ultimately again we compare, or we right, makshin means we compare the halacha of hakha to klala. That just like hakha, you're chayiv for going ahead and hitting any Jew. So to klala, lema hani tanai. So it says to say that these time I like these other two. Let's say so. What like what? Tani chada. Very interesting case over here. Kusi ata mitzvah hakha. So yata mitzvah kilvasa. Kusi. I will say now, again, remember, we're going to get into kusi in general. Kusi in Shas is used in one of two ways. Sometimes kusi just means a guy. That's what it means, just means a guy. Kusi is the same thing as akron, right? In other times, what kusi refers to is who? Are the kusim. Who are the kusim? Right? Remember, when Shalmaneser, the king of Ashur, exiled the 10 tribes. So he had a good strategy. What was his strategy? His military strategy was, whenever you conquer a people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homeland and resell them somewhere else. That makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so when he exiled the 10 tribes, who did he put in their place? The Kusim. Where are the Kusim from? Kusa. They were Kusim were all Avodah Zarah. There was an outbreak of lions, and they converted. So there's a whole shaila about their conversion. Were they legitimate from before? So just bear that in mind. So Gemara says as follows. So Kusi atam tzvah hakas. So Kusi, if you hit a Kusi, you're chayiv. If you curse a Kusi, you're not chayiv. So ultimately by Kusi, you're not chayiv for either hitting him or for cursing him. Now the Gemara says Savrua the cooling alma Kusim gere ms hain. That was the assumption we're making is everyone assumes that the Kusim were legitimate gerim. If that's the case, the Gemara says, so my love so what are they arguing about? So the Marsar Makshin called the Klala. One opinion says that we compare hitting someone to cursing someone. Umars, and therefore again there's liability. Umar Sabar Makshin called the Klala. And the other opinion says, no, we treat them separately. To which the Gemara says, no, not true. The Chuli Alma, everyone agrees. Lo Makshin Hakal the Klala. We do not go ahead and compare hitting to cursing. So what's the argument about it here? Mar Savar Kusim Gere Arayos. Am I saying Mar Savar Kusim Gere Arayo? I'm sorry. Mar Savar Kusim Gere MSA. Mar Savar Kusim Gere Arayos. What's the machlokes? I'm saying the machlokes ultimately is what's the nature of Kusim? Where Kusim Gere Arayos means that's Arayos with an aleph, not an ayin. Right? They converted because of the lines. Therefore, they were not legitimate Geir. Other opinion says no, they were Geir MS. Legitimate line, legitimate Geir. So the Gemara says, so we'll say, so ultimately, again, if that's the case, then what does it mean when we say that the shor of a kusi is treated like the shor of a Yisrael? To which the Gemara answers, Shmamina, vacation to Yishmamina. Rather, we'll say, what do you see from here? What is Machlokas? The Machlokas ultimately is, do we compare Hakah to Klala or not? That is the fundamental Machlokas unfolding over here. So we'll say, so just Halach Lamaisa, just to understand the takeaways from here. So Halach Lamaisa, the way we pass in is that Hakah and Klala are treated differently. Right? That, for example, there is a din of cursing one's parent, or there's a rubbish of cursing one's parent even after their death. But Halach Lamaisa, again, Hakah, right, the striking does not apply after the death of the individual. Right, well, so after the death of the parent. Sorry for going a little bit fast on the last piece. We'll pick up the Mishnah Mitzvah tomorrow. And the staff, Shkayach, everyone. When we will say it is a source to be able to look, I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there. I'm 40 years of shadow. Back by, with 40 minutes, I should see everyone in share. So, but it is a source nevertheless to continue to learn, at least virtually. Thank you to all of our sponsors who are listed again in the description on the YouTube channel as well as on the podcast. Today's staff is $8.84. We are picking up here to show on the Gimel of the days 83D. We are picking up Kruay Roche. So actually, no, I take it back. We are picking up about Rabbi. 2 lines from the bottom. About Orel or Rabbi. So again, right up the list of people. First, we went through the list of Kohanim who are fighting this Mishnah or these circumstances which generated liability of these Mishnah. And then the Mishnah created a list, the rights created a list. And Abel, a Kohen who does the ability as a composed order. Orel, uncircumcised. Yoshev, sitting. So the halach is all 3 of these things as much as they're prohibited. The Kohen does it, it's a violation of law, and not miscegenation. Since the Gemara, so now the Gemara is going to go through each of these one by one. Arel Mino. From where do we know that if a Kohen does the avodah as an Arel, that it is quote unquote only Allah, not miscegenation? So the truth is, this is not explicitly mentioned in the Torah. So the question over here is, we did not learn this in the Torah of Moshe, which means it was not explicitly said in the Torah. Actually, by the Cheskel ben Muzi B'Lamah, Cheskel ben Muzi, what did the Cheskel say? Koben Nechar Orel Leif Top of Gedala 84a, Orel Basar Loyava Avikudosh. It's interesting enough. So Cheskel says Koben Nechar, again, it's non-Jewish. Orel Leif, uncircumcised heart, Orel Basar. Someone who's literally physically uncircumcised should not come to the Mikdash. So ultimately, again, here we see now here, obviously, this is not a Raisa, but rather, again, this is a passage from Rabbi, and therefore, again, when the Gemara says that what it means is, Rashi points out that we are behind us, Harabi, different Kabbalah, Bahama, Velo Lokiyaba. So when we say Allah, it really is what we call different Kabbalah. So the coin word to do the service as Orel circumcised. And remember again, the case of not circumcised is the case of Echad Machmas, where they couldn't do a procedure. Someone again can have a but remains in an uncircumcised state. There's a whole different layer of liability attached to that. We're talking about over here where this particular coin could not have a milah because his brothers had died as a result of this milah before. So such an individual, although he is allowed, quote unquote, to remain uncircumcised, he is not allowed to serve his marriage. Where do we learn that from? Possibly. Good. Next, Oni. Remember again, Oni is someone. Now it's interesting, but if you notice, the Gemara uses both Onain and Ava. Now, for our purposes, again, Onain is the state of a period of time between death and burial. So the halach is that a kohen can't do the avodah during that time. If he does so, he is chayiv. It's a lot. It's a lot. It says in Rabbi Nolan, where do you know that? From one of you know. Second line from the top, 84a, Yadal Yadal. Because the pasuk says actually by the kohen gadol. The pasuk says by the kohen gadol. Actually specifically by Aaron after the death of Nadav and Abihu. Aaron cannot leave the mikdash, and he should not profane the mikdash of his kahal. Now, the pasuk is telling me that even though Aaron had encountered and experienced such a catastrophic and overwhelming loss, he was not permitted to leave the mikdash. He had to continue to do the avodah. So the Gemara actually something very important. The Gemara says, "Ha'acher shelo yatzav kilo." What do you see from here? It's after the kohen gadol who has to continue to serve as an owner. But if someone else were to serve as an oni, they would in fact profane temple service. So from here you see the fact that the kohen gadol has to serve as an oni / avel indicates to us that other kohanim may not serve in that state. So now we'll say, so where the Gemara is holding right now is, therefore, if a kohen does serve in a state of ayinus, he's in violation of a law, prohibition. Versus 1 second. Maybe we should make it zir shava, harkening back to yesterday's daf. Harkening back to yesterday's daf. So remember again, on one hand it says, by Avegos it says chilel, and by Truma it says chilel. So we should say, just like if a kohen who is coming Truma, he's chayiv, misa b'dei. So if a kohen who's an avel does the avodah, should also be chayiv, misa b'dei shamayim. And say just like again by a kohen who's coming, it's truma, which is called a truma. But again, the case is to come a kohen, it should also be first of all, just understand the prohibition for a kohen to do the avodah as an kohen is not explicit; it's inferred. The fact that the kohen gadol is not allowed to leave the mikdash but has to serve even in the state of ayinus tells us that a regular kohen can't serve in state of ayinus. So it's not explicit; it's inferred. So this is something that is learned out from an inference. And there's a principle. Which the Gemara espouses the principle. What's the principle? Anything that is learned out from an inference itself cannot be part of the which logically it's saying is, in order to be part of the Shah, you need two explicit concepts, and you can build a bridge between them. If one of those concepts is not explicit or rather learned by inference, you cannot use it for the Zero Shah. Interesting, okay, Yoshe Dinala. Next, how do I know that if a point does the Avon City, that he is in violation of Allah? The Pasuk says, so by the Kohanim, Hashem shows the Kohen to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the Kohen from amongst all of the tribes, la'amod, to stand and to serve. What do you see from here? We do not have to know the yeshiva. The dafka avod, the sacrificial service, has to be commanded and not sitting. If one Kohen goes there and sits during the avodah, then so he's in violation of Allah. Balmud, next. What about a blemished Kohen? So remember again. So what happens if a blemished Kohen does the avodah? Rabbi only. So Rabbi says the Chum say Bashara. It's a lot. It's otherwise. My time for Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic that he says if a blemished Kohen does the avodah, he's chayiv. So what's his logic? So he must say Ach ala parochas lo yochel. The pasuk says, and again, if a Kohen has a wound, he should not come to the parochas. And then the rest of the pasuk is v'lo yichalel es mikdoshi ki ani Hashem mikdasham. He should not profane my mikdash. Lashon of chilul. Chilul. So the Gemara says, "V'yoleh chilul b'truma mikdzer shava from balmon to truma." Just like it says, "Mal lahavan b'misa." Just like by truma, if you have a kohen it's truma, it's chaim misa b'shamayim. Hakan b'misa. So if a balmon does the avodah, he's also chaim misa. So that's Rabbi's logic. Zir shava chilul from truma to balmon. And they look chilul b'misa. So we'll say again, it's like Chazar from yesterday. But remember, it also says chilul by nosa. Nosa is a key of karis. So usually it's a shabbat between balmon and nosa. So just like nosa is a key of karis, so too balmon is a key of karis. Which the Gemara says, "Ma la karis afkan karis." start with Truma. No, it's more from mom from Truma than from Moser. Why? She came Psul Haguf, Psul Haguf. Because remember again, the common denominator between Truma and Mom is in both cases you're dealing with a disqualified Kohen. Right? Mom, the Kohen himself has a blemish. In the case of Truma, Kohen who is Tameh, eating Truma, consuming Truma. So it makes more sense to learn out physical disqualification from physical disqualification. Adrabah, so just the opposite. I mean, no sir have a little bit. You should learn out from no sir. Why? She came Kodesh, Nim, Pigel, and Nosa. Because again, it has a lot of commonalities. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, it's all taking place inside of the nut. And furthermore, again, it's subject to Pigel and Nosa. Ella, Mikame, Shishimish, I'm sorry, Ella Mikame, Shishimish Kamar, Psul Haguf, Kodesh, Pnim. I'm sorry, Adrabah. We know some of the she came Kodesh, Pnim, Pigel, and Nosa. So again, we should suggest we should learn out from Mosar rather than from Truma. Elal, mitame shishimish kava. Rather, again, it is better no, rather than out from the case. Okay, so the Gemara's message she gives. We're going to learn out. Ultimately again from tame shishimish. Who's tame shishimish? That's the Kohen who is tame because the Yavon. Again, this is more like we had this yesterday and Sunday as well. So the Gemara says, Elal mitame shishimish kava. Psul haguf, mipsul haguf. To which the Gemara says, Kodesh, Pnim, Pigel, V'nosar, Kodesh, Pnim, Pigel, V'nosar. Okay, so this is Rabbi's logic. So Rabbi's logic ultimately again is halacha. So again, different ways you can learn it out, different possibilities of learning it out, but the Lamaisa results in the Chiyuv Misa. Okay, so what says? Remember, trying to figure out over here. So Baal does the Avodah. What is the halacha? Rabbi says Chiyuv Misa. Again, a couple of different possibilities of three of them. What about the Rabbanon? Rabbanon Amar Kra, Bo, V'lo B'Baal. The Rabbi says the pasuk says both. The pasuk says about this about the Torah does the Avodah instead of Tumah. It says ultimately again, this individual is Chayiv himself, but not a Baal. Okay, that's the logic. So the Gemara goes right there. His identity, what about the case? So what says therefore one month machlokas again? Gemara is up machlokas is not machlokas. It's not to decide. Kohen Ba'amum does the Avodah. So halacha l'maisa again. What this is behind this? Right. So I'll just tell you. The Rambam has like the Chacham. And if a Kohen Ba'amum does the Avodah, it is not Chiyuv Misa b'Gishmayim. Rather again, it is a lav. It is a lav. Sounds like the okay. So next, is it the Megillah? What about a case of intentional Megillah? So what's the status here? Rabbi over the Misa. Rabbi says there's a Chiyuv Misa. If a Chacham over Ba'as Chayim, you say that it's a lav. So what's going on? My time with Rabbi, what's Rabbi's logic? Why does Rabbi say that ultimately intentional Megillah is Misa? So Rabbi Abba, Gamar Chet U'Truma. Zir Shabbat of Chet from Truma. It says Chet ultimately by Megillah. It says Chet by Truma. Mal Havan the Misa, just like by Truma. They get a more side. All the cases of Truma are a Kohen who's coming partaking in Truma. That's the case of Truma. So just like by Truma, there's the Chiyuv Misa Midei Shemayim. Afkan Misa, so too over here, by case of intentional Megillah, for the Misa Midei Shemayim as well. The Rabbanon on the other hand say no. Rabbanon Amar Kra Bo for Lo B'Megillah. Rabbanon say again, once again, when is there and where is there Misa Midei Shemayim? That'll be the case ultimately again if the Kohen goes ahead and intentionally does the Avodah instead of Tumah. But the Ma'aser in that case would be Megillah. Once again, the Rambam has in fact coming. Again, actually, the Marmot that the Mishpat is on Amud Aleph. The Rambam on yesterday's Amud Aleph. The Rambam has in fact coming. If a person intentionally goes in and violates the Megillah, and it's not Misa Midei Shemayim, instead it is a prohibition. Incredible. All right, so let's now back to the Mishnah. Zar Shishimish B'Mikdash. So remember, again, it was that this was Shabbos' death, right? So the Mishnah said this was the end of the Aleph of the days. Zar Shishimish B'Mikdash. The non-Kohen intentionally, right, serves in the base of Mikdash. The Kiva of the Chenek, the Chacham and Omer B'Dei Shemaim. The Kiva says Chenek, strangulation, and the Chacham say it's Misa B'Dei Shemaim. Either way, not good. Not good. But when I saw again, Machlokas as to what the punishment is. What's that? Tanya, Rabbi Shmuel Omer. Ne'emar kan v'azar hakorev yumas v'ne'emar lahalon kol hakorev al mishkan Hashem yomos So we'll say, so the Mark over here, so the Shmok, right? So, and the Shmok says as follows. On one hand, it says, Nazara Karev Yumas. So this is talking about the man who does the Avod. Then the Gemara quotes the second pasuk. What's the second pasuk? Karev HaKarev Al Mishkan Hashem Yamos in Kamdu B'Gvoa. So again, this is actually talking about by Adas Korach. But again, in any event, the Gemara quotes another pasuk, and it says, whoever comes close to the Mishkan Hashem, Yamos will die. Mala Halon B'Dishan, just like by that second pasuk, it's talking about Shalayim. The Rashi puts out over here. Look at Rashi. Mala Halon. Rashi is ready for Tosos El. Mala Halon B'Dishan. The Masai B'Chamishim Ish Dekar. This remember, this is by the 250 followers of Korah who were killed, who were incinerated. By right, when they brought the Torahs. So they were killed in Shemayim. So interesting enough, Rabbi Shmuel's making a Gzera Shabbat. It says by Nan Kohen who does the Avodah Namos, Bazara Karev or Yumas, and it says by Adas Korah, Karev HaKarev Al Mishkan Hashem Yamos. Now they were also Zod. They were Nan Kohen who did the Avodah, so they were killed. Mala Halon, just like by Korah, B'dei Shemayim, they go back to Shmuel. After B'dei Shemayim, so to over here it's Mis B'dei Shemayim. Therefore, again, this Rabbi Shmuel's Naya, that if a Nan Kohen does the Avodah Beis Hamikdash, she is killed with Mis B'dei Shemayim. I Rabbi Kiva says no. Ne'amar kan bazara karev yumas, ve'ne'amar lahalon, v'hayovi hahu, o chomei hachalomahu yumas. So let's take into it. He makes a big difference here. It says by the Nan Kohen does the Avodah Yumas, and it says by the Rabbi, this is the false prophet. The false prophet. These are individuals who try to go ahead and get qualities of worship of others. So the pasuk says Yumas by them as well. And therefore what? Just like by the Navi, false prophet. Mala halon b'skila, afkan b'skila. Just like the false prophet is killed with skila, so too the Zar who does the Avodah is also killed with skila. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri says no. Mala halon b'chenek, afkan b'chenek. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri disagrees. In other words, he's disagreeing from Rabbi Akiva about the death penalty for the false prophet. Whereas Rabbi Akiva says it's skila, Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri holds that it's chenek. But either way, what we're going to do is we're going to build a Gzera Shabbat between false prophet, right between the Navi, between the false prophet, and the Nan Kohen who does the Avodah. So again, according to Rabbi Akiva, that's going to result in the punishment of Skila, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, that's going to result in the punishment of Chenek. So the Gemara says, by the way, I'm not convinced to give a Bishal Rabbi Akiva. So first of all, the first Makor case was between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Gzera Shabbat on Ba'azara Karev Yumas, and is comparing it to the followers of Korah. Just like the followers of Korah killed Nisi Shemayim, so too again the Zar, the Nan Kohen does the Avodah, is also killed Nisi Shemayim. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Rabbi Akiva compares the Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is killed with Tzvilah, so too the Zar is killed with Tzvilah. So it says, you want to what's the Machlokes? So my kind of figure Rabbi Shari Akiva was the first 5 line on 11, 84a. Rabbi Akiva suffered done in Yumas and Yumas. Done in Yumas and Yamos. Oh, Rabbi Akiva says like this. However, if you're making Gzera Shabbat, let's do it right. How do you make Gzera Shabbat? With 2 identical words. So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Zar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. By Adas Korach, by the followers of Korach, the Lashon of the pasuk is Yamos, not Yumas. Rabbi Akiva says that rather making Gzera Shabbat with identical words. Rabbi Shmuel says, done in Hedyot with Hedyot, then done in Hedyot with Navi. So Rabbi Shmuel on the hand says, no, it's better to make Gzera Shabbat between the Zar and ultimately Adas Korach. Why? Because they were both ordinary people. As opposed to the Zar and the Navi again is a Chashav Gair. Remember again, the only way the false prophet gets any kind of legitimacy is if someone is proving himself as a Gaber Rabbi, as a good guy. So therefore, Rabbi Shmuel will say, better to learn ordinary people from ordinary people. So Zar from Adas Korach, and not to learn the Zar from the Navi. To which the verse of Rabbi Akiva, Kevin Shediach Inglacha Hedyot Gadol is incredible. And Akiva says, well, maybe this Navi once upon a time was a big deal. But once he's now trying to convince Jews to worship idolatry, Inglacha Hedyot Gadol is there's no more ordinary person than this. Very, very profound. Very profound. The verse is like this. So it's almost as if Rabbi Akiva is saying to a certain degree, your identity and your status cannot simply be based on past accomplishments. Your identity and your status is fundamentally tethered to what you are. Incredibly Gemara goes on. Mike, what if we can Rabbi Yochanan? So by the way, now, okay, so now we understand the fundamental machlokes between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Fine. Now, but in actually the false prophet himself is machlokes Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Akiva is Rabbi Yochanan is Chenek. So what's going on here? Which the Gemara says, what's the machlokes? The Gemara says, Mike, Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Shimon Rabbanan. They're arguing. Their machlokes is the machlokes Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbanan. That's the Samuel. The Navi tries to convince people to idolatry. He's killed. Rabbi Shimon says no. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Hanan Tanan, Rabbi Akiva over the Chenek. One second, we have on record that Rabbi Akiva also says Chenek. So you just said that Rabbi Akiva holds that another tries to convince people to do idolatry, ultimately is killed by Skila. But yet Rabbi Akiva is on record, the Mishnah is saying that it's a fee of Chenek. Straight to Rabbi Akiva. Truth is, there's not focus. Rabbi Akiva said two different Tanoim. One kind of said Rabbi Akiva holds that the false prophet is Chayiv Skila, and one of them he said Rabbi Akiva holds that he's Chayiv Chenek. Masnisim Rabbi Shimon Valid Rabbi Akiva, Raisa Rabban Valid Rabbi Akiva. Okay, our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon's understanding of Rabbi Akiva, and the Raisa reflects the Rabban's view of Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say Halakha Lamaisa. How do we pass this? In this last case over here, in this last case, the Rambam passes is like the Chacham, that if a Zar goes ahead and does the avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, not only does the avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, that Halakha Lamaisa, he is Chayiv Nisa Bidei Shabbat. We'll say Hadron Allah Elohim Yisrafin Mazel Tov Mazel Tov. We'll say now we begin Amud Beis Pedal Amud Beis 84. Peter will say new Mishnah Elohim Mechnok. Okay, so now what we are clearly doing is we are moving Baruch Hashem, through the various resource gates. So the Gemara says Elohim Mechnok. These individuals who get offended. That was already we spoke about strangulation a little bit. We spoke about strangulation a little bit, right? Again, you have hold the rope from both ends and ultimately strangle the individual. Again, we'll get more into this later on. So we must say, so who gets Chenek? Again, we'll talk more about the actual penalty of Chenek in just a little bit. Who gets Chenek? Right? When is their Chenek liability? Hamak is hungry. When a person hits his father or his mother, only nefesh misal, kidnap someone. Zakin Marmiaki Beizin. So we're going to talk about this, about the Zakin Marmiaki Beizin. This Zakin is the method if you have a situation where the Beizin rules a certain way, and there's a particular judge who's in the minority. Remember again, the way that it works is that you're out in the office, you follow the majority. What happens if you have a judge who refuses to yield to the majority? He refuses. That's called the Zakin Marmiaki Sage. So again, he's put to death with Chenek. Again, more about that later. Navi Ashakar, false prophet, which again, interestingly enough, ties into what we just learned before. Right? This mission reflects that view. And ultimately killed with Chenek. And it's not a mission of all this coming. Someone who prophesizes in the name of idolatry. Lahabal Ishes Ish. Someone who commits adultery. The Zohar made Baskon. Alright, so remember again, this last case is interesting. In Zohar Baskon, remember again, we had this case. A Baskon who commits adultery is given the unique punishment of Sreifa. What happens if Rothschild, right? We call Rothschild the Baskon. Witnesses show up, and they claim that Rothschild committed adultery. So they're trying to make Rothschild liable to Sreifa. Now it turns out that two witnesses come up with a living Shimon. Impossible. You might have seen Rothschild commit adultery. Why? Because at the time you're saying that she committed adultery, you go with us. You might not have this, you go with us. So now generally again, so Edom Zomin give a reciprocal punishment, which would seem to indicate that Allah said just like they wanted to give her Sreifa, so too they should get Sreifa. But we'll see this more in the Gemara, but we'll discuss the idea that in the Rav Psukim, that it's only the last point himself who gets a Sreifa. The Edom Zomin don't get Sreifa, rather what do they get? Same idea, but same thing, the man who commits adultery with the last time, he's also put to death. And that was Sreifa, because Sreifa is unique for her, right? Incredible. So we'll say that's otherwise. So you're speaking about it. So how do you know that if one hits, right, literally one strikes their father or their mother, that Allah for the nice of the penalty is a death penalty? Incredible. For striking one's parent, that penalty of Chenek. We didn't know this from it. It said, Maki Agadi, Mamosimas, Pasuk says, if your father or your mother, you put to death. The Gemara says, "V'chol somewhere we call a stam, eino elachem." And in general, it's actually very interesting. In general, whenever the Torah gives an unqualified death, whenever the Torah says you put to death, if it doesn't give a specific type of death penalty, apparently the default is chenek. We've seen that before already. The default is chenek. The Gemara says, "Emo ad the katalim mikdom." 1 second. How do you know? Maybe when it says "Make of the imam mosumas," that hit your mother and father, you put to death. Maybe it's in the case where you hit them and you kill them. In other words, a person hit their parent and killed their parent. That's where there's a death penalty. To which the Gemara says, "Sarlaitva kato had decided the other different." So here's the problem. The problem is that what does that mean? First time in the family, if a person kills his father's chenek. Now the Gemara is operating under the assumption that chenek is considered to be a more lenient form of death. What I was going to say is, if you kill a stam person, or a regular person, not your father, you're executed by salif. I'm adding a more common form of death. If you kill your parent, you have a chenek. Right? You put that chenek in a more lenient form of death. What does that mean? Because 1 second. When you kill a number of chenek cow, now that's fine if you understand that chenek in general is a more lenient form of death penalty. But if you say the chenek is more common, what is there to say? Ella, so we're just trying to figure out over here. Says what I know. Pasuk says, if you hit your mother and father, you put to death. Stam unqualified death penalty is chenek. Well, we're trying to figure out over here is, what does it mean you hit? You hit them and you injure them, or you hit them and you kill them? Which they must be very interesting. Ella, we could say, "Make ish hames los yumas." Uksiv obe'eva ikol yado vayamos. So listen, it's very interesting. Look at other cases where the Torah speaks of hitting. And notice the intriguing Russian that the Torah uses. Right? Maki Ishmael, if a man hits his fellow and the other person dies, then the hitter is put to death. Or Obe'eveiko, if you hit someone with animosity, right, with your hand, Vayamos, and he dies. And if you notice, in both of these pasuk, what do you see? You see that there's a qualifier. Pasuk says, and Ruvain hit Shimon, and what happened? Shimon died. So there's a qualifier, which indicates to us what? Shmanino, the fact that there needs to be a qualifier, Ruvain hit Shimon and Shimon died, indicates to us that in the Stam case, where it just says Ruvain hit Shimon, and what does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so now what I have over here is as follows. So now, we've just proved this first point. Remember, it was first thing we were trying to figure out who's liable to chenek. First case, a person hits his father or his mother. Where do I learn that out from? If a person hits his father or mother, it's not talking about killing them. Because if it was killing them, it would have said make vayamos. The fact that it just says make is just hitting with an injury. And what's the halacha? Most you must. When the Torah gives you an unqualified death penalty, that automatically means chenek. So we've proven this first line in the Mishnah. Rabbi, the Gemara says, the Isra from Mifta, Makish, the Isra the Mifta, or Maki Nefesh. But interestingly enough, the Torah says there seems to be two redundant psukim. On one hand, it says, Maki Ishvames Mosumas. If you hit someone and they die, you'll be put to death. And then it says, the Chomake Nefesh. Right? The Torah says, the Chomake Nefesh, with the Edim, right? Here it says, so it says. Because it says, if you kill a Nefesh, so it says, it says, Maki ish rames, if you hit an ish, a man, and he dies, you put to death. And then it says, Chamake nefesh, which seems like if you kill a person, you put to death. Why do you hold those psukim? So most of this is fascinating. Because of Rahman and Maki ish rames, if the Torah would have just said, Maki ish, if you kill, not ish means a man. If you kill a man, you put to death. I would have thought like this. Havamina ish, the bar mitzvahim, katalo. I would have thought like this. When are you liable for killing someone and kill a man? Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of mitzvahs. So it makes perfect sense. But no. If you kill a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? The child's not having mitzvahs. Therefore, Kasev Rahman, Kamak and Nefesh. Different Torah says, no, Kamak, what is Nefesh? Nefesh means any living thing. So even if you kill a child, you're also chayiv. Because of Rahman, Kamak and Nefesh. The Torah would have just said Kamak and Nefesh. I would have thought like this. Havamina, Afilu Mifal, Afilu Ben Shmona. I would have thought that even if you kill a fetus, right? Part of this is in utero, right? Or a fetus that has not yet been proven to be viable, or a baby was born after 8 months. You do not operate on the assumption that a baby born in the 8th month is a non-viable baby. Not going to live. So I would have thought that you would be chayiv in killing even fetus that's not proven to be viable, or a fetus in utero, or maybe one in the 8th month. The Gemara says, therefore it's tzrichi. Therefore Allah I need both. So interestingly enough, so Kamat Nefesh teaches me I'm chayiv for going ahead and killing all viable things, right? In other words, I say differently. Really, I need both, right? Because if it would have just said Makilish, I would have thought just the goats. Therefore, it says Kol Nefesh. But if it would just said Kol Nefesh, I would have thought any living thing, even if it's not viable, commercial, you're only chayiv if you kill a viable thing. Therefore, the rest of you need both of them. You need both of them. The Ema, Alpha, Gamlu, other big things. Way back to parents. So now we've established, Allah himself, if a person goes ahead and hits his parents' house, this chayiv means his chayiv. Maybe I should be liable, even if I hit my parent and don't cause an injury. I don't cause a wound. The Gemara says, just for the act of hitting, there should be a death penalty. But 1 second. If you hit your mother or father, you're not chayiv until you cause an injury. See, it's very interesting. A person, let's say, slaps his parents, and there's no injury. There's no chabura, there's no injury. So, again, obviously not good, but not chayiv misa. Only chayiv misa if you cause a chabura. So which they must so how do you know this? In other words, if you understand over here that makir adam just means literally hitting one's parents, and every high chanet, maybe it just means even if you hit them without an injury. How do you know that in order to be liable death penalty for hitting one's parents, you have to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? This is very interesting. Amar Pasuk says makir adam makir behema. The pasuk juxtaposes one who injures a person and who injures an animal. Just like if you injure an animal, there's only liability if you cause an injury, like you have to cause a wound. If you go and you slap a cow, or it's weird, but when I saw it, you're not chayiv. There's no penalty, no monetary punishment. Just like makeh only chayiv if you cause an injury. So juxtaposition, makeh adam, you're also only chayiv for striking a person if you cause an injury. Incredible. Siba. The Gemara says, Ma makeh behema ad avid b'chabura. It's siba nefesh adam ad avid chabura. And there's only liability for striking one's parents if one causes it. So also this is incredibly important. So the Gemara is suggesting over here is that some person strikes their parent, obviously bad, but not a death penalty unless of course you strike them and cause some type of injury. So I'm asking for Rabbi, so here is 1 second. If that's the case, that we're jumping out to animal, and you're only liable for injuring an animal if your mom causes a chabura, causes a wound. If that's the case, let's say I go over to Ruben's animal and I load Ruben's animal up with a whole load of stones. So I'm not physically injuring the animal, but I'm diminishing its strength. You're going to tell me that there's no liability because there's no physical wound. How can I make the one chayiv? We're going to say, of course I'm going to be chayiv. Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminish the value, right, and the strength of the animal. So you see here that in my animal, they don't cause a physical injury. Hello, and nefesh behema, so if that's the case, I don't really need nefesh. I don't really need nefesh behema. Right? It says nefesh, right? The nefesh person, right? The word is makir nefesh behema. So I don't really, this is interesting, I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that I have to cause an injury. Why? Because by an animal, the truth is, even if you don't cause an injury, but you clearly do something that substantially diminishes the power of the before you're going to be chayiv. So nefesh behema to teach you about animal injury, then what? So use it for nefesh adam. Use it for nefesh adam. So therefore, why don't I need hekesh? So therefore, once again, it turns out, interestingly enough, that the way we're learning this out, ultimately, again, is from nefesh be'ema. Right? The makeh nefesh will teach me that even by a person, I'm only chayiv if I injure. Right? If I hit my parent, I'm only chayiv if I actually cause bodily harm. Now, if a person just hits or slaps, and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, then Allah said there's not a death penalty involved. So if that's the case, so then what do I need to hekesh between nefesh behema or makeh adam what was the notion? Right. Makeh nefesh. No, sorry. Makeh adam makeh behema. Right. So what? Obviously, the pasuk juxtaposes injuring an animal and injuring a person. So what does that juxtaposition teach you? This is very interesting. Both say this is fascinating. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the hekish? Make behema, make adam. So what is the juxtaposition of injuring a person, injuring an animal? What does that teach me? The first thing Gemara says is, comes to teach me the ruling of the Dechis. What's the ruling of the Dechis? Let's take a look at Rothschild. We actually had this before on the King Sani Dechis. The Baba Kamal lift Torah Kaibin Misos, Shogi Gemina Hashem, Mamakin and Lokalaka. So what's the invention? So the Dechis says like this. The Dechis holds. We know there's a concept of cumulative liability, right? Which means that Allah If you do something that generates capital liability, you are exempt from any financial liability. But the Dechis holds like this. Even if you do something to show you, if it's the kind of act that has done it amazing, you will be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it to show you, you're exempt from financial liability. Okay, and they will learn it out from that package. The Gemara says that's fine, but that's fine if you hold like from the Hiskia. Elamand the less they come to the Hiskia, occasionally. But if you don't hold of the kind of the Hiskia, which many don't, many reject that concept, and they say the only time that you're putter from monetary compensation is when you are liable to a death penalty. But if you did something to show that we're not liable to death, you are liable to pay. So if you reject that reward, then what do you do with the hekesh? Max says, remember again, just so you understand, we're just trying to figure out the way the positive juxtaposes injuring a person, injuring an animal. So what do I need then? To which the Gemara listen to this. Just like what happens if I am Udain's animal is injured and I'm trying to help Udain's animal, and I end up injuring the animal. So if I injure the animal in the context of trying to heal it, there's no liability. So the Gemara learns out because it's the same thing with a person. If I'm trying to help someone and I end up injuring them, I am not liable for that injury. That's the juxtaposition. So the Gemara says, the Bible. Then, this is in this case. Then, now Shiyaki's Gamlo. Let's listen to this. Let's say again, let's say right we have a father Abraham. And Abraham has a son of Yitzchak. And Abraham is ill, and he needs blood. Again, remember again, blood was the first manner of all medicinal healing. So now Yitzchak wants to help his father. What's the problem? What did we just say? That if the son injures his father, like drawing blood is from injuries, I fennec. Here, the son's intention is not to injure his father, just the opposite. His intention is to help. So is he allowed to do this or not? So the Gemara says, but Masna Amar Basa says, yes, it is permitted. Why? It's incredible. Because again, you see another yid in distress, you can help them out, especially if that yid is your father. What's the shayla? Of course, you should know. Rabbi Amar Makya Adam Umakya Behima. Right, Rabbi Barfina says the juxtaposition. Torah says Makya Adam Makya Behima. Juxtaposition. They teach us what? Makya Behima, just like if an injured animal in the course. Trying to help them, but the interest in trying to heal them are cut towards them. So everyone say it's interesting. Both of these opinions are agreed, namely that a son is permitted to go and do bloodletting on his father, even though he's going to quote unquote injury. But since the injury is from medicinal purposes, therefore it is going to be incredible. So we'll say. So just to finish up, this, by the way, just so you should know, we'll do this more on Wednesday. But this will is a fascinating story because again. Let's say again, a son is a doctor, he wants to treat his father. He's allowed to treat his father. Or again, a child is a nurse and wants to draw blood. Or just even not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right? And wants to go ahead, has blood sugar, different things like this. Is a child allowed to do these things for a parent, knowing that essentially you're doing a taboo, quote unquote injuring the parent, even though the injury is not for injury purpose. The injury is ultimately for a fuah, but is a child allowed to do it on that? Now, both of the opinions mentioned here seem to indicate the answer is yes. It's just the shayla. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. You have to have. Second opinion goes out from the Hakesh, the comparison between Makya and Makya Behema. And listen to this. You must have Rothschild liberated the Mishkale Sibu. So Rav would not allow his son to remove his splinter from his hand. Right? So if Rav got a splinter, he would not let his son remove his splinter. Why not? Because again, it cause an injury. Marbre Gradina, Rothschild liberated the Miftach like Hafsa. So similarly, again, Mar B'Sela Ravina would not allow his son to literally open up a boil. Why not? You do it, do it, or it's worth it to lance the oil to get the content a little bit wide, because the sun would perhaps be a little bit too aggressive, causing injury beyond the point. So this is fascinating. Two great Rabbanim would not allow their children to help them taking a splinter lancing the oil because of concern that it could cause a chavura. You must see 1 second. He ought to be concerned, that's the term, that someone may end up injuring someone who's trying to help them get infectious in the sun. One else should be able to go and lance the whisper. Someone else should also not be permitted to take out the splinter or lance the oil. You must say, no. No, here's the big difference. There's someone else who's trying, right? Someone else trying to take out the splinter and accidentally injured you. Okay, it's allowed. And it's an accidental. Our son, if he does it, is an accidental key of reset. So I must say, so what you see over here is this fascinating tension. So on one hand, the Gemara asks, is his son allowed to essentially, quote unquote, injure his father for the purpose of healing? One special it was with blood. First two opinions, yes, we have to hektish between but yet again, you see Rav not allowing his son to take out his splinter, and Rabbi not allowing his son to lance the water. So again, we're gonna stop over at the single table and then more tomorrow. The fundamental shayla is, what does this mean? How do you reconcile it? Is it that the mamish hold that it's also that even if the son is trying to help, that Allah again, the son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which could potentially result in injury to the parent, or would they just be more machmir on themselves? Is there a distinction between where it's only the son is available to do it versus other people to do it? So that Merit Hashem becoming attraction. But the takeaway, but just one to understand, we have solidified the first time in Mishnah, namely that clearly if a child does strike their parent and causes physical injury, then Allah saw the punishment is. Okay, we'll stop over for today. Can't wait to see one person on Wednesday. When you will say it is a source to be able to know, I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there in person, but against Hashem back by Tuesday. We look forward to Hashem to see everyone here in Hashem. So, but it is a source nevertheless to continue to learn at least virtually. Thank you to all of our sponsors who are listed again in the description on the YouTube channel as well as on the podcast. Today's daf is $8.84. We are picking up a year session on the Gimel of the days 83b. We are picking up Krui Rosh. So actually, no, I take it back. We are picking up about Orel. Two lines from the bottom. About Orel, Odin, Yoshi, and we're again going through the list of people. First, we went through the list of Kohanim who are or just a circumstance generated liability of miscreation, and then the Mishnah created a list, right? Created a list, and Avel, Kohen who does the apologize in order, Arel, uncircumcised, Yoshev, sitting. So the halach is all three of these things as much as they're prohibited. If a Kohen does it, it's in violation of Allah and not miscreation. It says the Gemara. So now the Gemara is going to go through each of these one by one. Arel, we know. From where do we know that if a Kohen does the apologize as an Arel, that it is quote unquote only Allah and not miscreation? So the truth is, this is not explicitly mentioned in the Torah. So just the Russian over here is, we did not learn this in the Torah study, which means it was not explicitly said in the Torah. What did Yecheskel say? Chobed nechar orel leif kapov pegal 84a va'orel basar lo yava amikdoshi. It's interesting enough. So Yecheskel says Chobed nechar, again it's a non-Jew, orel leif uncircumcised heart va'orel basar. Someone who's literally physically uncircumcised should not come to the mikdash to serve. So ultimately, again, here we see now again, obviously, this is not a Doraisa, but rather, again, this is a pasuk from Rabbi, and therefore, again, when the Gemara says that it's a lav, really what it means is, Rashi points out over here, so when we say a lav, really is what we call the great Kabbalah. So if a coin were to do the service as an RL, if somebody is uncircumcised, and I remember again, the case of where a coin is not circumcised is the case of Mesu Echad Machmas Milah, where they couldn't do a Brismilah, right? Because if someone again can have a Brismilah but remains in an uncircumcised state, there's a whole different layer of liability attached to that. We're talking about over here where this particular Kohen did not have a milah because his brothers had died as a result of his milah before. To such a result, although he is allowed, quote unquote, to remain uncircumcised, he is not allowed to circumcise him. Where do we learn that from? Possibly. Good. Next, Onain. Remember again, Onain is someone. Now it's interesting, but if you notice, the Gemara uses both lashon of Onain and Avel. Now, for our purposes, again, Onain is a state of a period of time between death and burial. So the halacha is that a Kohen can't do the avodah during that time. If he does so, he is chayiv. So it's a lot. It's a lot. It says Rabbi Nolan. We didn't know that. What do we know? Second line from the top, 84a, Begal Begal. Sif min hamikdash lo yezeh, v'lo yechalel es mikdash elokav. Because the pasuk says it's actually by the Kohen Gadol. The pasuk says by the Kohen Gadol, actually specifically by Aaron after the death of Nadav and Abihu. Aaron cannot leave the mikdash, and he should not profane the mikdash of his God. Now, the pasuk is telling me that even though Aaron had encountered and experienced such a catastrophic and overwhelming loss, he was not permitted to leave the mikdash. He had to continue to do the avodah. So the Gemara actually says something very important. The Gemara says, what do you see from there? It's after the Kohen Gadol who has to continue to serve as an Kohen. But if someone else were to serve as a Kohen, in fact, profane temple service. So here you see the fact that the Kohen Gadol has to serve as an Kohen / Avel indicates the other Kohanim may not serve in that state. So now we'll say, so where the Gemara is holding right now is, therefore, if a Kohen does serve in the state of Aninus, he's in violation of a law, prohibition. Just 1 second. Maybe we should make it Zir Shava, harkening back to yesterday's daf. So remember again, on one hand it says, by Avigos it says Chilel, and by Truma it says Chilel. So we should say, just like if a Kohen who is coming, he's Truma, he's Chayiv, Misa B'dei Shamayim. So too, if a Kohen who's in Avel does the avodah, he should also be Chayiv, Misa B'dei Shamayim. And say, just like again by a Kohen who's coming who eats Truma, we'll just call it Truma from now on. But again, in cases of becoming a Kohen who eats Truma is Chayiv Misa B'dei Shamayim. So just like by Truma is Misa B'dei Shamayim, so too again, Onain should also be Misa B'dei Shamayim, which marks in 1 second. First of all, just understand, the prohibition for a Kohen to do the avodah as an Kohen is not really explicitly. It's inferred. The fact that the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to leave the mikdash but has to serve even in a state of Aninus tells us that a regular Kohen can't serve in a state of Aninus. So it's not explicit, it's inferred. So this is something that is learned out from an inference, and there's a principle, which the Gemara as a principle. What's the principle? Anything that is learned out of inference itself cannot be part of the Gzir Shana. Logically, it's saying is, in order to be part of the Gzir Shana, you need two explicit concepts, and you can build a bridge between them. If one of those concepts is not explicit or learned out by inference, you cannot use it for the Gzir Shana. Interesting. Okay. Yoshik Minala. Next. How do I know that if a Kohen does the avodah sin, then he is in violation of the law? The pasuk says, so the pasuk says by the Kohanim, Hashem chose the Kohen to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the Kohen from amongst all of the tribes, to stand and to serve. What do you see from here? That the sacrificial service, temple service, has to be done standing and not sitting. Therefore, the Kohen goes and sits during the avodah, then how the violation of Allah. Next, blemish. Remember again. So what happens if a blemish Kohen does the avodah? Rabbi or Rabbi. So Rabbi says the chum is hard. It's allowed. So let's analyze. My time to Rabbi. What's logic that he says if a blemish Kohen does all these things? So what's his logic? So he says the Ach ala parochas lo yavo. The pasuk says, and again, if a Kohen has a womb, he should not come to the parochas. And then the rest of the pasuk is v'lo yichalel es mikdoshi ki ani Hashem echad. He should not profane my mikdash. Lashon of chilul. Chilul. So the Gemara says v'yolid all chilul mitruma b'gzir sham from balmol to truma. Just like it says not lahavon. So just like by truma, if you have a Kohen who eats truma, it's chayiv misa b'dei shamayim. Afkan the Misa. So if a Baal Mum does the Avodah, he's also Chai Misa. So that's Rabbi's logic. Zir Shabbat Chilo from Truma to Baal The name of Chilo we also say again, this is like from yesterday. I also says Chilo by Nosa. Nosa is a key of Karis. So usually with Zir Shabbat between Baal Mum and Nosa, it's just like Nosa is a key of Karis. So too Baal Mum is a key of Karis, which the Gemara says, Mala Allah B'Karis Afkan Karis. No, it makes more sense to learn about more Truma than from Nosa. Why? She came Psul Haguf, Psul Haguf. Because the common denominator between Truma and Ba'mum is, in both cases, you're dealing with a disqualified Kohen. Right? Ba'mum, the Kohen himself has a blemish. In the case of Truma, is really a Kohen who is Tameh, eating Truma, consuming Truma. So it makes more sense to learn how physical disqualification from physical disqualification. Adarabah. It's just the opposite. We know Sahabaleh. No, you should learn from Nosa. Why? Shekin Kodesh, Pnim, Pigol, and Nosa. Because again, it has a lot of commonalities. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, it's all taking place inside of the Mikdash. And furthermore, again, it's subject to Pigol and Nosa. Ella, Mitame, Ella, Mitame, Shishimish, Ella, Mitame, Shishimish, Kamar, Psul Hagov, Psul Hagov, Kodesh, Pnim, Adrama. We know Shabbat she came Kodesh, Pigol, and Nosa. Salot, nice again. We should learn how from Nosa rather than from Ella, Tame Shishimish Kamar. Rather, again, it's better known. Rather than learn how from the case. Where's the message she gives? We're going to learn how. Ultimately, again, Tame Shishimish. Who's Tame Shishimish? That's the Kohen who is Tame, who does the Avodah. Again, this is more like we had this yesterday and Sunday as well. So the Gemara says, Elami Kami Shishimish Kamar, Psul Haguf, Psul Haguf. Which the Gemara says, Kodesh, Pnim, Pigol V'Nosar, Kodesh, Pnim, Pigol V'Nosar. Okay, so let's say, so this is Rabbi's logic. So Rabbi's logic ultimately again is Halacha. So again, different ways you can learn it out, different possibilities of learning it out, but the Lamaisa results in a few things. Okay, so what says, remember, trying to figure out the here. The Baal Mum does the Avodah. What is Halacha? Rabbi says, Kiyif Misa. Again, a couple of different possibilities as to where it is. What about the Rabbanon? Rabbanon, Amr Ra, Bo, below the Baal Mum. The Rabbanon says, the Pasuk says, Bo. The Pasuk says about this, about the coin of the Avodah. It says, ultimately, again, this individual is Chayim Misa, but not a Baal. Okay? That's the logic. So the Gemara goes right there. Is it the Megillah? What about the case? So therefore, if I'm not my focus again, the Gemara is up to my focus. It's not my It's not to decide. Kohen Baal Mum does the Avodah. It's Halacha L'Maisa again. What way this is because this, right? Tell you, just tell you. Read the passage. Rama passes like if a Kohen Baal Mum does the Avodah, it's not Kiyah means to give Shemaim. Rather, again, it is love. It is love. So that's like okay, so next, is it the Megillah? What about a case of intentional Megillah? So what's the status here? Rabbi over Misa. Rabbi says there's a key so the Chachamim Omer Ba'as Olam. Chachamim say that it's a lot. So says the Gemara. So what's going on here? My time is Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic? Why does Rabbi say that ultimately intentional Megillah is Misa? So Rabbi Abba, Gavar Chet and Truma. Say the Shava of Chet from Truma. It says Chet. Ultimately by Megillah, it says Chet by Truma, not Lahavan, but makes sense just like by Truma. Again, both like all the cases of Truma are a Kohen who's coming and taking the Truma. That's the case of Truma. So just like by Truma, there's the Chiyuv Misa Midei Shemayim. Afkan Misa, so too over here by his intentional Megillah, there'll be Misa Midei Shemayim as well. Rabbanan on the other hand say no. Say no, Rabbanan Amr Kra, go, V'lo B'Megillah. Rabbanan say again, once again, when is there and where is there Misa Midei Shemayim? That'll be the case. Ultimately, again, if the Kohen goes ahead and intentionally is there. Come on, I said not here. I will say once again, the Rambam is like that. Again, actually, the Marbot, that the English part for that is on Amud Aleph. Rambam, I'm guessing it's that Amud Aleph. Rambam has like that coming. The person intentionally goes and violates Megillah, and it's not Misa Shemayim, instead, it's incredible. All right, so let's go back to the Mishnah. Zar Shishimish B'Mikdash. Regular will say this was Shabbos' death, right? So the Mishnah said this was the end of the Aleph of the days. Zar Shishimish Bamikdash, if a non-Kohen intentionally, right, serves in the base of the Rabbi Akiva on the Chenek, the Chachamim Omer B'dei Shoyim. Rabbi Akiva says Chenek is tradition, and the Chachamim say it's Misa B'dei Shoyim. Either way, not good, but nice. So again, Machlokes as to what the tradition is. What's that mean? Tanya, Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Ne'emar Kan, Vazar HaKorev Yumas, the Ne'emar L'Halon, Kol HaKorev HaKorev Al Mishkan Hashem, Yomos. So we'll say so that Mark over here, so Rabbi Shmuel, sorry, Raisa, Rabbi Shmuel says as follows. On one hand it says, Vazar HaKorev Yumas. So this is talking about the man who does the Avodah. Then the Gemara quotes the second pasuk. What's the second pasuk? Kol HaKorev Al Mishkan Hashem Yomos in Tamu D'Kvoah. So again, this is actually talking about by Abbas Korach. But again, in any event, the Gemara quotes another pasuk, and it says, whoever comes close to the Mishkan Hashem, Yomos will die. Ma'ala Halon B'dei Shamayim, just like by that second pasuk, it's talking about B'dei Shamayim. Now Rashi points out over here, look at Rashi. Ma'ala Halon, Rashi is writing pasuk also to heaven. Ma'ala Halon B'dei Shamayim, Masai B'Chamishim Ish B'Koach B'Sruf. So remember again, this is by the 250 followers of Korah who were killed, were incinerated. Right when they brought the Torah. So they were killed Misa B'dei Shamayim. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Shmuel is making a Tzir Shabbat. It says by non-Kohen who does the old God, Yos, Kazara Kohen, which is Yumas, and it says by Atas Korah, Kol HaKorev HaKorev Al Mishkan Hashem, they were also so they were killed. Just like by Korah, Shamayim, they were killed by Shmuel. Afkan B'dei Shamayim, so over here it's Misa B'dei Shamayim. Therefore, again, this is Rabbi Shmuel's Naya, that if a Kohen does the Avodah in the Mikdash, Misa B'dei Shamayim, Rabbi Akiva says, Ne'emar Kan Vazar HaKorev Yumas, the Ne'emar L'Halon, the Hanavi Hahu, O Chomev HaChalom Hahu, Yumas. So what's the Rabbi Akiva makes a difference here. It says by the man who does the Avodah Yumas, and it says by the Navi, this is the false prophet. The false prophet, these are individuals who try to go ahead and get called what worship Avodah. So the Pasuk says Yumas by them as well. And therefore what? Just like by the Navi, by the false prophet, Ma'ala Halon B'Skilo, Afkan B'Skilo, just like the false prophet is killed with Skilo, so too the Zar who does the Avodah is also killed with Skilo. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri says no. Ma'ala Halon B'Chenek, Afkan B'Chenek. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri disagrees. In other words, he's disagreeing from Rabbi Akiva about the death penalty for the false prophet. Whereas Rabbi Akiva says it's Skilo, Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri holds that it's Chenek. But either way, what we're going to do is we're going to hold the Tzir Shabbat between false prophet, right between the Navi, between the false prophet, and the non-Kohen who does the. So again, according to Rabbi Akiva, that's going to result in the punishment of Skila, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, it's going to result in the punishment of Chenek. So the Gemara says, by the way, by my commitment to Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Akiva. So first of all, before the first machlokes is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Tzir Shabbat Vazar Yumas, and is comparing it to the fathers of Korah. Just like the father of Misa B'dei Shamayim, so too again the Zar, the non-Kohen who does the Avodah, is also killed Misa B'dei Shamayim. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Rabbi Akiva compares the Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is killed with Skila, so too the Zar is killed with Skila. So it says the Gemara, what's their machlokes? Well, I come with you, Rabbi Akiva. We'll say first 5 line on the bottom, 84a. Rabbi Akiva suffered done in Yumas mi Yumas. They done in Yumas mi Yumas. Oh, Rabbi Akiva says like this. If you're making Shava, let's do it right. I didn't make Shava with 2 identical words. So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Zar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. By Adas Korach, by the followers of Korach, the lashon of the pasuk is Yos, not Yumas. Rabbi Akiva says if I didn't make Shava with identical words. Rabbi Shmuel says, done in Hedyot mi Hedyot, then done in Hedyot mi Navi. So Rabbi Shmuel on the other hand says, no, it's better to make Tzir Shabbat between the Zar and ultimately Adas Korach. Why? Because they were both ordinary people. As opposed to the Zar and the Navi again is a Chashuv guy. Remember again, the only way the false prophet gets any kind of legitimacy is if someone is proving himself as a guy as a big guy. So therefore Rabbi Shmuel will say, better to learn ordinary people from ordinary people. So the Zar from Adas Korach, and not turn out the Zar from the Navi, to which the Gemara Rabbi Akiva, Kevin Shediach in the Hedyot Navi. Rabbi Akiva says, well, maybe this Navi once upon a time was a big deal. But once he's now trying to convince Jews to worship idolatry, there's no more ordinary of a person than this. Right? Very profound. Very profound. The Gemara says like this. So it's almost as if a Rabbi Akiva is saying to a certain degree, it's like your identity and your status cannot simply be based on past accomplishments. Your identity and your status is fundamentally tethered to what you are here and now. Incredibly so. So the Gemara goes on. Mike, not figure Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan. So by the now, okay. So now we understand that we have a fundamental focus ultimately in between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Fine. Now, but in actually the false prophet himself is not focused. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Akiva says Kila, Rabbi Yochanan says Chemek. So what's going on right here? To which the Gemara says, what's the focus? The Gemara says, Michael, Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan. There are their machlokes is the machlokes of Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi. What's the machlokes? The Samuel, Navi Shidia, Kilo. The Navi tries to convince people to worship idolatry. He's Kilo. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Chinek. Rabbi Shimon says no, Chenek. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Chinek. Hanan Tanan, Rabbi Akiva, or Rabbi Chinek. One second, we have on record that Rabbi Akiva also says Chenek. So you just said before Rabbi Akiva holds that a Navi tries to convince people to do idolatry, ultimately is killed by skila. They have Rabbi Akiva's on record, and the Mishnah is saying that it's a fee of Chemek. Straight to Rabbi Akiva. Truth is, there's machlokes. Rabbi Akiva said two different times. One kind of said Rabbi Akiva holds that a false prophet is chayiv skila, and one opinion said Rabbi Akiva holds that he's chayiv Chemek. Maslisin Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Akiva. Okay, our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon's understanding of Rabbi Akiva, and the Rice reflects the Rabbanon's view of Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say, Halacha l'maisa, how do we pass this? In this last case over here, the last case, the Rambam passes is like the Chacham, that if a Zar goes ahead and does the Avot in the base, that Halacha l'maisa, he is chayiv misa b'sham. Hadron Allah, Elohim Asrafin, Mazel Tov, and Mazel Tov. Now we begin. Amud Beis, Midal Beis, 84. New Mishnah. Elohim Nechnokim. Okay, so now what we are clearly doing is we are moving Baruch Hashem, through the various misos based. So now the Mishnah now says Elohim Nechnokim. These are the individuals who get Chemek. Now, what's already going to spoke last regulation a little bit. Spoke about strangulation a little bit, right? Again, you have the cloth around the neck, tie all the rope from both ends, and ultimately strangle the individual. Again, we'll get more into this later on. So the Gemara says, so who gets Chemek? Again, we'll talk more about the actual penalty of Chemek in just a little bit. Who gets Chemek? When is there Chemek liability? Hamakis Orvino. I want to put some hits his father or his mother. Donate Nefesh Yisrael, kidnap someone. Zakin Mami Api Bezi. So we're going to talk about this, about the Zakin Mami Api Bezi. This Zakin is the member if you have a situation where the Bezi rules a certain way, and there's a particular judge who's in the minority. Remember again, the way that it works is Achirab Nahatos, you follow the majority. What happens if you have a judge who refuses to yield to the majority? He refuses. That's called the Zakin Mami, the rebellious sage. So again, he's put to death with Chemek. Again, more about that later. Navi Hashakar, false prophet, which again, interestingly enough, ties into what we just learned before. Right? This mission reflects that view. And ultimately, he kills with Chemek. Someone who prophesies in the name of idolatry. Someone who commits adultery. Alright, so remember again, this last case is interesting. In Zoe Bascoin, remember again, we had this case, a Bascoin who commits adultery is given the unique punishment of Sreifa. What happens if Rachel, alright, we'll call Rachel the Bascoin. Witnesses show up, witnesses show up, and they claim that Rachel committed adultery. So they're trying to make Rachel liable to Sreifa. Now it turns out that two more witnesses come up as a Ruben impossible, not have seen Rachel committed adultery. Why? Because at the time you're saying that she committed adultery, you were with us. You might have you were with us. So now what's this? So now generally again, so Eden's women get a reciprocal punishment, which would seem to indicate that Allah said just like they wanted to give her Sreifa, so too they should get Sreifa. But we'll see this more in Gemara. We'll discuss the idea that in Psukim, that is only the Bas Kohen who gets a Sreifa. What do they get? They get that. Same idea of Ba'ala. Same thing, the man who commits adultery with the Baskan, he's also put to death, and that was true. The stranger is unique for her, rather than he gets it. Okay, incredible. So what's the lesson? So I'm just thinking about it. So how do you know that if one hits, right, literally one strikes their father or their mother, that Allah for the mice of the penalty is a death penalty? Incredible. For striking one's parent, death penalty. We didn't know this one. It said, Maki Avi, Mosimas. The Pasuk says, if you hit your father or your mother, you're put to death. So the Gemara says, V'chol somewhere we thought a stam, Eino Elachem. And in general, it's actually very interesting. In general, whenever the Torah gives an unqualified death penalty, whenever the Torah says you put to death, if it doesn't give a specific type of death penalty, apparently the default is chenek. We've seen that before already. The default is chenek. The Gemara says, Emo, the Katarin. One second. How do you know? Maybe when it says Make of a Vima Mosumas, if you hit your mother or your father, you put to death, maybe it's in a case where you hit them and you kill them. In other words, a person hit their parent and killed their parent. That's where there's a death penalty, to which the Gemara says, Sagalaitra, Kato, Chad, Bisayif, the other different. So here's the problem. The problem is, what does that mean? First, if a person kills his father, it's high chenek. Now, the Gemara is operating under the assumption that chenek is considered to be a more lenient form of death penalty. So what that's going to say is, if you kill a stam person, a regular person, not your father, you're executed by sarif, a more chomer form of beheading, a more chomer form of death. If you kill your parent, you're chayv chenek. You're right, you put the chenek, a more lenient form of death. What does that mean? Because one second. Now that's fine if you understand that chenek in general is a more lenient form of death penalty. But if you say the chenek is more common, then what is there to say? Ella, so just trying to figure out over here. Here's what I know. Pasuk says if you hit your mother and father, you're put to death. Stam unqualified death penalty is chenek. What we're trying to figure out over here is what does it mean you hit them? You hit them and you injured them, or you hit them and you killed them? Which the is very interesting element. It said, Make ish chames mos humas. Uksiv oge'eva hikol yado hayamos. So listen, this is very interesting. Look at other cases where the Torah speaks about hitting, and notice the intriguing Russian that the Torah uses. Right? Make ish chames. If a man hits his fellow and the other person dies, then the hitter is put to death. Or oge'eva hikol. If you hit someone with animosity, right, with your hand, Vayamos, and he dies. And if you notice, in both of these pasuk, what do you see? You see that there's a qualifier. The pasuk says, and Ruvain hit Shimon, and what happened? Shimon died. So there's a qualifier, which indicates to us what? Shmamina, the fact that there needs to be a qualifier, Ruvain hit Shimon, and Shimon died, indicates to us that in the Stam case, where it just says Ruvain hit Shimon, and what does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so now what I have over here is as follows. So now, we've just proved this first point. Remember, there was first in the Mishnah, we're trying to figure out who's liable to chenek. First case, a person hits his father or his mother. Where did I learn that out from? Makya Agid Mosumas. If a person hits his father or mother, it's not about killing them. Because if it was killing them, it would have said Makya Vayamos. The fact that it just says Makya is just hit with an injury. And what's that from Mosumas? When Torah gives you an unqualified death penalty, that automatically means chenek. So we've proven this first line in the Mishnah. Incredible. Now, by the way, it was in the Gemara says, "But if you're miftav, makiush, if you're miftav, komake nefesh." Now, interestingly enough, the Torah says there seems to be two redundant psukim. On one hand, it says makiush vanes mosumas. If you hit someone and they die, you'll be put to death. Then it says the komake nefesh. Right, the God says the chomake nefesh the Eden. Right here it says so. It says if you kill a nefesh, so it says chomake maki ish vames. If you hit an ish, a man, and he dies, you. And then it says, so this is fascinating. One of Maki Ish Vames would have just said Maki Ish. If you kill that Ish means a man. If you kill a man, you're put to death. I would have thought like this. Havamina Ish the bar mitzvahim patalo. I would have thought like this. When are you liable for killing someone? When you kill a man. Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of mitzvahs. So it makes perfect sense. Patalo. If you kill a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? The child's not having mitzvahs. Therefore, Different Torah says, no, what is nefesh? Nefesh means anything. any living thing. So even if it's from to a child, you also chayiv. I, the Gemara says, listen to this, because of Rahman, Kolmakim Nefesh, the Torah would have just said Kolmakim Nefesh, but it's Havana, Afilu Nefalin, Afilu Ben Shmona. I would have thought that even if you kill a fetus, right, whether this is in utero, right, or a fetus that has not yet been proven to be viable, or a baby was born after 8 months. The Gemara operates under the assumption that a baby born in the 8th month is a non-viable. Not going to work. So I would have thought that you would be chayiv for killing even a fetus proven to be viable, or a fetus in Europe, or a baby born in the 8th month. So therefore, it's tzrichi. So therefore, I need both. So interestingly enough, so Kolmakim Nefesh teaches me I'm chayiv for going ahead and killing all viable things, right? In other words, say differently, I need both, right? Because if it would have makish, I would have thought just adults. Therefore, it says Kol Nefesh. But if it just said Kol Nefesh, I would have thought any living thing, if it's not viable, commercial, you only can kill a viable thing. Therefore, the Gemara says we need both of them. We need both of them. The Ema, Afavu of the Bechel. So what's interesting? Went back parents there. So now we've established Shalach on myself. The person goes ahead and hits his parents' constitution. He's chayiv, he says chayiv. Maybe I should be liable, even if I hit my parent and don't cause an injury. I don't cause a wound. The Gemara says, just for the act of hitting, they should be a death penalty. But 1 second. If you hit your mother or father, you're not chayiv until you cause an injury. See, this is very interesting. A person, let's say, slaps his parent, and there's no injury. There's no chabura, there's no injury. So again, obviously not good, but not chayiv misa. Only chayiv misa if you cause a chabura. Which is so how do you know this? In other words, if you understand over here that makia avivina just means literally hitting one's parents, and every chayiv chanek, maybe it just means even if you hit them without an injury. How do you know that in order to be liable death penalty for hitting one's parents, you have to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? This is very interesting. The pasuk says makia adam makia behema. The pasuk juxtaposes one who injures a person and who injures an animal. Just like if you injure an animal, there's only liability if you cause an injury, like you have to cause a wound. If you go and you slap a cow, all right, it's weird, but the Maisa, you're not chayiv, there's no penalty, there's no monetary compensation for that. Just like Makeh Behema, you're only chayiv because of injury. So in juxtaposition, Makeh Adam, you're also only chayiv for striking a person if you cause an injury. Incredible. Siba, Gemara says, Ma Makeh Behema ad Abed B'Chabura, Siba Nefesh, Makeh Adam ad Abed Chabura. So too again, there's only liability for striking one's parents if one causes it. So this is incredibly important. So what the Gemara is suggesting over here is that some person strikes their parent bad, but not a death penalty unless a person strikes them and cause some type of injury. So I'm asking for Rabbi, so Rabbi says 1 second. If that's the case, that we're talking about the animal, it's only liable for injuring an animal if you're not cause a chabur or cause a wound. If that's the case, let's say I go over to a Ruben's animal and I load Ruben's animal off with a whole load of stones. So I'm not physically injuring the animal, but I'm diminishing its strength. And then there's no liability because there's no physical wound. How can I make a chayiv? Are you going to say I'm not chayiv? Of course I'm going to be chayiv. Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminish the value, right, and the strength of the animal. So you see here that even my animal, if you don't cause a physical injury. Hello. So if that's the case, I don't really need nefesh. I don't really need nefesh behema. Right? It says nefesh, right? The nefesh plus it by the way is makin nefesh behema. So I don't really. This is interesting. I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that I have to cause an injury. Why? Because my animal, the truth is, even if you don't cause an injury, but you clearly do something that substantially diminishes the part of the animal you're going to be fighting. So if I don't need nefesh behema to teach me about animal injury, then what? So use it for nefesh adam. Use it for nefesh adam. So therefore, why don't you package? So therefore, also, it turns out, interestingly enough, that the way we're learning this out, ultimately, again, it's from nefesh behema, right? The Umak and nefesh will teach me that even by a person, I'm only chayiv if I injure, right? Only if I hit my parents, I'm chayiv if I actually cause bodily harm. If a person just hits or slaps, and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, then Allah said there's not a death penalty involved. So Gemara says, if that's the case, so then what are the hekish between nefesh behema or makya adnak? Right, makya nefesh. No, I'm sorry. Makya adnak, makya behema. Right. So what? Obviously, the pasuk juxtaposes injuring an animal, injuring a person. So what does the position teach you? This is very interesting. This is fascinating. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the hekish? Makya behema, makya adam. So what is the juxtaposition of injuring a person, injuring an animal? What does that mean? The first thing the Gemara says is, comes to teach me the ruling of the Bechizkiah. What's the ruling of the Bechizkiah? Let's take a look at Rashi. We actually had this before in the Bechizkiah. The Baba Kamal, Liftor Chaybin Nisos, Shodi Geminat Hashem, Mamakin and Rochalaka. So what's the very true? So the Bechizkiah says like this. Bechizkiah holds. We know there's a concept of cumulative liability, right? Which means that Allah commands you do something that generates capital liability, you are exempt from any financial liability. But the Bechizkiah holds like this. Even if you do something to show you, if it's the kind of act that had you done it amazing, you would be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it for shogeg, you're exempt from financial liability. Okay, and they will learn it out from that Hakish. The Gemara says that's fine, but that's fine if you hold like from the Bechizkiah. Elaman, the less they come to the Bechizkiah, but if you don't hold of the kind of the Bechizkiah, which many don't, I was supposed to say many reject that concept, and they say the only time that you're punished from monetary compensation is when you are liable to a death penalty. But if you did something to shogeg and if you're not liable to death, you are liable to pay. So if you reject that limud, then what do you do with the hekish? Maxim, as supposed to remember again, just understand, we're just trying to figure out over here the pasuk juxtaposes injuring a person, injuring an animal. So what do I need that for? To which the Gemara listen to this. Fascinating. Just like what happens if you get an animal is injured and I'm trying to help you with it, and I end up injuring it more. So if I injure the animal in the context of trying to heal it, there's no liability for that. So the Gemara learns that the juxtaposition is the same thing with a person. If I'm trying to help someone and I end up injuring them, I am not liable for that injury. That's the juxtaposition. So the Gemara says, then listen to this case. Then now Shiyak is done. Let's listen to this. Let's say right, we have a father out. And Adam has a son this way. And Adam is young, and he needs bloodletting. Again, remember bloodletting was the preferred manner of all medicinal healing. So now Yitzchak wants to help his father. What's the problem? What did we just say? And if his son injures his father, right, drawing blood and sweating injuries, but here the son's intention is not to injure his father, just the opposite. His intention is to help. So is he allowed to do this or not? So the Gemara says, but Master Amr Abasa says, yes, it is permitted. Why? So we got about it. Because again, if you see another yid in distress, you can help them out, especially if that yid is your father. What's the shayla? Of course, you should know. Rabbi Bar Chinna Amar Makya Adam Umakya Behema. The part right, Rabbi Bar Chinna says the juxtaposition. Torah says Makya Adam Makya Behema. Juxtapose it to teach us what? Makya Behema the Refuah Pater. Just like if you injure an animal in the course of trying to help, in the course of trying to heal it, Makya Adam the Refuah Pater. So too, if you injure someone in the course of trying to heal them, you are Pater as well. So we will say it's interesting. Both of these opinions are agreeing, namely that a son is permitted to go and do bloodletting on his father, even though he's going to quote unquote injure him. But since the injury is for medicinal purposes, therefore it is going to be incredible. So we'll say. So just to finish up, this argument, just so you should know, we'll do this more on Wednesday. But this still gives a fascinating story because again, let's say again, a son is a doctor, he wants to treat his father. He's allowed to treat his father. Or again, a child is a nurse that wants to draw blood. Or just even not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right, and wants to go ahead and has blood sugar, different things like this. Is a child allowed to do these things for a parent, knowing that essentially you're doing a quote-unquote injuring the parent, even though the injury is not for the purpose. The injury is ultimately for refuah. Is a child allowed to do it or not? Now, Both of the opinions mentioned here seem to indicate the answer is yes. It's just the Shaila. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. Second opinion lays out from the Hakesh, the comparison between Makkah and Makkah Behema. Well, listen to this. The Gemara says, Rav, Lo Shavak Libre Le Mishkale Sivu. So Rav would not allow his son to remove a splinter from his hand. Right? So if Rav got a splinter, he would not let his son remove the splinter. Why? Because Marbri Ravina, Shavak Libre, the Miftach like Kapsa. So similarly, again, Mar, the son of Ravina, would not allow his son to literally open up a boil. Why not? Because if he would do it, that's the show. If he would do it, or if he wanted to lance the boil, to get that concept, he wouldn't do it. Why? Because if his son would perhaps be a little bit too aggressive, he could cause an injury beyond the boil. So this is fascinating. So two great Rabbanim who would not allow their children to help them, taking a splinter, lancing the boil, because of concern that it could cause a chabura. 1 second. That's the concern. That someone may end up injuring someone in the course of them, but in fact, just did in the sun. And you're not able to go and lance the boil, take out the splinter. Someone else should also not be permitted to take out the splinter or lance the boil. To which the Gemara says, no. Acher shigagas lav. No shigagas chenek. Here's the big difference. If someone else is trying to take out the splinter and accidentally injure me, okay, it's a lav. It's a lav, and it's an accidental lav. My son, if he does it, is an accidental kiyut misa. So let's say, so what you see over here is this fascinating tension. So on one hand, when the Gemara asks, is the son allowed to essentially, quote unquote, injure his father for the purpose of healing him? Especially when it was with blood. First two opinions, yes, we have to hektish between Makkah and Makkah. But yet again, you see Rav not allowing his son to take out the splinter, and Marbei Ravina not allowing his son to lance the boil. So again, we're gonna stop over at this circuit table. We're going to answer more tomorrow. But what does this mean? So how do you reconcile it? Is it that the mamish hold that it's also that even if the son is trying to help, that Allah for the mice again, a son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which could potentially result in injury to the parent? Or would they just be more on themselves? Is there a distinction between where it's this son is available to do it versus where it's Hashem coming attractions? But this point on the instead, we have solidified the first argument, namely that clearly if a son, a child, does strike their parent and causes physical injury, that Allah the punishment is. After what's stop over today, can't wait to say one person on Wednesday. We'll say good morning. Good morning is this close spark. Hashem to don't have one of the times that I'm not here in person, but I very much want to thank the Tech Rabbi Shabbos and Jeremy Lassie for enabling me to at least learn with you together virtually. So I also want to thank all of our sponsors. The sponsorship info will be listed in Meretz Hashem in the description on the YouTube video as well as in the podcast description as well. Thank you to all of our sponsors. We'll say with that, let us begin. Today's daf is page 83. We are picking up on today is on the base 82b, about 14 lines up from the bottom of the two dots. So the Mishnah quoted as follows: Kohen to Shimish B'tumah. So it's a fascinating Mishnah. The Mishnah said that if you have a Kohen who does the Avot in the state of maturity, so what's the halacha? So the young Kohanim would take him out and essentially beat him up, beat him to death. The concept or application of Kanoin Hogan was we saw yesterday. So the Gemara says as far as so Rafa Barabuna asked the following Shaila for the Shaila. Kohen to Shimish B'tumah, Chai mixed with the Shemaim or in Chai mixed with the Shemaim. What if a Kohen does the Avodah in a ritual state of impurity? So what's the halacha? Is he Chai mixed with the Shemaim or not Chai mixed with the Shemaim? What is the halacha? I'm going to be so again, this is what Rafa Barabuna asking for Rav Sheshes. And Rav Sheshes responds, he says, learn in the Mishnah, Kohen to Shimish B'tumah. Kohen did the Avodah in a ritual state of impurity. Aim Afa HaKohen Revealing also days. If our other Kohanim don't bring in the Mishnah, other Kohanim don't bring in the days, no matter what do they do. Ela Pirfei Kohuna Motziin also puts the Hazara. The young Kohanim take this Kohen who did the Avodah in a state of impurity, take him outside of the courtyard, oppose him and smoke for biggest ring, and they beat him over the head with clubs. So what do you see from here? These are right from Chayvei Shemaim, the Shafkei, the Lichto with the Shemaim. And again, if halach l'maisa, we're making the assumption that a kohen who does the avodah in the state of tumah is chayiv misi yisham, be killed at the hands of heaven, then leave it alone. Leave it alone. The Levitical Torah would be the shot. The Torah on this rule. Why did the perfect one? Why did the Kohen have to take this guy and essentially beat him to death? And whereas Elamai, rather it must be that halach l'maisa, a kohen who does the avodah in the state of tumah is not chayiv misi yisham. After all, the Gemara says, is there such a thing for an infraction? That which one who says you're putter and we're going to make a person chayiv? So it must be that he's not chayiv misa b'dei shamayim. Is that true? Is that true? That just because Hashem says you're putter, we don't exact punishment from such an individual. What about the Chawi case? But now, Misha Makabashana Beis Machnis Masol keep up. So again, we just saw this in Shabbos and Daf. If somebody went ahead and violated prohibitions multiple times, and his chayiv malchus, so they do after a certain number of times, you put him in the kibbutz, you put him in the cell. Remember again, the cell that's small that he can't sit down, he can't stretch out, in the cell, and ultimately again feed him a little bit of bread with water and then bug him. He dies. So the Gemara says, here's a perfect case. If you were to bring the guy to Beis Din, what would Beis Din do to this individual? Nothing. So here's the case where the person is utter, and yet we still take a law into our own hands. The Gemara says, no, it's not a good raya. Because remember, Hamar Abdirbiya, Hamar Shlakish, the Malchus Shalkrisus Asinan, the Gabra Bar Kitalo. No, remember how we defined that case? What case of Malchus? That this is a person who committed multiple acts of kares, I should say. He violated the same kares prohibition multiple times. Kares basically doesn't excuse me as Malchus. Something of that. Remember again, Gemara said, including the fact that he's a repeat offender indicates that he doesn't value his life, so we just expedite the process of his death. So what about the case of also Shabbos and Mishnah? What about the guy who steals Klisharis, a service offense? So again, the Mishnah said, if you feel such an individual, so again, see here's the example. If you bring the guy to Beis Din for stealing Klisharis, so what will you do? Probably in the case of theft, pay back what you stole and move on. Still go ahead. The says, no. I'm ready to be Klisharis Haskinon. Remember again, that case was different because remember they based it on a pasuk. Remember again, which caused on a service because of this Mikdash, and they have unique drush that understands. I have a hamakala lesakosing. What about the guy who curses with sorcery? So remember again, also kana important box. Here's an example. If you bring him to court won't do anything. Yet we still kill this guy, right? I can't make you kill this guy. Hakana Yosef Yaakov kosing as kosmo. The next second bari as Hashem. Remember that that's the case. Remember, the way we define that case, it has the appearance that such an individual is actually cursing the Ribono Shel Olam. That's why we can deal with it in such a severe fashion. I have Bolas Akusis. What about the case of Bolas Akusis? Like, what about a man who has relations with non-Jewish police? So again, remember, Midday, I see if you bring the guy to Beis Din, okay, maybe it's a lot. But the Maisa cannot invoke him. So here's an example where the Baruch Hu quote unquote exempts the person, and yet we kill him anyway. First, the Gemara says, no. Remember, remember again, that's where remember again, he asked the question to Rab. Rab didn't know the answer. Rab kind of had the dream. He saw the pasuk in the dream, and therefore again, this idea that she should go ahead and kill someone who went ahead and was born. This is again based on that pasuk, interpretation of that pasuk. Also, as you saw, halacha l'mashal yisrael. Or a Esvei, similarly to the Kasha. So again, just to keep track of our basic fundamental question. If a kohen does the avodah in a state of ritual impurity, is he chayiv misa b'dei shamayim or not? So remember, this was the question that Rabbi Achad asked from Rav Sheshes. Now Rav Sheshes responded. Rav Sheshes said the answer is obviously no. Right? The answer must be no. So notice he said, I'm sorry. The answer must be yes, because the Mishnah said that if a kohen does the avodah in a state of tumult, then halacha l'maisa, pirtei kuna are allowed to take him out and beat him to death. Now, from Rav Shesh's perspective, the only way that would be permitted is if such a person was Chayin Yismidei Shamayim. So then again, the Pirchei Kahuna could almost act as the Shluchei Hashem, the agents of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to carry out that penalty. And if he's not Chayin Yismidei Shamayim, then at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who HaKadosh Baruch Hu captures? We're not ignoring through all of these cases where, no, you do have cases like that, where someone technically wouldn't be liable in a technical, legalistic framework, based in, but yet we still see that they could be liable to a death penalty. Okay, or I should say, at least liable to death at the hands of a criminal. Okay, the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara said, hey, sir, excuse me. So the Gemara is the kasha. There we go. Fascinating case. Hayotse, Nahabolo, Nahaposes, Hamoreach, Hamine, Hamagisham, Sades, and Shukam. Okay, so let's go through this. He's talking about different aspects of a covenant. So the person goes ahead. We'll see exactly what this case is. Pouring oil on a mincha, that's Yotze. Bolel, ultimately again, is mixing the flour with the oil. Bolel, Poses, certain knuckles would be baked off, then crushed. So the act of crushing is called Poses. Moleach, adding salt. Menif is graving the mincha. Magish, bringing the mincha close. So what's the halacha? V'amesadra es hashulchan, or one who puts the lechem on the actual shulchan itself, or a meitiv es haneros, or one who arranges the candles or the oil of the menorah. The hakometz, or one who takes the knitz, remembering the knitz is the way the coin takes the flour from the tongue, the three middle fingers. Mekabel b'nim b'chutz, or one who goes ahead and is mekabel b'nim, he receives the blood of the carbon that has been offered. If you do these things ultimately, potter, ve'in chayav v'nameh. One is potter, and ultimately again not chayav. Now, what is this talking about? So let's take a look at the last Rashi over here. Rashi says, "B'chutz in asa afas b'chutz." So we're talking about over here is if the person performed any of these avodos outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So again, so if a person, so that's the case, poured oil on a mincha, mixed the mincha, broke up the pieces of the mincha, added salt to the mincha, weighed the mincha, brought the mincha close, arranged the bread on the shulchan, or arranged the candles or the lights of the menorah, took a k'mitzah, received sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside the Beis Hamikdash, you are potter. Now this is very interesting. Remember, there is a concept of shvutei chutz. What shvutei chutz? You're not allowed to check the carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So now the Gemara is over here. So apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrificial service and doesn't apply to others. What's the distinction? Take a look at Rashi. Potter. This is last Rashi on a base of this 82. Rashi says potter. The chayiv kares ala shochet. The only thing you're chayiv, if you do bachot, is shchita, slaughtering of sacrificial animal. B'chsev asher yishcha u'maleh b'chsev asher ola v'zorek v'yisrabim midam shavta v'chol hani v'yesh nachara avoda imet b'chayt basra. So this is very interesting. Rashi highlights something like this. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not chayiv for doing that b'chutz. Essentially, the only thing you're chayiv for doing outside is including sacrificial rites. So a good example of that would be shchita, slaughtering an animal, right? Zrika, sprinkling the blood. So these are final rites, final actions that only have a corresponding follow-up action. So because of that, when you do it outside the Beis Hamikdash, you are potter. Okay, so this is the Gemara says, so you're not chayiv. Now, what are you not chayiv? Lo mishum zaros. Someone, for example, let's say a kohen did any one of these aforementioned acts outside of the Beis Hamikdash, right? He poured oil on it, he broke it up, did all of these things. So if a non-kohen did it outside, he would not be chayiv. Remember, normally there's a misa for a non-kohen does the act, he is chayiv. So, but again, if any of these things were done, b'chutz, is not chayiv. Lo mishum tumah. Similarly, if the kohen did it, he was in a state of tumah, he also wouldn't be chayiv. Very interesting. Similarly, a kohen, actually, is casting parsha. A kohen has to do the avodah wearing the requisite indicament, not investments. Failure to do so, in many respects, invalidates the avodah. But again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. And also, again, halacha so only before performing the avodah, Kohen would have to go ahead and wash his hands and his feet. Failure to do so results in liability or culpability. Again, if he didn't wash his hands and feet for any of these things that were done outside, there's no liability for that either. Okay, very interesting. And Rashi points out over here, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Zoros, Zar Sha'asa Achas Mem Bifnim, Eno Chayiv Nisa. So this is interesting, right? Zar, not going to do any of these things inside of the Mesa Mikdash, he would not be Chayiv Nisa. Same idea, but Lo Mishum Tumah, Hoin Kamei Sheshimish, the Zaros V'Shimish B'Tumah, same idea that again, there's no din of tumah, there's no din of mechus shebegadim. So the Gemara says as follows: Makder chayiv. And interestingly enough, what we could see from this is that if you were to do the haktara, if you were to go ahead and take the carbon and put it on and burn it outside of the flush, that there would be liable. They would actually come back there. Avoda tama, acharei avoda, chayiv mishum tumah. So again, so now the Gemara is kind of switching gears over here a little bit. So what do you see from that? That if the Kohen were to go ahead and offer up a covenant, burn it on his bed in the state of Tumah, he would be chayiv. In other words, the only time that there wasn't the din of Tumah, ultimately again if it was b'chutz. But if it's b'fnim, there would be a chiyuv. So what do you see from that? Again, from kind of full circle, that if a Kohen does the avodah in the state of Tumah, is give me some. Now again, the question we're talking about so that seems to answer the original question that asked their Rosh Hashanah. The original question: if a Kohen does the avodah in the state of Tumah, is he chayiv misa b'dei shamayim? The answer seems to be a resounding yes. I love misa. Don't we see from here that if a Kohen goes ahead and offers up a covenant in the state of Tumah, is chayiv misa? No, ba'ashara. No, it's not an issue misa. Actually, it's a lot. It's a lot. The Gemara says, Elazar Nami Lashara. So you're going to say that if a non-Kohen does this, also only be in violation of Allah. Rashi says over here, Elazar Nami. Over here, remember, we're grouping all of these things together. So if you're telling me now that if a Kohen offers up in the state of Tumah, it's only only allowed, not in the state of Tumah. So what does that mean? If a non-Kohen does this, it's also only allowed. Well, that can't be. The Hazar HaKari Yumas. The Pasuk says explicitly that if a non-Kohen engages in sacrificial service, it's called the sacrificial services. But that, the Gemara says, right, Hakidisa, they're not treated the same. Not treated the same. Nechlal, you might just make some difference over here. Nechlal, the Yotzei Kupolo. So yours is Nechlal, the Yotzei Kupolo, Lav Nami Lo. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, we can infer from this that ultimately, again, Yotzei, remember, Yotzei is the pouring of the oil, Bolo is the mixing of the oil, Lav Nami Lo. Would also not be liable here, actually, where it says, Yotzei Kupolo, with the common Maktir Lav Ha'amoru, the Isbei, so apparently, again, by Yotzei Kupolo, I guess there's not even a lav by Torah. To which the Gemara says, is that true about Tanya? As far as the Yotzei Kupolo Minayin, so where you know that there's a lav to go ahead and pour in the oil and mix in the oil to according to the one is in the state of Torah. Plus it says, be holy and do not desecrate. So the Gemara says, you're right, but that's only mitzvah. Okay, interesting. So probably Torah, so there's no biblical prohibition against someone who is coming, pouring in the oil and mixing the oil to according to the Torah. We try to against it to that one, and the pasuk is a mess. Good. Because I'm not. Basically, where is the kasha? The Elohim Shemisa. So the Bryce says over here, these are the people who are fighting Misa, Kamei, Sheshimish. Okay, pretty explicit. A Kohen who is Kamei, ultimately again it does the Abbas Chayiv, Misa, Shamai. Which the Gemara says, to you, Enochina needs a refutation. It's a refutation. So let's say, Sa'alach Lamaisa, it appears that the conclusion of the Gemara is that halacha lemaisa, if a person when he does the avodah of tumah, is chayiv misa b'dei shamayim. Which now, by the way, if we take that approach, so it's interesting. We take that approach, so then it makes sense why the Mishnah says kohen sheshimish b'tumah ein echad kaim levinos lebezdin. So you can't bring them today's din, right? Like the Mishnah said, what if you bring today's din? What is based din? There's no based din liability. What can they do? Take Runa Motzien also Kusna. They can take it out. Now, what's the license to do so? Therefore, the other kind taken out and essentially beating to death. Pretty incredible Gemara. I was going to say, I'll also point out that there's something very interesting, another like nugget of information that Halach Lamaisa appears when they come to doing sacrificial rites and services outside of the Mikdash. Let's put to the Gemara over here. I don't know how the Gemara passes over here is that it's only what's called an avodah tam, including service that there's nothing that follows after. This by shchita, this is that follow after shchita itself is a clean avodah. It doesn't have to follow the shchita. So interesting enough, so just as an aside, one is only really following that. Okay, so now we're going to go back and read the daf today, and dissect the rights we just stated before. The English Lisa, probably again, this kind is supposed to be today, whenever we see Lisa means Misa. Right, so the English Lisa, person goes in, eats teva, or he wants teva, it's untied produce. So the person goes in, eats teva, the tied himself, Rashi says over here, so again, here's what we're going to do. We're gonna go ahead, we're going to mention the list, and then we'll go back and we'll explain how we know each of these things. So number one, number two, the Kohen Tamisha Apo Truma Torah. The Kohen who is Tameh eats Truma, which is ritually pure. Then so Tameh Kohen eats Truma, which is hard. These Bishmaya. These are Shachas Truma. A non-Kohen who eats Truma also eats Shamayim. The Zar Shishim. Zar, right? Non-Kohen who serves in the base of the Dush. Ultimately, again, Tameh Shishim. A Kohen who is Tameh, who does the Avodah, also Chayim Misa. Again, both sides, this is from the previous Ever again, the Gemara just quoted part of the rights of the Quran. Once again, this seems to be the definitive ruling that a king does the Avodah in the state of ritual routine. It's Chayim Misa Shishim. Tameh Shishim. Utful Yom Shishim. Utful Yom, remember again, is someone who did come back. It still requires hair of Shemesh. And sunset in order to be Avodah, in order to be pure. If he does Avodah, Chayim Misa Shishim. Next, Mufusar B'Gadim. Kohen is not wearing all of the obligatory Kohen vestments. Next, Mufusar Kapara. The Kohen is lacking, he's Tameh. It's different types of Tumah require up to 3 different things. Number one, time, duration. Number two, club. And number three, Kavanos, or fully effective. Simply, Mufusar Kapara means someone who may have had time, even gone to Mikvah, and has not yet called his necessary Kavanos. So the person like that does be avoided with the Mikdash. He is Chayiv Misa. Fascinating. Okay. So there's a diver. Remember again, that is the first time when the plane comes into the base of English in the morning. Come to the in the morning, they go to the kina, they go to a big sink, a big basin, and they wash their hands and feet. Failure to do so, and therefore doing the avodah with unwashed hands and feet is Chayiv Misa with a Shtuya Yayin. If you do the avodah under the influence, right, drink some beers of wine, Chayiv Bishmain, Krui Rosh. The Kohen allows his hair to grow. He didn't take a haircut. Remember, he wants to be serious about how often the Kohen has to cut his hair. Malach has to cut his hair. So the Kohen goes in with long hair. And so, about Orel, Ba'oli, the Yosh ain't going to be Salabasa. Kohen's very interesting. Kohen is uncircumcised. Orel, because only means, remember again, the period the person loses all relative, the obligated to more, the period between death and burial is ambiguous. Kohen does the Avodah as a Kohen, or Yosh. The halacha is that avodah has to be done standing up. Let's say the Kohen does the avodah sitting down. All three of these things. Harel, holding Yoshev. There's no Chiddush B'Dishim. Rather, what is there? Ella, Gas Harel. There's a lot. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that here it's fascinating. What's the case of Harel? Rashi says, Shemisu Achav Machmas Nila, the Chiddush Shishimish, the Chiddush Shishimish Miyushav, the Chachni Kulu Kimdo Rukulu Demachli Avodah. So this is interesting, by the way, it's like, what would you ever have an uncircumcised Kohen? So we're going to be having a situation like today, we know, it's Mishpat Hemophilia. So we know, and again, obviously, genetically, the Jews go, let's say the Kohen had older brothers who died over the Smilah. So we recognize that now again there was an issue. Such a person now be obligated to have the Smilah. Which fine, it's after the Smilah, but it's not allowed to do that. So any of these three people really are not allowed. So Odell, Onei, Yoshi are not allowed to do that. So it's not here means with the Shemayim, rather again, it'll be allowed. Talmud, that's it. What happens if a blemished Torah does that? What's that law? Rabbi or Rabbi saw the Chachamim Omim Bas Hara. So Rabbi says, Misa B'di Shemayim, the Chachamim say Allah, fascinating. Okay, so again, we'll see all this later on in the Gemara. Let's say somebody who intentionally committed an act of so again, even though this appropriation of double crime. So let's say someone actively went ahead and took place with the property. Did Rabbi says reasonably Shemaim, the Chacham say no, but as hard, it's allowed. How also this was it's now that's a whole now let's dissect this. Number one, the first person in the CBD Shemaim lineup. First guy is lineup is also the person who eats untied produce. It's the person we know. Where exactly do I know that? How do I know that if someone eats tabal that is fine? So literally it says, do not profane the consecrated items of Bnei Israel that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. The Torah is talking about produce that is going to have time to remove. What's the definition of produce that is going to have time to remove from it? The Torah says over here, do not go ahead and profane it. Do not go ahead and profane it. The Torah prescribes definitely. So you might listen to this Yolet, while actually it doesn't have to describe it definitely. Yolet, it says Chilul by Tevel, and it says Chilul profane by Truma. The Shambha's people Israel faith, the Mesa Kiev. So it says Chilul by Truma, it says Chilul by Tevel, and it says Malah. So just like if someone is not allowed to eat Truma, whether it's a sow, I'm not going to Truma or a coin, it's Truma Torah, they're put to death. Chilul to teach us that if you eat Tevel, it's also Misa B'di Shemayim. Incredible. I give us 1 second. Hold on. The name of Chilul no sir. Why don't you make it so? No sir. No sir. It's a sacrificial meat that is left over past its permitted window. So why don't you? Sorry, the lashon of Chilul also works by no sir. So why not make it zero shabbat? That's the family. Not la'alam the kares, hakam the kares. Now, no sar is punished by kares. Right? If you eat sacrificial meat past the permitted window, kares. So why don't we say that just like no sar is kares, so to it then hevel is kares. Which the rest is no. Stabra mitruma hamalim. It makes more sense to learn out hevel from truma than hevel from no sar. Why? Because shekin truma, chutzal aretz. Number one, truma doesn't apply to chutzal aretz. So, right, truma doesn't apply to chutzal aretz. Hevel doesn't apply to chutzal aretz. Next, chutra. Both of these cases, there is a way to remedy. There's a way to remedy the status. Right? Rashi says over here. Rashi says 6 lines of truma with chutzal aretz. Similar to truma. He said truma no aretz. Both the English with chutzal aretz. And also no mizmar. So remember, we have a choma. So technically speaking, this is no sar can apply to chutzal. Now, when can no sar apply to chutzal? When there's heter balance. When you are allowed to use personal altars, which again is not both this example one was did, but when you're allowed to use personal altars, that means you can offer karbanos anywhere, which means no sar can apply anywhere. יש heter ליסודו, זה יש heter ליסודו בהפרש, וזה יש heter ליסודו בטבע. More than truma, about no sar, ain't heter ליסודו. Second distinction, or second commonality is chutzlah. No right to remember. So tevel can be permitted. How? So truma. Truma ultimately is permitted to a kohen. No sar can be permitted. Once it's no sar, it remains prohibited. Furthermore, Rabbi, both rosh of chilul by tevel and by truma is in the plural, but by no sar is singular. The Rabbi, pickle. I'm sorry. Truma chutzlar, chutzra, berabim, heros, pickle, and no sar. Take a look at Rashi. Pigul and Osar. So first of all, they apply to produce inside. So both have a plural lashon of pigul. Both apply to produce. Both being again tevel and truma. Pigul and Osar. Rashi says neither pigul nor nosar to tevel or to truma. So again, the Gemara says these are all the similarities that exist between truma and tevel, and therefore it makes more sense to compare or to make the Xer Shava between tevel to truma than between tevel to nosar. One second, hold up, Andraba. One second. Nosar also shares many commonalities with tevel. How so? Shekei pasol, shekei pasol. Nosar v'tevel shnei psul hamaychel. So remember again, both nosar and tevel is a psul in the othel. The food itself, the item itself, is inherently invalidated, right? So again, nosar inherently invalidated. Tevel inherently invalidated. Rashi says about truma, pasal aguf u'difiyah al-guf tumas aguf. Interestingly enough, truma, right? Because remember again, we're talking about truma itself is inherently permitted, right? But when I say Rabbi, so the Gemara suggests why not compare tevel to nosar? Because tevel and nosar have this commonality. Psul okel, ultimately again, both of them are inherently invalid or inherently compromised. Which furthermore, emo heter, but right again, emo heter b'nikvah, neither can be remedied in the right. You can't remedy nosar, but can't remedy tevel. Truma, like the case of truma to right, the coin was tame, not allowed to eat it. So ultimately, again, he can go to the mikveh and remedy himself. Rashi says over here. First, it's the same Rashi. Okay, so the verse is so the point the verse making over here is you're making it sound like all the comparisons that exist between tevel and truma, but there are plenty of comparisons that exist between tevel and nosar as well, which the verse is kind of confusion, right? But there are more similarities between tevel and truma than there are between tevel and nosar. Therefore, when making the Xer Shava chilul, we'd rather make it between tevel and truma, than tevel and nosar. And therefore, that will teach me that just like truma is misbelief, right? So to again, consumption of tevel will also be misbelief, right? Not like nosar, which is a place. Okay, beautiful. Ravina says, feel grab and feel grab. The truth is, the reason we prefer to compare tevel to truma, not tevel to nosar, is because tevel and truma both have the lashon of profane in the plural, as opposed to nosar, which has been singular, and that seems to be a work of halakhic bridge between the concepts. All right, incredible. So the Gemara goes like, Kohen Kamisha Achot Truma Torah Yidallah. Where do we go that a Kohen is stomach? Right, so again, we saw on the list. Kohen is go ahead and Truma. So Tomei Kohen, eating the Truma, Mispedition. Where do we go that? So the Amar Shmuel, Minayim Kohen Kamisha Achot Truma Torah. From where do we know that a Kohen is stomach will eat Truma Torah? How do we know that Allah Almighty should we mispedition? How do I know that if a Tomei Kohen eats Truma Torah, then Allah Almighty again is high mispedition? He said, Shomas Mishmarti, Allah Yisu Allah Fruit. Pasuk says, little bit again, guard my guardianship, Mishmarti, Allah Yisu Allah. He will not carry, will not bear any sin. So the says, Tahora in Tamealo. Ultimately, again, this refers to Truma Torah and not to Truma Tamealo. Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Lazar, United Point, Truma Tamealo, Shekhinah Benisa. So what's it's doing? It's very interesting. So the Gemara suggests over here, it is only if a Kohen Tameh eats Truma Tahora that there's Misvidisha Mayim. But if a Tameh Kohen eats Truma Tameah, there's no Misvidisha Mayim. How do I know this? Shene'emar Umesu Bo Kiechalori. They only put to death if they profane the Truma. So you listen, what do you see from here? Amr is about saying 83b. Prat is Zushan Udales Velmanis. This excludes Truma, which is already profane. What's an example of Truma which has already been profaned? That's Truma which is already coming. So again, therefore, Allah Almighty, when we speak about again consumption of Truma can bring new condition. That's Tamei Kohen who consumes Truma Tahora is Chayiv Misavadisha. So remember, so our list, we're just going through our list here, right? We are assembling our different things that form this category. Ultimately, again, these edition. Good. Let's go back to it. Listen. Bizarre shop to truma. If a non-coin ate truma, is high means edition. Said the Gemara Amra. Bizarre shop was a truma local. So Rav, interestingly enough, said of a non-coin eats truma, he gets an office. Amra Rav Kahana. Ravasi Rav. Lema Mardu Lisa. Except all Zaloyo Hakodesh. Ani Hashem Kadshan. The pasuk says that no non-Kohen should eat truma. So Rabbi says, so again, then the pasuk, interesting enough, the pasuk before it says, "Shamas mishmarti, v'lo yiswa alav chet u'nesu." So Nisa is juxtaposed to a zar eating truma. So why don't you say therefore that a zar eating truma should be a key of eating truma not allowed? Which the Gemara says, "Hefsika eat." No, there's an interruption. It actually says, "They may subo obey kolza." So the pasuk doesn't really flow, right? In other words, the pasuk begins ultimately with a discussion about may subo, and then it says, "Kolza lo yochal kodesh." So it doesn't flow directly. Because it doesn't flow directly, therefore the juxtaposition can't necessarily teach me that the sound of each shoe is being chayav nisa. Okay, so when somebody says, "This is kasha," these are the people who are chayav nisa. Zarha Okalas Truma, a non-Kohen eats Truma. So it seems to be pretty explicit that a non-Kohen eats Truma is really high. So, which means no, Masnisa, Rakas. So you're bringing up a Mishnah. You bring up a Raisa to go and go bring, right? You're bringing this Raya to contradict Rav. So the Gemara says, Rav, Tana, who we call it. Rav's the Tana, and Rav has the ability to argue. Okay, they both say that. It happens to be that in this list, we might say we pass it in the Zara, it's Truma, is high in this situation. Okay, then let's go right there. So anyway, Tamish Shimish, good. The Tamish Shimish. Okay, how is time? Those that have done both in this, which is high in this. So we must say, the boy meaning of Theobar Avin, meaning of Yosef. So most of this is the exact discussion we had before. The name of Tamish Shimish, Shubamisa, how do we know that if a Kohen is Tameh, and he did have all the things in the Mikdash, that is fighting. So, it's if Gabriel Aaron Valbarov, the Nazru Mikadshe B'nei Israel, will Yichalulu as Shem Kadshi. Okay. So the Pasuk says, speak to Aaron and his sons, and they should be careful. The Nazru, they should be careful with the Kadshim of B'nei Israel, and they should not profane my holy name. So the Gemara says, once again, V'yolif, Philo Mitzvah. Wow. So we make a Zer Shabbat, Philo Teshuvah. We say, Ma la'alon b'misa, hafkan b'misa. Just like a legal consumption of truma is mis v'gishamayim, so too again, if a person who's coming, does the avoda, it's chai misa v'gishamayim. He says the Gemara 1 second. Same as you had before. V'neilif chilo minosar. Why not make the Zer Shabbat chilo to nosar? And remember, you're going to go say, Ma la'alon karis hafkan karis. Consumption of nosar is a few karis. So what do we say? It says chilo, by nosar, and it says chilo by. According to his tummy, it does the avodah. Just like nosar is kares, so too does the avodah b'tumah. It's a kind of kares. With truma habalei. It makes more sense to learn out the truma case from truma. Why? You might say shekin guf, because interestingly enough, both the cases of truma as well as tumah have to do again with the body of the individual. Tameh, both are still tumah. Mikvah is the ability to eliminate. The Rabbin, both have a plural lashon of plural. So look at Rashi. Rashi says again, both Tameh, Mikvah, the Rabbin. Tameh Shishimish, the Tameh Sha'afat Shumah. So both a Kohen who is Tameh does the avodah, and a Kohen who is Tameh who eats Shumah. Shtei Psudei Havot. First of all, both of them, their disqualification is inherently in their person. Right in their person. Ushneim Psudei Tumah. Right? Both of them are in Tumah. V'yeshlam Heter Mikvah. Both can be remedied by Mikvah. And also both share lashon chilo in the plural form. Adrabah, you know something. Not so fast. Let's learn out Kohen who does the avodah by Tumah from Nosar. After all, Shekin, Kodesh, Pnim, Pigo, V'Nosar. Listen, because Nosar and Tumah have all of these other surahs. Look at Rashi, Shekin, Kodesh, Kamish, Shim, Bishvas, and Kashim, V'Nosar, Kodesh, Ushtei B'Fnim. Remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with consecrated items. Both of them deal with the inside, right, or inside of the Beis Hamikdash, and both are subject to Chilul and Osad. Which the Gemara says, Chilul D'Rabim, sorry, Chilul D'Rabim. Once again, I must have listened to this review before. It appears that really is interesting. What kind of carries the day with this is we would rather compare two things that have this Russian chilul. And since again chilul is used by and the chilul form of tumah is used by a person who does the abode of the tumah, therefore again we will link them together. We'll say that Allah just as illegal consumption tumah, right? He's coming in Mishnayim, so too who is coming, who does the Avoda, is also Chayiv Misabidation. Our Rebbe says, go back to the next line. When it's by day, but he still requires nightfall. If he does this guy does the Avoda, he's Chayiv Misabidation. Says the Gemara, no, where do you know this? Besides the Simai Omer, Rebbe said, first white line, and Gemara days 83b. Rebbe Tvoyon. From where do we know that if a coin is a Tvoyon? He went to Mikvah by day, but he still needs Harris, so still the sun go down. How do I know that his avoda is unfit? Kilo, Inayim, Amalama Kedoshim, Yiyu Levahe. Roy Halalu, plus it says, be published to your God, and do not profane. And the Gemara says, now what does it say? Hashtos is talking about too much. So remember again, if I don't read this passage, teach me that a Kohen who does the Avodah Tumah is from learn today and you Tvoyon Shishish. Ultimately, again, use it to teach me that a Kohen is a Tvoyon who does the Avodah is Chayiv Mishnayim, or I should say, is Chayiv. I don't know that it's Chayiv Mishnayim. One's going to be Yalif, Chilo Mitru. We make him tear shut up, Chilo Chaluma, Mala Halon B'Misa, Afkan B'Misa. Just like if a Kohen was coming. He's also kind of solution. Again, like I said before, last week, this past week's parish is the Tzaddik. By the Kohen, wear the right outfit, requisite clothing, failure to do so. Right? Some of the Avod, he doesn't wear the clothing, and he still does the Avod. He's Chayiv Mila Bidei Shamayim. We know that. From where do we know this from? Rabbi Yochanan, who made Rabbi Lazar Shimon, Agarta Osam Amit. Plus it says, you shall put the belt, literally you shall gird them. You shall gird them with a belt. Right? Avnei, the belt was one of the big una. This man should be there, Aleim, Kiunasam Aleim. When their clothing is upon them, their kahuna is upon them. So also, it's actually really fascinating. Right? Because the Lush, you have to really appreciate the rest of the passage. The rest of the passage is the Chagatim Osam Avnei, right? You should put a belt around them. The Charashlam with bows, put the hats on them. And the kahuna will be theirs for an everlasting statute. When is the kahuna theirs? When they wear the clothing. When they wear the clothing. If they're not wearing the clothing, then Allah the kahuna is not written, the kahuna is not theirs. It means, the Lord's understanding, that if a Kohen does the avodah without the begotten, then Allah again, the avodah is possible. And again, in this case, so the Gemara says, because a Kohen, listen to this, a Kohen who does the avodah without the requisite garments is the equivalent of a non-Kohen who does the avodah. And a non-Kohen who does the avodah is hallucination, right? So to a Kohen who does the avodah without the proper vestments and without particles of clothing is Chayiv Misa B'Dei Amar. So if Amar Zar Shishim Mishum Misa, and we learn that Allah if a non-Kohen does the avodah, is Chayiv Misa. So we'll say it's really incredible that the kahuna only rests upon the Kohen when he's wearing the begotten, which I will say is such a fascinating idea. Why? Because on the one hand, the kahuna is innate. Remember again, what do you have to do to be a Kohen? It's not like you determine, no matter how well you behave. If you're not in, you're not in. If your father's a Kohen, you're a Kohen. If your father's not a Kohen, you could be in the Bible, you're still not going to become a Kohen. So on one hand, kahuna is innate. On the other hand, you need to be begotten in order to go ahead and do the avodah. And we get there are two profound lessons. But this really is the embodiment of Kedusha. Kedusha is comprised of these two things. There's innate kedusha, and ultimately again there's earned kedusha. So innate kedusha, every single year, every single Jew has kedusha. Like, you don't have to do anything. You're born a Jew or you convert into Yiddishkeit. If you're Jewish, you have kedusha, and that's beautiful. And it's a fantastic foundation. The next step are like what begotten. What garments do you want to grow yourself? A beggar represents something that I take from the world, or I take from the outside, and then I make it part of me, right? You know, you say that clothes make the man. Clothes are very much tied up in a person's identity. So on a spiritual level, my begotten are the actions I engage in, my accomplishments. What begotten? What am I going to wear? And if you don't have begotten, if you don't have begotten, then all you're left with is your innate kedusha. If all you have is your innate kedusha, you're a zar. You're like a baby. Like a baby, a spiritual baby. Baby comes into this world. Yeah, baby's holding. It's beautiful. Fantastic. What did the baby do? Absolutely nothing. So how's the baby holding? Because every single baby has innate kedusha. But life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your ma'asim tovos? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your chasadim? What's your tzedakah? And every single thing that you do in life is another beggar, is another garment that you put on. And clothes, mamish, make the man. Clothes make us wear. And I said, this is interesting because if you think about it, why is it exactly that there's such specificity regarding the clothing of the garment? Such specificity. So on one level, let's say Rabbi brings down, he says, because people are very taken by externalities, and we want people to come to these locations to be inspired, and we need to see the coin all dressed up. But I think about which is beautiful and incredible. But I think also on a deeper level, that what the coin reminds us is like, what is the coin? Coin is the embodiment of like what it means to be a growth-oriented spiritual being. And what I see that the coin is, even if it's a coin, right, with no clothing, right? You meet the coin on the street. On the street, right? You meet a Matzah Shabbos who's getting pizza just like everybody else. So what happens? You're going to let go first in line, right? Why? Because you have to give respect to him. He's not wearing the other, but he's still a coin. He's still a coin. Even without the gun, he's still a coin because his innate identity is who he is. But he really only fully self-actualizes when he puts on the coat. I will say it's the same thing for all of us. I'm always covered because I have innate kedusha. If you want to become the best version of you, put on the clothing. What clothing are you going to don? Right? And every day I decide, I want to put it on. Today it's going to be a jacket of tzedakah. Right? It's going to be a pair of pants of Talmud Torah. It's going to be a pair of chesed. And every day the goal is to layer more and more and more together. You can walk around without clothing and you're still holy. But that's ultimately innate or conferred holiness. That goal in life is to earn your kedusha. And the way you earn your kedusha is ultimately by accumulating the beautiful begotten. This is what the big rule teaches. Without the begotten, you're not a kohen. Without the begotten, you can't serve in the base of Mikdash. With the begotten, the sky is there. Let's go to the Bible. Says the Gemara. Good. Next. If the kohen does not go ahead and wash his hands and feet, and he does the apple, this Chamis of Dishamayim says, Gemara, where you know this? Show me no one. It said, it says when you come to the Olam Moed, they should go ahead and wash their hands, and they won't die. Okay, so it's pretty explicit. You wash your hands and feet, you will die. Don't wash your hands and feet, you will die. One more piece. Through a rosh. Shtuye yain, which says yain sheka al-tesh. If a coin drank wine and then did the avodah, Chaim Zedishon, it says the Gemara, through a rosh. What about? So again, Shtuye yain, which says yain sheka al-tesh. The passage is explicit. Or it says, do not drink wine or an intoxicating beverage and do the avodah. Good. Through a rosh. How do we know that a coin can't do the avodah with one hand? If it does, so it's Chaim Zedishon. Siv, rosham lo yigalechu, upera lo yishalechu. So the Torah says, on one hand, he can't go ahead and shave his head, but he also can't let his hair grow long. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. It compares letting his hair grow to drinking wine. Just like drinking wine, ultimately again is a misa. So to again, letting your hair grow, doing the avodah with long hair is also so much provided for these as well. You know, washing the hands and feet. Says so. He says, why is it that the he has to wash his hands and feet when he comes into his house. What's the shot? It's a cleanliness thing. Could be, but on a deeper level, what is it? So the Rebbe says something. He says, that one of the great challenges of being Kohen, the Irish one, this challenge, of being Kohen with his Mikdash, is you can go to your head. You go to your head, and a person can easily utilize this exalted position for self-aggrandizement, and ultimately to just stroke his ego. So what happens? Every day comes, the person who realizes he washes his hands and his feet. That's his hands and feet. The feet take you where you want to go. The hands represent how you accomplish in this world. The Rebbe says, when a Kohen walks into his Mikdash, he's washing away his own self-interests. I'm going to go, not where I want to go with my feet. I'm going to go where the Shbaruch wants to go. I wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I going to accomplish? Not just simply what I want. I'm going to accomplish what the Shbaruch wants to accomplish. That the way that the Kohen goes ahead and enters into the Mikdash is by washing away the gifts, washing away any personal interests. If you're going to be successful in this role, the team. I gotta do this. And I can't be doing it. What about it? Why can't we do it? Once you press on those basic levels, you can be concerned that guys will be doing so nice that you may mess up on some of the details. Rebbe said there's another reason that wine is very important. And this, by the way, this week learned about wine. This is wine on one hand. I ain't something about that. Wine could go ahead and bring incredible joy. Like that. So we know it. Shabbos and Yom Kippur, when you come to these games, such close proximity to a particle, your joy should emanate from one place to one place. And that's closeness to Hashem. There should be no external mediums to bring about joy. Because you don't need it. It's a tremendous idea. We need wine at different times of life to kind of get us going to bring out the sin. That's the nature of man. Like we saw before, when you have such hard closeness to our Shbaruch, I don't need any other external influence. I don't need anything to help me with that stuff. You know why? Because I have a great simcha in the world and closeness to Hashem. That's what it is for us. We have a Kohen who has the unique privilege to serve the inner pieces, the inner setting of the Shbaruch. He does not need wine to be able to find something. In fact, if he introduces wine, that invalidates the other. His Kohen, your simcha, has to come from pure, beautiful, unadulterated closeness that you experience. For us also, to teach us, we're all looking for happiness. And we think happiness comes like this. When things happiness will come from money. And this one things happiness will come from possessions. And this one things happiness will come from career. That's going to come from this. And the day happiness comes from one place. Closeness to Shbaruch. We have closeness to Shbaruch, and ultimately, everything. Beautiful, unbridled, and uncontrollable joy. True simcha in life only comes from close relationship with Shbaruch. Right, that's what's coming up for today. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person, but a tremendous support for you. Have a wonderful day. I say good morning. Good morning is this supposed to spark Hashem to the phone with that one. I'm sorry that I'm not there in person, but I very much want to thank the Tech Chevra, Mashiach, and joining us for enabling me to at least learn with you together virtually. So I also want to thank all of our sponsors. The sponsorship info will be listed in Eretz Hashem in the description on YouTube video as well as in the podcast description as well. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Let's say with that, let us begin. Today's daf is page 83. We are picking up on today's 82b, about 14 lines up from the bottom of the two dots. So the Mishnah reported as follows: Kohen Shishimish B'tumah. So a fascinating Mishnah. The Mishnah said that if you have a Kohen who does the avodah in the state of ritual, so what's the halacha? So the young Kohanim would take him up and essentially beat him up, beat him to death, beat him to death. The concept or application of Kanoin Kohen, we saw yesterday. So the Gemara says as follows: Kohen Mir Rav Bar Huna Mir Rav Sheshes. So Rav Bar Huna asked the following shaila from Rav Sheshes. What was the shaila? Kohen Shishimish B'tumah, Chayi Mitzvah D'Shamayim or In Chayi Mitzvah D'Shamayim. What if a Kohen does the avodah in a ritual state of impurity? It's tamei. So what's the halacha? Is he Chayi Mitzvah D'Shamayim or not Chayi Mitzvah D'Shamayim? What is the halacha? I'm going to make So again, remember this is what Rav Bar Huna asked this from Rav Sheshes, and Rav Sheshes responds. So we're in the Mishnah. Kohen Shishimish B'tumah. Kohen did the avodah state of impurity. Aim at HaKohen Levin also based. Because other Kohanim don't bring in this Mishnah. Other Kohanim don't bring in the base. And rather, what do they do? Pirkei Kahuna Mosim also puts la Azara. The young Kohanim take this coin that did the Avod, they did come and take him outside of the both some and smoke the Israel, and they beat him over the head with clubs. So what do you see here? These are right from Chayvi Shamayim, the Shafki, the Likho B'Dei Shamayim. And again, if Halach Lamaisa, we're making the assumption that a woman who does the Avod in the state of Tumah is Chayiv Nisa B'Dei Shamayim, kill at the hand of heaven, and leave it alone. Leave it alone. The Berach Shvarach will do the Shah, will run his role. Why do the Pirkei Kahuna to the young Kohanim have to take this guy and send him to death? So you must say, Elamai, Eno Chayiv. Rather, it must be that Halach Lamaisa, a coin who does the Avod of Tumah, is not Chayiv Nisa B'Dei Shamayim. After the Gemara says, Miti Kamidi Derachmana Patre, Va'anu Ameiko B'Niktolei, is there such a thing for an infraction? That when he says you're Pater, and we're going to make a person Chayiv, so it must be that he's not Chayiv Nisa B'Dei Shamayim. Incredible Gemara Shalom. Is that true? Is that true? That just because Hashem says you're Pater, we don't exact punishment from such an individual? What about the following case? Batnan, Nish Alaka B'Shalom, there's nothing to keep up. So again, we just saw this in Shabbos and Daf. If somebody went ahead and violated prohibitions multiple times, and he's Chayiv Malchus, so what do you do after a certain number of times? You put him in the kippah, right? You put him in the cell. That's, remember again, the cell that's small that he can't sit down, he can't stretch out. We put him in the cell, and ultimately again feed him a little bit of bread with water and then barley, and he dies. So the Gemara says, here's a perfect case. If you were to bring the guy to Beis Din, what would Beis Din do to this individual? Nothing. So here's the case of Rothschild, who says the person is Pater, we still take the law into our own hands. The Gemara says, no, it's not a good idea. Remember, Amar Yirga, Amar Shlakish, the Malchus shall Krisos Askizon, the Gabra Bar Kitalim. No, remember how we defined that case? What case of Malchus is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of kares. So I should say he violated the same prohibition multiple times. Now, Beis Din doesn't exercise, Beis Din doesn't give Malchus, so such a person is deserving of death. Remember again, Gemara said, including the fact that he's a repeat offender indicates that he valued his life, so we just expedite the process of his death. So what about the case? Yeah, also Shabbos is Mishnah. The guy who steals klisharis, a service utensil. So again, the Mishnah said, "Can I bug him? He kills such an individual." So again, see, here's an example. If you're bringing the guy to Beis Din for stealing klisharis, what would you do to him? Or probably any other case of theft, pay back what you stole and move on. But yet again, we killed the guy, or Kanoim would kill the guy. So what do you see from here? That even in a case which someone is technically exempt by a Koshparachul, by Beis Din, we will still, or Koshparachul, will still go ahead and kill him. You might say, no. I'm ready. Remember, in that case was different because remember they did on a bus. Remember again, the bus on a service and that you need to trust that was shot. This is down. I have a saying, what about the guy who curses with sorcery? Remember again, also Kana in Hogan box. Here's an example. If you bring him to court won't do anything. Yet he still killed this guy. But Yaakov causing a smoke, the next second of our sachet. That's the case. Remember, when we find that case, it has the appearance that such an individual is actually the person that he brought. That's why we can deal with it in such a severe fashion. I have all as a crisis. What about the case of all as a crisis? Like, what about a man who has relations to a non-Jewish person? Again, remember, midday, if you bring the guy to Beis Din, okay, maybe it's a lot. But when I saw, cannot impose the vote. So here's an example where the Shparach quote unquote exempts the person, and yet we kill him anyway. First, the Gemara says, no. Remember, remember again, that's where remember again, he asked the question to Rav. Rav didn't know the answer. Rav kind of had the dream. He saw the pasuk in the dream, and therefore again, this idea that you can go ahead and kill someone who went ahead and was boiled with this again based on that pasuk, interpretation of that pasuk. Also, as you saw, halacha or a case scenario is the conscious mostly. So okay, so just keep track of our basic fundamental question. If a Kohen does the avodah in a state of ritual impurity, is he chayiv nisa b'dei shamayim or not? So remember, this was the question that Rav Acha asked from Rav Sheshis. Now Rav Sheshis responded. Rav Sheshis said the answer is obviously no. Right? The answer must be no. So notice he said that Allah Maisa. I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah said that if a Kohen does the Avodah in a state of Tumah, then Halacha Maisa, Pirtei Kuna are allowed to take him out and beat him to death. Now, from Rav Sheshis' perspective, the only way that would be permitted is if such a person was Chayi Nismi Shamayim. So then again, the Pirtei Kuna can almost act as the Shluchei Hashem, the agents of Allah, to carry out that penalty. And if he's not Chayi Nismi Shamayim, then at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who HaKadosh Baruch Hu patters? To which now the Gemara went through all of these cases where, no, you do have cases like that, where someone technically would not be liable in a technical, legalistic basis, but yet we still say to be liable to a death penalty. Okay, or I should say at least liable to death at the hands of the criminal. Okay, the Gemara said, hey, so, excuse me. There we go. In case. Hayotse, Maborel, Naposes, Naposes, Hamoreach, Hamimagish, Hamisilence, okay, so let's go through this. Yotse, talking about different acts of carbon movement. So the person goes ahead. We'll see exactly what this case is. Pouring oil on a movement. That's Yotse. Bolel, ultimately again, is mixing the flour with the oil. Bolel, Poses, certain knuckles will be baked off and crushed. So the act of crushing is called poses. Moleach, adding salt. Menif is waving the mincha. Magish, bringing the mincha close. So what's the halacha? V'mesadres hashulchan, or one who puts the lechem on the actual shulchan itself, or a meitiv haneros, or one who arranges the candles or the oil of the menorah. V'hakometz, or one who takes the kmitz. Remember again, kmitz is the way the coin takes the flour from the mincha, the 3 middle fingers. Mekabel damim b'chutz, or one who goes ahead and is mekabel damim, he receives the blood of a carbon that has been offered. If you do these things, ultimately, potter, one is potter, and ultimately, again, not chayiv. Now, what is this talking about? So, take a look at the last Rashi over here. Rashi says, "B'chutz in asa afas el b'chutz." So, we're talking about over here is if a person performed any of these avodos outside of the base of the fish. So again, if a person, so that's the case, poured oil on a mincha, mixed the mincha, broke up the pieces of the mincha, added salt to the mincha, waved the mincha, brought the mincha close, arranged the bread on the shulchan, or arranged the candles or the lights of the menorah, took a kmitza, received sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside of the base of mikdash, you are potter. Now this is very interesting because remember again there is a concept of shvutei chutz. What shvutei chutz? You're not allowed to shech the carbon outside of the base of mikdash. So now the Gemara is sitting over here. So apparently it only applies to certain types of sacrificial service and doesn't apply to others. What's the distinction? Take a look at Rashi. Potter. This is the last Rashi on Hey Beis when he's into the Rashi says Potter. So chayiv haris el shochet. The only thing you're chayiv if you do bachutz is shchita, slaughtering of a sacrificial animal. Except asher yishchat u'maleh, except asher ya'ala ola, v'zorek v'yisraim midam shav v'aydah v'chol hani v'yesh achara avoda imet v'kag basra. So this is very interesting. Rashi highlights a principle. This goes like this: any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not chayiv for doing that bachutz. Essentially, the only thing you're chayiv for doing outside these midrash are including sacrificial rites. So a good example of that would be shchita, slaughtering an animal, right? Zrika, sprinkling the blood. So these are final actions that only have a responding follow-up action. So because of that, if you do it outside of the base of mikdash, you are potter. Okay, so also I said the Gemara says, so you're not chayiv. Now what are you not chayiv? Lo mishum zos. Islam one, for example. Let's say a kohen did any one of these aforementioned acts outside of mikdash, like he poured the oil on the mikdash, those things. So if a non-kohen did it outside, he would not be chayiv. Remember, normally there's an isurisa. If a non-kohen does the act, he was chayiv. So, but again, if any of these things were done, bachutz, then Allah is not chayiv. Lo mishum tumah. Similarly, if the kohen did it, but he was in a state of tumah, he also wouldn't be chayiv. Lo mishum achus b'gada. Very interesting. Similarly, if a Kohen, actually it's Kasif Karsha, a Kohen has to do the avodah wearing the iconic vestments. Failure to do so, in many ways, invalidates the avodah. Thank you. But again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. And also, again, so only before performing avodah, a Kohen would have to go ahead and wash his hands and his feet. Failure to do so results in liability, culpability. But again, if he didn't wash his hands and feet for any of these things that were done outside, there's no liability for that either. Okay, very interesting. Rashi points out over here, if you look at Rashi, Zoros, Zar Sha'asa Achas Bifnim, Eno Chayiv Misa. So this is interesting, right? Zar, if a non-Kohen did any of these things inside the base of the brush, he would not be Chayiv Misa. Same idea, Lamishum Tumah, Kohen Kamish Shimish, this is Shimish Tumah, Mechatka. Same idea that again, there's no din of Tumah, there's no din of Mechusar. So the Gemara says as follows. Makter Chayiv. Interestingly enough, what we could see from this is that if you were to do the Haktarah, if you were to go ahead and take the carbon and put it on and burn it outside of the base of the brush, that there would be liable. If you look at actually Makter, the Havia Avoda Tama, Shein Acharea Avoda, Chayiv Mishum Tuma, Umay Chayiv Lav Misa. So again, now we might kind of switching gears over a little bit. So what do you see from here? That if the Kohen were to go ahead and offer up a carbon, burn it on the Mizbeach in a state of Tumah, he would be chayiv. In other words, the only time that there wasn't the din of Tumah, ultimately, again, if it was Bachutz. But if it's Bifnim, there would be a chayiv. So what do you see from here? Again, coming on full circle, that if a Kohen does the avodah in the state of Tumah, there's a chayiv Misa. Now again, the Kashas are touching the Misa B'Shamayim. So that seems the answer to the original question that Rabbi asked the Rosh Hashanah. That was our original question. If a Kohen does the avodah in a state of Tumah, is he chayiv Misa B'Shamayim? The answer seems to be a resounding yes. To which the Gemara said, "My love, Misa, don't we see from here that if a Kohen goes ahead and offers up a carbon in the state of Tumah, it's chayiv Misa? Lo, ba'ashara. No, it's not an issue Misa. Actually, it's a lav. It's a lav. The Gemara says, Elazar Nami La'ashara. So they're going to say that if a non-Kohen does this, he also only be in violation of a lav. Rashi says over here, Elazar Nami, Hadakinan Hamakla the Indian Zaros, Temanami below Michayiv on this measure. So the issue over here is, remember, we're grouping all of these things together. So if you're telling me now that if a Kohen offers up in a state of Tumah, it's only a quote unquote only a lav, not a Mitzvah basin. So what does that mean? If a non-Kohen does this, it's also only a lav, but that can't be. The Hazar HaKari Dumas, the Pasuk says explicitly that a non-Kohen engages in sacrificial service, it's certain forms of sacrificial services. Don't forget, the Torah says, you're right, Hakidisa, Hakidisa. They're not treated the same. They're not treated the same. In the Cloud, you might just make some difference over here. In the Cloud, the Yotzei Kubolo, excuse me, so the verse is in the Cloud, the Yotzei Kubolo, Lav Nami Lo. So the Gemara says, interesting enough, we can infer from this that ultimately, again, Yotzei, remember, Yotzei is the pouring of the oil, Bolo is the mixing of the oil. Lav Nami Lo would also not be liable. Look at Rashi. The Gemara says, Yotzei Bolo, we can call him Makir Lav Ba'amahu, the Isnei, Umeahu Chiyuva Ma'ahu, Yotzei Bolo, Amafilu Lav, Lo Mechayim Shum Tumah. So apparently, again, by Yotzei Bolo, I guess there's not even a Lav by Tumah. To which the Gemara says, is that true, Tanya? As hardly Yotzei Bolo Minayim. From where we know that there's a lav to go ahead and pour the oil and mix the oil to a carbon in the cup. One is in the state of Tumah. Lomar, you lo yichalu. It says, be holy and do not desecrate. So the Gemara says, you're right, but that's when you do not on. Okay, so apparently we Torah saw there's no biblical prohibition against someone who is coming, pouring the oil and mixing the oil to a carbon in the cup. We tried it against it to that on. The Pasuk was in Asmach. But basically, is the so basically says over here, these are the people who are chayiv Misa, Tamei, Sheshimish. Very explicit. A Kohen who is Tamei, ultimately again does the avodah is chayiv Misa B'dei Shamayim. To which the Gemara says, to you, Enochinami, it's a refutation. It's a refutation. So once they say Halach L'Maisa, it appears that the conclusion of the Gemara is that Halach L'Maisa, if a person, if a Kohen does the avodah state of Tumah, is chayiv Misa B'dei Shamayim. Which now, by the way, if we take that approach, so it's interesting, we take that approach, so then it makes sense why the Mishnah says, so you can't bring in today's name, right? Like the Mishnah said, what are you going to bring in today's name? Well, what is based in doing to it? There's no based in liability over here, but what can they do? They can take it out and they can be allowed. Now, what's their license to do so? Because since this Kohen is Chayiv Misa B'dei Shamayim, therefore, Halacha L'Maisa, the other Kohen can take it out and essentially beat him to death. Pretty incredible Gemara. I was going to say, I've also pointed out here's interesting, another nugget of information that Halacha L'Maisa appears when it comes to doing sacrificial rites and services outside of the Beis Hamikdash. This according to the Gemara over here, I don't know, I heard look up I'm not asking you my hand, but according to how the Gemara passes over here, is that it's only what's called an avodah tama, only a concluding service. What's that definition of a concluding service? Service that there's nothing that's after that. Is by shechita, there are services that follow after, but shechita itself is a self-contained avodah. It doesn't have a follow, there's no follow-up to shechita. So interesting enough, so again, just as an aside, one is only chayiv for shlutik, for avodah b'chutz, for the tama, a complete avodah that doesn't really need a following up. Okay, so now we're going to go back and really for the rest of the daf today, go back and dissect the rights which was just stated before. Says in the Ruba, the Elushim Misa, the following people are chayiv Misa, again. This kind of supposed to be today, whenever we see Misa means Misa V'Geshama. So, how often a person goes in and eats teva, or what's teva? Teva is unkind produce. So, a person that eats teva, the kind of Misa V'Geshama. Rashi says over here, how often is it teva? So again, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead. We're going to mention the list, and then we'll go back and we'll explain how we know each of these items. So number one, number two, the Kohen Kamisha Apo Truma Tov. If a Kohen who's Tameh eats Truma, which is ritually pure. Right? So Tameh Kohen eats Truma, which is Tamar, he's Deshmai. The Zar Shachas Truma, a non-Kohen who eats Truma, also eats the Deshmai. The Zer Shishish, a Zar, right? Non-Kohen who serves in the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately, again, Chayiv Misa. Tameh Shishish. A Kohen who's Tameh, who does the avodah, also Chayiv Misa. Again, what's that? It's the thought from the previous. Then again, the Gemara just quoted part of the Brisa beforehand, but once again, this seems to be the definitive ruling that a Kohen who does the avodah in a state of ritual impurity is Chayiv Misa V'Dishim. Tameh Shishish. Utvul Yom Shishish. Utvul Yom, remember again, is someone who goes to the mikvah, it still requires hair of shemesh. Sunset in order to do the avodah, in order to be pure. So he does the avodah, Chayiv Misa V'Dishim. Next, L'chusar Begadim. The Kohen is not wearing all of the obligatory Kohanic vestments. Next, L'chusar Kapara. The Kohen is lacking, or he's Tameh, different types of tumah required. Tumah can require up to 3 different things. Number one, time, duration. Number two, mikvah. And number three, karbanos in order to fully affect your L'chusar Kapara means someone who may have had time, even gone to mikvah, has not brought his necessary karbanos. So the person like that does the avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, he is chayiv misa. Fascinating. Okay, so the Gemara says, "Vayter shalorachas yadayim raglai." Remember again, that look is the first thing when the plane comes into the Beis Hamikdash in the morning. Hold on, come to the Beis Hamikdash in the morning. They go to the kina, they go to the big sink, the big basin, and they wash their hands and feet. Failure to do so, and therefore doing the avodah with unwashed hands and feet is chayiv misa v'gesham. Shtuya yayin. If you do the avodah under the influence, right, drinks with beers and wine, chayiv misa v'gesham. Pruei rosh. The Kohen allows his hair to grow. He didn't take a haircut. So we see this. How often the Kohen has to cut his hair? Rabbi has to cut his hair. So the Kohen goes in with long hair. He's kind of Misa about Orel, Va'onei, Yosh, Edav Misa Elabas. The Kohen is by circumstances. Orel, he does that. Or Onei. Onei means, remember again, the period the person loses a relative, when they're obligated to more, the period between death and burial is Anivos. Kohen does the Avodah in Onei or Yosh. The halacha is that avodah has to be done standing up. Let's say the Kohen does the avodah sitting down. All three of these things. Harel, Onei, Yoshev. There's no chiyuv mitzvah. Rather, what is there? Ella, ba'asfara. There's a lot. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out over here, it's fascinating. What's the case of Ara? Rashi says, "Shemesu acham machmas וכן אומרים ששימש וכן אישה וכן לכולו קיבלו ולא לעבודה." So this is interesting about it. It's like, don't you ever have an uncircumcised Kohen? So remember, if you have in a situation like today, we know it's called hemophilia. So we know, and again, obviously, genetically, if you go a lot of nice stuff, let's say the Kohen has older brothers from dinosaurs, older from. So we recognize that now, again, that this issue is such a person not be able to have sleep, which is fine. It's after the sleep, but he's not allowed to do the other. So any of these three people really are not allowed. So Arel, One, and Yoshi are not allowed to do the other. If they do so, it's not Chia means with Shemayim, rather again, it'll be allowed. Balmo, that's it. What happens if a blemished Kohen does the other? What's that look? Rabbi or Rabbi saw the Chachamim only Bas Hara. So Rabbi says, Misa B'dei Shemayim, the Chachamim say, Allah, fascinating. Okay, again, we'll see all this later on in the Gemara. Let's say someone intentionally committed an act of rape. So remember again, give them a probation of the property. So let's say someone actively, purposefully went ahead and took this property and did Rabbi Omer. Rabbi says these are the Shalaim. The Chum say no, Ba'as Hara, it's allowed. How so? Okay, so we'll say, so now that's our whole list. Now let's dissect this. Number one, both does have So the first person in the Sigidei Shammai and lineup. First guy was Ishmael. The first guy in Misa, Bidei Shine lineup is also a person who eats untied produce. So much we know where exactly do I know that from? Gomer Shmuel Mishumar V'Lo. So listen to this. Minayim Ha'Okla Sakava Shulba Misa. How do I know that if someone eats tavel that is Chai Misa Bidei Shamayim, Tichsiv Lo Yichaludu Es Kachay B'nei Yisrael Asher Yavimu L'Hashem. So literally it says, do not profane the consecrated items of the Israel that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. The Gemara says, the Torah is talking about produce that is going to have tithes removed from it. What's the definition of produce that is going to have tithes removed from it? Bolteva. Bolteva. The Torah says over here, do not go ahead and profane it. Do not go ahead and profane it. The Torah so the Gemara says this Yolet actually comes to describe death penalty. Here's what happens. Yolet, Chilul Mishuma. Make it zero Shabbat. It says Chilul by Tel, and it says Chilul Fein by Shuma. The Shamras Mishmar people Lo Yisrael. So it says Chilul by Shuma, Chilul by Tel, and he's saying Mal Hamad Misa. Just like if someone is not allowed to eat truma, whether it's a sow, I'm not going to eat truma, or a coin coming who eats truma Torah, they're put to death. So, Zir Shabbat Chilo to teach us that if you eat tab, it's also Misa Vishamayim. Incredible. I give us 1 second, hold on. The name of Chilo Minosar, why don't you make it Nosar? It's seven. Should be left committed window. So why don't you also by no such? So why not make it zero Shabbat? And the following Mala the Karis have come to Karis. Now no Sar is punished by Karis. Right? You eat sacrificial, be committed window, Karis. Why don't we say that just like Karis, so too like all this Karis, which is no Stabra Mitruma Hamelin. It makes more sense to learn out heaven than Tetel from those. Why is this? In Truma, Chutzalaretz. Number one, Truma doesn't apply to Chutzalaretz. So Truma doesn't apply to Chutzalaretz. Tetel doesn't apply to Chutzalaretz. Next, Chutra. In both of these cases, there is a way to remedy. There's a way to remedy the status. Right? Rashi says over here. Rashi says about 6 lines of Truma or Chutzalaretz. Similarly, that Truma. So technically speaking, it's interesting. No sar can apply to Chutzlaretz. Now, when can no sar apply to Chutzlaretz? When there's heter bunks. When you are allowed to use personal altars, which again is my focus exactly when that's permitted. But when you're allowed to use personal altars, then you can offer kavanas everywhere, which means no sar could apply anywhere. יש heter ליסורו, זה יש heter ליסורו בהפרשה, וזה יש heter ליסורו בטאגו. ומותר תשומה, אבל no sar אין heter ליסורו. Second distinction, or second commonality is huchla. No right. Remember, so tevel can be permitted. Separate Truma. Truma ultimately is permitted to a Kohen. No sar can never be done. Once it's no sar, it remains prohibited. Furthermore, Barabin, both the lashon of chilul by tevel and by Truma is in the plural, by no sar in the singular. Barabin, Pigol, Truma Chutzlars, Chutra, Barabin, Heroes, Pigol. Take a look at Rashi. So first of all, apply to produce inside. So both have the plural lashon of chilul. Both apply to produce. They're both being again tevel and truma. And pigol even though so Rashi says neither pigol nor nosar apply to tevel or to truma. So therefore, again, the Gemara says these are all the similarities that exist between truma and tevel, and therefore it makes more sense to compare or to make the zir shava between tevel to truma than between tevel to nosar. Hold up, I'm Rabbi. One second. Nosar also shares many commonalities with tevel. How so? Shekein pasal ochel. Shekein pasal ochel. Look at Rashi. Shekein pasal ochel. Nosar v'tevel shnei psul hamaychel. So remember again, both nosar and tevel is a psul in the ochel. The food itself, the item itself, is inherently infallible, right? So again, nosar inherently invalidated. Tevel inherently invalidated. Rashi says about truma, pasal aguf v'chiyah kalua tumas aguf. Interestingly enough, truma, right? Because remember again, we're talking about truma itself is inherently permitted, right? It's permitted to certain people at certain times. But when I say Rabbi, so the Gemara suggests, why not compare tevel to nosar? Because tevel and nosar have this commonality. Psul ochel, ultimately, again, both of them are inherently invalid or inherently compromised. To which thing, furthermore, elo heter, right? Furthermore, again, elo heter the mikvah, neither can be remedied in the mikvah, right? You can't remedy nosar by putting it in the mikvah. You can't remedy tevel by putting it in the mikvah. Truma, right? The case of truma, right? By the Kohen who's coming, not allowed to eat it. So ultimately, again, he can go to the mikvah and remedy it himself. Rashi says over here. For it's the same Rashi. The nosar elam tara b'mikvah. Kami truma yesh lo tara b'mikvah. Okay. So the Gemara says. So what the Gemara is making over here is you're making it sound like all the comparisons that exist are between tevel and truma. But there are plenty of comparisons that exist between tevel and nosar as well. To which the Gemara says, right? But there are more similarities between tevel and truma than there are between tevel and nosar. Therefore, when making the zir shava chilul, we'd rather make it between tevel and truma than tevel and nosar. And therefore, again, that will teach me that just like truma is mismedishamayim, so to again consumption of tevel will also be mismedishamayim, and not like nosar, which is a few clothes. Okay, beautiful. Ravina says, chilul d'Rabbi. The truth is, the reason we prefer to compare tevel truma and tevel, which has that seems to be a more compelling bridge between those two concepts. All right, incredible. So the Gemara goes back to Kohen Kamisha or Truma Torah Minala. Where do we go that a Kohen is coming? Right, so again, it's on the list. A Kohen is coming, goes there and eats Truma Torah, right? So Tamei Kohen eats regular Truma, misbedisha. Where do we go that? So the Amar Shmuel, Minay the Kohen Kamisha or Truma Torah. And where do we know that a Kohen was coming who ate Truma Torah? How do we know that halacha l'maisa should be misbedisha? How do I know that if a Tamei Kohen eats Truma Torah, then halacha l'maisa again is highly misbedisha? It said, "V'shoras mishmartin, v'lo yisu alaf chait." Pasuk says, "It will be again guard my guardianship mishmartin, v'lo yisu alaf chait." They will not carry or not bear any sin. It says to hora in to nail go. Ultimately, again, this refers to Truma Torah and not to Truma Tanei. Amar Shmuel, Amar Elazar, United Claim Commission of Truma Tanei, Shmuel the Misa. So it's very interesting. Mark says over here, it is only a Kohen Tamei eats Truma Torah that is Misvidishamayim. But if a Tamei Kohen eats Truma Tanei, There's no mitzvah addition. How do I know this? Shne'emar umesu bo kiyachamim. They were put to death if they profane truma. So what do you see here? Almond here is what's like 83b. Prat, the Zushin Udalasmo. This excludes Truma, which is already profaned. What's an example of Truma which is already been profaned? That's Truma which is already done. So again, therefore, Allah Flamaisa, when you speak about again, consumption of Truma can bring mutilation of name. That's Tommy Cohen consumes Truma to what is Chayiv Nisavim. So remember, so our list, we're just going over our list of people, right? But we are assembling our different fall into this category, ultimately again mutilation. Good, let's go back to it. Zarshach has a non-coin into Truma, is Chayiv Nisavim. Said Gemara Amara, Zarshach has a Truma local. So Rabbi, interesting enough, said of a non-coin it's Truma, gets an obvious. Amar Rav Anna, Rabasi, Rad, Lema Mar Ebusa, except of Kol Zalo Yocha Kodesh, Ani Hashem Hasham. The pasuk says that no non-coin should be Truma. So Rabbi says, so again, then the pasuk, interesting enough, the pasuk before it says, the Shamas Mishmarti, V'lo Yisrael Al Chet U'Mesu. So Esau is juxtaposed to a Zar eating Truma. So why don't you say therefore that a Zar eating Truma should be a key of these Yisrael not on up? To which the Gemara says, if Sigaim. No, there's an interruption. There's an interruption. It actually says, they may subo or ben kol Zar. So the pasuk doesn't really flow, right? In other words, the pasuk begins ultimately with a discussion about may subo, and then it says, so it doesn't flow directly. It doesn't flow directly for juxtaposition. So they teach me that the sound of this true is going to be higher than this one. So when they say this in Kasha, we ain't looking to Nisa. These are people who are higher than Nisa. Zara Okalas at Truma. Not calling it Truma. So how does it pretty explicit that I'm not calling it Truma is going to be higher than Nisa? Which person, no, it's Nisa. Promise. So you're bringing up again the conditional. Bring up right to go and go bring right. You're bringing this raya to contradict Rab. So the Gemara says Rab, Rab is a Tanah and Rab is equal to argue. Okay, it was it happens to be that in this listing, halacha the rights that we pass that indeed a sound is truma is kindness. Okay, this is the right. So remember, Kamish Shimish. The Kamish Shimish. Coin was coming, those are also which is kindness. Versus the name of Abraham made of Yosef. So what's this? This is the exact discussion we had before. The name of Kamish Shimish, Shubha how do we know that if a coin is coming, and if you have all the base of Mikdash, then it's kindness. So it's said, Abraham, Aaron, the Amanov, the Nazir, the Kratchet in Israel, although you have as shame Kratchet. Okay. So the Buzz says, speak to Aaron and his sons. They should be careful. They should be careful with the clutching up with Israel, and they should not profane my holy name. So the Gemara says once again, Yalif, Chilo, Mitzvah. Wow. So we make that clear. Shabbat, Chilo, Teshuvah. We say, Ma, Lahabon, B'Misrael, Avkan B'Misrael. Just like the legal consumption of Truma is Misvidish Shamayim, so too again, if a person who's not a coin is not Boda, is Chai Misvidish Shamayim. Says the Gemara, 1 second, see the same as we had before. The nail of Chilo, why not make it clear Shabbat, Chilo, and then we're going to go say, Mother Alan Christ, Afghan Christ, of those who keep Christ. So what do we say? It says Chilo, by Nosar, and it says Chilo by coin who is coming does the avodah, just like Nosar is kares, so to this coin does that hold the tumah. There's also kind of kares, which means is really mistabra with Truma Habayim. It makes more sense to learn out the Tumah case from Truma. Why? The Gemara says Shekin Guf, because interestingly enough, both the cases of Truma as well as Tumah have to do again with the body of the individual. Tameh, both are esteemed Tumah. Mikvah has the ability to eliminate. Both have a plural lashon of chilul. So we get Rashi back. Rashi says over here, both Tamei Mikvah B'Rabim, Tamei Shishimish, the Tamei She'afar Shuma. So both a coin who is coming does the avodah, and a coin who is coming who eats Shuma. First of all, both of them, their disqualification is inherent in their person. They're in their person. Ushneim Psulei Tuma, right? Both of them are din in Tuma. Yeshlam Heter Mikvah, both can be remedied by Mikvah. The Chilul of Lashon, and they also both shared Lashon Chilul in the plural form. Adrabah, you know some of them. Not so fast. Let's learn out Kohen who does the avodah by Tuma from Nosar. After all, Shekain, Kodesh, Pnim, Pigo, Nosar. Listen, because Nosar and Tuma have all of these other similarities. Look at Shekain, Kodesh. Remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with consecrated items, Kodesh. Both of them deal with the inside, right, or occurring inside of the base of the brush, and both are subject to people in Osar, to which the Gemara says, once again, I must exist before it appears that really it's interesting. But what kind of carries the day with this is we would rather compare two things that have the same lashon chilul. That since again the plural form of chilul is used by truma, and the chilul form of tuma is used by a person who does the avodah of tuma, therefore again we will link them together. We will say that Allah Chalamayim just as illegal consumption of truma, right? If a kohen who is coming, it's truma, so too a kohen who is coming who does the avodah is also chayiv misabidusha. Incredible. That's my favorite. Next in line. Tvul Yom. Remember, he went to mikvah by day, but he still requires nightfall. If he does the avodah, he's chayiv misabidusha. Says the Gemara. Where do you know this? Besides the Simon Omer, what's the first white line? And ignore this. Rabbi is the Tvul Yom. From where do we know that if a kohen is a Tvul Yom, he went to the mikvah by day, but he still needs Harish, still needs something to go down. How do I know that his avodah is unfit? You know, Minayim, Amalom Akidoshim Yu Levahem. Allah Yichalalu. Pasuk says, Be kadosh le'elokechem to your God and do not profane. Now the Gemara says, now what does this mean? Hashtos is talking about Tumah. I don't need it for Tumah. So remember again, if I don't need this pasuk to teach me that a kohen who does the avodah of Tumah is chayiv, because we already learned that from the pasuk. Ultimately, again, use it to teach me that a kohen who does the avodah is chayiv, or I should say, is chayiv. How do I know that it's chayiv tradition? We make it clear, just like by truma, if a kohen was coming, it's truma. It's chayiv tradition. So too, again, if a kohen who's a Tvul Yom does the avodah, he's also chayiv tradition. Incredible. So what's incredible? Again, like I said before, last week, this past week's parish is the tzaddik. Right, a kohen has to wear the requisite outfit, requisite clothing, and failure to do so. Right, if he doesn't wear the avodah, he doesn't wear the clothing, and he still does the avodah, he's chayiv misa bidei shamayim. Says Rabbi Noah. From where do we know this from? Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yochanan, Umatu be'mishmei karabaz. The chagarta some athlete. It says you shall put the belt. Literally, you shall gird them. You shall gird them with it. Right, having the belt is one of the big kuna. As much as big day and kirunas somebody when they're clothed upon them, then they're kahuna upon them. So listen, it's actually really fascinating, right? Because the lush, you have to really appreciate the rest of the process. The process is the chagatim osam avnit, right? You should put a belt around them. Abro ubano, the charashlam bows, put their hands on them. I saw lahem kahuna lechukas alo. And the kahuna will be theirs for an everlasting statute. When is the kahuna theirs? When they wear the clothing. If they're not wearing the clothing, and Allah Chalamayim, if it's not wearing the clothing, it means the Gemara's understanding that if a kohen does the avodah without the begadim, then Allah Chalamayim, again, the avodah is possible. And again, in this case, the chayiv misabidusha. So the Gemara says, "V'havu zarim," because a kohen, since it is a kohen who does the avodah without the requisite garments, is the equivalent of a kohen who does the avodah. And a kohen who does the avodah is chayiv misabidusha. So to a kohen who does the avodah without the proper vestments, without articles of clothing, is chayiv misabidusha. So with Amar Mar, it's actually shimish from Misa. We learned that also, if a non-kohen does the avodah, is chayiv misabidusha. So we'll say really incredible that the kahuna only vests upon the kohen when he's wearing the begadim. Which I will say It's such a fascinating idea. Why? On the one hand, the Lula is innate. Remember again, what do you have to do to be a Kohen? It's not like you can earn it. No matter how well you behave. If you're not in, you're not in. If your father's a Kohen, you're a Kohen. And if your father's not a Kohen, you could be a Gadol Hador, you're still not going to be a Kohen. So on the one hand, the Lula is innate. On the other hand, you need to be good in order to go ahead and do the avodah. And I think there are two profound lessons over here. But this really is the embodiment of Kedusha. Kedusha is comprised of these two things. There's innate Kedusha, and ultimately, again, there's earned Kedusha. So innate Kedusha, every single Jew has Kedusha. Right? You don't have to do anything. You're born a Jew or you convert into Yiddishkeit. If you're Jewish, you have Kedusha. And that's beautiful. And it's a fantastic foundation. The next step are like, what begotten? What garments do you want to use? A beggar represents something that I take from the world, I take from the outside, and then I make it part of me, right? You say that clothes make the man. Clothes are very much tied up with a person's identity. So on a spiritual level, my begotten are the actions I engage in, my accomplishments. What begotten? What am I going to wear? And if you don't have begotten, if you don't have begotten, then all you're left with is your innate kedusha. If all you have is your innate kedusha, you're a zar, you're like a baby. Like a baby, a spiritual baby. Baby comes into this world, yeah, baby's holding. It's beautiful, fantastic, but the baby do absolutely nothing. So how's the baby holding? Because every single kid has an innate kedusha. But life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your ma'asim tovim? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your chasadim? What's your tzedakah? And every single thing that you do in life is another beggar, is another garment that you put on. And clothes, mamish, make the man. Clothes make us wear. And I will say, this is interesting because you have to think about it. Why is it exactly that there's such specificity regarding the clothing of the God? Such specificity. So on one level, the Sefer HaChinuch brings down, he says, because people are very taken by externalities, and we want people to come to these weekends to be inspired, and we need to see the point all dressed up. But I think, which is beautiful and incredible. But I think also on a deeper level, that I remind us, I go to see a point, what is the embodiment of what it means to be a growth-oriented spiritual being. Now, what I see with the coin is, it looks like a coin, right? With no clothing, right? You meet the coin on the street. Right? You meet the Matzah Shabbos, he's getting pizza just like everybody else. So what happens? You're going to let him go for. Why? Because you have to give him. He's not going to go there, but he's still a coin. He's still a coin. He's not going to be still a coin because his innate identity. But he really only fully self-actualizes when he comes. Now let's say it's the same thing for all of us. I'm always kaddish because I have innate kedusha. If you want to become the best version of you, put on your clothing. What clothing are you going to don? Right? And every day I decide, what am I putting on? Today it's going to be a jacket of tzedakah. Right? It's going to be a pair of pants of Talmud Torah. It's going to be a sweater of chesed. And every day the goal is to layer more and more and more together. You can walk around without clothing and you're still holy. But that's ultimately innate or conferred holiness. That goal in life is to earn your kedusha. And the way you earn your kedusha is ultimately by accumulating your beautiful begotten. This is what the big here teaches. Without the begotten, you're not a kohen. At least, without the begotten, you can't serve in the base of English. With the begotten, the sky is the limit. Says the Gemara. Good. Next. The Kohen does not go ahead and wash his hands and feet, and he does the alcohol. This happens to be right. Says the Gemara. Where do you know this? From the Melon. It said, "The Kohen on the way. If it's in mind, the Kohen says, when they come to the on the way, they should go ahead and wash their hands, and they won't die. Okay, so what's it? So it's pretty explicit. Wash your hands and feet, you won't die. Don't wash your hands and feet, you will die. One more piece. With Krue Rosh. Shtuye Yain, it says Yain Sheikh al Tesh. The Kohen drank wine and did the apple. Love. It says the Gemara Krue Rosh. What about so again, Shtuye Yain, it says Yain Sheikh al Tesh. The passage is explicit. So it says, do not drink wine or any intoxicating beverage and do the apple. Good. Krue Rosh. How do we know that a coin can't do the other volunteers? It does so. It's famous Rosham lo yigalechu, upera lo yishalechu. So Torah says on the one hand, he can't go ahead and shave his head, but he also can't let his hair grow long. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. He compares letting his hair grow to drinking wine. Just like drinking wine, ultimately again is a key of misa. So to again, letting your hair grow, when you have all with long hair, is also much profundity in these as well. You know, the washing of the hands and feet. It says so beautifully. Why is it that the goodness to wash his hands and feet when it comes to something to trust them? That's a cleanliness thing. Well, it could be, but on a deeper level, what is it? So the Rebbe says something so beautiful. He says, you know, that one of the great challenges that we were told in this challenge, being